Chapter 1. The Sword of Damocles. On a sunny afternoon, the summer sun blazed like a colossal fireball, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its path. Under such sweltering conditions, the spirits of the people languished, lacking any motivation. Yet, amidst this torpid atmosphere, on a small island in the vast ocean, a group of individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed and clearly inebriated, having indulged in copious amounts of liquor. Scattered around them were the skeletal remains of wild beasts, suggesting that a grand banquet had recently taken place. At that moment, a young boy with a bright red nose groggily opened his eyes. What is that? He noticed something peculiar in the sky, and just as he suspected he was hallucinating from overindulgence, the object became increasingly distinct. He rubbed his eyes, and indeed it remained there. Captain, look up at the sky." This revelation jolted his mind awake, prompting him to shout out. With his call, the others began to stir as well. "Hey, Buggy, why are you shouting like that?" Indeed, the boy who had just yelled was Buggy, the intern of the Roger Pirates, and those who had just concluded their revelry on the island were members of the same crew. "No, Captain, look up." Upon hearing Buggy's frantic voice again, Roger squinted up at the sky. "What is that, a sword?" Roger mused, observing the object suspended in the air, while the others began to murmur among themselves the item was undeniably conspicuous. "Is it Shiki?" Roger whispered, for in his memory, only the powers of the Golden Lion could achieve such a feat. "Yes, it must be him. I cannot fathom who else might possess such ability. But where did he procure such a massive sword?" The speaker was a bespectacled man with yellow hair. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. At this moment, both men's expressions grew serious, for the Golden Lion was no ordinary adversary, and even they had to approach the situation with gravity. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from the enormous sword, and an object detached from it, plummeting toward the earth. Seeing this, Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash a strike at the slightest hint of danger. "Do not act rashly, Rayleigh. That does not appear to be the Golden Lion." At Roger's words, Rayleigh slightly relaxed his grip, though his posture still indicated he was poised for action. "That seems to be a person." As the white light descended closer to the ground, the inhabitants of the island gradually discerned the figure within. Indeed, there is someone inside. This assertion came from Roger's lips. Upon hearing this, the others on the island eased their tension. After all, how formidable could a single individual be? They felt completely unperturbed by the prospect. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were to appear before them at that moment, they would remain unfazed. The earlier anxiety was merely a response to an unfamiliar occurrence, and now that it was clear a person was involved, the fear dissipated entirely. "He won't fall and die, will he?" Buggy, the boy with the red nose, piped up again. Though naturally timid, he felt emboldened within the Roger Pirates. "Who knows? But even if he does, it's no concern of ours," replied a red-haired youth beside Buggy, who was none other than Shanks, another intern of the Roger Pirates. At this point, his visage bore no scars, nor did he exude the same commanding presence he would later possess. As the white light touched down, it did so without the anticipated thunderous impact. Instead, it landed gracefully on the ground. Once the light dissipated, a youth appearing to be around 17 or 18 emerged before them, and the immense sword vanished as if it had never existed. Now, the boy lying on the ground became the center of attention. It seems that sword must have been conjured by this little brat. "Hey, Buggy, see if you can wake him up and inquire about this whole situation." "Yes, Captain." Tasked by the captain, Buggy casually grabbed a nearby bucket of unfinished liquor and doused the white-haired youth's head. However, the boy remained utterly unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. "Report, Captain. He appears to be dead. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh scolded Buggy. His keen observation revealed that the white-haired boy's heartbeat was steady. He should merely be unconscious. "Buggy, Shanks, you two are assigned to keep watch over him. Notify me when he regains consciousness." "Yes, Captain." With that, the Roger Pirates resumed their activities. Some continued lounging in repose, while others resumed drinking after sobering up. After all, they had once again escaped the clutches of the legendary hero, Garp, and it was time to celebrate and rest. "Hey, Buggy, you stay here and watch over him. I'm going for another drink." "Shanks, no way. If anyone is to drink, it should be me, Buggy the Great. You should be the one to keep watch." "Fine, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here, and once you're done drinking, I'll join you." Shanks' unexpected compliance momentarily stunned Buggy. When had Shanks become so agreeable? "All right, Shanks, Buggy the Great will now go indulge in some drink." As Buggy turned to leave, Shanks punched himself in the face. "Report to the first mate. Buggy has abandoned his post, and he even punched me." Just as Buggy was about to merrily go off to drink, He heard this and turned around to see a red mark on Shank's face. Seeing Shank's appearance, Buggy realized he had been played. "First mate, let me explain. I didn't do it. Shanks did this to himself." Buggy exclaimed in a panic. "So you're suggesting he punched himself?" Rayleigh queried, bemusement evident in his tone. "Exactly. Do you really think Shanks is foolish enough to harm himself?" At Rayleigh's words, Shank's smile faltered. Was it not indeed foolish to hit oneself? Yet, for the sake of drink, it seemed somewhat justifiable. But it truly was Shanks who did it. "Enough, Buggy. You can handle the task of watching him. As for you, Shanks, go do whatever you wish." "Yes, first mate." Upon hearing this, Shanks cheerfully dashed off to drink. "Shanks, you scoundrel. You rogue. You shameless fiend." Watching Shank's joyful retreat, Buggy shouted in frustration. He then turned his gaze back to the white-haired youth. "It's all your fault that I can't drink right now." With that, he gave the boy a gentle kick. Chapter 2. Is this just a child's play? Where am I? In the midst of darkness, the boy's consciousness stirred. "Who turned off the lights? I can't see a thing. Hey, don't joke with me. Is anyone there?" Yet, no matter how loudly the boy called, no answer came. Gradually, he lost track of time, calming himself amidst the vast, endless blackness that made him feel exceedingly insignificant. He realized he was suspended in a void, though there was nothing beneath his feet. He stood firmly. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted not far from him. That is the sword of Damocles of the Silver King. As the light gradually faded, he discerned what the radiant object was. As an ordinary youth from Earth, he had indeed seen some anime from Japan, and coincidentally, Kay was among them. Moreover, the Silver King's ability was precisely what he admired and desired most: the power of stasis, a gift of immortality, coupled with the ability to fly. He longed to approach the sword of Damocles, and, guided by his will, his body began to float toward it. As his hand brushed against the sword, it emitted a dazzling white light once more, and then he lost consciousness again. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he became acutely aware of the cacophony surrounding him. As someone who cherished tranquility, such an environment was intolerable. "Hey, could you possibly keep it down? You're driving me insane, and how am I supposed to sleep?" The moment he uttered these words, his eyes fluttered open. "Hey, Captain, the kid's awake." Just as he regained his senses, a sharp voice pierced through the din, one that felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before. Suddenly, he bolted upright, realizing that he was not in his home. What on earth happened? He cradled his head with one hand, trying to piece together the events that had just transpired. "Hey kid, who are you?" At that moment, Roger approached him, inquiring directly. However, he did not respond, appearing lost in thought. But upon witnessing his captain being disregarded, Buggy could not contain his frustration. He stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the white-haired youth. "Hey, our captain is asking you a question." "What?" The kick jolted him back to reality, but he couldn't fathom how the red-nosed figure possessed such strength. "Our captain is asking you who you are." "Who am I? I should be asking you who you are and why you've tied me up here." "You think we tied you up?" "Kid, you fell from the sky into our midst. We certainly didn't lay a hand on you." "Are you joking? How could I possibly have fallen from the sky?" "I wish it were a jest, but you did indeed fall from the sky." "Oh, and there was a massive silver sword, but it vanished when you landed." "A massive sword? That can't have been anything but a dream." He suddenly recalled the sword of Damocles from his dream. "So where's this place?" "This is an uninhabited island." "An uninhabited island? As in the uninhabited islands?" "Of course, the New World." "The New World, the New World? The New World? Pirate King?" Upon connecting the dots, he lifted his gaze to the red-nosed figure, who indeed bore a striking resemblance to his recollections. "What Pirate King? But I'll give you credit. Kid, our captain will undoubtedly become the Pirate King." "Ah, no, wait. We were the ones asking questions. Why are you asking me?" "Quickly, tell me who you are." Buggy's frustration boiled over as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. "My name is Adolf K. Baichuan." "Oh, and what do you do? A pirate? A marine? Or perhaps a civilian?" "I don't know. Aside from my name, I've forgotten everything else." Baichuan was now certain that he had traversed into the world of One Piece. "Oh, I see." This remark came from Roger, who had been listening intently to the exchange between Baichuan and Buggy. He could also discern that Baichuan was not being truthful, though he could not pinpoint which part was a lie. "So, what do you plan to do from here?" "I'm not sure, but can I stick with you guys?" This was a golden opportunity. He thought it wise to latch onto it while he could. "Want to tag along with us?" "Kid, we're pirates, and death is always a possibility. Moreover, we don't accept dead weight." He scrutinized Baichuan, who seemed somewhat weaker than the average robust man. "I'm not afraid of death, and am certainly no deadweight. I believe I'm stronger than that red-nosed brat." While Baichuan was indeed fearful of death, he couldn't voice that concern. "Red-nosed? Me? Kid, stand up, I'll show you the might of Buggy the Clown." Buggy was incensed by Baichuan's words. He could not tolerate the insult regarding his nose. "Fine. If you could defeat Buggy, it'll allow you to join my crew. What do you say? Thank you, Captain. Wait, don't get ahead of yourself. You haven't defeated Buggy yet, so you aren't my crew just yet. Rest assured, Captain, it's only a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Buggy's anger flared. Even more, was he not being taken seriously? As for Baichuan's choice to ally with Buggy, it stemmed from his belief that Buggy was remarkably weak, merely fortunate. Upon hearing that Buggy would duel the one who fell from the sky, the other members of the Roger Pirates grew ecstatic, instinctively forming a circle to watch the spectacle unfold. You're Buggy, right? You go first. I'm worried that if I strike first, you won't get a chance. You little brat. You dare underestimate me? Baichuan was 20 years old. While Buggy was merely a 12-year-old child, he had no doubt he would not lose to Buggy. Buggy charged at Baichuan, fists raised. Watch me take you down in a single blow. Buggy punch. When he was merely a short distance away, Buggy leaped into the air, swinging his fist down toward Baichuan's head. Baichuan raised his arms to shield himself, absorbing the blow. That hurt. In that instant, he felt as if his arm had been struck by a hammer. Yet, the pain dissipated almost instantaneously. Although Baichuan was uncertain about the cause, he recognized that the battle at hand was of utmost importance. You hit me once, now it's my turn. Baichuan swung a punch at Buggy, but it was easily evaded. What followed was akin to a childish scuffle, with the two trading blows and kicks. How tedious. Some spectators had even begun to yawn. After roughly 10 minutes of grappling, both had sustained little damage but were panting heavily. Kid, you forced my hand. At that moment, Buggy produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and brandished it. In an instant, he lunged at Baichuan, his speed greatly exceeding that of before. Chapter 3. Successfully aboard. Caught off guard by Buggy's sudden acceleration, Baichuan was unprepared, as his impression of Buggy had been limited to their earlier skirmish. Seeing the dagger hurtling toward him, Baichuan knew evasion was futile. He would have to endure the blow. Meanwhile, the onlookers showed no intention of intervening. As they were pirates, injuries were a commonplace occurrence in the world of piracy. Some even displayed smiles, eager to witness Baichuan's humiliation. Roger, however, shook his head slightly, feeling disappointed by Baichuan's performance, as he had anticipated a surprise. Come on, Buggy, defeat that kid. Just look at him, all pristine and delicate. He reeks of a pretty boy, some shouted in support of Buggy. Yet, amidst the surrounding chatter, Baichuan had no time to ponder. He instinctively filtered out the noise around him. Suddenly, a flash of light seemed to illuminate his mind, and his panic vanished, replaced by a faint smile. He straightened his slightly hunched posture and extended a hand. What was he doing? Had he lost his senses? Did he intend to catch the dagger with his bare hand? As if he were Kaido? Just as someone uttered this thought, a layer of white light enveloped Baichuan's body. Oh, is it finally time for serious business? Roger, intrigued by Baichuan's transformation, was eager to discern the extent of his abilities. They had all regarded Baichuan as a devil fruit user. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person emerge unscathed from a gigantic sword and fall from a great height? As Buggy's dagger neared Baichuan's palm, a translucent, slightly opaque barrier unexpectedly appeared before him, thwarting the attack. What? Buggy exclaimed, taken aback. He had neglected to notice Baichuan's change and was astonished to discover he was indeed a devil fruit user. Hey, look up. That giant sword has reappeared in the sky. A spectator shouted, prompting everyone to gaze upward, Baichuan included. Was it truly the sword of Damocles belonging to the Silver King? At that moment, Baichuan's earlier suspicions were confirmed. He had likely inherited the powers of the Silver King, or perhaps he was the Silver King himself. The sword of Damocles was particularly conspicuous against the night sky, visible to all. All right, that will suffice. You have demonstrated your strength, so I will allow you to join our ship as an intern. Is that acceptable? Roger suddenly declared. No problem, Baichuan replied, and as he spoke, the radiance surrounding him dissipated, and the sword of Damocles vanished from above his head. The ordinary members of Roger's crew breathed a sigh of relief. After all, having a sword hovering above one's head could be unnerving. But Captain, I haven't lost yet. Buggy protested, believing that agreeing to Baichuan's joining would signify his defeat. I know, but if this continues, it will inevitably be your loss, Roger replied. Why? Buggy asked, puzzled. Because your strength cannot surpass his abilities. If you persist, you will eventually exhaust your stamina, and at that point, you will surely lose. However, Buggy, you did well. You are indeed my crew member. Upon hearing Roger's praise, Buggy's discontent evaporated, though he still harbored resentment towards Baichuan. One day, I will reclaim my honor. Buggy thought to himself. But kid, since you've joined my ship, your current abilities are lacking. Rayleigh, can I leave him in your care? After addressing Baichuan, Roger turned to a blond man behind him who never seemed to part with his bottle. Of course, teaching one is the same as teaching two. Don't worry, Captain. I will ensure he learns diligently, Rayleigh assured. Baichuan's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. The prospect of learning from Rayleigh was invigorating. He thought to himself that if he couldn't grow stronger through the Silver King's unchanging abilities, he might as well find a tofu block to crash into. Rayleigh was currently instructing Shanks, so teaching another student like Baichuan was hardly a burden. Although Baichuan was older and might learn at a slower pace, Rayleigh was indifferent. He would teach, and their progress was their own responsibility. The reason for not teaching Buggy was that his temperament was utterly unsuitable for learning. He would give up at the first sign of difficulty during training. Roger was confident that as long as Buggy remained on the ship, he would not face any life-threatening dangers. All right, from now on, he is under your tutelage, Roger concluded. Once arrangements were finalized, the crew dispersed to attend to their own affairs, leaving only Buggy still feeling disgruntled. Shanks, take the newcomer around to meet the crew. He shouldn't be oblivious to who is on board, Roger instructed. Yes, first mate, Shanks replied, walking over to Baichuan and patting him on the back. Come on. I'll introduce you to everyone. We'll be shipmates from now on. Sure. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shanks. I am Baichuan. I know. Shanks then led Baichuan on a tour, introducing him to the core members of Roger's crew, though he himself had not met every minor member. Each person greeted Baichuan warmly. Except for one, Douglas Bullet. According to Shanks, he was a genuine monster, with strength rivaling that of the first mate and also a devil fruit user. Known by outsiders as the Demon Heir, Baichuan seemed to recall Bullet. He was a combined fruit user who had easily overpowered the supernovas at the beginning of a certain film, even with Luffy's fourth gear failing to inflict any harm on him. Baichuan greeted Bullet, but he received no acknowledgement, perhaps because Bullet deemed Baichuan's strength insignificant. Despite his brusque demeanor, Bullet was known for his unwavering dedication to training, even with his already formidable strength, as he aimed to surpass the captain. Is that so? Quite impressive, Baichuan remarked after the introductions concluded. Sitting with Shanks, he accepted a drink offered to him. You know, your aura resembles that of a noble. Yet here you are, a pirate. Really? I possess the aura of nobility? Baichuan felt a swell of pride. Indeed, the eyes of the public are discerning. By the way, do you truly not remember what you did before? I have completely forgotten, Baichuan thought to himself, unable to confess that he had grown up watching One Piece. Ah, I see. But your hair is quite distinctive. It is silver white. Silver white? Who, me? Baichuan asked, surprised. Yes, indeed, you. Since even my hair has changed. I wonder if my face has changed as well. If it has it transformed into Adolf Weissman's visage or into that of a younger Aizu? Do you have a mirror? I wish to see what I look like now. Mirror, how could I possibly carry such an item? I shall defer this matter until tomorrow when we return to the ship. After all, it matters not at this moment. Let us speak of it then. In the absence of a mirror, even if Shirakawa's curiosity burgeons, it must be suppressed, especially considering it is night and the wine offers no reflection. Speaking of which, there are indeed many with white hair, much like your red locks and Buggy's blue hair. Why, then, are you astonished by my own tresses? It is because you are the first person I have encountered whose hair possesses such luster. Even now, under the cloak of night devoid of sunlight, it gleams. So that is the case, haha? Shirakawa chuckled heartily. Chapter 4. The Oro Jackson. Why does it suddenly feel so heavy? In the realm of slumber, Shirakawa sensed a weight pressing upon him, rendering it difficult to breathe. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Shanks and Buggy sprawled atop him, sound asleep. These two rascals have taken me for a pillow, Shirakawa mused, somewhat exasperated, as he unceremoniously placed both their heads upon the floor. Yet, despite this action, there were no signs of them awakening. Are they swine? Shirakawa muttered under his breath about the two. Just yesterday, it had been only he and Shanks sharing drinks. But at some point, Buggy had joined them, and the three of them, inebriated, had become a merry trio, even dissipating the previous discord between Shirakawa and Buggy through their revelry. However, upon recalling the events of last night, Shirakawa found it somewhat unbearable to confront. Was it truly he who indulged in such excessive drinking? It could be said that the quantity consumed last night nearly rivaled that of all his past experiences combined. Had he perhaps developed a newfound capacity for alcohol? No, it was merely that he could not resist the fervent enthusiasm of Shanks. Each time he wished to abstain, Shanks would promptly present a full cup to his lips or forcibly pour it down his throat. It was truly astonishing that individuals of merely 12 or 13 years in this world could possess such remarkable tolerance for alcohol. However, this also made Baichuan realize that his abilities were not immutable. For instance, last night, he had indeed overindulged and was thoroughly inebriated. It seems that I still have a long way to go in understanding this unchanging power. After finding a secluded spot to relieve himself, Baichuan discovered that most of the Roger pirates were still slumbering. If another pirate crew were to attack, he would doubt whether they could survive unscathed. Hey, newcomer, up early. I see. How was last night? Did you have fun? A pirate he did not recognize greeted him upon his return. Very enjoyable, Baichuan replied politely, despite not knowing him. That's great. After all, there will be many more days like this ahead, the pirate chuckled heartily. Oh, by the way, would you like to join us for breakfast? If you wait for them, it might be noon before you eat. Sure. Without hesitation, Baichuan agreed. Although he wasn't particularly hungry. Sharing breakfast would serve as an opportunity to deepen relationships and help him integrate into the crew more swiftly. By noon, the crew of the Roger pirates gradually awakened. Roger stood atop a large rock. Our journey is about to resume. Are you ready? Ready. The crew cheered in unison. Although they relished the festivities, they were pirates at heart, craving the thrill of adventure upon the seas. After all, they could still hold banquets aboard the ship. Let us prepare to board. They marched towards the shoreline in a grand procession. Is this the Oro Jackson? Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the Pirate King's vessel. It is quite magnificent, Baichuan mused inwardly. What do you think? Our ship is quite impressive, isn't it? Shanks clapped Baichuan on the back, his tone brimming with pride as if the ship were his own. Indeed, it's my first time seeing such a splendid ship. Of course, while it may not be as large as Whitebeard's Moby Dick, in terms of craftsmanship, it stands shoulder to shoulder with any pirate cruise vessel. Soon, everyone boarded the ship. Baichuan was bubbling with excitement, as it was his maiden voyage. He had never sailed before in his past life. After familiarizing himself with the ship, he found himself gravitating towards Shanks, as he seemed to connect with him the most. Alternatively, the others might have looked down upon his abilities and were reluctant to engage with him. Hey, Shanks, quickly find me a mirror. I want to see what I look like. Oh, I almost forgot. I wondered why you were always following me. Upon hearing this, Baichuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was his request truly so trivial? Follow me, let us check the storeroom. On board, with only men present. No one had the habit of looking in mirrors, so unused items were typically piled into the storeroom. Arriving at the door of a room labeled storeroom, they opened it to reveal a trove of gold, silver, and dozens of swords. Do you keep all your valuables here, and it's not even locked? Aren't you afraid of theft? Steal? Why would we steal? We don't need such trinkets. Ah, that makes sense. You're pirates. If you want something, you simply take it. However, I recall that Buggy seems to have a penchant for these things. I've often seen him sneak into the storeroom, only to return looking rather bloated before reverting back to his original size. Does anyone else know about this besides you? Baichuan cautiously inquired. Of course, aside from Buggy himself. It seems the entire crew is aware. Upon hearing this, Baichuan was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder he was later dubbed Clown Buggy. Not only did he resemble a clown, but his behavior mirrored one as well. Weevee also told Buggy he can take whatever he likes. I'm not sure why he enjoys the thrill of sneaking around. It must be addictive, Shanks shrugged, appearing somewhat innocent. After a lengthy search, they finally located the mirror Baichuan desired. Given the disarray of the storeroom, finding a specific item proved to be quite a challenge. Is this really me? Baichuan was momentarily stunned as he gazed into the mirror. Within this visage, he could discern remnants of his past life, as if this face had evolved from the one he once bore, albeit with subtle changes. He appeared more handsome, with a visage that radiated warmth. One would hardly believe he was a pirate now. Have you seen enough? Let us step outside. Oh, all right. Baichuan was still in disbelief, struggling to accept that the handsome figure in the mirror was indeed himself. Yet, as reality had unfolded, there was no way to alter it. Indeed, if I hadn't had acne in my past life, I would have been quite the striking individual, Baichuan chuckled confidently. Knowing his appearance now brought him a sense of relief. Before exiting, he also took a katana from the storeroom for self-defense. Oh, by the way, when shall we seek out the first mate for training? If you wish to train, you can do so at any time. Is that so? That is splendid. Let us go train now. Very well. It has been a couple of days since I've rested, and my body is starting to feel rusty. Chapter 5. The Send-Off. Just as Shanks and Baichuan prepared to ascend the stairs to the deck, two thunderous bangs echoed across the waters surrounding the ship. The tremendous noise and violent rocking of the vessel startled Baichuan. What is happening? Steadying himself, Baichuan turned to Shanks. It seems someone is here to bid us farewell. Shanks, accustomed to such occurrences, showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Upon reaching the deck, Baichuan overheard someone reporting to Roger. Captain, those 3 pirate ships appear to be some reckless newcomers this year. Oh, newcomers daring to challenge me? Their courage is commendable. It remained unclear whether Roger's words were intended as praise or disdain, whether he genuinely admired their bravery or deemed them foolishly unaware of their limitations. However, Shirakawa believed there should be a pejorative connotation. After all, a domineering figure like Roger undoubtedly harbors a sense of pride. Perhaps he refrains from seeking out the likes of the Golden Lion or Whitebeard, considering his own strength to be the weakest. Hastily, Shirakawa rushed to the edge of the ship, only to witness 3 pirate vessels advancing towards them, their speed unrelenting and their demeanor menacing. At that moment, Shirakawa noticed a pitch-black cannonball rapidly enlarging in his line of sight, hurtling towards him at an accelerating pace. Instinctively, he raised his hands in defense, forgetting even to flee, as his mind descended into a void. At this juncture, he had yet to master the powers of the Silver King, and uncertainty loomed over the timely emergence of his shield. Just as he resigned himself to impending doom, a figure suddenly materialized before him. With a swift flourish of the blade, the cannonball was effortlessly cleaved in 2, tumbling to either side. Kid, you'd best retreat to the ship. Your presence here is more of a hindrance. Upon hearing this voice, Shirakawa opened his eyes to find the legendary Rayleigh, the Dark King, standing before him. At that moment, Shanks also rushed over and pulled him away. Shirakawa, you lack the strength to be out here. It's far too perilous. I understand, but I cannot help but wish to witness it. After all, this is my first encounter with a battle among pirates, and I am eager to see what it entails. Battle? Don't be absurd, Shirakawa. What is the matter? Is my statement incorrect? Shirakawa, perplexed by Shanks' mocking tone, inquired. Of course it is incorrect. Associating with them does not qualify as a battle. Only when the Roger pirates confront formidable crews like Whitebeard's or the Golden Lioness can they be considered participants in a true conflict. As for these scuffles, just observe, and you will soon comprehend the essence of my words. Shanks escorted Shirakawa to a place of safety before venturing back out. However, it was here that Shirakawa unexpectedly encountered Buggy. Oh, Buggy, what a coincidence to find you here. Shirakawa greeted him. What a surprise. This is the first time I've seen someone else in this place. Shirakawa could not comprehend why Shanks had brought him to this location, as it did not seem particularly safe in his eyes. Not only can one clearly observe the surrounding circumstances, but it is also presumed to be a primary concentration area for cannonballs. However, it may not be regarded as entirely safe due to the presence of Buggy. After all, a place with Buggy cannot be deemed absolutely secure, yet it can certainly be said to pose no immediate danger. It is reasonable to consider this, especially since, at present, you are the weakest individual aboard the ship. Upon hearing this, a tick appeared on Shirakawa's forehead. Buggy, have you forgotten that I emerged victorious in our last duel? He retorted. Haha, that was before I unleashed my full power. Otherwise, you would have been dispatched in a single blow. Very well. I look forward to witnessing who truly gets dispatched next time, Shirakawa replied, his tone laden with disdain. After all, Buggy's character in the narrative has not exhibited much beyond a wide network of connections and a stroke of luck. His only notable offensive capability lies in the invention of Buggy balls. Subsequently, Shirakawa ceased his conversation with Buggy and shifted his gaze toward the unfolding battle. What is there to behold? Are you not concerned that the captain and the others might lose? Though Shirakawa was confident that Roger would prevail, he still posed the question. How could that be? Aside from that mad dog Garp, no one would allow the captain to retreat without a fight. Is Garp that formidable? Certainly. While many proclaim that the strongest man in the world is Whitebeard, Garp is no less impressive when fighting barehanded. Even so, the captain wouldn't simply flee without a confrontation, would he? While the captain is not significantly weaker than Garp, you have yet to witness Garp in a frenzy. Once you do, you will understand why the captain chooses to flee. His relentless pursuit is indeed a source of dread for everyone. Thus, even if the captain were to face both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard simultaneously, he would rather avoid that maniac Garp. Those who have not encountered Garp remain oblivious to the magnitude of his strength. At this point, a shiver ran through Buggy, reflecting the profound impression Garp had left on him. Just as Shirakawa turned his head once more, he discovered that the 3 pirate ships had been reduced to 2 halves, sinking into the sea. What on earth is happening? Shirakawa exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, your ignorance is evident. Our ship boasts at least 3 great swordsmen, ordinarily. Pirates lacking sufficient strength do not even qualify to engage us in a boarding battle. Buggy stood up with a cold smile, then emerged from the shadows, exclaiming, Let us celebrate this hard-earned victory. Is this truly the Roger Pirates? At least 3 great swordsmen? Shirakawa fell into shock once more. Indeed, without joining the Roger Pirates, one could never fathom the extent of the talents hidden within this crew. When considering great swordsmen, the first name that came to Shirakawa's mind was Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, capable of effortlessly shattering meteors. So, Shirakawa, have you witnessed the strength of our pirate crew? Shanks approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Well, it is only fitting for the Roger Pirates, one of the 3 great powers of the New World. Haha, the captain didn't even have to lift a finger this time. When you see the captain in action, you will gain a clearer understanding of our crew's prowess. Come, let us go celebrate. Celebrate? What are we celebrating? Of course, we are commemorating our victory over other pirate crews. Is that really necessary? Absolutely, regardless of how weak a pirate crew may be. They must be honored after their defeat at our hands. Shirakawa's mouth twitched. It truly was a peculiar sense of humor. With such frequent feasts, will there be enough wine and provisions? Just as Shirakawa contemplated this, a small sea creature was hoisted aboard the ship by one of the crew members. His mouth twitched once more. Fine, I shall pretend I thought nothing of it. Chapter 6. Ascendance. When Shirakawa awoke again, it was already afternoon, and there wasn't a single island in sight. The ship had traversed into unknown waters. Aside from the navigator and a few on-duty crew members, almost no one was standing. The fact that such a pirate crew could have a captain who ultimately becomes the pirate king is indeed a testament to their absolute strength. Shirakawa chuckled bitterly and shook his head. You, young man, may not possess much strength, but your capacity for drink is commendable. At that moment, a navigator, spotting him awake, smiled and chided him. I don't know. Perhaps it's due to my abilities that I can swiftly recover to normal. By the way, we still don't know what your devil fruit ability is. Every time you activate it, a massive sword appears in the sky. So impressive. The speaker's voice contained a hint of envy, likely pondering that if he possessed such a striking ability, he would not still be single. I have no idea. I can't even recall when I consumed the devil fruit. That makes sense, given that you've lost all your previous memories. Afterward, the navigator departed to continue monitoring the weather. After all, this was the New World, where one cannot afford to be careless. Bored and waiting for Mr. Rayleigh to awaken, Shirakawa decided to familiarize himself with his abilities. He drew a dagger, contemplating cutting his hand to see if his injury would heal. However, after a lengthy hesitation, he ultimately lacked the courage to inflict harm upon himself. Forget it. I will wait until I truly get wounded to test it. He sheathed the dagger, resolutely refusing to admit his cowardice. By the way, the King of Silver seems to possess a flight ability, doesn't he? Shirakawa recalled the powers of the King of Silver. How frustrating. Inheriting abilities without also inheriting memories has left me to navigate this on my own, he muttered in grievance. Yet he continued to earnestly contemplate how he might take flight. He attempted a vigorous leap, but apart from soaring higher than usual, he remained suspended in the air for scarcely a second. After repeated attempts, he failed to achieve the desired outcome, or rather, he remained earthbound. Hey, Shirakawa, what are you doing? With all that thumping, I can't get any sleep. Apologies, Shanks. I'll find another spot. Shirakawa realized he had disturbed Shanks and offered an apologetic smile before relocating to a more secluded area. I am determined to fly today. Shirakawa was resolute. Nothing could deter him. As moments ticked by, he found himself panting, drenched in sweat, his legs feeling numb as if devoid of sensation. How could this be? Am I unable to inherit the ability to soar? Shirakawa lamented inwardly. This approach won't yield any results. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. Turning his head, he noticed a figure adorned with sunglasses and a ponytail, who had been seated beside him for an unknown duration. Spark Jabba. Shirakawa recognized him, as Shanks had made a point to introduce this individual. The third in command of the Roger Pirates, he was renowned alongside the Dark King Rayleigh, and shared a long-standing camaraderie with Captain Roger, having known each other even before the inception of the Roger Pirates, though I am unaware of what you are training for. Such blind efforts will lead nowhere. What should I do then? Jabba's formidable prowess made his guidance invaluable to Shirakawa. Who knows? Jabba chuckled heartily before rising and departing, as if he had come merely for his own amusement. Upon hearing Jabba's words and watching his retreating figure, Shirakawa felt a surge of frustration. Had he the strength, he would have delivered a swift kick to Jabba's backside. Regardless of what you pursue, you must consult your heart, question whether your actions are truly right. Consult my heart. With Jabba gone, Shirakawa remained alone, lost in silent contemplation. At an indeterminate moment, Shirakawa suddenly perceived that the sounds around him had gradually faded away. The crashing of the waves, the cries of seagulls, and even the footsteps and conversations of his fellow crew members were now utterly inaudible. The only sound he could discern was the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat, amplifying in his ears. The sound, thud, 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 seemed both erratic and as if it were conveying some profound message to him. In a sudden flash of clarity, Shirakawa's mind illuminated, and everything seemed to connect seamlessly. So it is, I understand now. Subsequently, Shirakawa entered the state of the Silver King, enveloped in a radiant silver glow, while high above. The sword of Damocles manifested in the sky. Not far off, Jabba noticed this phenomenon and smiled faintly, appearing quite satisfied with Shirakawa's display. Was that rascal Shirakawa up to his antics again? The conscious members of the Roger Pirates beheld the colossal sword, though they had witnessed it twice before. Astonishment was still warranted. As they lifted their gazes to admire the giant blade, a figure suddenly soared above them. Is that Shirakawa? Someone stammered, glancing at their companion. Why, yes, it should be, right? While they had encountered individuals capable of flight before, aside from the floating abilities granted by the Golden Lion's fruit, most were avian Zoan types, including a naval officer with the light fruit. None aboard their ship had ever possessed the ability to fly. Even their captain could only hover for extended periods, unable to move with the grace exhibited by Shirakawa. So he can indeed fly. No wonder he was leaping with such fervor, though one might wonder how jumping relates to flying. Witnessing Shirakawa take flight, Jabba felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he remained perplexed as to why Shirakawa had jumped in the first place. Had someone told him that jumping would enable him to fly? It was not as though he were practicing the moonwalk. Nevertheless, this development bolstered the crew's previously acknowledged shortcoming. Jabba murmured to himself. The Roger Pirates' lack of sustained aerial combat capability had long been recognized as a significant weakness. It seems I must advise Rayleigh to train him thoroughly. Although this deficiency had been addressed, the newfound strength was as fragile as unblemished paper, easily pierced. Whether confronted by the pineapple-headed man aboard Whitebeard's ship or the lecherous monkey-faced figure within the Navy, they would inevitably meet a swift demise. "Oh, whoa!" Shirakawa exclaimed in exhilaration during his inaugural flight. Inexplicably, he had developed a fondness for this sensation, free, unrestrained, feeling utterly relaxed in body and spirit. However, Shirakawa's cries roused the others from their slumber as well. "Silence, you little rascal." A bottle suddenly soared through the air, heading straight for Bai Chuan, shattering his defenses with ease. In the midst of Bai Chuan's astonished gaze, the bottle struck him squarely on the forehead. "Ah!" Bai Chuan cried out in agony as he plummeted heavily onto the deck, while the metaphorical sword of Damocles vanished from the sky. Surely he wouldn't die from this. It couldn't be, could it? Go check on him. A sigh of relief followed. He was not dead, merely unconscious. Chapter 7. The King's Talent. As Bai Chuan lay on the deck, his head still spinning, he wondered, what was that thing? The speed of the attack had been so swift that he hadn't even had a chance to discern what had been thrown at him before he was struck down. "Ha ha, Bai Chuan, look at you, showing off and disturbing others' sleep." A crew member mocked, though beneath the veneer of jest lay a tone of envy. After all, that was the allure of flight. Some individuals might never reach such heights in their lifetime. "Humph," Bai Chuan snorted dismissively, unwilling to engage with him. However, this moment allowed Shirakawa to thoroughly recognize reality. Possessing a modicum of strength does not grant one the liberty to flaunt it, for there are many who can subdue him. By the way, who was it that threw me just now? It must have been the first mate, as he alone carried a bottle of liquor. Is that so? I shall remember this grievance. One day, I shall seek my revenge. You? Planning to retaliate against the first mate? You might as well wait for 800 years. To be honest, the members of the Roger Pirates hardly regard Shirakawa with any esteem. Apart from his devil fruit ability, he appears to possess little else of merit. Although they remain unaware of the true nature of Shirakawa's power, it is presumed to be rather modest. After resting, Shirakawa once more indulged in the joy of flight. Yet this time he was far more discreet, making every effort to remain silent. "Ah, that lad's fortune is truly remarkable," I too wish to soar through the skies. Some onlookers observed Shirakawa gliding freely above, their tone betraying an ambiguous mix of envy and jealousy. Why not acquire a Zoan-type devil fruit? With a stroke of luck. Perhaps it could be a bird variety, or even a mythical beast if fortune favored you further. Huh, I am somewhat aware of my own luck, he quipped, casting a sidelong glance at his companion. As time wore on, Shirakawa grew weary of the exhilarating flight and gently descended onto the ship. This experience imparted a vital lesson. In all endeavors, one must act from the heart, regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned. Approximately an hour later, Rayleigh awoke and approached Shirakawa, instructing him to follow. Oh, very well. Shirakawa trailed Rayleigh to a more spacious area, where an array of equipment lay scattered about, a clear indication of their regular training grounds. Since the captain has entrusted you to me, I must take some decisive action. Fear not, first mate, I can endure any training you devise. Well, your determination is commendable. Let us commence with your devil fruit ability. Very well. From your previous confrontation with Buggy, it appears that your devil fruit power can heal bodily injuries, albeit at the cost of your stamina. Is that so? I had not realized. Then allow yourself to truly feel it. Such will leave an indelible impression. With that, Rayleigh retrieved a coin from his pocket, balancing it momentarily before flicking it toward Shirakawa's cheek. Hiss! Shirakawa inhaled sharply, feeling a sudden chill on his face. Upon touching it, he discovered he was bleeding. However, not even a second had passed when the blood that had flowed out mysteriously returned, and the wound vanished without a trace. How do you feel? I feel nothing. First mate, did you perhaps misobserve? Impossible. Could it be that the wound was simply too small? Stay still. I shall attempt once more. With that, Rayleigh drew his knife and advanced toward Shirakawa. First mate, what are you doing? Stay calm. You must remain composed and refrain from any foolish actions. As Rayleigh approached step by step, Shirakawa felt as though a demon was slowly closing in on him. No, please don't come closer. Shirakawa shouted in terror. Anyone would be frightened if someone approached with a knife, especially when facing an opponent they could not defeat. Shirakawa was no exception. His knowledge of Rayleigh's character was limited to mere impressions from animated depictions, and if Rayleigh truly intended to strike, escape would be futile. As Shirakawa uttered his final word, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura erupted from him, centered around his being. Accompanying this surge, over 90% of the crew collapsed. Who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki? This was the thought that raced through the minds of the crew as they fell unconscious. Among the crew, there were indeed several who possessed this formidable power, at least 5 individuals. Notably, prominent members like Roger, Barrett, and Jabba regained consciousness in an instant, their drunken stupor dissipating. They were all masters of Conqueror's Haki and recognized that this powerful surge did not belong to any of them. What an unexpected discovery, Roger and Rayleigh exclaimed in unison, despite being in different locations. Each possessed the observation Haki and quickly grasped the situation, though they remained puzzled by Rayleigh's intent with the knife. The fact that Shirakawa had unwittingly unleashed Conqueror's Haki spoke volumes about the impression Rayleigh had made upon him. Indeed, this Conqueror's Haki is remarkably potent. Having just awakened, it already rivals that of Rayleigh and Barrett. With further training, he may soon surpass all but Roger aboard this ship. Jabba jested with Roger. Adding Shanks to the mix means our apprentice crew members will boast 2 wielders of Conqueror's Haki. Once they mature, what could possibly hinder our advancement? Roger glanced at the slumbering Shanks and shook his head. Shanks is not yet ready. While we all sense his royal potential, he is yet to fully awaken it. None can make guarantees. Besides, without them, we can still achieve great things. True, haha. Laughter erupted among them. As long as they remained united, the Roger pirates would never face defeat. Though Roger's individual prowess may not rank as the strongest among the 3 great powers, their collective strength was undeniably unparalleled. The captains of the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard pirates could not compare to the core members of the Roger pirates. Who would have thought you possessed Conqueror's Haki? Truly, one must not judge by appearances, Rayleigh remarked in astonishment at Shirakawa, who appeared to be frail and delicate. Nevertheless, the necessary experiments must proceed. Rayleigh grinned ominously. No, please. Help. Haha. Scream all you want. No one will come to your aid, even if you cry out until your throat is raw. Chapter 8. The Mad Dog arrives after enduring a series of Rayleigh's brutal experiments. It was ultimately confirmed that his hypothesis was correct. The more severe the injury, the greater the physical toll incurred during recovery. For minor abrasions, the energy expenditure was negligible. Lying on the floor, Shirakawa having engaged in no physical labor beyond a mere strike, was already drenched in sweat, uncertain whether it was due to exhaustion or sheer fright. However, the frequent rise and fall of his chest revealed that he had indeed expended considerable energy. I have already devised your training regimen. Glancing at the exhausted Hakuchun lying on the ground, Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and said indifferently, "What training?" Although Hakuchun was utterly fatigued, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at Rayleigh's words. This would mark the beginning of his journey toward strength. It's quite simple. Do you see all this equipment scattered around? You can train in any manner you wish. It will not only enhance your stamina, but also increase your strength, a twofold benefit. And then, after a prolonged silence without hearing Rayleigh's next words, Hakuchun asked in confusion, "And then? What comes next?" "That's it. You're rather irresponsible." "Irresponsible? Fear not. I shall supervise your training and ensure you do not slack off. If I catch you being lazy, well, you can imagine the consequences that await you." "A devil. A freak," Hakuchun inwardly cursed. Just then, Rayleigh produced a wooden stick from seemingly nowhere and mercilessly struck Hakuchun on the head. "What are you doing? That hurts." Although Hakuchun possessed the ability to heal, he still felt the pain before the injury was mended. "Who told you to insult me in your thoughts?" "I didn't." Still daring to be defiant, Rayleigh struck again. "Do you think my observation hockey is mere child's play? While I may not know your exact thoughts, I can discern whether they are good or bad. Is that true?" Hakuchun pondered once more. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Hakuchun's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know what I was just thinking?" "I guessed." "Impressive," Hakuchun remarked, giving a thumbs up. In his previous life, he had never realized that observation hockey possessed such capabilities. "Huh. Of course, you should consider who I am." Rayleigh's current demeanor was still quite arrogant, unlike the cultured and affable persona he would adopt 20 years hence. "Now, commence your training. At this juncture, any form of exercise will prove beneficial for you." With that, Rayleigh retrieved a chair and sat before Hakuchun, observing him closely. "What about Shanks?" "Shanks? He is still asleep, thanks to you." "Asleep? Haha." Hakuchun chuckled awkwardly. "So, you must also teach me how to control Conqueror's hockey. Of course, since you have that ability, you should utilize it. Furthermore, if you unleash it during a skirmish with other pirate crews and inadvertently harm your own, the repercussions would be dire." Thus, over the next 2 months, not only did Hakuchun endure inhumane torment, but the ordinary crew members of the pirate ship also faced countless mental pressures. To help Hakuchun better control his Conqueror's hockey, Rayleigh's methods of stimulation became increasingly intense. This led to many crew members casting peculiar glances at Hakuchun, as he was the cause of their repeated fainting spells. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent. After 2 months of mental strain, Hakuchun finally gained mastery over his Conqueror's hockey, learning to control its release and target. Naturally, these 2 months were not solely about honing hockey. Every facet of Hakuchun's abilities saw a meteoric rise: strength, speed, stamina. While he lacked combat techniques, he possessed an indomitable will. If he could face death without fear in battle, those whose strength was merely comparable to his would find themselves no match for him. However, even so, Baichuan did not inflate, for he faced the formidable Rayleigh each day. Despite his relentless training over the past 2 months, he found himself unable to catch up. This left him in a state of uncertainty regarding his true strength. He merely knew that he had transformed from being unable to withstand a single move from Rayleigh to being able to endure 3. "If only my stamina remained constant." Baichuan often mused contentedly, for while it could not be increased, it also could not diminish. During these 2 months, Baichuan witnessed the ever-changing weather of the new world. One moment, the sky was clear, and the next, dark clouds loomed, followed by torrential rain, and then howling winds and blizzards. This experience thoroughly acquainted him with the brutal nature of the elements. Each time adverse weather struck, the crew treated it with utmost seriousness, for in the new world, more than half of pirate crews met their demise due to natural disasters, with tsunamis and waterspouts being the most dreaded. In the midst of one such calamity, Baichuan finally witnessed Rayleigh spring into action. A violent waterspout threatened to tear their vessel apart. Yet Rayleigh unleashed a powerful sword aura that effortlessly cleaved the once mighty vortex in two. Though Baichuan could not ascertain whether Rayleigh had exerted his full strength, the moment left an indelible impression upon him, perhaps because it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. As Baichuan lay resting on the ground, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed outside the training room, distinctly multiple in number. Could it be another bout of inclement weather? This was his first thought, for such occurrences typically heralded foul conditions. First mate, what is happening outside? Baichuan inquired of Rayleigh. That mad dog has returned, Rayleigh replied with a wry smile. Mad dog? What mad dog? Baichuan was somewhat perplexed. The events of the past training sessions had left him bewildered. Come outside with me, and you'll see. Following Rayleigh, Baichuan emerged from the training room to find the crew braced for something ominous. The atmosphere among the pirates had become palpably tense, leaving Baichuan curious about the nature of the enemy that could instill such a sense of foreboding. As they approached the bow of the ship, Baichuan spotted a dog-headed warship anchored not far from them. Hero Garp, Baichuan exclaimed in astonishment. While he might not have associated the term mad dog with Garp, the distinctive warship left little room for doubt. Chapter 9. The Battle. Roger, long time no see. I've missed you terribly. Just as Baichuan laid eyes on the dog-headed warship, a thunderous voice rang out, piercing through the distance. Remarkably, even at such a range, 300 to 400 meters, the sound of Garp's voice overpowered the crashing waves against the ship's hull. Garp, I do not wish to see you. Your face disgusts me, and we just met 2 months ago, Roger retorted, his voice equally commanding and defiant. Is that so? I must have forgotten, Garp replied nonchalantly, using his pinky to pick his nose before flicking the contents into the sea. Garp, you truly are my nemesis, Roger muttered darkly, perplexed as to why Garp relentlessly pursued him when other formidable pirate crews, such as the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, existed. Raising his sword high above his head, Roger declared, Crewmates, prepare for battle. A fervor swept through the pirate crew, igniting excitement even within Baichuan, who felt his own blood surge in anticipation. However, just as his passion ignited, it was extinguished by the presence of another, as if a frigid bucket of water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the core, yet soaring in spirit. You stay back there. We have not yet reached the point where the apprentice crew needs to intervene, said Rayleigh, having unexpectedly grasped Shirakawa by the collar from behind. What's wrong with apprentice crew members? They too must contribute to the pirate crew, Shirakawa retorted. No need for that. Your presence here would only complicate matters, and we would have to divert our attention to protect you. I do not require your protection. That is not an option. Rayleigh's stance was unwavering. He forbade Shirakawa from entering the fray. Very well, Shirakawa conceded, as if resigned to his fate. Buggy, keep a close eye on Shanks and Shirakawa. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, first mate, I shall fulfill my duty, Buggy replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Rayleigh was well aware of Shanks' restless nature. He was the sort who could not remain idle, itching for a fight at the mere hint of conflict. As for Buggy, the entire crew knew that unless circumstances dictated otherwise, he would not step onto the battlefield. Although Rayleigh had doubts about Buggy's ability to manage both Shanks and Shirakawa, there was no time to dwell on such concerns, for Garp was already advancing. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the Roger pirates, unmistakably unleashed by non-standard artillery. Garp's strength remained as formidable as ever. The crew sprang into action, employing knives, firearms, and fists, ensuring that not a single cannonball struck the ship. Enough watching. Let us quickly find a place to hide, Buggy urged the two, eager to vacate this perilous location. If they were adrift upon the boundless ocean, their only refuge would be within the confines of the ship. Reluctantly, Shirakawa and Shanks were ushered by Buggy into a small room, where they could only observe the external chaos through a tiny pane of glass. As the distance between ships diminished, the two forces engaged in a boarding battle. The first to charge was Garp, met by the combined might of Roger and Rayleigh, the captain and first mate uniting to confront the beast. Barrett, on the other hand, found himself entangled with a female Navy officer, their juxtaposition reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, with her stature barely reaching his waist. Yet, one glance at Barrett's expression revealed that this female officer was no trifling adversary. Who is that female Navy officer battling Barrett? She appears quite formidable, Shirakawa inquired of Shanks. Ah, her name is Tsuru. I forget whether she holds the rank of Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral, Shanks replied. Is that really Tsuru? Shirakawa was taken aback, as Tsuru's current appearance starkly contrasted with the frail, white-haired figure he had envisioned. Do not let her petite frame deceive you. She is anything but weak. Her devil fruit abilities are nothing short of terrifying, and even Barrett dares not be struck by her, Shanks advised, observing closely. Shirakawa noted that Barrett was indeed ensnared in a trap, evading Tsuru's assaults with uncanny agility. By the way, who is the crew member fighting the ice-wielding Navy officer? Their strength is impressive, Shirakawa remarked. That would be the future Admiral Akiji, but the identity of the swordsman eluded Shirakawa's memory. Your memory truly leaves much to be desired. Did I not introduce him to you? Shanks scoffed. Oh, I must have forgotten, Shirakawa replied sheepishly. His name is Cycle. Though he appears somewhat rotund, his speed is remarkable, placing him among the top 5 in strength aboard the ship. I would not have guessed, Shirakawa admitted. Observe a while longer, and you will see that the ice user is no match for Cycle. Indeed, as Shanks had predicted, after a few exchanges, Akiji bore several wounds. Blood trickling from his mouth, indicating internal injuries. Conversely, Cycle, aside from slightly labored breathing, showed no signs of injury. Yet, undeterred, Akiji pressed on, growing bolder even as his wounds multiplied. That Navy officer is quite impressive, Shirakawa noted. Yes, the captain has remarked that he is a true Navy officer. Should fortune favor him, he is destined to become an admiral. The captain's intuition is remarkable. To simply guess someone could ascend to such ranks, Shirakawa mused. It is not mere guesswork. We have interacted with that Navy officer on several occasions, establishing a mutual understanding. The battle aboard the ship had raged for some time. Yet Shirakawa and Shanks could only watch helplessly, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Shirakawa was particularly eager to validate the extent of his progress over the past 2 months. Shirakawa, Shanks called gently. What is it? Shirakawa replied, turning to see Shanks signaling Buggy with his eyes, instantly grasping Shanks' intention. All right. Subsequently, Shanks and Shirakawa faced Buggy. Their expressions twisted into ominous smiles. What are you two planning? Buggy asked warily, sensing the impending mischief, yet maintaining his bravado. I'll remind you that the first mate has entrusted both of you to me. In this space, I am in command. You may be in command. But should you lose your voice, it is we who will hold the reins. No, please. At that moment, Shirakawa saw in Buggy's demeanor a reflection of his own self from 2 months prior. It is precisely for this reason that Shirakawa feels compelled to act in such a manner, perhaps to indulge certain sinister whims that dwell within him. Chapter 10. The battle concludes. Rayleigh, go assist the others. I will take care of Garp, Roger instructed after engaging in combat for a while. Understood, Captain. Roger possessed a temperament that thrived gradually. Even in the midst of battle, his prowess would steadily intensify over time. In stark contrast, Garp was the type capable of unleashing his full strength at any given moment, launching into combat with unrestrained ferocity. Aside from Whitebeard, few could withstand his might. Once Rayleigh departed the battlefield, he hastened to join the fray elsewhere, for the ongoing skirmish was wreaking havoc upon their ship. The longer the conflict persisted, the greater the damage incurred. Meanwhile, Shirakawa and Shanks surveyed their handiwork, sharing a satisfied smile. Buggy had lost consciousness, having been rendered senseless by the blows dealt by Shanks and Shirakawa. Shanks, is it all right for us to do this? They queried, as they concealed Buggy in a remarkably secretive location and sealed his mouth with tape. Of course, it's perfectly fine. I've done this several times before, Shanks replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his tone. Is this truly something to take pride in? Shirakawa pondered inwardly. Indeed, Buggy's plight was somewhat pitiable, when it was just Shanks. He struggled to contend, and now with Shirakawa's presence, his situation had worsened. Shirakawa appeared innocuous, yet who could fathom that his heart was as dark as Shanks? Although the Roger pirates in the Navy fleet led by Garp shared a long-standing camaraderie, they were not hesitant to strike when the moment called for it, showing no mercy. Didn't he expect there to be a child and a weakling aboard this ship? A voice chimed as the two emerged. The child was undoubtedly Shanks, while the weakling could only refer to Shirakawa. Are you calling me weak? Shirakawa retorted, irked. 2 months ago, perhaps I would have accepted that, but not now. Although I may not be at the pinnacle, I am far from being a mere chicken. Indeed, I speak of you, looking so frail and feeble. I truly wonder how you managed to join the Roger pirates. How did I manage? Let me tell you, I earned my place through sheer strength. Shirakawa swiftly approached the Navy man, accelerating with each step, raising his fist to strike. Weakling, you truly are weak. Your attack trajectory is painfully obvious. The Navy man chuckled lightly, raising his sword to slice at Shirakawa's hand. However, the outcome astonished the Navy soldier. As the blade met Shirakawa's fist, the anticipated bloodshed failed to ensue. Instead, the sword shattered, with one half flying away. How is this possible? Is it hockey? No, it cannot be. Could it be some sort of devil fruit? However, Shirakawa did not afford the naval officer any time to contemplate. Instead, he struck him squarely in the head, distorting his visage and sending several teeth flying, rendering him unconscious. Wow, Shirakawa, have you become formidable enough to fear no blade? Just moments prior, Shanks was genuinely anxious for Shirakawa, but witnessing him shatter the sword left him utterly astonished. Could this be a manifestation of my abilities? Oh, what kind of devil fruit have you consumed to wield such power? I am not entirely certain. For those whose strength pales in comparison to Shirakawa's. Even his physical form is insurmountable, a fact he has recently confirmed through experimentation with Buggy over the past month. At this point, even without activating his defensive capabilities, Shirakawa is impervious to Buggy's attacks. However, this is only effective against those whose strength is vastly inferior to his own. For those of comparable power, Baichuan's physical form remains susceptible to easy destruction. As for the naval officer, though he appears tall and robust, it is evident that he is rather ineffectual. He must be among the weaker ranks of the Navy, as otherwise, he would not be lurking here, avoiding the battlefield. The two once again made their way toward the fray, only to discover that the battle had escalated to a fervent climax. The Navy's disadvantage was becoming increasingly apparent. And if the conflict persisted, their defeat was inevitable, particularly in the absence of Garp. At that moment, Garp had been lured by Roger to a more distant island, ensuring the safety of his pirate crew. Once the Navy, deprived of Garp's presence, retreated, Roger would swiftly devise a way to extricate himself from Garp's entanglements and return. Vice Admiral Crane, we must retreat, announced a sword-wielding rear admiral who had positioned himself beside her, bracing for Barrett's strike. Indeed, Crane's observation hockey could no longer perceive Garp's presence, clearly indicating that Roger had drawn him away. Order the troops to withdraw. Yes, Vice Admiral. The admiral took several steps back, commanding the sailors, all personnel, return to the warship. Upon hearing this order, the sailors rallied with renewed vigor and began an orderly retreat. Nearby, Shanks and Baichuan, having dispatched several naval soldiers, overheard the command to withdraw. Do you always finish your battles with the Navy so swiftly? Baichuan inquired of Shanks, observing the Navy's retreat without the intention to pursue. This is only the case against Garp's fleet. In encounters with other naval forces, the skirmishes might extend a bit longer. If we were to clash with someone like Whitebeard, I fear the battle could last for days and nights. Oh, I see. The current strength of the Roger pirates could certainly subdue the Navy forces lacking Garp, yet there was no necessity nor courage to do so. To leave these men behind would likely provoke Garp's wrath, and they would find themselves relentlessly hunted by a rabid dog. However, as the Navy departed, a scene unfolded that left Shirakawa astonished. A handful of pirates and Navy personnel were waving goodbye to each other with reluctance, exchanging phrases akin to "until next time." It was indeed a harmonious sight. Shirakawa's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly remarked, "Haha, you'll get used to it." Meanwhile, Roger and Garp had been engaged in battle on a solitary island for nearly half a day. By now, the Navy should have retreated. With a powerful strike, Roger sent Garp flying, quickly retreating himself. "Are you running away, Roger?" Garp bellowed, his eyes wide as he watched Roger's retreating figure. "Indeed, Garp, I am fleeing. I hope you won't pursue me any longer. I'd rather not see you again." "That is not going to happen, Roger. The next time we meet, I will personally deliver you to Impel Down." "Haha, if you can manage that, then go ahead and try." Roger's speed was slightly superior to Garp's, which was why he consistently managed to escape unscathed. "Try it if you dare." After yelling this, Garp sat down, realizing that if Roger truly wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to catch him. He was merely waiting for his subordinates to locate him, as his life card was with Suru. Chapter 11. The Forgotten Buggy. Approximately 15 minutes after the Navy's departure, the captain finally returned, employing a technique reminiscent of the Navy's moonwalk. "How was it?" Upon the captain's arrival on the ship, Rayleigh tossed him a bottle of liquor and inquired. "He seems to have grown stronger." After taking a hearty swig and wiping the remnants of alcohol from his mouth with his sleeve, he exhaled deeply before responding. "Haha, that has to be expected. Garp is out there chasing you daily, encountering numerous battles. If he didn't grow stronger, that would be strange. Besides, haven't you also become significantly stronger?" "Indeed. If I don't put in the effort, I might truly be captured one day." To commemorate the captain's successful return, the entire pirate crew hosted a grand feast. "Shanks, haven't we forgotten something?" As the festivities were in full swing, Shirakawa felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness and addressed Shanks. "What could it be?" "I don't think so," Shanks, slightly inebriated, responded without a second thought. "Well, then it seems there is nothing." Thus, poor Buggy was forgotten in a corner. "Haha, Buggy. We are truly sorry for forgetting you." Time swiftly passed to the following day at noon, where Buggy stood before Shanks and Shirakawa, his face a mask of fury. Shanks sheepishly remarked, "Forgotten? You not only knocked me out but also left me behind. Are you even human?" in response to Buggy's accusations. Shirakawa and Shanks could only manage awkward smiles, fully aware that they were indeed at fault. The tale of how Buggy was discovered must begin with this morning. That morning, Buggy awoke groggily, attempting to stretch only to find himself unable to move, with his mouth sealed shut. Suddenly, memories of the previous day flooded back. Thus, like a caterpillar, Buggy crawled on deck until someone finally noticed him. "Buggy, what are you doing? Trying out a new game?" Just as Buggy felt utterly exhausted, a gentle voice, reminiscent of an angel, rang in his ears. "MMM, MMM, MMM. Please help me untie this." Buggy hurriedly hummed a plea and gestured towards the ropes binding him. "What do you want to say? Do you want everyone to see you?" "I think not. Though this game is quite creative, it does seem rather embarrassing." The pirate shook his head, refusing Buggy's request. "MMM, MMM, 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 MMM. What are you saying? Stop babbling and untie me. All right, since you're earnestly signaling for help, I shall assist you." Buggy nodded vigorously, thinking, finally someone understands. "Wait here. I'll fetch some people for you. Though few are awake, it will suffice for an audience." "MMM, MMM, MMM. What audience? Hey, wait, don't leave." As he watched the figure depart, Buggy's heart sank. At that moment, while lying on the deck, Buggy suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps, rekindling the hope that had just begun to fade. Look, Buggy is right there. He must want to show us how to save himself. The same pirate who had earlier addressed him brought over some bewildered comrades. "Oh, I see. Buggy. Go ahead and perform." "MMM, MMM, MMM. Perform? What the hell?" Upon finishing this sentence, Buggy, overwhelmed with rage, fainted. "Buggy, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "Oh no." He has passed out. Thus, Buggy was ultimately rescued. It was indeed a dramatic scene that unfolded that morning. The instigator of this drama was still nursing a hangover. After a round of reprimands and promises, Buggy's anger finally subsided. "You two have gone a bit too far this time. We're sorry, Captain. We acknowledge our mistake." The one chastising them was Roger. He allowed his crew to indulge in merriment aboard his ship, but there had to be limits. If Buggy had been so resilient, he might have been driven to despair. "Rest assured, Captain, we will never repeat this," Shanks and Shirakawa promised in unison, although they had verbally reprimanded them. Due to the severity of the incident, they were assigned a month of cleaning duties. "Is that acceptable?" "Report, Captain. No problem." "Very well." Phew. They had narrowly escaped a severe punishment. After Roger left, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Shirakawa, this is all your fault. If you hadn't forgotten, we wouldn't be facing such punishment." At this moment, Shanks began to blame Shirakawa. "My fault? Why should I take the blame? If you hadn't come up with that idea, we wouldn't have done this in the first place. Besides, you didn't remember either." "I don't care. It's all your fault." "Are you really Shanks?" Seeing Shanks throwing a tantrum, Shirakawa was taken aback, squatting down to pinch his cheek. Though Shanks was typically childish, his nature was carefree, yet just now he resembled a small child. "Don't touch me. I'm telling you, I'm only 13. If you bully me, I'll tell the captain." Shanks swatted Shirakawa's hand away. 13? You're only 13? Shirakawa exclaimed in surprise. "Of course. Speaking of which, we don't even know how old you are." "I'm also 13. Bai Chuan, with an unflinching demeanor and a hint of embarrassment in his slanted gaze, refrained from meeting Shanks' eyes directly. How absurd to fabricate a tale without a credible justification. Bai Chuan towered over Shanks by more than a head, making it implausible for him to still be merely 13. The truth remained that he was reluctant to disclose his actual age, significantly older than Shanks. Yet his prowess did not vastly surpass that of his younger counterpart. Thus, for an entire month, Shanks and Bai Chuan diligently scrubbed the ship, a task that proved more exhausting than Bai Chuan's training sessions. The vessel seemed as if it had never been cleaned, apart from the surfaces touched by the sea. An oppressive layer of dust cloaked nearly every area except the sleeping quarters. Coupled with the occasional taunts from Buggy, Bai Chuan's grievances towards him had compounded, and he eagerly anticipated the day he would exact his retribution. Speaking of which, Shanks, who was responsible for the cleaning before us? I must file a complaint. There was no one, right? Just as I thought. Chapter 12. Learning the art of swordsmanship today, with the sun shining brilliantly and the weather exceptionally pleasant. The crew aboard the ship moved with commendable order. Among them was Bai Chuan, bare-chested and wielding a blade, diligently practicing his strikes, a narrative that unfolds from 2 days prior. "First mate, I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship," he declared, slightly inebriated after dinner, as he approached Rayleigh that evening. "Oh, what prompts this desire?" Rayleigh inquired, somewhat taken aback. Over time, he had come to understand Bai Chuan's easily satisfied nature. Although he demonstrated perseverance during training, he would seize any opportunity to rest, unlike Shanks, who was known for his relentless dedication once he set his mind to something. Shanks would not relent until he was utterly exhausted, though such instances of his seriousness were regrettably infrequent. In the 3 months of training, Bai Chuan had never made a request to Rayleigh. Hence the curiosity surrounding his first appeal. "I aspire to become a great swordsman," Bai Chuan exclaimed, his memories conjuring images of a legendary figure capable of cleaving ships, icebergs, and even meteors with a single stroke, none other than Mihawk. "Oh, you aim to be the world's greatest swordsman?" Rayleigh mused. "Not at all," Bai Chuan replied. "Why not? Is it not the ambition of nearly every swordsman to claim that illustrious title?" "Well, first mate, when you trained, was your goal to become the world's greatest swordsman?" "I was not. My initial aim was merely to survive," Rayleigh reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia reflecting off his glasses. Like Bai Chuan, he too yearned for freedom. Otherwise, he would not have agreed, albeit reluctantly, to join Roger's crew. However, both he and Roger had started with little strength, their formidable skills forged through countless life and death battles. Much of Rayleigh's swordsmanship was a product of self-exploration, and he would have never imagined achieving such prowess before setting sail. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a formidable swordsman. However, he currently harbored no interest in claiming the title of the world's strongest. His singular ambition was to elevate Roger to that esteemed throne. After all, who would not desire to live a more fulfilling life? Moreover, the burden of being the world's best is immense, constantly facing challenges from swordsmen across the globe. Wouldn't it be more prudent to take a moment to rest? "Ha ha ha, my boy, this is the first time I felt such a kinship with you." Rayleigh laughed heartily, clapping his hand on Bai Chuan's shoulder and filling his cup with wine. "Yet, my dear boy, the swordsmanship I possess is intended for taking lives. Are you still willing to learn? The purpose of swordsmanship is not solely to kill. Rather, it is the wielder who determines its fate. If I wish for it to slay, it shall. If I do not, then it will not." "Ha ha ha, well said. From tomorrow onward, you shall begin your sword training with me." "Thank you, first mate." Thus, for the next 2 days, Bai Chuan diligently practiced swordsmanship aboard the ship, tedious and exhausting. Each movement repeated over 1,000 times daily. He, Shanks, look at Bai Chuan. Doesn't he resemble someone just emerging from the sea, all drenched? Buggy, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines, remarked to Shanks. These two have become the ship's troublemakers, always at the heart of every commotion. However, it so happened that Shirakawa could hear this statement clearly. "Buggy, what did you just say?" "I said Shirakawa looks like he just emerged from the sea." At this moment, Buggy seemed unaware of who had spoken. "Is that so? Then allow me to help you experience that feeling." Suddenly, Buggy felt himself being lifted. And only then did he realize that it was Shirakawa who had him in his grasp. "Hey, Shirakawa, what are you doing? Put me down." Seeing Buggy thrashing about, Shirakawa remained unfazed, while Shanks snickered quietly beside them. "Buggy, you claim you can't even defeat Shirakawa, so why do you keep provoking him?" A crew member laughed at Bucky's comical state. "Mind your own business." Buggy shouted back. "Haha, all right, I want to interfere." The man waved dismissively, though his sidelong glances betrayed his amusement. Shirakawa approached the edge of the ship and dangled Buggy over the side. "What are you doing, Shirakawa? Let me go?" "All right, I'll let you go," Shirakawa replied, releasing his grip. With a whoosh, Buggy plunged straight into the sea. "Ha!" Laughter erupted on the ship. Amidst the tedium of their maritime journey, this provided a source of entertainment. "Buggy, you truly resemble someone just out of the water now. You bunch of bastards. Pull me up quickly," Buggy shouted, flailing in the ocean. "You dare to insult us? Well then, you can stay in the water until we feel like pulling you up." Although it was unclear who eventually rescued him, Buggy indeed emerged from the water, dripping wet. "Captain, I see the next island." "Really? That's wonderful." The navigator's exclamation invigorated everyone aboard, for they had spent the past 3 months either on the ship or on deserted islands, and many felt they would suffocate from the monotony. Finally, they could see other people. All the crew members were lost in their fantasies, contemplating what they might do upon reaching the island. With everyone prepared to disembark, the captain reminded them of their ship's principle. "Of course, Captain. The Roger Pirates' principle is that when buying things, one must pay. No matter what, there can be no coercion. Everything must be consensual and compensated." It could be said that the Roger Pirates lacked nothing but money. Are you really a pirate crew? Upon first hearing this rule, Shirakawa was perplexed as he turned to Shanks, for it was already odd that the Straw Hats were considered pirates. He hadn't expected Roger's crew to be just as peculiar. Was this the legacy among the pirate kings? "Ha ha ha, Don't sweat the details. Everyone aboard seemed accustomed to such rules, yet it remained to be seen how they would change without Roger's guidance. Chapter 13. The Island of Turmoil. The moment they set foot on the island, Roger and Rayleigh, along with those attuned to observation hockey, noticed a subtle shift in atmosphere. Their expressions growing grave. "Captain, Vice Captain, is there something wrong with this island?" One crew member inquired, having noticed their unease. "It's nothing. Just that the atmosphere here is rather oppressive. Be cautious while you move around." "Don't worry, Captain. We will be careful." They left a few of the stronger members to guard the ship while the others ventured onto the island. Not far from their landing spot, they encountered a town. And upon seeing it, Shirakawa's demeanor shifted. The town was in disrepair, with dilapidated houses that barely shielded against rain, and the inhabitants wore tattered clothing, riddled with patches, their frames gaunt and emaciated. As they entered, some residents appeared timid, while others displayed a frenzied glint in their eyes. "Captain, staying here seems rather perilous." Buggy cautiously approached Roger, as these people appeared exceedingly intimidating to him. Shirakawa remained vigilant, and just then, a man brandished a dagger and lunged at him frantically. Shirakawa's expression changed slightly. He seized the assailant's wrist and executed a throw that rendered the man unconscious. "Shirakawa, you were too harsh," Roger admonished him. "My apologies, Captain. I will be more careful next time." Shirakawa was puzzled as to why he alone had been targeted among the throng. The man's attack seemed to signal an impending search. For more individuals wielding weapons began to converge on them, most of whom fixed their hostile gazes upon Shirakawa. "Hey, why are you all staring at me? I haven't done anything to offend you." Even someone as composed as Shirakawa felt a twinge of unease under the collective hostility. "They are not targeting you. It is their resentment towards the nobility of their country." "Nobility? What does that have to do with me? I am not one of them." "Perhaps it's due to your demeanor." Although Shirakawa had blended well with the Roger pirates, his inherent aura could not be concealed. "Is it my fault for having such an aura?" "Just incapacitate them without excessive force." "Understood, Captain." Shirakawa stepped forward, narrowing his eyes slightly as he unleashed a subtle wave of Conqueror's haki. Instantly, those surrounding him fell unconscious. This was a controlled release. Otherwise, they might have perished from the sheer intensity of his haki. These individuals were mentally fragile, evidently having endured prolonged psychological oppression. Such souls could not withstand even moderate levels of haki. "Let us move on. We cannot glean any valuable information in such a town." Thus, they proceeded for nearly 2 more days until they finally beheld a city that appeared somewhat prosperous. "Let us disperse and blend in, avoiding any commotion." "Aye, Captain." Shortly thereafter, Shirakawa, Buggy, and Shanks formed a trio and ventured into the city. The urban landscape dazzled Shirakawa. This was what a city ought to resemble. While the populace's attire was modest, it was tidy, and the necessary infrastructure was present. "Let us head to the tavern," Shanks suggested. For alcohol was undoubtedly the best refuge for a drunkard. "Sounds good." Buggy readily agreed. They wandered down a secluded street and finally discovered a tavern, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face, Vice Captain Rayleigh. "Vice Captain, what are you doing here? Aren't you with the captain?" "Nonsense, of course. We are here to indulge in libations." "Roger? I am uncertain of his whereabouts." Shanks and Buggy each ordered a beer, while Shirakawa opted for a fruit wine. During their drinking, they gathered some information about the island from the proprietor. The island is vast, yet it harbors 3 nations, which are in a perpetual state of conflict, leading to the suffering and depletion of resources for all involved. Naturally, it is the civilians who bear the brunt of these wars, as they are often compelled to surrender their wealth and, at times, are forced onto the battlefield. This has engendered deep resentment among the common folk towards the nobility, as these conflicts are predominantly instigated by the aristocrats, who also send their agents to collect taxes. "Is that so? Then, first mate, you must have been aware of the situation on this island." "I have gleaned some knowledge. Upon our arrival, we sensed that a conflict was occurring in a particular area, though our understanding remains superficial, which is why I advised caution. However, it appears that as long as we avoid the epicenter of the battleground, we shall remain unscathed. By the way, first mate, how long are we to stay on this island?" "Who knows? We can depart once the recording needle indicates the magnetic force of the next island is full. It could take a month, or it might extend to a year." "A year? Is it truly that long?" Shirakawa inquired, astonished. "What did you expect? Of course, if you possess a permanent needle for the next island, simply inform the captain. And if he consents, we can leave at any moment." "In that case, I shall pass. I do not have such an item." "Then we must wait here," remarked Rayleigh nonchalantly. After a few drinks, they found themselves slightly inebriated and decided to seek a tavern for some rest. just as they stepped outside. An individual collided with Shirakawa, leaving him momentarily dazed as the figure leaned against him, unwilling to rise. "Miss, we have yet to be introduced. Your actions are rather inappropriate," Shirakawa remarked, glancing down to find a lady in his embrace. Silence, came a muffled response from within her grasp. "Shirakawa, you seem to have quite the fortune." Rayleigh teased from ahead, a hint of jealousy and envy in his tone. He had seen that the young woman had initially aimed for him, only to change course and land in Shirakawa's arms. Indeed, is it the case that being handsome grants one such privileges? "First mate, this is not my doing." She willingly leapt into my embrace. "Be quiet," the voice echoed once more. "All right, I shall remain silent." After a brief moment of tension, a group hurried past them, appearing to be soldiers of this nation, seemingly in search of someone. "Madam, those individuals have departed. Might you rise from my person now?" Shirakawa spoke with a hint of stiffness, unaccustomed to such an embrace. She murmured, lifting her head and exhaling deeply. "They have finally left. Thank you, handsome." Upon seeing her fully, Shirakawa was momentarily entranced. He had not initially grasped her appearance, but now it was quite the sight. "No need for thanks. By the way, I am Ketherlin. May I know your name, handsome?" "Adolf K. Shirakawa. You may simply call me Shirakawa." "Shirakawa, that name suits you rather well." "You may call me Lin." "Lin, why were they pursuing you?" "Judging by their attire, they appeared to be the nation's guards. Did you commit an offense?" "Not at all. It is simply because I am not a citizen of this nation that they sought to capture me." "Oh, I see." From her words, Shirakawa deduced that Ketherlin was either lying or concealing vital information, as they were also not citizens yet had not faced pursuit. "Hey, you too. Could you refrain from your romantic exchanges?" "We are still present," Rayleigh interjected, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, my apologies. I momentarily forgot about you," Shirakawa chuckled awkwardly, though he had not truly forgotten them, merely jesting. Suddenly, an odd noise erupted, capturing everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Ketherlin. "Hee. It has been a while since I last ate. I am rather hungry, my apologies." "Then let us find a meal. We have only been drinking thus far." "Let us proceed." They ventured out into the street, but before doing so, they ensured Ketherlin was suitably disguised to avoid recognition and subsequent complications. Isn't this a bit too unflattering? Though Ketherlin was unaware of her appearance, she was certain it was less than appealing. "Just make do." "It is far better than being chased about," came the reply. "That is true." During their meal, even though Ketherlin was famished, she was still a typical woman and could not consume excessively. Soon, she felt satiated. The remaining time was spent observing the other four as they devoured their food, the plates piling higher. "Are you truly human?" Ketherlin exclaimed in astonishment. "How can you speak like that? Is this how one addresses their savior?" Shirakawa replied, his mouth full, his words muffled. Although there was a cook aboard the ship, the fare was merely average, far inferior to that of a professional chef. In the presence of such delectable dishes, it would be a disservice not to indulge heartily. "My apologies. It is just that I have never encountered anyone with such an appetite," she admitted, somewhat astonished. "It is because we possess great strength. Those with formidable abilities tend to have larger appetites." "Is that so?" "Indeed." After a satisfying meal, all four of them let out a collective belch, while Buggy and Shanks were satisfied smiles. "This establishment is delightful. We should return here whenever the opportunity arises," Shanks remarked contentedly. "Wait, are you not from here?" Ketherlin asked, surprised by Shanks' statement. "Only now do you realize?" "I assumed you were already aware," Shirakawa said, extracting a toothpick to clean his teeth. "Of course. How would I know if you do not disclose it?" Ketherlin retorted, her voice rising, startling nearby patrons. "And no, my apologies, please continue," she quickly corrected herself, realizing her volume. "You ought to exercise caution. You are likely a wanted fugitive in this nation," Shirakawa warned. "Is that not your fault? One may eat indiscriminately, but one must refrain from speaking recklessly. Your lack of intellect is the real issue." "I must not become angry. I must endure." Taking a few deep breaths, Ketherlin consoled herself. "Since you are not from this country, which country do you hail from?" "We belong to no country, to be precise. We are not from this island." "Are you saying you come from outside the island?" Ketherlin said in astonishment. "Is that true?" "Of course, it is true. What benefit would we gain from deceiving you?" "Well, you are alive." Ketherlin approached Baijuan and poked his face, which felt soft. "Obviously, it's alive. What else could it be? Dead?" Baijuan retorted, swatting her hand away. "And is that child's nose real?" "You outsiders are truly peculiar," Ketherlin pointed at Buggy's red nose. "I cannot ascertain its authenticity. You may inquire directly with him, but individuals like him are quite rare in our experience. By the way, have you truly never encountered anyone outside this island during your entire life? I've seen the living none, but I've encountered many deceased, all victims of shipwrecks. Drifting in from the sea. So, you have never sailed beyond? My father declares that the waters beyond are exceedingly perilous, the climate exceedingly harsh, rendering them unsuitable for navigation. We have dispatched many to explore the outside world, yet none have returned. That is true. Those lacking strength may very well meet their demise beneath the waves. So how did you arrive here? Naturally, we came by ship. Did you expect us to swim? Baichuan regarded her as if she were simple-minded. I certainly understand you arrived by ship. However, what I meant to inquire was how you managed to remain unscathed. It is due to our formidable strength. No challenge can now deter us. Could you perhaps enlighten me about the nature of the world outside? Certainly. Baichuan recounted his experiences from the past 3 months, with Shanks and Buggy occasionally interjecting. Wow, I long to venture out as well. Is there truly no means of communication with the outside world here? None at all. In some areas with severe weather, news birds cannot penetrate, Rayleigh explained to Baichuan. Much like this island, the surrounding waters must be extremely treacherous. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Baichuan recalled that on their journey, there had been a stretch of particularly severe weather half a day's sail from this island. Even trained news birds struggled under such conditions. How about this? If given the opportunity, I will take you out for a tour. Really? Indeed. Upon exiting the restaurant, they noticed a throng gathered around a notice board not far away, most of them whispering among themselves as if discussing something, while a few appeared to be lost in thought. Hey, is that person up there you? As they approached the notice board, they discovered a wanted poster featuring Ketherlin, with a bounty of 10 million berries. It truly is you. Your identity is quite extraordinary. Noticing Ketherlin's silence, Baichuan took it as acquiescence. Princess of the Moor Kingdom. TSK, a bounty this high suggests you belong to a high-ranking enemy faction. Baichuan gazed at her with a knowing look. Why are you staring at me like that? You don't mean to capture me for the bounty, do you? Ketherlin exclaimed, clutching herself tightly, her eyes wide with apprehension. Am I a worm in your belly? How do you know what I'm thinking? That won't do. You promised to take me to see the outside world. You cannot break your word. Did I say that? You did, just moments ago. Ketherlin was genuinely frightened. If Baichuan and his companions were to expose her identity, there would be no escape. I truly regret it. I could have claimed 10 million berries because of you. So, does that imply you won't report me? Haha, look at how scared you become. I was merely jesting. You scoundrel, go to hell. Ketherlin angrily delivered a chop to the back of Baichuan's head. Ouch. But when her hand made contact with Baichuan's head, it elicited a sharp cry. Is your head made of iron? That hurt. I suggest you take a good look at your surroundings now. Ketherlin looked up and realized she had become the center of attention. Just now. Your voice attracted everyone's attention. Look at that woman. She resembles the one on the wanted poster. Oh, you're right. What are we waiting for? Let's capture her. Instantly. A crowd surged towards them, eyes gleaming with excitement. Run. Ketherlin shouted, seizing Baichuan as she attempted to break through the encirclement. Baichuan grasped Shanks, who held on to Buggy, who in turn clung to Rayleigh. It could be said that only Ketherlin was truly exerting effort at that moment. This commotion drew more eyes, as the number of pursuers and onlookers increased. That should be the first mate and Baichuan. A member of the Roger Pirates remarked upon witnessing the scene. It's them, but what have they done to provoke the guards and townsfolk into pursuing them? Who knows? Should we assist them? No need. Can't you see that no one else is intervening? Besides, they pose no threat to the first mate. True, then let's continue our fun. Onward. The two resumed their jovial banter about where to enjoy themselves. What a bunch of disloyal rascals, Buggy grumbled as they passed by their comrades. Shanks. Let go of my hand. This has nothing to do with me. Haha. My apologies. It's not like I can loosen my grip. Especially since Baichuan is holding on to me. Don't you find this amusing? Shanks laughed. Amusing? Amusing my foot. This is perilous. Let go of me. You lot distract them, the first mate, and I can escape alone. If that is your stance, then I cannot possibly let go, Shanks countered. Am I right, Baichuan? You are indeed correct, and ensure Buggy keeps a firm hold on the first mate. As long as the first mate is with us, we are safe. Did you hear that, Buggy? Hold tight to the first mate. Rest assured. But Buggy suddenly noticed one of his hands felt empty. Turning around, he found Rayleigh had vanished. Sorry, Shanks, Baichuan. It seems the first mate has slipped away. What? Baichuan quickly halted, yanking Ketherlin back. That Rayleigh fellow, running off without us, how inconsiderate. Baichuan muttered in frustration. What do we do now, Baichuan? Are we going to be captured? Among this group, Shirakawa stands as the strongest, naturally serving as the backbone. Haha. You rascals, keep causing a ruckus. I shall not indulge you any longer, for I seek the company of a young lady. Rayleigh mused to himself while observing the four from atop a relatively high rooftop, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he departed. Fear not. Watch as I swiftly incapacitate them, Shirakawa declared to Buggy. Isn't this the perfect moment to unleash the Conqueror's haki? He positioned himself before the three, and the aura of his Conqueror's haki erupted forth without restraint, delivering an indiscriminate assault. In an instant, all the obstructive figures collapsed, including several members of the Roger Pirates. Is this sensation? Shirakawa? Was the last thought of a fainted pirate. This lad is indeed a troublesome character, Rayleigh remarked with a wry smile, doubting Shirakawa's ability to escape without utilizing his haki. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed Catherine, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnessed the lively individuals around them suddenly fall to the ground, uncertain if they had fainted or perished. They have merely lost consciousness. We must flee swiftly. Once reinforcements arrive, our escape will be hindered. Agreed, replied the others. The four entered a clothing store, changing into new outfits and applying peculiar makeup to their faces. What shall we do now? We shall take it one step at a time, came the response. Could you possibly escort me home? Catherine implored them. Escort you home? Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused us? Buggy retorted angrily. I apologize. It was my fault for dragging you into this. However, you are the only ones I can trust now, Catherine replied, feigning helplessness. We cannot linger. Once the log pointer records the next island's magnetic force, we must depart. That poses no issue, however. It will take 3 years for you to fully document the next island's magnetic force. What? 3 years? The trio exclaimed simultaneously, for 3 years was an unfathomably long duration. Even Shanks and Buggy had never encountered a need to record for such an extended period. Indeed, 3 years, this is no secret on this island. Simply inquire with anyone, and they will confirm it. Chapter 16. Seek a local guide. What shall we do for 3 years? Are we to wait here for that duration? Shirakawa questioned Buggy and Shanks, who had never faced such a predicament before. No, at most we've only stayed on an island for 3 to 4 months. But Shanks, do you recall there was an island earlier that required a year's worth of recording? Yet we left after only 2 months. Suddenly, Buggy seemed to have an epiphany. Addressing Shanks, now that you mention it, I recall that as well. How did you manage to leave without completing the recording? It appears the captain acquired a permanent pointer to the next island somehow. A permanent pointer? One that specifically records an island's location? Regardless of where you are. It will always direct you towards that island, Shanks explained, noticing Shirakawa's confusion. Such a thing exists? I wonder if this island possesses a permanent pointer to the next one. It does, Catherine interjected confidently. How do you know? Because there is one in our kingdom's palace that points to the next island. Is that truly the case? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Who knows if you have ulterior motives? You, humph. Kindness mistaken for foolishness, Catherine retorted, turning away in a huff. Should we inform the captain about this? We must tell him, regardless of whether he knows or not. And we should also mention the clue regarding the permanent pointer to the next island. Where do we search for the captain? That is a question for you two. Being veterans, surely you know where the captain would go upon landing. Hearing Shirakawa's inquiry, the two exchanged awkward smiles. After landing, we always acted separately. And we have never been together with the captain, so we are unaware of his interests. If only the first mate were here, Buggy muttered. The first mate? Rayleigh? He is notorious for his indulgences in pleasure, drink, and gambling. It is daytime. He should not be engaging in debauchery now, and we have just finished drinking. So he is likely at the casino, Shirakawa pondered quietly. Indeed, the first mate is highly likely to be at the casino, both Shanks and Shirakawa noted simultaneously. Finding the first mate and relying on his observation haki should facilitate locating the captain without difficulty. What about her? Buggy pointed toward Catherine, who was still sulking. Hearing Buggy, Catherine glanced over, curious about Shirakawa's decision regarding her. Let her remain here. Bringing her along would be a burden, especially since we already know the location of the permanent pointer. Is it acceptable to dismiss her like that? You are an ungrateful, treacherous, and despicable person. Hey, I'm merely jesting. Must you take offense? Shirakawa acknowledged that his previous remarks may have been excessive, seeking an escape from the situation. Humph. Who knows whether you are truly joking or not? Regardless, I will cling to you, Catherine asserted. All right, I concede. I understand my fault, Shirakawa admitted. Now that is more like it, Catherine responded satisfactorily, patting Shirakawa's back in approval. Since that is settled, let us proceed together. The casino is, after all, an illicit establishment. If we are cautious, we should not attract attention. It shall be so. The four wrapped scarves around their faces, concealing most of their features, although it appeared somewhat peculiar. It obscured their identities. By the way, do either of you know how to locate a casino? After wandering aimlessly for a while, Shirakawa inquired of the two. Not a clue. I'm not interested in such things. I too am oblivious. I prefer to keep my money for myself rather than squander it on others. It was typical of Buggy to hoard his money, and though he rarely spent it, the mere possession of wealth brought him comfort. While Shanks was solely interested in drinking and fighting. And you? Bai Chuan turned to Ketherlin and inquired. Do you truly believe that a princess of a nation would frequent such establishments as a casino? She sighed, realizing that asking him was futile. Hearing this, Ketherlin felt a surge of frustration. Why did his words always cut so deeply? Such a person was destined to remain single for life. She thought bitterly as she cursed him. If Bai Chuan were privy to Ketherlin's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly cast her aside without hesitation. Who would dare to utter such venomous curses? His lingering solitude until the age of 20 had always been a source of pain for him. And what of you? Are you not equally oblivious? He retorted. Who claims I am unaware? She shot back. You know, and yet you have ventured into a casino? The three of them questioned in unison. What? Do I not appear to fit the mold? Not in the slightest, they replied, shaking their heads in unison. But surely one does not need to have visited a casino to know its location? How does one go about it? Simply follow me. Bai Chuan instructed as he led them through a series of narrow, secluded alleys. Is there truly a casino to be found here? Ketherlin asked incredulously. Silence and follow my lead, Bai Chuan commanded. But we have traversed this path no less than twice. You are not lost, are you? Just as Ketherlin uttered this, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of individuals, the leader brandishing a menacing dagger. Here they come, Bai Chuan remarked coolly, his long hours of wandering finally paying off. Shanks, Bucky, I leave them to you. Do not knock them out. I still have questions to ask. Bai Chuan, your strategy is commendable. Having a local guide is indeed wise. If you wish to avoid a beating, hand over your money swiftly, the leader demanded. You may take our money. But do you possess the means to spend it? What did you say, kid? It seems you won't shed tears until faced with the grave. Brothers, advance. Once we have the cash, we shall split it evenly. All right. Bai Chuan, do you believe those two are capable? They hardly seem of age, one remarked. Fear not. If we cannot handle such riffraff, we are unworthy of our ship. At last, it was Bai Chuan's turn to issue such a statement. In the aftermath of a flurry of blows, the ruffians lay subdued before Bai Chuan and his companions. I never anticipated those two children would prove so formidable. They appear stronger than our own soldiers. Of course, both have taken lives. Murder? Such young ones? Ketherlin gasped in disbelief. The ruffians exchanged glances. Now more compliant upon hearing Bai Chuan and Ketherlin's dialogue, Bai Chuan wore a mysterious smile. You may guess. Upon seeing that smile, Ketherlin felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, having already surmised the answer. She had never imagined that someone like Bai Chuan could be a killer. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. I have a few questions for you. Should your answers satisfy me, we shall let you go. Conversely, if you fail to impress, you know the consequences. Rest assured, my lord, pose your questions, and I shall answer truthfully, the leader promised, tears streaming down his face yet resolute in his tone. Fear not. It is not a grave matter. Tell me, how many casinos are there in this city? There are 7. Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable. To be honest, there is not a place in this city I am unfamiliar with, and I have visited each of those casinos. Very well. You may rise. Thank you, my lord. Have your companions disperse. You shall remain. Upon hearing Bai Chuan's command, the others hastily departed without awaiting further orders. These fellows lack loyalty. I shall ensure they receive their due punishment upon my return, the leader thought bitterly as he watched his comrades abandon him. My lord, may I not take my leave? He inquired cautiously. Did you not claim familiarity with those casinos? We require a local guide, Bai Chuan replied. Curse my own tongue, the leader lamented, feeling he had ensnared himself. Very well, my lord, I shall lead you. Hurry along, Bucky urged, giving the man a swift kick, treating him like a lackey. The first casino they approached was a mere 500 meters from their previous location. You do not intend to rob us only to gamble away the proceeds, do you? The man chuckled awkwardly, realizing Bai Chuan had deduced his intentions. Upon entering the casino, they found the atmosphere less stringent than Bai Chuan had anticipated. Only 2 doormen were present, who seemed to recognize their guide and let them pass without question. Is that not Wolf, brother? Have you struck gold again? Come to play a few rounds? One patron called out. Get lost. I am currently occupied, the leader responded, clearly irritated. Ah, your reputation precedes you, wolf brother, another remarked. Indeed, my lord, there is no such title, merely street names. You may call me Little Wolf. Little Wolf, yes, that name suits you well. Thank you, my lord. Enough with the flattery, let us proceed. My lord, will you not partake in a game or two? Little Wolf queried, confused by their lack of interest. We have not come to play, we are here to seek someone. Very well, then let us continue to the next establishment. Indeed, I must say, the locations of these casinos are indeed quite elusive. If they were to rely solely on their own efforts to locate them, they would likely spend the entire day in vain. After a little more than half a day, they had successfully found all 7 casinos, yet still, there was no sign of Riley. Are you certain there are 7 casinos here? I am quite certain, Little Wolf replied with unwavering conviction, appearing truthful. Then it is indeed puzzling. Where else could the first mate possibly be if not at the casinos? The 3 of them fell into deep contemplation. Ah, there is also a large entertainment venue nearby that features gambling. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Buggy exclaimed, playfully tapping Little Wolf's head. Well, it also offers certain services. What kind of services? Shanks asked, his expression one of innocent curiosity. Just those kinds, Little Wolf said, casting a glance toward Catherine. What kinds are you referring to? Shanks still seemed somewhat confused. All right, Shanks, you need not inquire further. It is perhaps best for you to remain unaware of such matters at your age, Bai Chuan interjected, noticing Catherine's flushed cheeks. Humph, none of you seem to be serious. Even the child is rather inappropriate, Catherine muttered. What exactly is it? Shanks continued to press Catherine, his curiosity unrelenting. I don't know. All right, Shanks. You will understand when you grow up. Am I not grown up already? Shanks retorted. No, you are not. Come on, let us go see that place. I am rather eager to know. Humph, you lecher. Observing Bai Chuan's mischievous grin, Catherine whispered a reprimand. Desire is conditional. I find it hard to be tempted by you. Bai Chuan shot back, showing no mercy in his retort against the woman who had hurled scathing words at him. What do you mean by that? Just what I said. What does that imply? You should be well aware of what it implies. I am not clear. Must I spell it out for you? Please do. I must see what you mean. Very well, I shall clarify my meaning for you. Go ahead. What I mean is that you do not inspire any desire in me. I do not inspire any desire in you? Are you blind? How could someone as naturally beautiful as I am fail to stir any desire in you? Are you truly hoping for me to develop such feelings toward you? Bai Chuan forcefully pushed Catherine against the wall, gazing down at her from above. Wow. The 3 spectators let out a collective gasp. They had not anticipated such a domineering side to Bai Chuan. Incredible, Shanks remarked in disbelief. Indeed, Buggy nodded in agreement. Bai Chuan's sudden maneuver left Catherine utterly taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise as she momentarily faltered. Overwhelmed by the potent masculine aura emanating from Bai Chuan, Catherine felt a bit dizzy, accompanied by a faint, pleasant scent, perhaps his natural fragrance. What's wrong? Suddenly silent? Do you wish for me to feel desire for you? Bai Chuan pressed further, his tone laden with intensity. I do not wish for that. Keep your distance, Catherine insisted, shoving Bai Chuan away and adjusting her scarf to conceal her face from him. Well then, it seems we have reached an understanding. If you do not wish for me to harbor any desire for you, I shall reciprocate that sentiment. For reasons unknown, as Shirakawa uttered these words, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Could it be that I truly embody the archetype of a scoundrel? Chapter 18, The Frugal One. But sir, the affluent are not permitted entry into that establishment. Upon observing the peculiar attire of the 3, Little Wolf doubted they were wealthy. Fear not, we possess ample funds. Do we not, Buggy? Humph, I have no money, Buggy retorted, turning his head away, resolute in his refusal to spend his own coin. Buggy, this is a significant opportunity. Just think, if the captain learns of our endeavor, he will surely reward us. At that time, wouldn't you have as much money as you desire? Upon hearing this, Buggy's eyes sparkled with the allure of berries, but he stipulated, I shall only take a portion. I won't accept more than that. Rest assured, you will not receive excess. Subsequently, the quartet followed Little Wolf to a bustling thoroughfare teeming with people and a myriad of shops. They tightened their scarves against the wind, concealing their true identities. Here we are, sir, Little Wolf announced before a resplendent edifice. Wow, this casino is rather impressive, operating so brazenly, Shirakawa and his companions remarked, taken aback by the grandeur of the architecture. This venue was a licensed establishment, reportedly owned by a noble from the capital. Little Wolf elucidated the circumstances. A noble, indeed. No wonder their coffers are so full. Shirakawa held a dismal opinion of the aristocracy within the realm of One Piece, primarily due to the celestial dragons and Sabo's family from the Goa kingdom. Well then, you are no longer needed. You may take your leave. With their destination reached, Little Wolf's presence was rendered unnecessary. Really, sir? Do you wish for me to stay? If you do not wish to depart, then remain here. No, no, sir. I shall leave at once. With that, Little Wolf dashed away, twisting and turning until he vanished from sight in mere seconds. Am I truly that frightening? Shirakawa inquired of Shanks and Buggy, bemused by Little Wolf's hasty retreat. In their line of vision lay a solitary shoe, abandoned and drifting further away. Having been kicked by an unknown party, let us proceed inside. If the first mate is not present, we shall devise an alternative plan. As the four approached the entrance, two men in dark attire and sunglasses barred their path. Please present your assets or identification. The speaker's tone was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a mechanical automaton. Buggy, it's up to you. Shirakawa stepped back, relinquishing the opportunity to Buggy. Damn it, it's only at places concerning money that they remember me, he muttered inwardly. To him, money felt as integral as flesh. Every coin spent felt like a wound upon his being. After a prolonged hesitation, Buggy finally produced a single berry coin from his pocket. Upon sighting the coin, Shirakawa and the others held their foreheads in disbelief. As if to signal their utter disavowal of Buggy, the guards exchanged glances, incredulous at the mockery they perceived. Gentlemen, please do not be angered. I shall procure the funds. Shirakawa hastily interjected upon noticing their annoyance. Then please expedite your efforts. Very well, sir. Shanks, restrain Buggy. Understood. Shanks swiftly immobilized Buggy from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Buggy protested loudly. Fear not. This will be over soon, Shirakawa assured, extending his hands to search Buggy's pockets, discovering 2 pouches of coins and several banknotes. To the eyes of a thief, Buggy was indeed a prime target. Shirakawa extracted the 2 pouches and gestured towards the guards. How about this? Is it sufficient? You may enter. The guards opened the door, and upon crossing the threshold, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The interior was a world apart from the exterior. What can we assist you with today? A welcoming hostess approached them as they entered. Despite their eccentric appearances, the staff viewed them as ripe for exploitation. For in this establishment, there was no such thing as free entry. Take us to the casino. Certainly, please follow me. Upon hearing the word casino, the hostess's demeanor brightened, her service becoming notably more attentive, for the casino was undoubtedly the quickest way to part patrons from their money. The 5 descended a staircase. Although the venue operated legally, it had been converted into an underground casino. Within, Shirakawa beheld a plethora of gambling tools. Sir, please follow me to exchange your chips. What games would you like to play? I have no interest. Buggy was the first to respond, unwilling to squander his own money. Neither do I, Catherine added. A princess who could have anything she desired. I would like to try, Shirakawa stated, recalling Shank's earlier words, causing Buggy to seethe with frustration. You despicable fiend. You're using my money. Very well, let us exchange for 10,000 berries and chips, Shirakawa replied nonchalantly, as if 10,000 berries were mere trifles. After all, it was not his own money. The hostess's smile faltered, her expression stiffening. While 10,000 berries could be substantial in impoverished regions, here it barely held any value. Not even qualifying for entry. I truly wonder how those 2 guards at the entrance were hired, the hostess mused internally. Very well, sir, please wait a moment. Despite her internal dissatisfaction, she maintained a facade of professionalism, for the patrons' desires must be met, lest they lodge complaints leading to serious repercussions. Soon, 10,000 berries and chips were presented, only 10 pieces, indicating each bore a value of 1,000 berries. You may proceed. Should you require anything else, feel free to summon us. Thank you, and may you enjoy your time, she said, her smile strained as she exited swiftly. Am I truly that intimidating? Why did she leave so hastily? I would not harm her. Perhaps she perceives you as too miserly, seeing no profit in you, Catherine remarked bluntly. Is that so? It's my first visit. I am unfamiliar with the customs. That hardly seems relevant, Catherine retorted. Your essence is simply that of a miser. Chapter 19. Abundance of time. The casino was vast, making it quite a challenge to locate someone, especially one intent on evading others, even with a quartet of companions. As they wandered, Shanks mysteriously vanished, presumably off to indulge in some gaming with his chips. After a brief exploration, the group failed to spot Rayleigh, while Shanks, to his astonishment, found that the 10 chips he held had multiplied into a substantial pile, almost too cumbersome to manage without dropping a few. Shanks, you are quite remarkable. To have won so much, remarked Bai Chuan, his eyes gleaming with newfound admiration for Shank's gambling prowess. I can hardly explain it myself. I simply placed a few bets. And before I knew it, this is what I had, Shanks replied, a hint of bashfulness evident in his smile. Remember, the funds you acquired were won with my money. Thus those winnings rightfully belong to me, Buggy interjected, unwilling to let Shanks off too easily and seeking justification for claiming the bounty. No way, this money is rightfully mine. Having been won through my efforts, Shanks countered confidently, tossing 1,000 berries worth of chips to Buggy. That still means those are my chips as well, Buggy retorted. Swiftly seizing the thrown tokens, yet his greed remained fixated on the larger sum in Shanks' grasp. Enough of this bickering. Since we have yet to locate the vice captain, we ought to search elsewhere, Baichuan interrupted, keen to put an end to their squabble. As for these chips, how about we convert them to berries and divide them equally among the three of us? Absolutely not. Baichuan's proposal was met with immediate dissent from both Shanks and Buggy. I worked hard for these. How can they simply be divided? Shanks mused inwardly, recognizing that while he did not covet wealth, he had no intention of relinquishing his hard-earned gains, especially to someone who had contributed nothing, like Baichuan. Buggy, too, found the idea unacceptable, feeling cheated at the prospect of sharing with another. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their thoughts. What are you four doing here? Turning around, Baichuan was greeted by none other than the vice captain they had been searching for, Rayleigh. Could it be, Baichuan, that you have developed a taste for gambling? Rayleigh teased, sidling up to him. What are you implying? We are here to find you, Baichuan replied. Looking for me? Surely. You Haven-T landed yourself in trouble and require my assistance to extricate you? Rayleigh quipped. Trouble? No, we are here to discuss serious matters, Baichuan insisted. Oh, serious matters? There is no rush. We can address that later. For now, I'm off to play a few rounds, Rayleigh declared, striding over to Shanks and promptly snatching every chip he possessed, including the 10 from Buggy. Perfect. Now I can save on my drink expenses. Rayleigh thought gleefully as he gathered the chips from both Shanks and Buggy. Well, since we've already wasted so much time, a little longer won't matter, Baichuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Rayleigh, eager to observe the intricacies of the game. It must be said, whether it is Rayleigh's gambling skills that are lacking or merely his misfortune, Shirakawa has yet to witness him win. He has not even grasped the rules of the game. While Rayleigh's chips have already vanished, amounting to no less than 1,000,000 berries, could he be the great lamb of the Pirate King's world? Very well. Speak your mind. With the chips lost, Rayleigh's interest waned. Vice Captain, we have just learned that it will take 3 years to fully record the magnetic force of the next island, one said. Oh, Rayleigh replied, moving to the bar to order a drink, savoring a hearty sip. Vice Captain, are you not anxious? Shirakawa inquired, observing Rayleigh's calm demeanor as he drank. What use is anxiety? We must wait regardless. After all, we ventured to sea for freedom, to go wherever we please, not to be fixated on one place. Ultimately, there will always be a way. So you mean to suggest we should simply wait here? That is not my intention. You may do as you wish, as long as you do not vanish when it is time for us to depart. But how can we leave without the pointer being fully recorded? Who knows? Let us see what the captain has in mind, Rayleigh replied nonchalantly. Shirakawa felt it was best to be forthright with him. Vice Captain, we know where to find the permanent pointer to the next island. Oh, you are aware of this? Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly, revealing mild surprise. Indeed. It is located in the warehouse of the Kingdom of Moor. Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Catherine, who nodded subtly, affirming Shirakawa's statement. Well, it is quite normal for a royal family to possess such items. However, there must be some conditions attached to our desired acquisition, correct? Rayleigh pondered briefly, grasping the essence of the matter. I need you to escort me back to my homeland, and in return, I shall provide you with the permanent pointer. That sounds reasonable. So, you agree? Catherine exclaimed with delight upon seeing Rayleigh not refuse. Not exactly, he shook his head. I will not be going. You claim you will not go. But you did not say they would not, did you? Well, if they are willing to accept my request, then I cannot object. That is splendid. Shirakawa, you will surely escort me home, correct? Catherine turned to Shirakawa, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, akin to a forsaken kitten. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa contemplated for a moment. Catherine was not related to him, and having saved her twice should suffice, yet he found himself unable to dismiss her plight. He was a soft-hearted individual. If he were to abandon Catherine here, leading to her capture, it would likely haunt him for a lifetime, perhaps even becoming a personal demon. I believe you should consider it, Rayleigh remarked, perceiving Shirakawa's hesitation. What do you mean? Shirakawa's eyes brightened at Rayleigh's suggestion. if I am not mistaken. Traveling to her country would lead us through a battlefield, which would serve as an excellent training ground for you. A battlefield? I certainly have no desire to go there. Upon hearing the term, Buggy immediately recoiled. Silence. You have no say here. Seeing that Rayleigh had endorsed Shirakawa's escort of Catherine, she quickly urged Buggy to hush, not wishing for his words to cloud Shirakawa's judgment. Very well. I believe it is worth exploring. I concur, Shirakawa added, with Shanks echoing the sentiment. Eager to strengthen his own abilities. How long do you plan to stay on this island? Shirakawa inquired of Rayleigh. Who can say? This island is quite large. We may need to remain for about half a year. Perhaps you will encounter fellow travelers along the way. Why is that? Well, there are warlike individuals aboard, and others cannot remain in one city indefinitely. With so many cities to explore, we must venture into a few, or else our visit here would be in vain. That is a valid point. Whenever we encounter a large island, we tend to linger for an extended period, with nearly everyone exploring a significant portion before we set sail again, Shanks added, supporting Rayleigh's words. In that case, we need not rush. Indeed. Roger has been at sea for several years, yet the Straw Hat crew has reached the intersection of the Grand Line and the New World, the Sabaody Archipelago, in less than a year. This illustrates that Roger's crew's sailing speed is considerably slower than that of others. Chapter 20. I want to sleep in a bed, then let us depart swiftly. Upon hearing Shirakawa's willingness to escort her home, Catherine expressed her excitement and joy. Do not be hasty. We have only just arrived on the island and have not yet had a proper rest. Once we have relaxed, we shall return you home tomorrow. What? Catherine blinked in disbelief, having not anticipated needing to spend a night in an enemy territory. We will arrange a room for you. Stay there and keep yourself safe. Bringing you out would only complicate matters. All right, Catherine pouted reluctantly, aware of her precarious situation. Fortunately, this establishment had rooms available, while the cost was steep. The amenities were quite satisfactory. Just remain in the room. We shall be going out, Shirakawa said, escorting Catherine to the door. Make haste and return, Catherine urged anxiously, feeling uneasy about being left alone. Understood. With that, Shirakawa closed the door behind him, hearing the sound of it being locked as he walked away. Where to next? After regrouping with Buggy and Shanks on the first floor, Shirakawa inquired. Not sure. I have no idea either, both replied, shaking their heads, perhaps feeling somewhat isolated after spending too long at sea. How about a hot spring? This establishment conveniently has one, Rayleigh suggested, having appeared from an unknown direction. Sounds splendid. Shirakawa's eyes lit up at the thought of unwinding in a hot spring. We have no objections, Buggy and Shanks concurred. The hot spring was located on the second floor. Though it was referred to as such, it resembled a series of heated pools, each progressively warmer as one ascended. After acclimating to the temperature, the group ascended to the topmost pool without hesitation. Though it was hot, it remained within Shirakawa's tolerable limits. As the four entered, the other patrons distanced themselves, intimidated, perhaps due to Rayleigh's formidable presence. Rayleigh bore numerous scars of varying sizes, some even crisscrossed, indicating multiple attacks to the same area. Even Shanks displayed 4 or 5 scars, while Buggy had 2, leaving Shirakawa as the sole one unblemished. How delightful. You are so clean, someone remarked. Upon observing Shira's physique, Rayleigh expressed his envy. He reminisced about the time before he set sail, when he was unburdened and pristine. Years have swiftly passed since then. Yet, you have transformed from an obscure novice into the formidable Dark King Rayleigh, boasting a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Aha! Rayleigh chuckled nonchalantly, reflecting that had he not encountered Roger back then, he might have met a premature demise. However, your survival, despite grievous wounds, signifies your resilience, even without the pirate life. You would not succumb easily. Indeed, if not for Roger, I might have established my own faction. Vice Captain, what compels you to follow the captain? Your prowess is formidable, complemented by your conqueror's haki. Who knows? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps there is an ineffable charm about Roger, a magnetism that subdues even kings. I feel nothing extraordinary. Perhaps I am merely being presumptuous. Yet, Rayleigh held firm in his belief. If Roger lacked such charisma, how could someone like Barrett have bent the knee to him? Now, let us turn the attention back to you. What accounts for your exceptional conqueror's haki? Who can say? Perhaps I am simply born to be a king, a silver king. The last 4 words went unspoken by Shira. Humph, you certainly have a flair for boasting, proclaiming yourself a king. If you doubt my words, there is little I can do. Shira shrugged helplessly. He spoke no falsehood. Perhaps he was not a king in his previous life, yet in this world, his mere existence already attested to his royal essence. Do you have any plans? It seems unlikely that you intend to remain with us indefinitely. Why? Shira was taken aback. How could he discern his future intentions? I can see your ambition, and it is not just me. Even Roger is aware. What are the captain's thoughts? Shira was surprised to learn his demeanor was so evident, or perhaps Roger and Rayleigh merely observed him closely. What thoughts could he possibly have? Let things unfold naturally. Not only you, but we are also attuned to Shank's intentions. Shanks, who was listening to their conversation, awkwardly smiled. When do you plan to depart? I suspect it will be when we return to the Grand Line, for given my current strength. Traversing from the New World to the Grand Line, or the Four Seas, is fraught with peril. Oh, that may be soon. How so? Shira inquired. Puzzled, was it a reference to imminent danger or an approaching return? Roger is already contemplating a return to the Grand Line. Why? Who knows? Perhaps he has his own designs. Maybe aiming to fulfill unfinished business, seeking to leave no regrets. The implication of the last statement resonated with Shira. It suggested that Roger had become aware of his terminal illness and wished to return to fulfill certain aspirations. After a thoroughly relaxing bath, Shira felt considerably rejuvenated and engaged in extensive conversation with Rayleigh, gaining insight into numerous matters. The captain was soon to return to the Grand Line, and Shira was on the brink of disembarking. Initially, he had considered joining Roger on an expedition to Raftel to uncover the treasures Roger might leave behind. However, after a few days of contemplation, he abandoned the notion, finding greater intrigue in exploring treasures on his own. Upon finishing his bath, lacking further activities, Shira returned to his quarters, deciding to take an afternoon nap in preparation for the night ahead. Knock, 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 he rapped on Catherine's door. Who is it? He quickly heard Catherine's slightly flustered voice. It's me. Who are you? At this, Shira raised an eyebrow, perplexed that she could not recognize his voice. Shira. Oh. Catherine opened the door, holding a stick, seemingly ready to strike. Ah. Upon seeing Shira's appearance, Catherine exclaimed. Why are you dressed like that? Are you being indecent? What nonsense about being indecent? Shira pushed past her, maintaining an indifferent expression as he entered the room. After just bathing, what else should I wear? As he spoke, he made his way toward the bed. What are you doing? Catherine blocked his path. What do you think? I'm going to sleep. Almost immediately. Shira sidestepped Catherine and lay down on the bed. This is my room. There are only 2 rooms. I can't possibly squeeze in with those 2 fellows, can I? You can make do on the sofa for the night. Why don't you sleep on the sofa? I'm a male, Shira replied with utmost seriousness. And what of it? Catherine, now irate, shot back. With a swift motion, Shira silenced Catherine, knocking her unconscious. At last, tranquility returned, allowing him a restful slumber. Indeed, the soft bed was a comfort. A smile grazed Shira's face as he drifted into dreams, unconcerned with Catherine's fallen form on the floor. Chapter 21. The Art of Seduction? Where is this place? Unbeknownst to her how much time had elapsed, Kazan awoke groggily, the light streaming in through the window akin to the pure and radiant rays of morning sun. Why does my neck ache so terribly? Rising from the floor, Kazan gingerly touched her neck, which had been assaulted by Chuan, and after a considerable moment, she began to recollect the events of the previous day. How infuriating. That scoundrel knocked me out cold. Kazan swiftly rose to her feet, casting a fierce glare at Chuan, who lay soundly asleep in bed. How could he rest so peacefully after committing such a misdeed? She contemplated waking him with a forceful hand, but just as she reached out, a transparent protective shield materialized around Chuan. What is this phenomenon? Kazan extended her hand, eager to test its boundaries. What are you trying to do? Just as Kazan touched it a couple of times, feeling no significant sensation, a voice suddenly resonated in her ears. I merely wish to study how this contraption came into being. Kazan felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to being caught in the act of wrongdoing. If you bore no malice, this thing would not manifest. With that, Chuan sat up, causing the shield to vanish instantly. Do I harbor malice towards you? By the way, why did you leave me on the floor to sleep? It dawned on Kazan that she intended to confront Chuan. Was it not normal to bear ill will? Yesterday? Has an entire day already passed? I missed out on all the nightlife last night. What a loss. Chuan lamented, wondering how he could have slept so soundly, perhaps due to the accursed comfort of the bed. Serves you right for missing out on nightlife. Leaving this princess to slumber on the cold floor. Yet, you seem to have slept quite comfortably. Chuan glanced at Kazan, noting the evident marks on her face and the traces of drool. Upon hearing this, Kazan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly turned away to tidy her appearance. She had not experienced such restful sleep in days, constantly on edge. Strangely, even while unconscious, she felt no sense of panic. Chuan pushed past Kazan, who was somewhat in his way, and made his way to the bathroom, feeling a bit uncomfortable after not having relieved himself for several hours, and decided to take a shower as well. One cannot help but marvel at the advanced technology present in the world of pirates. The amenities available, such as the toilet shower, are truly remarkable. Upon hearing the sound of running water from the restroom, Kaislin's face flushed a deeper shade of red. Should she take a glance? Perhaps she was taken aback by her own bold thoughts. What are you thinking? You are a lady. Even if that man possesses a certain charm, you must not entertain such notions or covet his physique. Kaislin gently patted her face with her hand and shook her head, striving to dispel those colorful thoughts from her mind. It must be said that boys shower rather swiftly, perhaps due to having indulged in a bath the previous evening. After a brief few minutes, he emerged. I too shall take a shower. You must not peek, Kazan remarked to Baichuan as they passed each other. Do you believe I am you? Baichuan retorted, nonchalantly resuming his seat on the bed. How does he discern my thoughts? Though Kazan's heart raced in a state of turmoil, she feigned calmness, appearing as steady as an old dog. It was only upon entering the bathroom that she returned to her true self, her heartbeat quickening. However, Baichuan had detected a hint of unease. Could it be that I have struck a chord? Perhaps he truly glimpsed me while bathing. His expression hardened. If this were to compromise his dignity, what a predicament it would be. No, I must reclaim my dignity. I cannot allow myself to be at a loss. With unwavering resolve, Baichuan approached the door, only to come to an abrupt halt, his determination waning. No, while he may lack virtue, I must not act unjustly. Baichuan returned to the bed, donning his own attire once more. However, Shiraikawa's earlier action indeed startled Catherine. Although the glass was opaque, shadows could still be discerned. She nearly screamed upon seeing Shiraikawa's silhouette, but fortunately, he retreated in the nick of time. Humph, coward. For some inexplicable reason, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. Gazing at her flawless form in the mirror, she found herself lost in thought. If only this place were slightly larger, it would be even more perfect. After a considerable time, Catherine finally emerged, and upon witnessing her appearance, Shiraikawa was momentarily taken aback. Although her entire body was draped in a towel, her face was exposed. Her cheeks flushed with shyness and her hair still slightly damp from the bath, Shiraikawa's previously calm heart began to race uncontrollably. Why are you staring at me like that? Catherine spoke in a bashful tone. Oh, my apologies. Shiraikawa quickly exited the room, adding, please get dressed quickly. If all goes well, we should be able to leave soon. Thank you, Catherine replied, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for Shiraikawa's keen hearing, he might have missed it altogether. No need for thanks. He opened the door and swiftly slipped outside, shutting it behind him with a quick motion, leaning against it as he gasped for breath. Goodness, this woman is truly brazen. Attempting to seduce me. Had I not possessed such strong willpower, I might have fallen for it. Indeed, not everyone harbors a heart of gold. She seems intent on using such tactics to keep me by her side, preventing me from venturing out to sea, regardless of the circumstances. Shiraikawa could not attribute this stirring sensation solely to himself. He was a man of responsibility, unwilling to break any girl's heart. Now that he had become the Silver King, it signified that he had acquired an immortal body. No matter how many years passed, be it decades or even centuries, his appearance was likely to remain unchanged, while that of others would not. Contemplating this, Shiraikawa's gaze dimmed slightly. Must I remain single for the rest of my life? No. I absolutely refuse to accept such a fate, he resolved firmly. In this world, there are numerous devil fruits, peculiar and extraordinary. Perhaps one exists that grants eternal life. After a brief respite, Shiraikawa approached the rooms of Shanks and Buggy, preparing to rouse the two, for it was inconceivable that they would awaken on their own. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of his knuckles against the door echoed, yet after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Must I resort to force? Shiraikawa shook his head helplessly and raised his leg to kick. With a resounding crash, the door flew off its hinges, hurtling through the window and landing outside. Such a commotion roused even those uninvolved, let alone the protagonists of this incident, Buggy and Shanks. What is going on? Buggy exclaimed, alarmed as he rose from bed, while the usually carefree Shanks snapped to attention, fearing an enemy attack. Oh, you two are still fast asleep. What mischief were you up to last night? Shiraikawa entered with a smile. Oh, it's you, Shiraikawa. You startled me, they both exclaimed, promptly retreating beneath the covers, ignoring the outside world. Get up already. The sun is up. Shiraikawa moved to the window and yanked the blanket away. What are you doing? Let us sleep a bit longer. Buggy protested, scratching his backside as he turned. Yes, we only went to bed in the early hours. Shanks added. What exactly did you two do last night? Shirakawa was skeptical that their antics had merely involved staying indoors. Of course, we went to the bar, Shanks replied groggily. You went to the bar? Why didn't you summon me? Shirakawa's irritation flared. He had missed out on a delightful night. He seized both of them and gave them a vigorous shake. Are you awake now? As he released them, they landed unceremoniously on the floor. Let us go eat. Then we can set off and experience what the battlefield feels like. All right, they replied, still lacking vigor, scratching their heads before rising to dress and follow Shirakawa outside. As they approached the door, a group of individuals surrounded them. And guests from other rooms opened their doors, eager to witness the commotion. What do you intend to do? Baichuan inquired coldly, sensing that these visitors bore ill intentions. Dear guests, we wish to ask what you are doing, and why you have inexplicably damaged our door and shattered the glass, one of them retorted. Aha, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Baichuan realized he was indeed at fault. It is our mistake. We shall compensate you. The mention of compensation softened the expressions of the opposing party, gradually dissipating the tense atmosphere. That is acceptable. For our door, window, and a damaged section of the wall, let us settle on a total of 100,000 berry. Please present the funds. The leader extended his hand. No problem. I shall procure it for you. Buggy, bring forth the money. Why must I be the one to pay? It was clearly you who caused this damage, Buggy protested reluctantly. Spare me your complaints. I am without funds. If I had money, I would simply take it myself. Well, I too am short on cash. Buggy, do not be so stingy. Once I have the means, I shall repay you double, triple, quadruple, quintuple. Baichuan persisted as Buggy remained silent. Agreed. Finally, when the amount reached 5 times, Buggy acquiesced. How delightful it was to exchange 100,000 berry for 500,000, yielding a profit of 400,000 berry. What a splendid deal, Buggy mused. As for whether he would actually receive the money in the future, that remained Baichuan's concern. Perhaps he would be generous when in a good mood. Or perhaps this incident would fade from memory, potentially even forgotten by the author. Having received the funds, the group departed in high spirits, fortunately. They were not the type to default on their debts. Otherwise, resorting to force could have resulted in considerable medical expenses. What happened? Kesslin approached, her concern evident. Nothing much. Let us go eat. After our meal, I shall escort you back. Very well. During breakfast, nothing of particular interest transpired, apart from a brief exchange of greetings with a few members of the Roger Pirates. However, judging by their appearance, it is evident that they had a splendid time last night, as if they were utterly drained. Just yesterday, they seemed brimming with vitality. Yet today they appeared devoid of spirit. Alas, it is true that with age comes a certain weariness in all endeavors. Observing their condition, Shirakawa succinctly remarked, You too shall resemble this when you grow old. Catherine, noticing Shirakawa's somewhat pretentious demeanor, felt a pang of disheartenment. Fear not, for I shall never grow old. Shirakawa replied with a confident smile. Such bravado was met with skepticism. None took Shirakawa's words to heart, considering them mere jest. Yet, as the years passed, 12, or even 20, Shirakawa remained unchanged, leading Shanks and Buggy to realize the truth of his proclamation. He would not age. In this manner, he became one of the most enigmatic figures in the world, not for his appearance or name, but for his extraordinary abilities. Even as they had yet to exit the city, Catherine wrapped herself tightly, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet unwilling to expose herself further. Hey, why are you all unwrapped while I am left to suffer alone? It feels rather unfair, Catherine remarked, gazing at the 3 individuals who appeared unbothered. Who told you we were wanted? Shirakawa replied with a smug tone. Initially, they had assumed that their raucous behavior from the previous night would land them on a wanted list. However, when they checked, there were no images or sketches of them in the wanted section, prompting them to remove their uncomfortable disguises without hesitation. How unfair, Catherine reiterated, with a triumphant grin. Shirakawa revealed a perfect set of white teeth in response to her words. However, this sense of triumph did not endure for long, as they were soon pursued once more. Indeed, those individuals from yesterday were indeed them. Although the princess of the Mole Kingdom had disguised herself, the appearances of the others remained unchanged, even their attire. Not far behind them, a few figures watched intently, whispering amongst themselves. It turned out to be a cunning strategy. If they were to act alongside the princess, they would undoubtedly coordinate their movements, having prepared their disguises. Yet, if they discovered the absence of their wanted notices, they would surely let their guard down. As anticipated, Baichuan and his companions fell into their trap. Baichuan, it seems we have drawn attention, Shanks remarked, stepping closer to Bai Chuan, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I understand. I didn't expect them to be so formidable. That princess disguised herself so thoroughly, yet they were still able to locate us, Bai Chuan replied. Indeed, indeed. Shanks nodded in agreement. Listen, I will draw their attention along with Kai's Lin. You all take this opportunity to escape the city. Understood. Shanks cast a surprised glance at Bai Chuan, astonished by his selfless spirit. Perhaps they had misjudged Bai Chuan previously. Bai Chuan approached Kai's Lin from behind and, in a swift motion, lifted her in a princess carry. What are you doing? Kai's Lin exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and alarm. Don't ask questions, just hold on tight. I'm taking you on an adventure. Although Kai's Lin was perplexed by Bai Chuan's intentions, she complied with his request. Then, a radiant white light enveloped Bai Chuan and Kai's Lin, casting a glow around them. What is this? Ah! Kai's Lin cried out in surprise, realizing that Bai Chuan was lifting her into the air. Bucky Shanks, we shall depart ahead of you. You two must hurry to catch up. Bai Chuan, you scoundrel! Shanks and Bai Chuan shouted in unison, their voices echoing with indignation. However, Shirakawa remained impervious to these words, filtering them out automatically. Today is Valentine's Day. I wish everyone a joyous celebration, though this occasion seems to bear no relevance to me. I trust you understand the implication. Yet, I yearn to partake in this festivity. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 23. Clearly, wow, you are quite impressive, managing to soar into the air. After flying for a while, Ketherlin transitioned from fear to exhilaration. I possess many remarkable traits as well, Shirakawa declared with pride. However, Ketherin's exclamations were incessant. Perhaps one could adapt after hearing them once or twice, yet the repetition became rather irksome. Fortunately, this phase did not endure for long, as he soon beheld the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the exterior, the two disembarked. Wow, you are so swift, Ketherin remarked, a hint of disappointment lacing her tone. Swift is hardly an adjective that could be attributed to me, Bai Chuan retorted, his expression darkening at her choice of words. Why don't you take me back to my country then? Ketherin's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at him. That is not feasible. Our primary objective this time is to hone our skills on the battlefield, with the added task of escorting you back to the palace. Just an added task? So, I am merely an afterthought? Ketherin could scarcely believe her ears. Had she misheard? Yet, the resolute glimmer in Bai Chuan's gaze left no room for doubt. You, my friend, have a stunning beauty before you, yet you only concern yourself with your own prowess. It is no wonder you remain single for a lifetime, Ketherin retorted. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she took a few steps ahead, leaving Bai Chuan with her retreating silhouette. I am doing this for your own good. Bai Chuan called after her, his heart heavy at the sight of her despondent figure. I am simply not suitable for you, or for any woman in this world. Do you grasp my meaning? What do you truly mean? Ketherin discerned a note of melancholy and wistfulness in his voice. Perhaps in time you will understand. Even if I were to explain now, you would not believe it. Ketherin realized that their relationship could only remain as intimate friends of the opposite sex from this point onward. Any further advancement was an impossibility. It is all right. She managed a strained smile, though a few tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, rendering her smile increasingly bittersweet. Bai Chuan, too, believed he was acting in Ketherin's best interest, as it was essential to sever her unrealistic hopes, as well as his own. Unbeknownst to him, as these words escaped his lips, Shirakawa felt an unexpected lightness envelop his heart. After waiting outside the city for a spell, he finally spotted the breathless figures of Buggy and Shanks approaching. Relieved at their arrival, Shirakawa felt the burden of the awkward atmosphere dissipate. Shirakawa, you scoundrel! Upon seeing him, both men surged forward, seizing his collar and bellowing in unison. Ha! I merely had faith in your capabilities, believing you would undoubtedly escape from those soldiers, Shirakawa replied. Aware of the inappropriateness of his demeanor, his tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Humph, don't think your compliments will absolve you. Mark my words. I shall make you pay for this transgression, Shanks declared, a fierce glint in his eyes. Yes, Shirakawa retorted, disregarding Shanks' threat. Given Shanks' nature, it was likely that in time, he would forget this incident altogether. Shirakawa, next time you fly away, can you take me along and leave Shanks behind? Buggy chimed in. Of course, provided you can successfully evade Shanks' grasp, Shirakawa responded, knowing that while Shanks might grumble if he flew solo, he would never permit Buggy to accompany him, not out of a deep bond, but rather because he required companionship. Hey, What on earth transpired between you and Kazan? You both seem rather off, Shanks inquired. Nothing. Perhaps you misinterpreted, Shirakawa replied defensively. Could it be that you engaged in some unspeakable act in such a brief span of time? Humph, scoundrel, Shanks teased. What are you on about? Unspeakable acts. Scoundrel? Shirakawa exclaimed, exasperated. Am I not speaking the truth? Silence, Shanks, Shirakawa snapped, taken aback by the malice hidden in Shanks' words. Was this something Rayleigh had imparted to him? Truly. Upon returning, he must keep his distance from Rayleigh. Otherwise, his once pure heart would surely be tainted. Just look at how Shanks had transformed. Rayleigh, I shall not take the blame for this. Meanwhile, far away in a gambling den, Rayleigh suddenly sneezed. Who is uttering my name? Surely, it cannot be for good. I must tread carefully from here on. Shall we depart? With everyone gathered, they prepared to set forth. Shirakawa approached Kazan, his tone somewhat stiff. Very well. She replied tersely, her spirits evidently low. Her first love had yet to blossom, extinguished before she could even express her feelings. The group straightened their attire and resumed their journey, shedding any pretense of disguise. For they encountered no throngs of soldiers outside the city. There seemed to be no cause for concern. Do you know where your nation's capital lies? Is that even a question? Of course, I know. Our country is situated in the northwest of this realm, so we merely need to head in that direction. Thus, you are unaware of your capital's precise location? Naturally, I have never ventured beyond the capital's walls. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would not be here at all. Impressive, Shirakawa noted. What do you mean? Are you belittling me? Not at all. I genuinely commend you. A girl raised in the capital managing to survive in the outside world for this long is quite remarkable, albeit a bit disheveled. Humph. Even your praise cannot mend the wounds inflicted upon my spirit. At her words, Shirakawa felt a surge of awkwardness. How was he to respond? Kazan too realized she had spoken out of turn and fell silent. Buggy, see? These two must surely be entangled in some scandal, Shanks whispered conspiratorially to Buggy. Yet, given their close proximity, Shirakawa and Kazan overheard. Kazan's cheeks flushed, while Shirakawa pondered how to deal with that impudent Shanks. Indeed, there has been a noticeable shift since this morning. Something must have transpired unbeknownst to me, Buggy concurred with Shanks. Silence, you two rascals, Shirakawa exclaimed, playfully thumping their heads, causing comical bumps to appear. Chapter 24. A thickening stench of blood. General, we have a grave situation. They have escaped. Not long after Shirakawa and his companions departed the city, within a grand edifice, a soldier knelt meekly before a figure. What did you say? The tone was menacing as the man crushed a wine glass in his grip, red liquid cascading onto the floor. General, they have fled, the soldier stammered, trembling with fear. You worthless lot. The general advanced, drawing a large blade from seemingly nowhere, and in the soldier's horrified gaze, blood splattered the ground. Spending so much to support you is akin to nurturing a dog. At the general's command, a figure entered, his expression already dulled by the sight of the lifeless soldier, suggesting he was accustomed to such horrors. Clean this mess up, and bring my horse. I shall take matters into my own hands. The audacity of outsiders to meddle in our affairs is truly unforgivable. Yes, General. Once everything was arranged, the general stepped into the light, revealing his appearance. Standing under 6 feet tall, weighing nearly 200 pounds, he was rotund, adorned with gold and silver, each finger adorned with rings, though they seemed swallowed by flesh, only occasionally reflecting sunlight. Despite his corpulence, he moved with surprising agility, vaulting onto a horse that was no ordinary steed, its scales indicating a mixed breed capable of bearing his weight. I shall take the lead. Follow closely. Yes, General. The general commanded his soldiers as he settled atop the horse. Look, that rogue has set his sights on someone once more. Those who fall under his scrutiny seldom fare well. Indeed, indeed. The townsfolk gazed at the general riding his phosphorescent horse, their faces marked by concern and sympathy. It appeared that Shirakawa and his companions were about to encounter trouble. Having just finished gambling, Rayleigh, seated at a roadside stall sipping tea, naturally took notice of the general before him. He sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodshed surrounding the man, indicative of a ruthless individual who had likely taken many lives. The intensity of this sanguinary presence was something Rayleigh had only encountered in Barrett. However, this did not imply that the general's prowess could be compared to Barrett's, as the latter could easily dispatch such a foe in 10 moves, or even 3. Yet, The palpable aura of bloodshed signified that this man had indeed killed a great many. This realization filled Rayleigh with concern for the trio accompanying Shirakawa, yet he refrained from rushing to their aid, convinced that this individual posed only a mundane threat to them. As Rayleigh observed the general, a figure approached and took a seat before him, pouring a cup of tea and taking a sip. "What are you looking at, Rayleigh?" "Nothing much. I merely have a premonition that that fellow's fate seems rather grim." "Is it because of Shirakawa and the others?" "You already know, Captain." "Indeed," came the response, as it was none other than Roger sitting before Rayleigh. "No, just a guess. With the commotion those few caused yesterday, it would be hard not to notice. By the way, were you involved as well?" "Haha." At this, Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely dragged into it. It's been a while since I felt the thrill of being chased, rather nostalgic, actually. You truly are a rascal. Furthermore, didn't we just escape from Garp's clutches a few days ago? That monster doesn't count." At Roger's words, Rayleigh's expression shifted. "Monster? If you consider him a monster, then you must be one as well. At least I am not his equal at present. Speaking of which, aren't you worried about Shirakawa and the others?" "Worried? What is there to fret about? Even if they cannot defeat that man, they can still flee. Today, I even saw Shirakawa soaring through the sky with a girl." "Who is she, and what is her relation to Shirakawa?" Roger inquired with a curious expression. "I'm not certain, but she is likely the princess of the kingdom of Moor on this island. So they are returning her home? Why?" "It is said they seek the permanent log post for the next island, then intend to train on the battlefield." "Oh, I see. Training sounds beneficial. But as for the permanent log post, that seems unnecessary." "Why do you say that?" Rayleigh asked. "Is he planning to stay on this island for 3 years?" "Because I already possess one." With that, Roger retrieved a log post from his pocket and placed it on the table. "How did you come by this? Where did it come from?" "Of course, I bought it. This item is not particularly rare on this island. Due to the lack of skilled navigators in this country and its inadequate sailing technology, numerous log poses for the next island had already been recorded, readily available in any shop." "Oh, so that means Shirakawa and his group's efforts were in vain. Who knows? If they managed to gain something on the battlefield here, then it wouldn't be a waste after all. However, this island is truly chaotic. What is the matter? Do you have an idea?" Roger had a penchant for meddling in affairs, often inserting himself into troublesome situations and seeking to rectify anything he found displeasing. Such turmoil affecting the common people was precisely the kind of spectacle that irked him. "Who knows? One step at a time." As he spoke, a smile crept across Roger's face, revealing his teeth. Seeing this expression, Rayleigh could only helplessly rub his forehead, realizing that Roger would undoubtedly involve himself further. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the endeavor of fostering peace among the three nations, a task fraught with difficulty, "I truly regret boarding your ship," Rayleigh remarked with a hint of resignation. "Haha, you wish to disembark now? I assure you, it's far too late for that." Roger laughed heartily, unfazed by Rayleigh's earlier comment, as he understood the latter's nature. Despite any complaints, Rayleigh would never falter in action. "Come on, tea is dull. Let us go have some drinks." After settling the bill, Roger threw an arm around Rayleigh and led him toward the tavern. Rayleigh's ascension to the position of first mate was attributed not only to being the first to board Roger's ship but also because he was the one who resonated most with Roger's character. If only things could remain this way, Rayleigh mused, but thoughts of Roger's ailment swiftly dampened his spirits. Chapter 25. The arrival of the butcher. It must be said that the greenery on this island is truly dismal. Once outside the city, one can scarcely spot a single tree. The only surviving vegetation consists of wild grass sprawling across the ground. It is not merely due to the ravages of war, as all usable resources are seized without exception. Clearly, Catherine is more aware of this situation than anyone else. How long has the conflict among your nations persisted? Who knows? By the time I was born, the war had already commenced, reportedly lasting decades, perhaps beginning with my great-grandfather's generation. Initially, it was just minor skirmishes, but it seems that matters have escalated recently. So, how did you come to this place? It would seem impossible for you to arrive here alone. We have a traitor in our midst. Catherine's voice was laced with bitterness as she spoke, revealing her deep-seated animosity towards this traitor. He led me outside the city, where a small detachment of soldiers from this kingdom lay in wait. Predictably, I was captured, but when they intended to escort me back to their palace, I seized the opportunity to escape. You managed to flee? How did you accomplish that? It is indeed surprising that a seemingly frail woman could elude trained soldiers. I had a narcotic on me, which I secretly added to their food while they were cooking. When they all succumbed to sleep, I made my escape. How fortunate you are. Had even a few of them abstained from eating, you would not have gotten away. However, I'm a bit surprised that you carried a narcotic with you. It is an essential tool for my pranks. I never expected to use it at that moment. Catherine said with a playful grin. Pranks? Using narcotics for mischief? Your character is indeed quite mischievous. Bai Chuan found himself at a loss for words to describe her. I suspect your father could no longer tolerate your antics and sought to send you to the kingdom of more. Impossible. My father is not that kind of person. Do not speak nonsense. All right, I shall refrain from such comments. Through their conversation along the journey, Bai Chuan came to understand Catherine's reasons for arriving here and gained insight into her homeland. Unlike Bai Chuan's nation, which emphasizes martial prowess, the Kingdom of More currently prioritizes internal governance. Although their military strength may be lacking, their internal affairs are the finest among the three nations, fostering a strong sense of belonging among the populace. And you? From where do you hail? Having introduced herself, Catherine sought clarity about the three of them. I and Buggy are from the West Sea. Shanks affectionately draped an arm around Buggy's shoulders. The West Sea? Buggy, you hail from the West Sea? I had thought you were from the East Sea. While Bai Chuan knew Shanks was from the West Sea, he had always assumed Buggy was from the East. Of course, I'm from the West Sea. Everyone from the East Sea is exceptionally talented, and I cannot bear the pressure. How so? Look at the captain and the first mate. Both hail from the East Sea, as does Garp from the Navy. If I were from the East Sea, I might have reached the first mate's level of strength by now. Humph. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuan chuckled derisively. With your disposition, it matters little where you were born. If you wish to grow stronger, it would be wiser to consume a more formidable devil fruit. Impossible. A devil fruit worth 100 million berries? It would be a waste to consume it. The proper use is to exchange it for berries. Ah, you are quite the miser. Without strength, not even your wealth can be safeguarded. And you? Where do you come from? Although Catherine was somewhat bewildered by the exchange between Bai Chuan, Shanks, and Buggy, she recognized that they were both from a place called the West Sea. I come from the heavens. Bai Chuan pointed skyward. The heavens? Are you jesting? Catherine exclaimed incredulously. How could someone come from the heavens? Do you doubt me? Ask them. They witnessed my descent from the heavens. Indeed, Bai Chuan did come down from the sky. It startled us all at the time, Shanks chimed in. To be honest, Bai Chuan still had no idea why he had arrived among the Roger pirates. Perhaps it was due to Roger's formidable conqueror's hockey that drew him in with its royal aura. Wow, you are truly remarkable, Catherine exclaimed, though her tone betrayed a hint of insincerity. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do, Bai Chuan shrugged helplessly. Just then, he suddenly heard the rapid approach of hooves, the sound drawing closer to them. What is it? Bai Chuan. Seeing Bai Chuan suddenly halt, his expression grave, Shanks inquired. He knew Bai Chuan would not change his demeanor without reason. Something must have occurred. Someone is approaching us, and if I am not mistaken, they are likely enemies. Having said this, Bai Chuan snapped back to attention and noticed a black-scaled horse racing towards them. As the horse drew nearer, Catherine recognized the rotund figure atop it, her expression shifting dramatically. Who is he? Noticing Catherine's change in demeanor, Bai Chuan asked. He is the notorious butcher, Acta, both the lord of the city and the general in charge of its defenses. Is that so? Then it seems we are his target. Acta halted a short distance from Bai Chuan and the others, eyeing Catherine with a lascivious gaze. Princess Catherine, why did you leave without informing me? You have truly disrespected me. Upon hearing this, Catherine instinctively recoiled behind Bai Chuan. Oh, are you implying that you were abducted by them? Fear not. I will slay them all and personally escort you back to the city. Upon hearing this, Catherine trembled in fear. Hey, you pig-like man, your arrogance is astounding. Buggy could not tolerate such a person. He had survived encounters with Garp, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, let alone a mere city general. A pig? You dare to call me a pig? Upon hearing this, Acta's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, you are a fat pig. You dare boast about killing us. If you can manage that, then give it a try. It is uncertain where Buggy found the audacity to speak so boldly. Then I shall start with you. Acta charged at Buggy from his horse, brandishing a large blade, ready to sever Buggy's head. Taken aback by Acta's sudden aggression, Buggy was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated this rotund man to be so agile. However, Shanks reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and positioning it before Buggy, thereby intercepting Acta's strike. Shanks epitomizes the archetype of a fierce warrior who speaks little during battle, holding life and death in indifferent regard, ready to confront any challenge head-on. In Chapter 26, Shanks engaged Acta directly. It must be noted that due to his youth, he found himself at a disadvantage, slightly overpowered, and forced back a few meters. Buggy, You protect Kazan. I will deal with Acta, he commanded. Understood. Upon hearing he would not need to step into the fray personally, Buggy felt a wave of relief. Perhaps not anticipating the formidable strength of that rotund foe. He hurried to Kazan's side, grasping her arm as he attempted to flee. Do not even think about escaping. Acta was resolute in his refusal to let Kazan leave. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with me. Baichuan obstructed Acta's path forward. Very well. I shall eliminate you first. As Acta uttered this chilling declaration, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, his skin taking on a faint crimson hue. Sensing this menacing pressure, both Baichuan and Shanks paled, realizing that for certain individuals, the threat of lethal intent could surpass even the dread of Conqueror's Haki. Boy, savor the forthcoming agony, Acta said, revealing a bloodthirsty grin, his pupils now a deep shade of red. How many lives must one take to become such a being? Shanks swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. Indeed, in the New World, no character is uncomplicated. Baichuan discerned that these transformations stemmed not from the abilities of a devil fruit, but from the sheer act of killing. Shanks. Yes. The two exchanged a silent understanding and launched a coordinated attack on Acta. Yet, how could such an assault prove effective against a general defending his stronghold? With a sweeping motion of his great blade, Acta sent both Shanks and Baichuan reeling, forcing them to retreat defensively. Undeterred, the duo pressed on. After all, throughout history, numerous instances exist where the weak triumphed over the strong. Both were elite warriors in their own right. They charged once more, this time engaging in a more balanced exchange of blows, despite initially being at a disadvantage. Truly, these were two exceptionally gifted youths. Though Acta appeared unremarkable, his experience as a general allowed him to recognize that the two were indeed growing stronger amidst their battle. Why not surrender, you two? I assure you a lifetime of unmatched wealth and glory, Acta beckoned, not out of a newfound appreciation for talent, but rather because none of his subordinates could measure up to their prowess. It must be said that Acta is rather fanciful, believing he could entice two possessors of Conqueror's Haki to join him. Both Shirakawa and Shanks scoffed simultaneously. To demand our submission, you are simply not worthy. Shirakawa emphasized each word with a deliberate intensity. He was correct. The only one capable of commanding my allegiance is the captain. Shanks concurred. Given your audacity and lack of discernment, I have no choice but to send you both to your demise. Upon uttering these words, Acta suddenly lunged toward Shanks with a speed that surpassed his previous momentum. I shall strike first at you, young one. This is bad. Shirakawa swiftly reached Shanks's side, but he was too late to retaliate, forced to endure a strike instead. Shirakawa! Kazan shouted in alarm at this sight, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by Buggy. Do not worry, he will be fine. How could he possibly be fine with such a long wound? Are you truly his ally? It is precisely because we are allies that I understand him better than you do, Buggy shouted back, attempting to restrain Kazan from further recklessness. I apologize, but I am more aware of his capabilities than you. Buggy, realizing his earlier tone had been somewhat impulsive, offered an apology to Kazan. Having been struck, Shirakawa fell due to the force of inertia, and although Acta recognized he had targeted the wrong individual, he deemed his objective accomplished and stepped back. What now, boy? You are left alone. What do you have to contest with me? Acta mused, thinking that he could barely hold his ground against two, but now with just one, Shirakawa would be at his mercy. Why do you assume he is already dead? Shanks glanced at the fallen Shirakawa, a twinge of concern in his heart, though he did not show it, for he had unwavering faith that Shirakawa would be unharmed. Surviving my strike is impossible, yet even if he possesses a tenacious spirit, in this state, he possesses no fighting capability, Acta asserted with confidence. However, at the moment he uttered those words, a wisp of white smoke suddenly emanated from the terrifying wound on Shirakawa, and astonishingly, the injury began to heal slowly, even his clothing returning to its original state. Then, Shirakawa stood up as if nothing had happened, casually touching the back where he had just been struck. It had indeed been painful. Was he truly unscathed? At that moment, Catherine widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, I knew it. As Shirakawa's companion, I understand him better than you do. He would surely be fine. Buggy confidently asserted at that juncture, I knew you would be all right. Simultaneously, Shanks patted Shirakawa on the shoulder, sharing in the moment. In stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor of Shanks and his companions, Acta's mood was notably somber. It wasn't merely because Shirakawa had risen, but also because the boastful claims he had just made seemed to be unraveling. Was it the power of a devil fruit? As a general, he was well versed in various abilities and was not unfamiliar with the concept of devil fruits. Perhaps, Shirakawa replied ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying. Shanks, step back a bit. I intend to unleash my full strength. All right, Shanks said, revealing an excited smile. I haven't seen your massive sword in quite some time. Then allow me to show you today, Shirakawa replied with unwavering confidence. As Shanks retreated from the battlefield, Acta addressed Shirakawa. Are you planning to take me on alone? Do you believe you can defeat me? How would I know unless I try? Shirakawa responded, and with that, radiant beams of light began to emanate from his body, enveloping him, while a colossal sword of Damocles materialized in the sky above. What is this? For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing Shirakawa in this state, Actus suddenly felt an aura of divine and inviolable might. What is that? Catherine exclaimed, astonished. That is Shirakawa's ability. The sword only appears when he exerts over 80% of his strength, Shanks explained to Catherine, having stepped away from the fray. So, that means Shirakawa didn't even use 80% of his strength just now. Indeed, Shanks replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. For when Shirakawa had first boarded the ship, his power had been vastly inferior to his own, yet now, it appeared that Shirakawa had nearly exerted 90% of his strength. It seemed the battle had truly begun. Since they had not ventured far, Rayleigh and Roger in the city naturally witnessed the emergence of the sword of Damocles as well. However, due to the distance, the sword appeared somewhat diminutive, yet it allowed for a comprehensive view of its entirety. Chapter 27. The Immortal Body? What is that? Acta also gazed upward at the colossal sword in the sky, his mouth agape in astonishment as he inquired. That is a sword capable of meting out judgment upon you. Baichuan refrained from elaborating further, as he too was at a loss for words. Subsequently, Baichuan launched a rapid assault towards Acta, his speed so swift that it left merely an afterimage in its wake. How fast? Acta was momentarily taken aback, suddenly perceiving an immense force emanating from the blade, propelling him several meters backward. Moreover, the strength had intensified. Acta's countenance grew grave, and the murderous intent surrounding him thickened. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, increasingly delightful. Ha! As he concluded, Acta erupted into maniacal laughter, reveling in the thrill. Ever since descending from the front lines, I have not experienced such exhilarating combat. Come, defeat me, Acta declared, his eyes ablaze. This is it. This fellow has lost his mind. Buggy exclaimed in panic, clutching his head. Fear not, trust in Baichuan. None present here can rival him now. In contrast to Buggy's anxiety, Shanks maintained a remarkable composure. As he observed the escalating intensity of the battle between Baichuan and Acta, a sense of unease settled in his heart, prompting a silent vow to himself to train diligently. His fists clenched tightly, exerting increasing pressure. Shanks. At that moment, Buggy suddenly called out to Shanks. Buggy's voice broke Shanks's concentration. You will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. Upon hearing these words, Shanks paused, then displayed a confident smile. Of course, I will become stronger. Just like the captain. Although Buggy often appeared carefree and timid, his thoughts were surprisingly astute, especially given their long-standing companionship, which allowed him to understand Shanks all the more. It could be said that Buggy and Shanks possessed an unparalleled mutual understanding. Meanwhile, the clash between Baichuan and Acta raged on, with Baichuan evidently gaining the upper hand. At this moment, he bore no wounds, or rather, any injuries he had sustained had fully healed, while Acta bore a significant gash across his chest and back. Damn it! After a period of frenzy, and having lost a considerable amount of blood, Acta gradually regained his composure. Though his eyes remained bloodshot, he no longer appeared as menacing as before. Are you truly immortal? Acta gritted his teeth, incredulous as he questioned. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so astute, aware of this matter. Indeed, I am the immortal body. Baichuan, having held back for so long, finally proclaimed this truth openly. Damn it! Although he had received the answer he sought, Acta felt as though Baichuan was deceiving him, for the nonchalant tone in which Baichuan spoke rendered his words difficult to believe. However, Shirakawa feels profoundly wronged upon uttering these words. A sense of relief washes over him. You are deceiving me, Acta coldly asserts, intent on exposing Shirakawa's falsehoods. How can you be like this? Shirakawa incredulously retorts, questioning the veracity of his statements. If you do not believe me, then why inquire at all? There exists no immortal being in this world. There must undoubtedly be limitations. and only upon surpassing those limits will one inevitably meet their demise. Suddenly, Acta, lost in thought, exclaims aloud, "Is that so? Then I too wish to test the boundaries of my limits." Frankly speaking, after exerting his full strength, he feels no pressure from Acta at all. The two collide once more. The sound of blades scraping against each other is jarring, accentuated by Acta's sporadic, frenzied shouts. What is wrong with this guy? Even in such a state, he refuses to accept his fate and continues to yell. Buggy remarks in confusion. Who knows? Perhaps, as you said, he truly has a few screws loose. Shanks evidently concurs with Buggy's observation. In Shanks' memory, only two types of individuals exhibit such fervor in the face of severe injury. The first being the passionate who believe they cannot lose, and the second, a fool. In their minds, Acta undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. After sustaining several more wounds, Acta steps back, intending to create a safer distance from Shirakawa. Why aren't you attacking? Come on, I'm not done having fun yet. Shirakawa provocatively challenges Acta. However, Acta remains silent, his gaze fixed warily on Shirakawa. Since you are not coming over, I shall approach you instead. Just as Shirakawa was about to make his move, Acta suddenly spoke up. What is it? Shirakawa halted, curious to see what trick Acta had up his sleeve. How about you let me go, and we pretend we never met? Acta said earnestly. Haha. Shirakawa chuckled merrily upon hearing Acta's rather cowardly plea. Seeing Shirakawa laugh heartily, Acta joined in, though his laughter appeared rather forced and unattractive. If we were the ones begging for mercy, would you let us go? Shirakawa countered without answering Acta's question. Acta hesitated for a moment, and Shirakawa already knew what his choice was. No way, and neither will I. At that moment, Shirakawa's tone grew serious. The stench of blood clings to you. Killing you would be a service to the people. If you insist on this, then I shall drag you to hell with me. Suddenly, Acta erupted with fury, seemingly summoning all his strength as he attempted to strike Shirakawa down with a single blow aimed at his head. Such a straightforward attack. Have you lost your reason in the face of hopelessness? Shirakawa shook his head slightly, disappointment evident in his demeanor. Ascending into the air, Shirakawa called out to Acta. Have you ever seen a sword technique that descends from the heavens? No? Then allow me to show you today. Without waiting for Acta's response, Shirakawa extended his left hand towards him, and in an instant, Acta felt an immense weight bear down upon him, rendering him immobile. This technique is rather easy to evade. Thus I have resorted to this method. Damn it, I didn't expect you to manipulate gravity. Acta's words came out with great difficulty. There are many things you have yet to comprehend. Shirakawa swiftly descended, his blade slicing downward towards Acta's head. After witnessing Acta split in two, Shirakawa flicked the blood from his blade and remarked with a tone of arrogance, truly unimpressive. With that, the sword above him vanished in a flash of white light, indicating that the battle had concluded. In the city, Rayleigh and Roger also observed the disappearing sword of Damocles. Indeed. But did you notice that a crack seemed to have appeared on that sword? Really? I didn't catch that. Perhaps I was mistaken, Roger replied, though he felt otherwise. A flicker of concern arose within him. Chapter 28. Manipulating Gravity. Wow, you are truly remarkable. Upon witnessing Shirakawa's victory over Acta, Catherine rushed out, her excitement palpable as she playfully punched Shirakawa's chest, which was more comical than painful. Of course, just take a look at who I am. Shirakawa tossed his hair back, striking a pose he believed to be incredibly cool. However, this scene is quite gruesome, Catherine remarked, her stomach churning at the sight of Acta's dismembered body, which bore a gruesome visage, obscured by a layer of heavy pixelation. Strangely enough, your clothes are completely free of bloodstains. What material are they made from? You must tell me about it sometime. Hee, it's a talent you cannot purchase. Shirakawa, your move was astonishing. What is it called? Shanks approached, his mind replaying Shirakawa's heavenly strike. How about calling it the Buddha's divine sword? I cannot agree with that name. Upon hearing Shirakawa's suggestion, Shanks felt it was utterly absurd, and the impression of that strike crumbled in his mind. Haha, I was just teasing you. I've named it Falling Wild Goose. What do you think? A fine name, is it not? Observing Shanks' contorted expression, Shirakawa found it amusing, pondering if he had some peculiar quirk. Falling Wild Goose is an acceptable name. Yet I noticed your descent was not particularly swift. Why was Acta unable to evade it? He appeared as if crushed under a heavy weight. Would you like to give it a try? Shirakawa raised an eyebrow at Shanks, eager to demonstrate. Absolutely. I wish to witness the secrets of your swordsmanship. Shanks unsheathed his sword halfway, his eyes brimming with martial spirit. Observing Shanks' fervor, Shirakawa smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, Shanks felt an unusual heaviness in his body. What is happening? A bewildered Shanks struggled against the overwhelming gravity, nearly collapsing but managing to keep himself upright, albeit with a grimace. Hey Shanks, what's wrong? Buggy noticed Shanks' terrifying expression and grew concerned. It's nothing. Can't you see he is enjoying it? Shirakawa gestured for Buggy not to worry, despite Shanks' fearsome appearance. Shirakawa sensed his underlying excitement. Shirakawa, what is happening to Shanks? Nothing much, Buggy. Why don't you give it a try too? No way. Buggy immediately shook his head, distancing himself from Shirakawa. Have no fear, it's free of charge. Shirakawa wore a mischievous smile, and upon seeing it, Buggy felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could voice his refusal, the weight of gravity descended upon him. Buggy, suddenly overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, unable to lift his head. Witnessing Buggy's plight, Shirakawa quickly released the gravity, shaking his head. It seemed Buggy was increasingly falling behind Shanks. Hey, what was that just now? Buggy, now recovering, immediately questioned Shirakawa. A secret. Shirakawa offered no further explanation. At this moment, Shanks was struggling to maintain his stance, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Observing this, Shirakawa retracted the gravity he had placed upon Shanks. As the weight dissipated, Shanks felt his breathing ease significantly, collapsing onto the ground, his expression one of exhaustion yet satisfaction. Shanks turned over, sitting up to rest before speaking. You were controlling gravity, weren't you? Truly impressive, Shanks. You are quite perceptive, unlike Buggy, who remains utterly bewildered. Upon hearing Shirakawa's compliment, Buggy's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he could not refute the truth of Shirakawa's words. Did Buggy experience it as well? How long did he manage to endure? Seeing the inquisitive gleam in Shanks' eyes, Shirakawa refrained from dampening Buggy's confidence. He lasted just a tad shorter than you. Shirakawa scratched his face, casting his gaze elsewhere. Upon hearing those words, Buggy, who had braced himself for an insult from Shanks, suddenly felt as though he had spotted a savior, looking at Shirakawa with eyes full of gratitude. Shirakawa, you truly are my dear brother. I shall never forget your immense kindness throughout this life. Feeling Buggy's gaze, a shiver ran down Shirakawa's spine, rendering him somewhat uneasy. Is that so, Buggy? You truly are impressive, Shanks praised Buggy, having initially thought he would not last long, yet he had not anticipated that Shirakawa would deceive him. Hiki, Kazan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, stifled a laugh behind her hand, having witnessed the entire exchange. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this little girl. Realizing her amusement, Buggy became aware of another witness. He turned his gaze toward Kazan, who mischievously winked and made an okay gesture. Upon seeing this, Buggy felt relieved. What were you laughing at? Shanks inquired, puzzled, directing his question at Kazan. I have a feeling my mother will give birth to a little brother today, which makes me exceedingly happy. With that, she burst into laughter once more. Oh, then congratulations are in order, Shanks replied, surprisingly gullible. Hearing this fib, Shirakawa couldn't help but chuckle. The creativity behind such a lie was rather extraordinary. She was merely 17 or 18, while her mother must be at least in her 40s. Reminiscent of a particular scene from a film in Shirakawa's past life. However, Baichuan ultimately restrained himself. All right, after a brief respite, let us continue our journey. The road ahead remains long. It was the first time Baichuan would traverse such an extensive distance, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. Eager to encounter peculiar happenings and extraordinary experiences along the way. Then let us depart. Shanks, aware that the others awaited him, hastily collected himself. Regaining some strength before addressing the group, let us proceed. After several days of travel, Baichuan found himself increasingly exasperated. For Shanks persistently required him to exert gravity upon his person. At last, I comprehend the reason for your rapid advancement in strength. It appears you possess quite the extraordinary advantage. After a few days of experimentation, Shanks observed a slight increase in his own prowess and, in a moment of realization, spoke to Baichuan. Did you only just discover this? I assumed you understood from the very first moment I applied gravity to you. Baichuan, feeling a surge of irritation, wished to minimize his exchanges with Shanks. He now regretted the impulsive decision to bring Shanks along. Meanwhile, Buggy remained notably subdued on the journey, perhaps wishing to avoid drawing excessive attention and not desiring to relive certain experiences. Chapter 29. Here comes that one. Presently, Baichuan, Shanks, and Buggy found themselves wanted by this nation, having slain a military leader. They had become enemies of the state. Baichuan never anticipated that his inaugural wanted poster would not be issued by the Navy, but rather by a small island nation. As a traveler from another world, he felt a pang of embarrassment. The bounty was substantial, a staggering 50 million berries, indicating that this nation indeed possessed considerable wealth. 10 days had elapsed since the demise of Acta, and traversing the borders of this country would require at least another fortnight. Due to the bounty on their heads, they dared not traverse the cities, fearing unrest, and were forced to take long detours. However, this circumvention not only consumed time but also posed significant dangers. While passing through a forest, the group encountered a 5-meter-tall black bear, a creature that could easily be deemed a monster. Aside from Buggy and Catherine, who were rather flustered, the expressions of Baichuan and Shanks remained unchanged, allowing Shanks to engage the beast. After a skirmish, they emerged unscathed, and their evening meal consisted of black bear meat, albeit somewhat unpalatable. Truth be told, Baichuan often found Buggy's personality perplexing. Logically, after sailing with Roger for such an extended period and facing numerous adversities, one would expect him to remain composed in the face of minor troubles. Yet, even after encountering sea kings on several occasions, Buggy still experienced a sense of trepidation. "Buggy, why do you feel so vastly different from Shanks as a fellow apprentice?" By the time they finished the bear meat, it was evening, and the quartet decided to rest, lying on the ground around a campfire. Baichuan felt compelled to encourage Buggy and share a heartfelt conversation. "Perhaps I am simply not destined to grow stronger," Buggy muttered, turning away, soon followed by a muffled response. "Why bring up my weaknesses?" Buggy was perturbed, reflecting on how, when Baichuan first boarded, he had been on par with Shanks, yet in just a few months, the gap had widened significantly. Moreover, why did Baichuan have to mention strength? "You cannot continue like this, Buggy. What will you do when you disembark? Without strength, you cannot protect yourself," Baichuan implored earnestly. As a member of the Roger Pirates, Baichuan felt a responsibility for his crew's futures. Buggy, in particular, seemed the most ineffectual among the combatants, merely hiding in the East Blue to seek treasure. Had he not encountered Luffy, it was likely that Buggy would never have ventured into the Grand Line, though he eventually became a warlord of the sea due to luck. This was merely a temporary fix. Should the title be revoked, Buggy would find himself in dire straits. "Rest assured, I will not abandon the captain," Buggy replied, prompting a sigh from Baichuan. "Your choice to stay is not entirely in your hands." As Baichuan prepared to speak again, he was interrupted by Buggy snoring. He suspected Buggy was feigning sleep. After all, how could one fall asleep so swiftly? He was no Garp, Luffy, or Ace. Indeed, a hopeless case, Baichuan thought, kicking Buggy lightly in frustration. What a waste of my concern. Never mind, time for sleep. He turned away, ready to rest. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, Buggy opened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing within, though it vanished almost instantly. Indeed, a hopeless case. However, Shirakawa's words had already sown a seed in Buggy's heart, which might blossom at the appropriate moment. Otherwise, it would wither away forever. While Shirakawa conversed with Buggy, Shanks, who lay nearby, had not fallen asleep either. He listened intently to every word exchanged between the two. His gaze grew contemplative, perhaps pondering how to train Buggy in the future. As for Catherine, who was not part of their crew, she slept soundly, blissfully unaware of her surroundings, her face adorned with a smile that suggested she was in a deep slumber. At dawn, Shirakawa awoke early, while the other three remained peacefully asleep. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, it would have been quite easy for them to find themselves in peril. "Hey, wake up. We need to hit the road," he called out. Strangely, when Shirakawa uttered these words, it felt akin to leading a prisoner to the gallows, though he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Calling them to rise had become a daily routine, as if Shirakawa had transformed into their caretaker, responsible not only for waking them but also for preparing their meals. Luckily, Shirakawa was a good-natured traveler. Had it been someone else, the outcome might have been dire. "What time is it now?" he wondered aloud. As expected, Catherine was the first to awaken, and her initial words mirrored those from the previous morning. It was indeed early. Early meant morning. But Shirakawa was unsure of the exact time, as he couldn't tell by the position of the sun. Soon after, Buggy and Shanks gradually stirred from their slumber. "Why does it always feel like I barely closed my eyes?" Buggy complained while rubbing his eyes. "If you were dead, you'd have longer to sleep. How about giving that a try?" Shirakawa quipped. "No way." Buggy instantly shook his head, suddenly alert. He was puzzled as to why the atmosphere was so tense this early in the morning. He hadn't provoked anyone recently. "What are we having for breakfast?" he inquired. "Aside from yesterday's leftover meat, there's nothing else," Shirakawa replied. Lately, he had noticed a decline in his appetite, perhaps due to the absence of battles in recent days. which had kept his energy levels high. Ugh, we're still eating that? It's so unappetizing. Buggy grimaced. Well, you can endure it, Shirakawa retorted, directing his words at Shanks. Upon hearing this, Shanks fell silent. Regardless of how unappetizing it was, sustenance was all that mattered. Hey, what's up with Shirakawa? Did he eat gunpowder or something? Why is he picking fights with everyone? Shanks whispered to Buggy, pulling him aside. I don't know. Maybe that guy has arrived, Buggy speculated. Which guy? Shanks asked, looking perplexed. That one, Buggy replied mysteriously. Which one is that? Shanks pressed. That one, you know. Oh, will that man be coming too? Shanks seemed to grasp something. Realization dawning upon him. He probably will. Otherwise, Shirakawa wouldn't have changed so much. Ah, I see. Chapter 30. The Mountain Bandits. Though the breakfast lacked flavor, they had to force it down to muster the strength to continue their journey. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to depart, a loud bang echoed, and Shirakawa's shield materialized instinctively. A bullet collided with the shield, sparking as it ricocheted off course. What is happening? Buggy exclaimed, startled, clutching his head. The group turned to the direction of the bullet, and Shirakawa's expression darkened. Fortunately, the bullet had been aimed at him. Had it struck Catherine or Buggy, it could have been fatal. Who goes there? Shirakawa bellowed. TSK, I remember my marksmanship being quite good. How did I miss? A figure emerged, followed by a group of over 10 individuals. Their attire suggested they were no good. Several bore scars, some fresh, and others long-healed. Who are you? Shirakawa demanded again, while Buggy and Shanks prepared themselves for combat. Despite Buggy's current lack of strength, he was still a pirate, and he should be able to handle these men. We are the mountain bandits of this area. If you know what's good for you, hand over your valuables and leave that woman behind for us to enjoy, the leader declared. Prompting raucous laughter from his cohorts, their gazes filled with disdain for Shirakawa and lewdness for Catherine. You lot, keep staring, and I'll have your eyes gouged out, Shirakawa warned. As Catherine felt their leering eyes making her uncomfortable. You're quite the feisty one, huh? I like that in a woman. Conquering someone like you brings a thrill. The leader leered, licking his lips in a grotesque manner. Brothers, charge. And remember, don't harm the woman, he commanded. Rest assured, boss, we'll remember. We'll have our turn once you're done, his men laughed, thinking they were entitled to a share. Shirakawa's face turned ominously dark. They clearly underestimated him, treating him as if he were insignificant, a mere insect to be crushed. You should consider yourselves fortunate, he said slowly, causing the temperature around them to drop slightly. What do you mean? They asked, confused. You should be grateful to die by my hand. Ha ha ha, you little brat, still posturing even when death is imminent. I'll leave you for last to witness my prowess, the leader retorted, having shivered for a moment, but dismissing it as mere folly. After all, he viewed Shirakawa as nothing more than an inexperienced child. Buggy, Shanks, this time, show no mercy. Eliminate them without hesitation. I was thinking the same, Shanks replied. Given their tone, it was clear these bandits had taken many lives before, and Shanks would not spare such heinous individuals. As for Buggy, he could tolerate disdain from those stronger than himself, but those weaker who dared look down on him would soon learn the consequences of their ignorance. The bandits surged forward, and Catherine drew 2 daggers from her waist. What? Do you intend to join the fray? Shirakawa asked, puzzled. Of course. No one who insults me has ever lived to tell the tale, Catherine replied, her gaze resolute. I thought those 2 daggers were mere decorations. I didn't realize you possessed combat skills. Upon their initial encounter, Baichuan discerned that she carried 2 daggers with her, though he had yet to witness her employ them. However, as a princess who had undergone rigorous training, she noted that they had not afforded her the opportunity to wield force. Indeed, with their presence, Catherine had no chance to act, as remaining securely behind them offered her ample safety. Do take care. Should you incur any injuries, I shan't be responsible, she warned. Fear not. These ruffians pose no threat to me, Baichuan replied confidently. To think you possess such self-assurance, she remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she accepted his praise without hesitation. As the 2 factions clashed, Baichuan refrained from engaging, instead fixating on the small leader wielding a gun. For Buggy and Shanks, evading bullets was still beyond their capability. Should the adversary mount a surprise attack, they could indeed find themselves in peril. Baichuan observed the leader's countenance darken, for his subordinates were as inept as vegetables, truly lacking in skill. Not a single one could withstand 3 moves against Buggy and Shanks. And Catherine had already dispatched 2 of the bandits encircling her, having previously inflicted this treatment upon others. The leader now felt a tremor of fear creeping into his heart. Monsters! You wretched monsters! I shall see to your demise, he muttered under his breath, raising his weapon to aim at Buggy, intent on a lethal shot. But Baichuan would not grant him such an opportunity as soon as the gun was raised. He was already beside the man, executing a swift draw and sheath of his blade with remarkable ease. The leader merely perceived a flash of light before his weapon shattered, leaving a remarkably smooth wound. How could this be? My gun! He exclaimed in disbelief. In this realm, firearms were a rarity. His former bravado was now entirely dependent upon that very weapon. As it broke, Baichuan sensed the leader's spirit plummet to an all-time low, rendering him even less formidable than his own subordinates. You monsters, you are not human. The leader sank to the ground, terror evident upon his face. The fear he could not conceal betraying him further as signs of distress appeared below. Truly pitiful, Baichuan remarked, shaking his head, devoid of any sympathy. Such a wretch was undeserving of it. No, you cannot kill me, he pleaded in a panic as Baichuan readied his blade. Oh, and why is that? If you slay me, our leader will not spare you. Will he not? I have little desire to be spared by him. Baichuan dismissed his prattle and, in a decisive motion, brought his blade down. Meanwhile, Shanks and the others had concluded their skirmish, leaving not a single bandit alive. I heard him call us monsters, Shanks remarked, approaching Baichuan and gazing upon the fallen bandit. Indeed, monsters? To think we could be considered monsters speaks volumes of their ignorance, Baichuan replied. This must stem from their isolated existence. They remain oblivious to the vastness of the world beyond. Here, in the latter half of the New World. If you can reach this place, leading to their current plight, the inhabitants of this island are truly lamentable, Shanks sighed, reflecting on the fate of those who longed for freedom yet remained trapped on an island for a lifetime. Chapter 31. The village of the deceased. It appears these individuals are merely a small detachment of the local bandits, Baichuan analyzed, addressing the others. From this small squad, it is evident that these bandits are notorious for their misdeeds. I wonder if we can entirely eradicate them, Shanks added. What? Are you considering taking action against these bandits? Baichuan inquired. If we can defeat them, I believe I shall, Shanks replied. Haha, it is no surprise coming from you, Shanks, Baichuan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Their thoughts aligned, and Baichuan found himself unable to overlook such a character. If he lacked strength, it would be one matter, but now that he possessed it, he could not simply turn a blind eye to such transgressions. It is not that Shirakawa harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil, rather, he is simply driven by a desire for justice. Hey, are you two really considering a confrontation? We are still unaware of their numbers and arsenal, Buggy said, a hint of panic in his voice as he observed that the two seemed resolute in their decision. If it were just a handful of adversaries, he would not be afraid, but the opponent's strength remained an enigma. Rest assured, you need only to stay back while Shanks and I handle things up front, Shirakawa replied. Glancing at the broken firearms on the ground, Shirakawa felt a pang of regret. He had indeed acted impulsively earlier. He should have retained that gun for Bucky's use, as it could have been advantageous for a surprise attack. Besides, are you not aware of my capabilities? Even if I cannot prevail, I can certainly make my escape. Very well then. Buggy resigned himself to the situation, knowing that resistance against the actions of the two was futile. The four of them, unaware of the mountain bandits' lair, pressed onward, perhaps to encounter another group along the way. As they continued, their surroundings gradually opened up, revealing a narrow, winding path ahead, devoid of crops or inhabitants. What is this place? Why is there not a soul in sight? Buggy remarked, casting a wary glance around. Who knows? Perhaps the residents have all moved away, Shirakawa observed, noting that the land flanking the path had once been cultivated but now lay fallow. Let us proceed. There appears to be a village ahead where we might inquire about recent happenings. As they advanced, a peculiar odor reached them. Suddenly, Caitlin wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, What is that foul smell? Shirakawa, having caught a whiff as well, replied, It is the stench of blood. Shanks, too, had detected it and confirmed, Indeed, it is the unmistakable scent of blood, distinct from the odor that clung to Acta. This emanates directly from fresh blood, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that, if I am not mistaken, likely originates from a corpse. As Shirakawa spoke, their expressions turned grave, casting their gazes towards the village not far ahead, from whence the odors wafted. Be cautious. Stay behind me, Shirakawa instructed. Understood. Given the circumstances, they could not afford to be careless, particularly Buggy, who sought refuge behind Shirakawa, ensuring not a trace of himself was exposed. As they neared the village, Shirakawa activated a protective shield, guarding the group. They soon beheld the dilapidated state of the village, where charred remnants hinted at a recent fire. The deeper they ventured, the more harrowing their expressions became. Caitlin retched, while Shirakawa struggled against the urge to vomit. What on earth transpired here? She managed to utter, only to double over at the sight of the village's devastation. This appears to have been a massacre, Shirakawa remarked, his tone heavy with sorrow as they beheld the bodies strewn about, each in a state of despair that spoke volumes of their final moments. It was Shirakawa's first encounter with such brutality. In his previous life, he had known only peace, never having witnessed war, let alone a slaughter. Although he had faced pirates at sea in this life, he had never beheld such carnage. The individuals capable of such atrocities could scarcely be considered human. Even Buggy found it unbearable, feeling a surge of anger towards those who had perpetrated this horror upon the villagers. Surely, this must have been the work of the mountain bandits, Shanks asserted. Indeed, I believe so. The gravity of the situation deepened. They could not allow these bandits to remain unpunished. As Shanks spoke, his expression turned fierce, exuding an aura of malevolence that startled Buggy and left Shirakawa momentarily taken aback. Truly, he was destined to become one of the future emperors of the sea, red-haired Shanks, a formidable wielder of conqueror's haki, even in his youth. Among the future emperors, Shanks was likely the youngest. While his precise strength remained uncertain, he could not possibly be the weakest among them. Shanks, Shirakawa urged, giving his shoulder a firm pat to temper his intensity. Though Shanks had yet to fully awaken his conqueror's haki, it was surely imminent. Following the pat, Shanks' fierce demeanor abated, yet his expression remained grim. What was that about just now? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Buggy exclaimed, thumping his chest. As the best friend of Shanks was naturally the first to express concern. I'm fine. But that was quite frightening, Caitlin whispered to Shirakawa. That is to be expected. He is destined to become a ruler of the New World, Shirakawa remarked, taking on the role of a prophet at that moment. If you live for another decade or so, I believe you will hear of his great deeds. A confident smile graced Shirakawa's face. For he was certain his prophecy would come to fruition. Hey, are you cursing me to die young? Caitlin retorted, slapping him playfully in annoyance. Not at all. I speak the truth. If you genuinely survive for another decade, you will witness his rise to fame. Remember his name, Shanks. One day, you will have the privilege to boast about having traveled alongside him. Really? Caitlin asked, intrigued, as Shanks listened intently. Of course. Both the captain and first mate see immense potential in you. What about me, Shirakawa? Will I also attain renown in the world? Absolutely. After all, you did steal the spotlight during the Marineford War and spent some time as a warlord of the sea, which is quite noteworthy in itself. Let us continue onward. Since they have committed such atrocities against the villagers, their hideout must be nearby, though they could not claim to be virtuous individuals. They could not bear to witness the bodies of the villagers left to decay. They dug a large grave and buried the villagers, offering themselves some semblance of closure. This nation is truly chaotic. Such events would never transpire in my homeland. After offering a prayer for the deceased, Caitlin rose, though they belonged to different countries. She felt a pang of sympathy for the villagers. Such events would never occur? Or is it that you are simply unaware of such occurrences? Shirakawa questioned, unconvinced that a country could exist free of banditry. Such things could never happen. Once you visit my homeland, you will understand the stark differences between our nations. Oh. Then let us await that day with bated breath. Having witnessed the tragic conclusion, the mood among the group was decidedly somber, and as they traversed the path, not a single word was uttered. Behold, there lies a narrow trail adjacent to us. Could it possibly lead to the lair of the mountain bandits? At that moment, Kesselin noticed an unexpected fork in the road where they were meant to walk. It is indeed possible. Shirakawa pulled out a map for a brief glance. This map was acquired by him and his companions before they left the city, a precaution against becoming lost along their journey. Upon inspection, Shirakawa discerned that this route was not charted on the map, suggesting it was a path forged by the bandits themselves. After this revelation, he stowed the map away once more and addressed the group. Are you all prepared? If any of you wish to remain behind, you may wait for me here. We are already ready, came the eager response from Shanks and Buggy, particularly Shanks, who could hardly contain his excitement. I certainly wish to join. Staying behind feels far more perilous, Kesselin chimed in. Very well, let us ascend the mountain. Uncertain of the reason, as Shirakawa uttered those words, his right eyelid twitched violently, as if foreboding some ill fate. I hope I am merely overthinking. What troubles you? Kazan inquired, observing Shirakawa's hand pressed against his right eye. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, let us continue our journey, Shirakawa replied with a forced smile. Hearing his response, Kazan ceased her inquiries. As they traversed the path, which clearly led into the depths of the mountains. They encountered not a single creature, not even a carcass. The further they ventured, the stronger Shirakawa's ominous premonitions grew. Suppressing his unease, he halted. "Why have you stopped?" questioned Shanks, who had been following closely behind. "I sense that our destination may harbor great danger." "What, are you afraid?" Buggy scoffed. "An ordinary person, what danger could there be?" "I am not afraid for myself. Rather, I fear for your safety." "Worry not. With me, Buggy the Great, there shall be no peril," he declared, flexing his muscles as he spoke. However, he did not clearly hear what Shirakawa was saying. Shirakawa was referring to their group, while Buggy mistakenly believed it was about her alone. Shirakawa attempted to explain further, but suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation. "Hey, who are you?" Upon turning around, Shirakawa discovered a group of individuals blocking their path. Shanks and Buggy immediately drew their weapons, ready for combat. "Did you kill the villagers down the mountain?" Since they had encountered others, Shirakawa decided against further trivialities. Moreover, the attire of the individuals before them clearly indicated they were not of good character. "Oh, you mean those lowly peasants?" "Indeed, it was us," the adversary replied, a hint of arrogance in their tone. "Why?" Shirakawa asked through gritted teeth. She could not fathom how they could commit such atrocities, showing no mercy even to women and children. They were no different from beasts. "Why? Do we need a reason to kill?" "It's simply a matter of wanting to," the assailant laughed. "So, who are you? Seeking revenge for them?" "We are the ones who will kill you." Now that the true culprits were clear, there was no need for further idle chatter. Speaking to such brutes was merely a waste of time. "Buggy, Shanks, let's go." "All right, I've been itching for this." Shanks charged forward, swiftly dispatching one of the mountain bandits. "You dare kill our men? Attack. Tear them to pieces." Although the enemy was numerous, their quality did not match their quantity. Before long, only the leader remained. Shirakawa approached him step by step. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." The adversary waved his hands in panic, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Have you ever considered what the villagers felt as you slaughtered them, defenseless?" Shirakawa squatted before him, articulating each word carefully, intent on making him understand the despair the villagers faced in their final moments. "Please spare me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it." He fell to his knees before Shirakawa, bowing repeatedly until his forehead was bloodied, yet Shirakawa felt no sympathy. "If it wasn't you, then who? Was it a ghost?" "It was the general who commanded us. Initially, we had no intention of killing them." "The general? So he is the mastermind behind this?" "Yes, that's right." "And who is this general?" "I don't know. He suddenly arrived at our camp a few days ago, and our leader instructed us to call him the general." "Get up. Lead us to him. I wish to see this general for myself." Okay. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything." "Enough chatter. Move quickly." Yes. The man nodded hurriedly. He walked ahead, while Shirakawa and the others followed. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the bandits' hideout. "I must say, this village bears a striking resemblance to the ones I have previously seen on television. The general is likely within the confines of this settlement." As he uttered these words, a knife suddenly pressed against his throat and swiftly cut across. His eyes widened in disbelief. He would never comprehend the reason behind his demise. "I never claimed I would spare you. Leading us here was entirely your choice. Upon reaching our destination, his usefulness was extinguished, and it was certain that I would not allow such a person to continue to exist." Chapter 33. The Bandit Leader. "Who are you? How did you come to this place?" As I and my companions appeared at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, the guard immediately inquired. "Those who intend to kill you." "Now that we have arrived, I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter. It is time for swift resolution." "Kill us? Haha. Surely you are still half asleep, spouting such nonsense. Given my current good mood, I suggest you leave at once, lest you find yourselves unable to descend the mountain." At that moment, no one took my words seriously. "I believe I am awake, yet you shall never awaken again." As I finished speaking, I appeared before that man and swiftly dispatched him with a cut to his throat. By the time his comrades reacted, it was far too late. I offered them no opportunity to speak and eliminated them instantaneously. What an audacious assault! Observing my figure, Catherine exclaimed with excitement. "Who are you, and how did you enter?" As I stepped into the village, another individual posed a similar question. However, I had lost all desire to respond and drew my blade instead. "Danger! Enemies!" A particularly astute bandit recognized the bloodied knife in my hand and quickly shouted a warning. "Clever, but even with your newfound knowledge, it will not save you from descending into the abyss." My voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed in his ears. "No, please, do not kill me." he quavered, not daring to turn back. Yet it was destined to become his final utterance in this life. How dare you threaten us? You must be tired of living. Brothers. Seize them. The bandits who emerged upon witnessing their fallen comrade, now faced with my remaining companions, roared in fury. Let us go. Remember to safeguard yourselves. Understood. Shanks displayed a bloodthirsty grin and charged forward. Buggy, stay back and protect Catherine. You need not be at the forefront. No problem. Buggy accepted the task with delight, relishing the opportunity to avoid direct confrontation. Suddenly, dozens of bandits appeared, and Buggy felt a twinge of fear. Yet, Shanks and I plunged into the fray like wolves among sheep. None could withstand our might for more than 3 strikes. Buggy seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, grabbing a firearm and providing cover from a distance. You are utterly useless. Catherine scolded Buggy, tapping the back of his head. How can you compare to that Shanks? Look at him. He can at least assist in combating the enemies. That S called strategy. You wouldn't understand. When they falter, I will still have the strength to lead our escape. Buggy offered a seemingly reasonable justification for his cowardice. In the past, Shanks and I dared to face Whitebeard, proclaiming we would claim his head. Do you know who Whitebeard is? He is hailed as the strongest man in the world. Buggy began to boast of his past exploits to Catherine. Reflecting on that moment now fills him with dread. He had only spoken so boldly because Shanks had egged him on. Since that encounter, every time Buggy faced the Whitebeard pirates, he had kept his distance. Is that so? I never imagined you possessed some intellect. Catherine seemed unsure whether she was genuinely impressed or merely flattering Buggy. Indeed, Buggy felt a sense of pride. Attention returned to the battlefield where Shanks and I grew increasingly formidable, unimpeded by any adversaries. Enough of you two. An irate voice rang in the ears of all present, as a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, made his entrance. Boss, you have finally arrived. The remaining bandits felt a surge of hope, having just endured a brutal onslaught, fearing that the next strike would be their last. Oh, are you their leader? You seem quite formidable. Why have you come to disturb my peace? The bandit chief glared at us with disdain. Nothing in particular. I simply found your presence displeasing. Displeasing? How amusing. That is the very excuse I employ against others. I never imagined it would be used against me one day. Very well. I shall ensure you are thoroughly dissatisfied. With that, the bandit chief brandished a spiked club that was nearly as tall as himself and swung it towards me. Goodness. I raised my blade defensively. Yet the sheer force of the club sent me crashing to the ground. White River! Shanks shouted. I regained my composure midair and landed gracefully. I must admit, your strength is impressive. I was nearly sent flying. I waved my arm nonchalantly, unaffected by the previous assault. Oh, not bad. You managed to block my first strike. The bandit chief grinned, clearly intrigued by my resilience. Let us see if you can withstand my second blow. Having realized I was no match in strength, I wisely chose to evade direct confrontation. Just as the club descended upon me, I leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the strike as it grazed my nose. Shanks, do not concern yourself with me. Focus on dispatching the lesser foes. I cautioned him, as the distractions from the smaller bandits could prove to be quite bothersome. Are you certain, White River? Fear not. He cannot harm me. I replied confidently with a smile. You possess quite the confidence, young one. The bandit chief slammed his club into the ground, creating a significant crater. However, true confidence and blind arrogance are 2 entirely different matters. You shall soon discern whether my confidence is genuine or not. How intriguing. He sneered, having lived for so long without encountering anyone as audacious as I. Now you have. With that, I charged toward him, my blade raised to strike at his head. However, this strike was effortlessly deflected by the opponent. Yet, Shirakawa remained undeterred. For the battle had only just commenced, and he was merely beginning to find his optimal state. Has there been a slight change, young one? Shirakawa's increasingly keen gaze pierced through the air. Since the adversary was you, it was clear that the previous approach would no longer suffice. With that, both combatants moved simultaneously, their blades and spiked clubs clashing, resulting in a shower of sparks. A surge of fervor coursed through Shirakawa's veins, prompting an involuntary smile of enjoyment to grace his lips. Chapter 34. The appearance of the General Shirakawa's somewhat slender physique stood in stark contrast to his opponent's robust build. However, their confrontation appeared evenly matched, with each exchanging attacks and defenses in a harmonious rhythm. If you continue to dawdle like this, your subordinates will soon face annihilation. Shirakawa could not pinpoint any vulnerabilities in his opponent's stance, and thus resorted to employing tactics to divert their attention. However, as Hakawawa aptly stated, although Shanks found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the opposing group, bearing several minor wounds. These injuries were inconsequential. Conversely, the adversaries grew increasingly hesitant, their attacks losing their ferocity. Had it not been for their leader's presence, they would have likely fled. Infuriated, the mountain bandit leader, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, succumbed to rage and charged recklessly at Shanks, unwittingly providing Hakawawa with an opportunity. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. Having already expended considerable energy, Hakawawa deemed it necessary to conclude the encounter swiftly. With his back turned to Hakawawa, the leader presented numerous vulnerabilities, and a single strike could easily rend his flesh. At this juncture, Shanks sensed an imminent threat as he observed the bandit leader rushing toward him, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed, originating from Buggy's weapon, which struck true, hitting the bandit leader's right arm. Enraged, the leader cast a fierce glare at Buggy, who was so startled he fell to the ground. "Get moving!" Buggy, regaining his composure, shouted desperately to Hakawawa and Shanks. "Understood." In an instant, Shanks dispatched the bandits encircling him and charged forth, with Hakawawa trailing closely behind. Under normal circumstances, such a straightforward assault would have been effortlessly repelled, but the current situation was anything but ordinary. The leader, now frenzied and injured, seemed to have succumbed to complacency from his previous comfortable life as a bandit, resulting in a complete erosion of his willpower. Seizing this rare opportunity, Hakawawa approached him from behind and executed a swift cut from his left shoulder to his hip. A spray of blood accompanied the strike, and after achieving his objective, Hakawawa quickly retreated. The severity of the wound rendered the leader gravely injured. "Ark!" The leader cried out in agony, entirely oblivious to Shanks, who was poised to strike. Taking advantage of his momentary vulnerability, Shanks delivered a slash to his abdomen, causing him to collapse to his knees, clutching his midsection in pain. Buggy seized the moment to fire another shot, hitting the leader's thigh. In that brief instant, he sustained 3 distinct injuries, with the damage to his back being the most critical, as blood flowed profusely, rapidly staining the earth beneath him. "You are finished," Hakawawa declared, pointing his blade at the defeated leader. While it could be said that the 3 of them had combined their efforts to subdue him, the absence of a looming threat above Hakawawa indicated that he had not exerted his full strength. Soon, the leader knelt silently, devoid of any sound. Could it be he has perished? Buggy approached cautiously, noting the leader's silence. It was unusual for someone to succumb to such injuries so swiftly, especially in a world where the resilience of ordinary lives was formidable, let alone that of a robust man. To prevent any tricks, Hakawawa stepped forward and flipped the bandit leader over with his blade, only to discover his eyes had rolled back in his head. "It seems he has fainted from the pain. This is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon," Buggy exclaimed. "Perhaps it is best to let him bleed out here as a form of punishment." "Splendid, truly splendid." Just as they prepared to rest, a voice resonated in their ears, accompanied by slow, mocking applause, as if celebrating their efforts. Upon hearing this voice, Hakawawa's body tensed, the earlier sense of impending dread resurfacing with greater intensity. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, as a figure emerged from the shadows, the silence so profound that even the sound of footsteps could be discerned. "What troubles you?" Kazan inquired, noticing the trio's frozen demeanor upon the figure's arrival. "Run." After a moment of hesitation, Hakawawa finally managed to utter those words. With that, the ominous threat appeared above him, enveloping Shanks, Buggy, and Kazan in a blinding light, lifting them into the air, while Hakawawa resolved to remain behind to confront the looming danger. "Flee, Hakawawa!" Shanks, regaining his senses, shouted urgently, "You cannot contend with him." "Oh, you intend to buy time for your comrades to escape? A noble endeavor indeed, but I cannot allow you to succeed," the figure declared, vanishing from Hakawawa's sight in an instant. Troubling, Hakawawa realized the figure's intent, quickly shifting his gaze skyward, where the figure reappeared beside Shanks and the others, delivering a powerful blow that sent them plummeting to the ground like meteors. "Oh, so it appears I have missed." Although Shanks and the others fell, it was not due to the figure's assault, but rather Hakawawa's manipulation of gravity, causing their abrupt descent. While they would sustain injuries, it was far less severe than being struck down. "Who are you?" Hakawawa asked, his tone grave as he regarded the man descending before him. "You may call me the General. My name is Rog." "The General? You are the one who ordered the massacre of the village below?" "Rog? The man known as the Tiger of the Kingdom?" Both inquiries arose simultaneously, with Hakawawa's question preceding Kazan's. "Indeed, that is I." His response served to affirm both their queries. Kazan, who is he? Hakawa sought clarification, noting Kazan's familiarity with the figure. The most formidable individual of the Galan kingdom, without rival, a man revered as a tiger by all on the island. Yet, I am perplexed as to why such a man would be present here. Is that so? It seems we find ourselves in dire straits, Hakawa realized. Understanding the source of his earlier disquiet. Truly impressive, princess, your knowledge is vast. However, I have awaited your arrival, Rog acknowledged Kazan's insight. Awaited me? For what purpose? Such an invaluable hostage as yourself cannot simply be returned without consequence. Then why did you order the slaughter of the villagers? Hakawa pressed. Naturally. It was to draw you in. To draw us in? Indeed. Your willingness to escort Kazan back home signifies your penchant for meddling and your sense of justice. Thus, when faced with such a situation, I surmised you would not turn a blind eye. Chapter 35. Utterly overwhelmed so, those villagers perished because of us. Bai Chuan gritted his teeth and questioned, Indeed, it is because of you that you should accompany them. But they are your subjects. Humph, a bunch of wretched commoners. Is it not their duty to sacrifice for the nation? As he spoke, Rog's expression bore no trace of compassion, adopting an air of entitlement. Shanks, Buggy. Seize the opportunity to swiftly take Kazan away. I will do my utmost to delay him. Thinking of escaping? It is already too late. In an instant, Rog transformed into a fleeting shadow, while Bai Chuan held his blades defensively before his chest. With a resounding crash, the knife shattered, and Rog's fist broke through the defense, striking Bai Chuan directly. Armament hockey. Upon witnessing Rog's now obsidian arm, Bai Chuan realized that he could not defend against the blow, and with no means to evade. He braced himself for the impact. It hurts. As the attack landed, Bai Chuan's vision darkened, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Bai Chuan. Shanks and the others cried out in deep concern, with tears welling in Kazan's eyes. Damn it, you bastard, I will fight you. In that moment, Shanks completely disregarded whether he could defeat Rog, consumed only by the desire to retaliate. However, such impulsive actions were destined to be futile. Shanks too could not withstand a single blow and fell unconscious to the ground. Shanks, Buggy, forgetting all fear, also rushed forward thoughtlessly. Stop, Buggy, do not act recklessly. At that moment, Bai Chuan managed to regain his composure and spoke to Buggy, his voice faint yet remarkably resolute. Oh, not dead yet? Rog expressed mild surprise at Bai Chuan's resurgence. Die? I will not perish. Bai Chuan took a deep breath, steadying his breath. Is that so? With that, Rog launched another assault against Bai Chuan, his speed so swift that Bai Chuan barely had time to react, feeling as though he were a living target. Damn it! Bai Chuan roared, unleashing a ferocious burst of Conqueror's Haki for the first time since mastering it. The shockwave from his Haki caused surrounding trees to splinter. And both Buggy and Kazan, caught in the aura, trembled, a deliberate choice by Bai Chuan to avoid harming them. Otherwise, they might have fainted or even succumbed to death. Conqueror's Haki, intriguing, Rog remarked, a smile of interest gracing his lips, though he found the intensity somewhat intimidating. Feeling a sense of oppression. Soon after, Rog too manifested his own Conqueror's Haki. The two formidable forces collided, and even with Bai Chuan's intention to protect them, Buggy and Kazan succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, you possess Conqueror's Haki. Bai Chuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Oh, you know? It is not surprising for the strongest person in a nation to have it, especially here in the New World. Rog chuckled proudly at Bai Chuan's words. However, I prefer not to drag this out with you. In a clash of Haki, I find myself at a disadvantage. Perhaps for the sake of face, I shall say this. Subsequently, both men simultaneously withdrew their Haki, and the surrounding environment fell into tranquility. In truth, I feel there is no need for us to fight to the death. All I ask is to take Kazan away. What do you say? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Rog suddenly proposed something to Bai Chuan. Impossible, Bai Chuan replied without hesitation. Since that is the case, I shall prepare for a swift resolution. Rog's tone abruptly turned chilling, exuding a palpable aura of menace that Bai Chuan acutely sensed. Seizing the initiative. With his blade shattered, Bai Chuan could only resort to his fist for combat. To Bai Chuan's astonishment, he landed a direct blow to Rog's face, yet it inflicted no harm. For Rog had fortified himself with armament Haki. Before Bai Chuan could fully process the situation, Rog struck him in the abdomen, akin to an ascending dragon fist, propelling him upwards into the air. Unyielding, Rog leapt into the sky, and as Bai Chuan neared his apex, he clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful downward strike. A thunderous crash resonated as Bai Chuan was sent crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater. Immortal? How could anyone be truly immortal? Just as Rog prepared to depart with Ketherlin, he suddenly froze, sensing the life force of the white-haired youth gradually revitalizing. What is happening? How can you still be alive? Rog turned abruptly, incredulity etched upon his face. I told you, I am immortal, Baichuan murmured, wiping away the non-existent blood from the corner of his mouth. I see. Is it a certain devil fruit ability related to regeneration? Intriguing. A cruel smile crept across Rog's lips, his gaze fixed on Baichuan, as if he were observing a peculiar specimen, fraught with danger. Let me ascertain the limits of your fruit's endurance. With that, he drove a knee into Baichuan's chin, dislodging several of his teeth. Yet, he did not relent. Seizing Baichuan's head and forcibly prying his mouth open, watching as his teeth gradually mended. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He struck Baichuan again, knocking out more teeth. Curse you. Baichuan clenched his fists, filled with resentment, yet he was powerless to resist, foreseeing the excruciating torment that awaited him. Let me go. Each instance of recovery drained immense stamina from Baichuan, the pace of his healing slowing with each passing moment. Oh, I could let you go, provided you plead with me. Just like those wretched commoners, begging for mercy. Bah. Upon hearing those words, Baichuan spat defiantly onto Rog's face. Enraged by the filth upon his visage, Rog became irate, forcefully slamming Baichuan's head down. If you desire death so fervently, then I shall oblige. Rog seethed. Aren't you immortal? Let us see if I can crush your head and still leave you unscathed. With that, he picked up a blade from the ground, belonging to some fallen bandit. Standing atop Baichuan's body, he prepared to strike. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him, delivering a crushing blow that sent Rog reeling. Baichuan lifted his head to see this apparition, a relieved smile illuminating his face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 36. Barrett vs. Rog having endured a heavy strike to the face, Rog was evidently shaken. As he rose from the ground, a distinct imprint of a fist was visible on his visage, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, from his demeanor, it was evident that Roger had not sustained any grave injuries. Who are you? Roger inquired sharply. A grave expression etched upon his face, for he sensed a palpable threat emanating from the newcomer. However, this individual did not respond to Roger's words. Instead, he bent down and lifted Baichuan as one would catch a mouse, then proceeded to do the same with Buggy and Shanks, lifting them effortlessly to his side. It must be said that his hands were indeed large. With a single grip, he effortlessly seized the collars of two individuals. He glanced at Catherine, who lay beside Buggy, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes, yet he thought little of it and lifted her up. He approached a rather sturdy tree and unceremoniously tossed her to the ground, indifferent to whether they could feel pain. Having dealt with these trivial matters, he returned to Rog, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Barrett, that is my name. Are you with them? Sort of, at least for now, we are on the same side. Indeed. The newcomer was Barrett, and it was upon seeing him that Shirakawa lost consciousness without a second thought, trusting in Barrett's strength to protect them. Do you have any last words? Barrett's icy voice echoed in Rog's ears once more. What do you mean? Having injured my companion, you no longer have a reason to live. If Roger discovers you are still alive, you can expect a lengthy lecture. Though Barrett had always regarded Roger as a rival, he had gradually integrated into Roger's pirate crew over time. Are you so certain you can capture me? Of course. While you possess some strength, you still fall short in comparison to me. You cannot be unaware of that. Damn it, I'll show you my true power. Rog shouted, charging towards Barrett with near instantaneous speed. However, Barrett remained motionless, delivering a powerful punch straight ahead. In an instant, their fists, enveloped in haki, collided, unleashing the Conqueror's haki from both of their beings. You two? Rog exclaimed in surprise during the clash. Having lived most of his life, he had encountered individuals with Conqueror's haki only a handful of times. Yet today, he faced two. This revelation plunged him into deep self-doubt. His master had once told him that Conqueror's haki was a rarity, appearing in only 1 out of a million. But was that truly the case? Losing focus in battle was unwise. Observing Rog's moment of confusion, Barrett kindly warned him, forcefully deflecting Rog's fist and following up with a left hook that struck Barrett's abdomen. Rog, having received this blow without the opportunity to defend with haki, felt the impact keenly. The force of Barrett's punch, reinforced with haki, nearly caused Rog's eyes to bulge, his saliva spraying forth as his body contorted like a shrimp. Coughing violently, Rog expelled a few mouthfuls of blood. You fiend, I will make you pay for this. At that moment, Rog's eyes turned bloodshot, elongated fangs protruding from his mouth, and he dropped to all fours, his body exhibiting a feral transformation. Oh, A Zoan user? Barrett found himself somewhat surprised by Rog's devil fruit powers, yet this only ignited his fervor. An ancient type? A saber-toothed tiger, perhaps? At that moment, Rog transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, his form growing larger. With a ferocious roar, Rog glared at Barrett, his anger appearing as if it could ignite flames. Now this is interesting, Barrett declared, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. I will tear you apart. As he spoke, the saber-toothed tiger form of Rog suddenly vanished from Barrett's sight. His speed has increased tremendously. Barrett was filled with astonishment, swiftly turning to throw a punch. To his surprise, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of power. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable for an ancient breed. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. Barrett's laughter echoed as he accelerated his punches, each strike gaining in speed and ferocity, evoking a sense of madness. Despite being in such a frenzied state, Barrett's mind remained remarkably clear. Always wary of Rog's fangs, one bite could prove disastrous. The battle escalated, transitioning from hands to feet, as the two exchanged blows with increasing intensity. The battlefield expanded beyond the confines of the small mountain bandit hideout, moving deeper into the wilderness. Countless trees fell victim to their clash, as the once dense forest was carved into a path by their ferocity. Are you truly human? Rog exclaimed in disbelief after a prolonged struggle. For even after utilizing his devil fruit powers, he had failed to gain an upper hand. The man before him seemed like a demon, as his strength and speed increased. So too did Barrett's, as if the energy within him was inexhaustible. Each time Rog believed Barrett had reached his peak, he was met with yet another surprise. You may call me a monster, Barrett grinned widely. The term monster had previously been reserved for Rog himself, making it surreal for him to apply it to another. Enough. This battle can come to an end. Upon uttering these words, Barrett's body transformed into a brilliant blue, his eyes glowing crimson, and his hair taking on a white hue. What is this? In this state, Rog sensed a profound threat. This was Barrett's devil form, a culmination of his own demonic energy. Fused with both armament haki and conqueror's haki, the primary reason he was dubbed the devil's progeny. Behold as I end you with a single punch. Panic surged through Rog's mind as the thought crossed him. I'm truly going to die. The mightiest punch, transcending all notions of speed, left Rog with nowhere to evade. He could only feebly defend himself, a futile endeavor, as his arms shattered under the impact of Barrett's fist, which pierced through as if breaking through a membrane, striking Rog squarely on the head and rendering him unconscious. Chapter 37. Barrett's objective. Where am I? Shirakawa groggily opened his eyes, realizing it was now dark, accompanied by the crackling sounds of a fire nearby. Turning his head toward the sound, he found Barrett, which put him at ease. Awake, are you, little brat? Shirakawa felt uneasy at being referred to as a little brat by Barrett, who seemed to be of a similar age, perhaps even younger. In 20 years. During the fervent actions, Barrett would be just over 40, while Shirakawa was likely around 20. But I am stronger than you, considerably so. Indeed. You are the only one of your age to possess such power. At this moment, Bai Chuan also sat up, expressing profound sentiments towards Barrett, tinged with a hint of envy. Barrett was an exceptionally gifted individual who had tirelessly trained with Roger as his ultimate goal. It could be said that within the current Roger pirates, no one dared to claim superiority over Barrett, save for the captain himself. By the way, how did you arrive here? It seems fate has spared you. I happened to be nearby during your battle, and your sword was indeed quite conspicuous. Reflecting on his own Damocles sword, Bai Chuan nodded in agreement, asking, how could you think we would be unable to defeat you? Because I sensed the clash of conquerors' haki. At this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Barrett's mouth, evoking a sense of mockery in his current state. Bai Chuan could not hope to contend with anyone wielding conqueror's haki. Ah, you certainly do not hold back in your words. Bai Chuan chuckled helplessly, yet Barrett's assertion was, regrettably, the truth. Even those possessing the qualities of a king, apart from the occasional outburst of conqueror's haki, must first master both armament and observation haki. Individuals like Bai Chuan, who initially grasped conqueror's haki, are exceedingly rare. Thank you for saving my life. Bai Chuan settled beside the fire to warm himself. No need for thanks. As long as I remain a member of the Roger Pirates, I will not stand idly by while you face peril. Do you intend to leave the pirate crew? From Barrett's words, Bai Chuan discerned another layer of meaning. Barrett remained silent, but his golden silence confirmed Bai Chuan's suspicions. I have heard about your joining the crew as a challenger, always seeking to test your mettle against Roger and claim the title of the world's strongest. Barrett listened without interjecting, and Bai Chuan continued. However, learning of Roger's terminal illness must have dealt you a significant blow. Upon hearing this, Barrett clenched his fists. which also led him to believe that Roger was not invincible. Am I correct? Indeed, you speak the truth. After a moment of heaviness, Barrett gradually relaxed. I began my military career at a young age, becoming a hero of my nation by the age of 14, and until I was 15, I had never faced defeat. Thus, I believed myself invincible until I encountered Roger. He shattered your undefeated myth. Indeed, my battle with Roger marked my first defeat. Since then, I have challenged him numerous times, yet each endeavor ended in failure. While I have always aimed for Roger, he remained an invincible figure in my heart until he fell ill. So, has the image of Roger as invincible crumbled in your heart? From the moment he fell ill, he was no longer an invulnerable being. An invincible person does not succumb to illness. As he uttered this last statement, Barrett's tone suddenly became fervent, startling Baichuan. Barrett, your perspective is exceedingly radical and fundamentally flawed. No one is immune to illness. Of course, I would refrain from stating that about myself. But he is Roger. So what if he is Roger? He is merely a man, subject to the trials of life and death. As Baichuan spoke, he felt a sense of dissonance, as if he were implying that Roger was somehow less than human. Can you guarantee that you shall never fall ill or face death? I will not die. Hearing Barrett's extreme assertions left Baichuan at a loss for words. Did he truly believe he was above mortality? There is a legendary fruit that grants immortality. And until I acquire that fruit, I shall not perish. What fruit is that? The Paramecia surgery fruit. But have you not already consumed a devil fruit? I can seek it out, allowing another to consume it, and then undergo an ageless procedure. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have consumed a devil fruit. Why is that? Baichuan questioned, puzzled. Because I am immensely intrigued by your abilities. Suddenly, Barrett's smile turned sinister, causing Baichuan to shiver involuntarily. This implied that had he not consumed a devil fruit, he might have obliterated Baichuan, waiting for his fruit to be reborn elsewhere to claim him. Then I truly owe you my gratitude for your leniency. By the way, what brings you to this place? Baichuan was convinced Barrett had not come without reason. I have heard that there exists a battlefield on this island, and I wish to witness it. However, the strongest individuals here are of a rather disappointing caliber, causing me to lose interest in that battlefield. And what of that so-called general? Has he perished? Of course, I do not leave survivors in my wake. Oh, how ruthless you are. Ruthless? No, this is merely the conventional demeanor of a pirate. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. You must be familiar with Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, right? I need not elaborate on his fate. Due to his mercy, he faced the most brutal punishment. Well then, I shall take my leave. Where are you going? I do not know. Perhaps I shall challenge the strongest on this island. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Baichuan did not attempt to retain Barrett, knowing that someone with Barrett's disposition could not be easily swayed unless Baichuan's strength surpassed his own. After a while, Baichuan's stomach growled. It seemed he had exhausted too much energy today, yet leaving the group here was dangerous. He glanced at the three still fast asleep. Barrett, why did you not leave me some food? Baichuan approached Buggy and Shanks, delivering 2 sharp slaps to their faces. Instantly, the two, already well-rested, jolted awake. What is going on? Who hit me? Buggy shouted upon awakening. Baichuan, why did you strike me? Shanks, still groggy, appeared to have forgotten the events preceding his unconsciousness. Yet within half a minute, both Buggy and Shanks recalled something, asking, what of that general? Baichuan, what happened? Rest assured, we were rescued. Rescued? By whom? By Barrett. Barrett? No wonder he could defeat that Roger. It is no surprise. But where is he? Shanks scanned the surroundings. Finding no trace of Barrett, he has already departed. Is that so? I wish to properly greet him, now that the danger has passed and the night is upon us. Why have you summoned us? What for? To prepare food for me, of course. Go see what provisions remain in this camp. Do you think I enjoy stalling for time? Very well. They too were beginning to feel a pang of hunger. Chapter 38. Not taking advantage of others. Ah, what a delightful slumber. As dawn broke, Ketherlyn stretched luxuriously, basking in the warmth of the rising sun, her expression one of blissful contentment. What is with those expressions? Why are you all staring at me? After momentarily indulging in her own feelings, Ketherlyn noticed that Baichuan and his companions were regarding her with an unusual gaze, as though she were an oddity. Are you all right? Baichuan approached her, placing his hand on her forehead to check for fever. What are you doing? The enchanting scent emanating from Baichuan, combined with the warmth of his touch, caused Ketherlyn's cheeks to flush visibly, whether from shyness or annoyance was uncertain. You're not feverish. So how could you sleep for so long? Have you undergone some sort of transformation? Baichuan mused aloud, his hand wandering over Ketherlin's body. If it weren't for the seriousness of his expression, one might mistake him for a lewd deviant. Enough. What are you doing? What on earth happened? Ketherlin felt an urge to groan, but interrupted by Chuan's actions, her indignation palpable. Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep? Bai Chuan leaned closer to her. How long? Ketherlin instinctively recoiled. You've slept for 15 or 16 hours. You truly are an extraordinary sleeper. I think I shall bestow upon you the title of sleep deity. 15 or 16 hours. How could I possibly sleep that long? Am I a pig? But the truth is undeniable. You might indeed be an old sow, Bai Chuan quipped, eliciting laughter from himself, and soon, even Buggy and Shanks were drawn into the mirth. So, what exactly transpired? Why did I sleep so soundly? Ketherlin pondered, lowering her head. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she shot her gaze upward, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. What about Rog? We haven't been killed by him, have we? This isn't hell, is it? A torrent of questions spilled from her lips before Bai Chuan could respond. Rest assured, Rog is dead. We were rescued by others. Bai Chuan firmly grasped Ketherlin's shoulders, giving them a reassuring squeeze to alleviate her anxiety. What did you just say? Ketherlin seemed to have misheard Bai Chuan, or perhaps could not bring herself to believe his words. I said, Rog has been slain. We are safe now. Impossible. How could Rog be killed? He is the strongest. The strongest? Spare me the jest. He may be the strongest on this island, but beyond its shores, far greater powers abound. This statement came from Buggy, who scoffed at Ketherlin's assertion. While he acknowledged Rog's strength, he made it clear that he was Rog, not Roger. If it were Roger being referred to as the world's strongest, he would have had no objections. Is that truly the case? Ketherlin still struggled to accept this, her gaze fixed on Bai Chuan, her tone betraying a desire for affirmation. Indeed, it is true. Our companions rescued us. Rog is truly dead. Upon hearing this, Ketherlin suddenly covered her face and began to weep. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Isn't Rog's death a good thing? The three inexperienced individuals were at a loss when they saw Ketherlin in tears, particularly Shanks and Buggy, who were clueless about how to console a girl. Thus, they instinctively stepped back, creating space for Bai Chuan. He embraced her gently, patting her back in a comforting gesture. Feeling Bai Chuan's embrace, Ketherlin reciprocated, burying her head in his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. All right. What exactly happened? Please stop crying, will you? Despite Bai Chuan's soothing words, they seemed to have no effect, and Ketherlin's sobs only intensified. In this situation, Bai Chuan felt powerless, resorting to using his clothing as makeshift tissues for her tears. After a considerable time, Ketherlin's cries gradually subsided. Now, can you tell me why you were crying? Rog is our greatest enemy. My beloved brother perished at his hands. But we avenged you. You should be pleased. I know, I am overwhelmed with joy. But the thought of my brother, slain by Rog, fills me with profound sorrow, and I cannot help but weep. As she spoke, Ketherlin's eyes once again welled with tears. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us think of happier things, like the fact that you will soon be home. Bai Chuan comforted her once more. Ketherlin murmured, her voice muffled against him. I wonder why this scene makes me feel so uneasy. How about you, Shanks? Shanks remarked, observing the two in their embrace, a shiver running down his spine. I feel it too. This tableau seems rather inappropriate, Buggy concurred. Since the two had not strayed far, their words clearly reached Ketherlin's ears, prompting her to push Bai Chuan away in turn, appearing bashful and flustered. Those two really know how to ruin a good moment. Although Bai Chuan had no intention of deepening his relationship with Ketherlin, he still relished the opportunity. Just then, Ketherlin's stomach growled audibly, her face reddening even further. You must be hungry. After sleeping for 15 or 16 hours, it's only natural, especially after crying for so long. Let us prepare a meal. Ketherlin replied, her voice barely audible, akin to a whisper, and without Bai Chuan's keen hearing, he might not have discerned her words. After bustling about in the makeshift kitchen, the group enjoyed a hearty meal, Ketherlin consuming more than thrice her usual portion. Is this truly the Ketherlin we know? Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances. Their unspoken thoughts aligned. All right, let us prepare to depart. We only have a few days before we leave this country's borders. Before setting off, Bai Chuan and the others set fire to the encampment, ensuring that even the remnants of the bodies were reduced to ashes. Thus, the stronghold that had terrorized the land for decades was obliterated. Chapter 39. Will we starve? Goodness, why is the environment becoming increasingly harsh? The further they progressed, The fewer green trees were visible. The landscape morphed into barren land, with signs of impending desertification. We must be nearing the battlefield, Baichuan surmised. Catherine had never visited this place before, which lent a note of uncertainty to her tone. The battlefield where our three nations found themselves did not belong to any single country, resulting in the surrounding lands being left untended. What is the purpose of your warfare? Engaging in battle within public domains merely to assert superiority, yet without the intention of occupying foreign territories? Years prior, there was mutual conquest among us, but recently, it seems my father has reached some form of agreement with the other two nations, as large-scale warfare has not occurred for quite some time, if I am not mistaken. This agreement was likely established shortly after your brother was slain by Rock. Indeed, Catherine's voice grew somber. Well, it is all in the past. I should not have brought it up. It is all right. Rog is dead, and I believe my father would find solace in that. It has been 4 or 5 days since they departed from the mountain stronghold, and the supplies they carried had long been consumed. With not a single rabbit encountered along the way, Baichuan fared a bit better. Even without sustenance, he would not perish. Both Buggy and Shanks were holding up. But Catherine was struggling, nearly blinded by hunger. Just a little longer, we shall soon find food. Catherine had gone from walking to resting on Baichuan's back. Her condition visibly frail. This was my oversight. I had not anticipated the absence of food around the battlefield. It seems that the soldiers of this land rely solely on provisions transported from the cities. Baichuan, look, there are people ahead, Shanks suddenly remarked to Baichuan. At that moment, the pair on the opposite side also spotted them. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be soldiers from the battlefield. Truly, fortune smiles upon us, as they must possess rations. Who are you? The group of soldiers approached, their tone exceedingly serious as they questioned Baichuan. We are mere traveling merchants. A band of mountain bandits robbed us of our goods and provisions. Might you spare us some food? Look, she is on the verge of fainting from hunger. Catherine cooperatively closed her eyes. And we have 2 children with us. Captain, that individual resembles the princess of the Moor Kingdom, and they appear to be among those listed in the wanted notices. A soldier from the group suddenly whispered to his leader. Upon hearing this, the captain scrutinized the group with newfound intensity, then spoke with a tone filled with indignation. How fortunate for us that you nearly deceived me. Seize them and take them back to the capital. Observing the aggressive soldiers, Shanks and Buggy drew their weapons. Yet it was evident that they were not in their prime condition. We had no intention of resorting to violence, but you approached us first. Baichuan did not allow Shanks and Buggy to engage. Instead, he unleashed his conqueror's haki upon them. Instantly, they began confiscating all the food from the soldiers, even Catherine. Disregarding any notions of propriety, reached for the provisions from the unconscious soldiers on the ground. Watching Catherine devour the food ravenously, Baichuan finally exhaled in relief. Should Catherine starve or fall ill, his mission would be in jeopardy. Eat slowly. There is no one to contest with you. Observing Catherine stuffing her mouth while continuing to reach for more, Baichuan found it quite amusing and teased her. Catherine nodded. Yet her hands and mouth showed no signs of slowing. Oh dear, look at the state of the children. Shanks and Buggy were similarly unrefined in their eating habits. Although they could endure hunger, who would choose to do so when food was readily available? After offering Catherine a sip of water, Baichuan took a token bite himself. I have finally revived. After gulping down a mouthful of water, Catherine let out a satisfied sigh. But will it be all right for us to eat here? They won't wake up soon, will they? Catherine glanced worriedly at the soldiers sprawled around her. Rest assured, they will not awaken for quite some time. Oh, that is a relief. Catherine released a breath of ease. At this moment, Shanks and Buggy, having satisfied their hunger, lay on the ground, their bellies round and unwilling to move. You too, is it really necessary to be this way? Baichuan said, half amused, half exasperated. You wouldn't understand the feeling of hunger. Shanks languidly replied, shaking his head as if Baichuan had missed something significant. I may not understand, but I certainly do not wish to. Now, we ought to discuss more pressing matters. Speak. Catherine looked at Baichuan, and Shanks and Buggy also turned their attention to him. Since a group of soldiers has appeared, it indicates that we are not far from this nation S-border, which is surely heavily guarded. We must deliberate on how to proceed. Let us disguise ourselves. Just as we did before, Catherine suggested. That is utterly impossible. As a princess, you must be aware of how stringent the border defenses are. Then let us charge through directly, Shanks added. That is simply unrealistic. Their forces must be considerable. Even if we are elite, they can easily wear us down. Well, that won't work, nor will this. What do you propose? I intend to fly us out. Fly us out? Indeed. with your abilities. It would be effortless to carry us away. Since you have made up your mind, why ask for our opinions? It is nothing. I merely wish to hear your thoughts, though I would not adopt them. Humph, that is a pointless endeavor. Heh. Upon hearing Bucky's last remark, Catherine suddenly laughed, finding his words amusing. I learned from Bai Chuan. I did not expect you to be such a playful person. Who else would associate with a serious individual like you? That would be inviting trouble. You are the one seeking trouble, aren't you? Hey, young lady, we are kindly escorting you, and instead of gratitude, you accuse me of seeking trouble. If that is the case, then you should return on your own. I apologize. I was wrong. Catherine immediately recoiled. Returning alone would equate to a death sentence. Chapter 40, a close call after a brief respite. They resumed their journey and finally laid eyes upon the city at the edge of the nation, Iron Wall. Why is this city referred to as Iron Wall? Not because its walls are made of iron, but because it has never been breached since its establishment. The city indeed exudes a unique atmosphere. Shanks stood outside the city walls and remarked that their group would certainly be discovered upon entering. This was inevitable, as the city had endured numerous battles, its walls having been stained with the blood of countless citizens. Standing at the base of these formidable walls, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. The group found a relatively secluded spot outside the walls and waited until nightfall, deciding to traverse the city under the veil of darkness to avoid drawing attention. Bai Chuan had no desire to be turned into a sieve by arrows during the day. Night soon enveloped the surroundings, bringing with it a refreshing chill. As a gentle breeze whispered through the air, the delicate moon cast its silvery glow across the inky sky. The night was enveloped in profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional calls of small creatures, attempting to capture their attention. Within the impenetrable city, there was none of the lively atmosphere typical of other towns at dusk. Instead, soldiers stood vigilant, their focus unwavering, ensuring that no detail went unnoticed. While the political climate of the nation left much to be desired, the soldiers' caliber was beyond reproach. Observing the meticulous soldiers on the walls, Bai Chuan felt a twinge of admiration. It seemed that the country enforced strict regulations upon its soldiers, instilling in them a sense of discipline that left no room for complacency. Any lapse could lead to severe repercussions. So this is how it is, Bai Chuan thought, nodding in agreement. It is essential to have someone to motivate one's best performance, yet if that motivation were to vanish, their attitudes might become lax, potentially rendering them inferior to soldiers from other nations. Let us prepare for action, he suggested. Indeed, the three of them nodded in agreement. Bai Chuan lifted Kai's Lin into his arms, not out of any ulterior motive, but to provide her with a sense of security in the air, preventing her from screaming in fright. As for Shanks and Buggy, they clutched onto their clothing, for their personalities suggested they would not succumb to fear. However, Bai Chuan was destined to overestimate Buggy. The journey across the city would take some time, and to avoid detection, Bai Chuan soared to considerable heights. Initially, Buggy was unfazed, having flown with Bai Chuan numerous times before. Yet, as they ascended higher, his heart raced, especially at night, with the abyss below shrouded in darkness, leaving him unaware of their altitude. He merely clung tightly to Bai Chuan's thigh. Noticing Buggy's state, Bai Chuan couldn't resist teasing him, abruptly descending a short distance as if he had lost his ability to fly. Buggy's terrified scream pierced the night, a sound so shrill it seemed to echo for miles. Fortunately, Shanks was quick to cover Buggy's mouth, and Bai Chuan, startled himself, resumed normal flight, having been taken aback by the scare. Hey, did you just hear a scream? It sounded pretty distressing, a soldier on the wall inquired of his companion. No, I didn't hear anything. Perhaps you misheard? It must have been my imagination. Since his comrade hadn't heard it either, it seemed he might have been experiencing auditory hallucinations. You look worn out. You should rest after your shift and stop wasting energy on frivolities. Yes, I suppose I do need a day off. He looked up and thought he saw a shooting star streaking across the sky before vanishing. Could it be that I am simply fatigued? Doubt crept into his mind. As time passed, and with Bai Chuan refraining from further mischief, Buggy's nerves settled. Buggy, you looked quite cowardly just now, Shanks began to tease. Don't point fingers. You were scared too. We both know each other well. But I didn't scream. That's because I screamed first, drawing your attention. Otherwise, you would have been the one to scream. Buggy was convinced that Shanks would have screamed too, though not from fear, but rather from excitement. Bai Chuan listened with a smile, finding amusement in the banter of these two lively characters during their otherwise mundane flight. Why don't you just take me back to my kingdom's capital? Kaislin suggested, seemingly enamored with the sensation of flight or perhaps with Bai Chuan's embrace. No. Bai Chuan replied without hesitation. Why not? Kazan pouted, confused and indignant. There is no particular reason, I simply don't want to. You are quite willful. Kazan turned her head away, trying to sulk, but it was clear that her little tantrum would only affect her. Hey, why aren't we descending? We should have long since crossed the borders of the Goron kingdom. Kazan felt they had been flying for quite a while. I intend to fly directly to your country. What do you mean? Didn't you say you wouldn't fly directly to our capital? Indeed. But I never said I wouldn't fly to your country. I simply feel a bit bored and wish to expedite this nonsensical task. Are you implying that being with me is dull? Very well, then release me, and I will return on my own. Are you being unreasonable? Bai Chuan's tone suddenly turned cold. Unreasonable? How am I being unreasonable? You just claimed it was too boring, and now I'm the one being unreasonable? Do you wish to take advantage of me? I'm undertaking this task for a reward. If I drop you now, who will compensate me? Upon hearing Bai Chuan's words, Kazan fell silent. Just then, a series of explosions erupted below, accompanied by gunfire and shouts. What is happening? Buggy sprang back to life, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 41. Coming to the rescue. A battle was unfolding below, seemingly not instigated by their presence. Bai Chuan adjusted their altitude to gain a clearer view of the chaos on the battlefield. It appeared that two opposing forces were engaged in combat. One comprised of soldiers from the Goron kingdom, a faction with which they were familiar, and the other, an unfamiliar group to Bai Chuan. Those are soldiers from our country. Kazan suddenly remarked from his arms. Is that so? It seems your nation's military might is lacking, although the numbers on the battlefield were roughly equal. The combat effectiveness of the Goron soldiers was superior to that of the soldiers from the Moor kingdom. Witnessing more and more of her countrymen fall in battle, Kazan buried her face in Bai Chuan's embrace, unable to bear the sight of such devastation. At that moment, Bai Chuan descended, gently placing Kazan on the ground. What is wrong? Feeling her feet finally touch the ground, Catherine displayed a look of bewilderment. Our primary purpose in offering assistance is to gain experience on the battlefield. Thus we cannot afford to miss this battle. Thank you, Catherine spoke with tears welling in her eyes, deeply moved, realizing that Shirakawa was not a cold-blooded individual after all. Do not misunderstand. We do not necessarily intend to assist the soldiers of your nation. Our willingness to help lies solely within our discretion. And those present could very well become our adversaries. Upon hearing this, Catherine's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, all her earlier emotions had been in vain, revealing him to be as heartless as ever. I curse you to remain single for life, Catherine muttered softly, yet Shirakawa caught her words. For his ears were particularly attuned to criticism. Rest assured, your curse shall never come to fruition. A lifetime of singleness is an impossibility, who knows? Perhaps one day, I may grow weary of life and choose to end it. Who are you? At this moment, both sides of soldiers noticed the descending figures of Shirakawa and his companions, their striking white cloaks unmistakable. We are but passers-by. Pay us no mind and continue with your business, Shirakawa replied with a casual gesture. Is that not Princess Catherine? Suddenly, the soldiers of the Moor kingdom began to murmur amongst themselves. You are the ones who kidnapped the princess. Seize them. One soldier commanded. Are you truly certain you wish to apprehend me under these circumstances? Shirakawa smiled. Surely you have not forgotten the nature of your current predicament. Cursed be this situation. The lead general of the Golan kingdom thought, his face contorted with resentment. Is that not Princess Catherine? Did we not abduct her? How could she possibly be here? Have you lost your wits? Do you not recall the earlier reports stating that Princess Catherine was taken by a band of thieves? They must be the very ones before us. Is that so? I have forgotten. However, if we were to reclaim Princess Catherine, it would be a significant achievement. We must. At that moment, the soldiers of the Golan kingdom regarded Catherine with predatory gazes, a tempting prize now within their reach. However, the soldiers of Bai Chuan and the Moor kingdom are still at an impasse. Fortunately, Princess Kazan stepped forward to break the stalemate. General of Shan, you have misunderstood. These individuals are the ones who rescued me from the kingdom of Golan. They have come specifically to aid us in defeating Golan. Hey, don't presume too much. When did I say I would assist you? Bai Chuan regarded Kazan with a disdainful gaze, as if to imply her self-importance was unwarranted. Princess Kazan, I'm astonished that you remember me. Upon hearing his name uttered by Kazan, General Shin was filled with excitement, seemingly more delighted than after a victorious battle. Of course, my father often speaks of you. What did he say? Lufshin inquired eagerly, aware that his father rarely returned to the royal capital due to his duties at the border. He was particularly curious about the opinions held regarding him. My father said that General Lufshin is a great benefactor to our nation, thanks to you. Our homeland enjoys peace and tranquility. Did the king truly say such a thing? Shan found it hard to believe, for such praise seemed excessively lofty. Indeed, would I dare to deceive you? I would not presume, Your Highness. Shan quickly bowed in apology. But did they really rescue the princess? He expressed skepticism regarding the capabilities of Bai Chuan and his companions, observing their slender limbs and seemingly fragile appearance, questioning how they could possess the strength to save anyone, especially with two minors among them, one of whom looked as if he had just stepped out of a circus. It is true, do not be deceived by their appearances, their strength is indeed formidable. Kazan gestured with her hands, as if such a gesture could convey their prowess. Hey, do you even know how to speak? If you cannot articulate, then refrain from commenting. We may appear diminutive, but we are indeed quite powerful. Hey, how dare you speak to our princess in such a manner? Apologize immediately. Shan attempted to shove Bai Chuan aside, but his wrist was swiftly seized by Bai Chuan. It would be wise for you not to provoke us. Remember, we are here to assist you. With that, Bai Chuan released his grip and pushed Shan away. While he could jest with acquaintances, any stranger daring to lay hands upon him would be deemed an enemy. Are you also dismissive of us that you dare reminisce in our presence, as if we are beneath you? At that moment, the soldiers of the kingdom of Gaulin, who had been ignored, could no longer contain their frustration. What about us? You treat us as if we do not exist. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot about you. How infuriating. Brothers, charge. Capture Kazan alive, and eliminate the rest. Yes. Hey. Bai Chuan swiftly pushed Kazan towards Shan. Protect your princess. Shanks, Buggy, let us go. Finally, we can engage in battle. Shanks had been itching for a fight for quite some time, ever since his last encounter with Roger, where he had been thoroughly beaten. He longed to unleash his pent-up fury, and these soldiers were the perfect targets. Bai Chuan shared a similar sentiment. The last thrashing he received from Roger remained a haunting nightmare. However, since Roger is deceased, he has no avenue for vengeance. He can only vent his fury upon the soldiers of the same nation as Roger. Do not inquire why I treat you thus, for your grand commander has offended me. This statement, made by Bai Chuan before the battle, left the soldiers of the kingdom of Gaulin utterly bewildered. Chapter 42. How did you arrive? Indeed, although Bai Chuan, Shanks, and Buggy possess far greater strength than ordinary soldiers, the three of them alone could not possibly contend with the hundreds of soldiers on the opposing side. Ultimately, it required the intervention of the soldiers from the kingdom of Moor to resolve the situation. However, Bai Chuan and his companions did not seek to annihilate the enemy entirely, as they had already been defeated. Whether they remained or departed mattered little. This encounter also transformed General Lushan's perception of Bai Chuan. He witnessed Bai Chuan's extraordinary capability to fend off multiple adversaries, a feat even he could not achieve. I was in the wrong earlier. Your strength commands our respect. Bai Chuan. General Lushan sincerely apologized, his tone and demeanor reflecting genuine contrition. Well, since you have sincerely apologized, I shall forgive you. Princess, I shall hasten to arrange for your swift return to the royal capital. During your absence, the king has become quite frantic, contemplating a formal declaration of war against the kingdom of Gaulin. That cannot be allowed. I must return to the palace at once. Catherine does not wish to become the catalyst for a war between two nations. That would be a betrayal to her people and to the soldiers who might sacrifice themselves for her. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall prepare a carriage for you and dispatch a small detachment of soldiers to escort you back to the capital. The carriage can be arranged. But there is no need for soldiers. Having you all by my side is sufficient. That is unacceptable. The princess must be personally escorted by our men. General Lushan immediately retorted upon hearing Bai Chuan's words. Tell him not to allow others to accompany you, Bai Chuan instructed Catherine, knowing full well he could not persuade this obstinate general. Very well. Catherine pulled General Lushan aside, and although their conversation was inaudible, it was evident that Lushan's expression shifted several times, akin to a roller coaster ride. Ultimately, though he acquiesced to Bai Chuan's suggestion, the look he cast upon Bai Chuan was decidedly peculiar. Hey, what did you say to him? A secret, Catherine replied playfully. Since Catherine had no intention of revealing anything, Bai Chuan refrained from pressing further, concluding it was likely not a matter of significance to him. In the end, General Lushan wished to persuade Catherine to stay for the night, but she firmly declined. Having returned to her homeland, she eagerly longed to see her father. With the princess having refused, General Lushan could not insist further. He arranged for a grand and luxurious carriage, allowing them to depart. General, what did Princess Catherine say to you that led you to agree to let a group of strangers escort her back to the capital? As they watched the carriage recede into the distance, Lushan's deputy queried. Upon hearing this, General Lushan's expression darkened. It's a secret. Do not inquire further. The journey back to the capital was considerably more relaxed than their departure from the Kingdom of Golan, as they were no longer required to travel on foot and could naturally traverse each city. Furthermore, each city's lord would present them with exquisite gifts and delectable food. Your kingdom is indeed different from the Kingdom of Golan. Seated in the carriage, Baichuan remarked upon the scenic vistas and the people they passed. What distinguishes it? The tranquility and harmony of your nation are genuine, not merely in appearance. In contrast, the Kingdom of Golan, while seemingly similar, merely conceals its darker aspects. Indeed, the Kingdom of Moor is truly remarkable. At that moment, Buggy chimed in, adorned with jewels gifted to the princess by the citizens of Moor, which she had passed on to him, as she had no need for such treasures. However, Buggy was in dire need, and naturally, he would advocate for her. If possible, I would love to remain in this country indefinitely. Buggy fell into a deep reverie, envisioning himself draped in gold and silver, surrounded by treasures from across the globe. Then stay. No one would stop you. I am sure the captain would agree. Upon hearing this, Buggy snapped back to reality, quickly dismissing his earlier statement. How could I be consumed by such trivial gains? My dream is to follow the captain and conquer the Grand Line. Haha, Buggy. Do you truly believe your own words? Why should I not? I tell you, Baichuan, you may insult my character, but never my dreams. All right, I believe you. Observing Buggy's rising ire, Baichuan promptly played along, surprised at the magnitude of Buggy's aspirations. At the very least, he himself held little interest in conquering the Grand Line. After a fortnight's journey, they finally reached the royal capital, having encountered several ambushes along the way, all of which were deftly handled by Baichuan and his companions. Clearly, there are those who wish to prevent your smooth return to the capital. Earlier, Catherine had mentioned the presence of a traitor in her kingdom, and the current circumstances only corroborated her claims. Now, the fact that Princess Catherine was returning to the palace was no longer a secret. Word had spread, and anyone with ill intent could easily track their whereabouts. Upon entering the capital, a military escort immediately paved the way for them, leading them directly to the palace. Your capital is truly prosperous. This was Baichuan's first exclamation, as the scene before him was extraordinarily striking, with 3-story buildings lining the streets and a fountain that shot water to great heights. I do not seek to boast, but our capital is undoubtedly the most flourishing among the 3 nations. The carriage halted before the palace, for carriages were not permitted to traverse the palace grounds, and even the king emerged to greet them. Father. Upon seeing her father, Catherine rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face in a mix of joy and relief. Ah, my little princess, you have endured much hardship. The king's eyes glistened with moisture at the sight of Catherine. By the way, father, these are the brave souls who escorted me home. Catherine did not forget to introduce Baichuan and the others to her father. Thank you all. The king wished to bow in gratitude to Baichuan and his companions, but Baichuan declined. He was not yet deserving of a king's bow. Someone once told me the princess would return safely, but I was skeptical. Now, I'm convinced. Who told you this? It was I. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows, the speaker being the one walking ahead. Captain, Vice Captain. Upon seeing the 2 individuals, Baichuan and the others exclaimed in astonishment, as they could hardly fathom how these 2 could possibly be present in such a place. Indeed, the newcomers were none other than Roger and Rayleigh. How did you end up here? Baichuan questioned in disbelief. This defies all logic. Why can't we be here? Roger retorted. No. I mean, how did you arrive here so much faster than us? Because we are not wanted, Roger explained with a smile. Thus we took a more direct route. Captain, I've missed you so much. After their exchange, Buggy leapt onto Roger with excitement. Captain, you have no idea how anxious I've been. There was a moment when we nearly didn't see each other again. Oh, what happened? Did you almost perish? Indeed. We encountered the strongest person on this island. Someone named Rock. Even Baichuan was knocked down by him in just a few strikes. If it weren't for Barrett's intervention, you might not have seen us at all. And what has become of this Rock now? Roger's demeanor shifted, a hint of anger lacing his words. To him, every crew member was akin to family, and he would not tolerate any harm befalling them. He was killed by Barrett. What? King Kether, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Is it true that Rog is dead? Of course, if you do not believe me, ask Ketherlin. Is it true, Lin? King Kether turned to his daughter, eager for confirmation. Yes, father, Rog is indeed dead. Wonderful, wonderful. At last, my son can find peace. The king sighed in relief, struggling to hold back his tears. By the way, what brings you two here? Is there some matter at hand? I plan to establish a singular nation on this island. What? The calmness of the speaker was in stark contrast to the explosive reactions of those listening. Captain, are you truly going to pursue such madness? Indeed. I have made my decision to assist the kingdom of Moor in dominating the entire island. Is that so, father? Upon hearing Roger's words, Ketherlin's eyes sparkled with delight. Absolutely. King Kether nodded with a smile. While his ambitions were modest, achieving unification would fulfill the wishes of his ancestors. I knew it. Captain, you are not one to sit idly. What is your plan? Will you use force to compel them to submit? Force? That is the act of a brute. We must reason with them, appeal to their sensibilities, and engage their emotions. Chuckling, Baichuan was unconvinced. Reasoning is only effective after demonstrating strength. Without that, who would listen? And when do you plan to take action? We have already begun. When? About 10 days ago. Barrett went to the capital of the Goran kingdom, while I sent Jabba and Sakur to the Bia kingdom. Are you not using force to subdue them? I believe it won't be long before this nation is unified. Perhaps the other two kingdoms have cunning strategists, but in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are rendered ineffective. Especially with Barrett involved, Baichuan thought quietly. Reflecting on the royal family of Goran, if negotiations failed, their entire lineage could vanish. All right, let us head to the palace. I've arranged for lunch to be prepared for you. Very well. Baichuan was eager to experience the renowned delicacies of the royal palace, hoping they would be as exquisite as the legends suggested. Upon entering the grand dining hall filled with an array of dishes, Buggy and Shank's eyes widened, not from unfamiliarity with the food, but rather from the sheer excitement of seeing such a feast after enduring a month of deprivation alongside Baichuan. Without needing a prompt, they dove into the food, treating the utensils as mere decorations. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Shanks remarked, observing Buggy's stuffed cheeks. Don't point fingers at me, Shanks, you're no different. Indeed, both Shanks and Buggy wore identical expressions, cheeks puffed up. Fortunately, Baichuan was the only one maintaining composure. Though appearing to savor each bite, upon closer inspection, he consumed his meal even more swiftly than Shanks and Buggy. Captain Roger, what is with them? King Kether, witnessing the ravenous trio, was at a loss for words. My apologies for the spectacle. While Roger is known for his hearty appetite, he has managed to maintain a refined demeanor here in the palace, though he often slips. It's quite all right. I'll have the kitchen prepare more. As evening approached, King Kether arranged for each of them to have their own chambers for rest. However, Baichuan found himself devoid of sleepiness. What troubles you, drinking alone here? Rayleigh, having emerged from his own room, raised his glass in acknowledgement towards Baichuan. Nothing much, just feeling rather insignificant at the moment. Is this about the one called Rog? Yes. I felt utterly powerless before him. Witnessing Shanks fall before me filled me with profound despair. Fortunately, we encountered Barrett. Had they been harmed, I would carry that guilt for life. You understand well. Rayleigh did not offer comfort, but rather admonished him. Your mindset has shifted since you first boarded the ship. Do you remember what you aspired to back then? To grow stronger. Precisely. And what do you seek now? To become even stronger. You lie. With some newfound power, you have settled for mediocrity. When did this change occur? Perhaps it began when you could withstand 5 of my strikes. At that moment, your heart altered. Follow me. Rayleigh leaped down from the railing, and though Baichuan was uncertain of his intentions, he followed nonetheless. In an open space, they came to a halt. Just as Baichuan was about to inquire about Rayleigh's purpose, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was not the essence of hockey, yet it bore a sense of force. Do you still believe you could withstand 5 strikes? As Rayleigh spoke, the pressure dissipated. So you have not been using your full strength, Baichuan replied with a rueful smile. Rayleigh was correct, since he had managed to endure 5 of Rayleigh's strikes. He had grown somewhat complacent. After all, few could claim to withstand even 5 blows from the legendary Rayleigh in his prime. Yet, he had never anticipated that Rayleigh had merely been toying with him during their sparring sessions. Thus, you still have a long journey ahead. Having spoken, Rayleigh departed, leaving Baichuan alone in contemplation of life's profound truths. Unbeknownst to Baichuan, this scene unfolded entirely before Roger's watchful eyes. Whether Rayleigh was aware of it or not remains uncertain. Indeed, Rayleigh's manner of imparting wisdom was quite commendable. Chapter 44. Frigid chill at the break of dawn the following day, Baichuan knocked on Rayleigh's door. What is it? So early in the morning? Are you intent on depriving me of my slumber? A groggy voice emanated from within Rayleigh's chamber, tinged with a hint of irritation. The door was opened with considerable abruptness, and upon seeing Baichuan at the threshold, Rayleigh's demeanor remained unyielding. What do you want? I humbly request your guidance in my training once more, Baichuan replied, bowing respectfully. He had set his sights on achieving royal-level prowess. Though this ambition seemed lofty, he resolved to remain steadfast and diligent until he reached that goal, planning to bide his time until he could emerge once more to revel in the world. I have no time, Rayleigh dismissed Baichuan's earnest plea with a resounding thud as he shut the door. Insane, he muttered under his breath, retreating back to his bed. His morning grumpiness palpable. What is going on? Baichuan stood bewildered outside the door, taken aback that such a sincere request had been so brusquely denied. You need not limit yourself to seeking Rayleigh, a voice interjected, drawing Baichuan's attention. Turning, he beheld Captain Roger leaning against the wall, amusement evident in his expression. There are other skilled individuals aboard our ship. Captain, would you be willing to teach me? Baichuan inquired eagerly. However, upon hearing this, Roger's expression froze. And without a backward glance, he strode away, echoing Rayleigh's dismissal. No time. Then it appears I must seek others, Baichuan sighed, shaking his head at the rejection from the ship's top 2 leaders. His next target was Spark Jabba. He believed his rapport with Jabba was sufficient for the latter to be willing to mentor him, and he was confident that Jabba's abilities were on par with Rayleigh's. However, Jabba is not here at the moment, so any training must wait for a while longer. With no other options, he can only retreat to his room to sleep. As he had been unable to find rest the previous night, his mind a chaotic whirl of disjointed thoughts. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a sudden knock at his door jolted him awake. Who could it be at such an early hour, disturbing his peace? He had evidently forgotten that he had similarly interrupted Rayleigh earlier. What do you want? He said gruffly as he opened the door, only to find Catherine standing there. I've come to deliver a gift, she said with an air of accomplishment. What gift? White River inquired, already noticing the object concealed behind her back. Though it was obscured by a white cloth, despite his curiosity, he still asked. Done. It's a sword. I noticed your last one was damaged, so I thought to present you with a new one. She extended the sword toward him, both hands cradling it. White River accepted it with one hand and removed the cloth, revealing a magnificent blade before his eyes. This isn't merely a decorative piece, is it? He remarked, observing that the sword resembled something fit for a noble rather than a weapon for battle. Of course not. The warehouse manager told me this is a fine swift blade. She replied confidently. A swift blade, you say? White River's eyes widened in surprise as he unsheathed it to inspect it closely. Indeed, it was an exceptional sword, far superior to his previous one, which had been a poorly made, substandard weapon. What is its name? I believe it is called Ice Cold. Ice Cold. Quite fitting, he mused, sensing a faint chill emanating from the blade. Though subtle, it seemed to suggest that it was crafted from some special material, potentially augmenting its lethality in battle. Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift, he said sincerely. No need for thanks, it is only right. Considering your previous sword was damaged because of me, Catherine replied with a sweet smile, warmed by his gratitude, as it was the first time he had ever expressed thanks to her. All right, you may leave now. I need to sleep, he stated firmly. What? Catherine was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. After presenting him with such a splendid gift, should she not be invited in to sit for a while? I said you can leave. I wish to continue my rest, he reiterated, not affording her another opportunity to respond before shutting the door. Once the door was closed, White River found his fatigue had evaporated. He unsheathed the sword again, gazing at it with increasing satisfaction, akin to beholding a breathtaking beauty. Yet, he recognized that this sword was but a temporary companion. He was destined to acquire a blade of unparalleled quality befitting his status as the King of Silver. Ice cold. Let us fight side by side in the future. The sword remained still, suggesting it possessed no spirit. His initial fascination waned, and after a thorough examination, he carelessly set the sword down on the floor and resumed his slumber. This time, he slept soundly, undisturbed by any interruptions. When he awoke again, it was already afternoon. Although he did not feel particularly hungry, his stomach felt hollow, an unpleasant sensation. Awake at last, he heard as he stepped into the palace courtyard, where Captain Roger was sipping tea, a drink that seemed ill-suited to his demeanor. A well-deserved rest is in order, especially after a month of toil. Even Buggy and Shanks have yet to rise, he noted. Is that so? Indeed. Let those two boys enjoy their slumber. They have endured considerable hardships alongside you. Huh. It's merely a reflection of my own inadequacies, White River replied. That sword of yours is quite impressive, Roger remarked, noticing the new blade at White River's waist. Yes, it is a swift blade, though it cannot compare to yours, Captain. I have long admired your sword. Huh, dream on, kid. That sword is one you can only gaze at from afar, touching it is out of the question. How stingy. Though Roger was not a professional swordsman, his sword had become akin to a second hand, having accompanied him for many years, likely having forged a deep bond. Captain, when do we plan to set sail? White River inquired. What? Are you eager to leave? I yearn for more battles upon the sea. Soon, I reckon. Once Jabba and Barrett return, we should be able to depart. By the way, we are heading back to the Grand Line. I know, the first mate has informed me. Is that so? Rayleigh certainly has a penchant for chatter. Are you truly not considering continuing this journey with me? After a moment of silence, Roger addressed White River. Indeed, I intend to embark on a story of my own. Chapter 45. The banquet. Approximately 10 days later, Barrett and Jabba returned, one after the other. Barrett was the first to arrive, and his methods were straightforward and forceful. He had simply abducted the king of the Goran kingdom. In contrast, Jabba and Seeker employed a more diplomatic approach, inviting the king of the Bia kingdom to return. The three kings conversed throughout the night. Though the content of their discussions remains a mystery, nonetheless, once the two kings returned to their realms, they announced their subjugation to the Moral Kingdom. Despite some lingering dissenters among the two kingdoms, all opposition was swiftly dealt with by the Roger pirates, ensuring their complete eradication to prevent any future uprisings. King Catherine of the Goran kingdom eventually uncovered the identity of the traitor lurking within their ranks, revealing to their astonishment that it was one of their highest-ranking ministers. Fortunately, the Roger pirates had arrived in time. Otherwise, the king might have been gradually undermined, with the fall of his kingdom looming on the horizon. The day after learning the truth, King Catherine ordered the execution of the traitor's entire lineage, disregarding any pleas for mercy and the contributions he had made to the kingdom. The crime of endangering the princess alone was sufficient to overshadow his past merits. On the day of national unification, a grand banquet was held on the island, with every citizen participating in the festivities, celebrating their newfound peace and the end of their turbulent existence. Thank you all, King Catherine expressed deeply, bowing to Roger, who accepted the gesture. Aware that such gratitude could not be declined, I trust you will treat the residents of this island with care. Should I return and find them in distress, you can imagine the consequences. Rest assured, I shall regard the islanders as my own children. As he spoke, beads of sweat trickled down King Catherine's brow. For he had felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Roger, shattering the amiable image he had previously held of him. That is good to hear. Roger patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, hoping that he might one day become a great king. After a lapse of 2 months, the Roger pirates had once again gathered, and even within the solemnity of the royal palace, the lively atmosphere of the crew could not be quelled. Thank you, Princess Catherine said as she approached Shirakawa, raising her goblet in his direction. Dressed in a stunning gown that commanded attention wherever she went, Catherine was truly the center of admiration. No need for thanks, Shirakawa replied, having heard her express her gratitude countless times before. This instance was no different. Look at Shirakawa. That lad has quite the fortune with the ladies, a pirate complained to his companion, perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Catherine's closeness to Shirakawa. If you had Shirakawa's looks, no. If you had just half of his charm, you'd be swarmed with admirers, came the laughter from the surrounding crew. Their mirth echoed throughout the hall, punctuated by the pirate's retort, as if you lot aren't envious yourselves. The laughter ceased abruptly. For to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Though pirates typically did not require handsome visages, none would object to possessing one. Especially considering that most sought two things, wealth and women. A handsome face, like Shirakawa's, certainly made the pursuit of beauty easier. Yet, contrary to others' assumptions, Shirakawa did not feel the elation they imagined. Catherine's persistent inquiries weighed heavily upon him. Are you truly not planning to stay? This was the umpteenth time Catherine had posed the question. I have already stated my intentions. My aspirations lie elsewhere. You must relinquish this hope, he replied firmly. Can you not even consider my feelings? For days, Catherine had endeavored to conceal her affections, but upon learning of Shirakawa's intent to depart, her suppressed emotions surged forth uncontrollably. I'm sorry, perhaps we are simply not meant to be, he said, though his heart ached at the sight of her tears. He could not afford to give her even a glimmer of false hope. While Shirakawa's refusal remained unspoken, the implication was clear to Catherine. It was a rejection all the same. She left in tears, and though he wished to call out to her, to offer comfort, he ultimately restrained himself. Ugh, what a scoundrel! The pirates who had been observing Shirakawa exclaimed as they witnessed Catherine's departure. They had conjured an elaborate tale of a heartbreaking romance in their minds. Shirakawa, the heartless rogue, playing with the princess's emotions before abandoning her for his dreams, forsaking wife and child. If only Shirakawa could hear their fanciful narrative. He would have surely reprimanded them for their absurdity. After all, he had no children. King Catherine, ever watchful over his daughter, sighed deeply, wishing for her happiness. Yet it seemed increasingly unattainable. He had also taken a liking to Shirakawa. Can you truly bear to turn her away? Rayleigh approached Shirakawa, perhaps intending to offer him some sage counsel. Even if it pains me, we are simply incompatible. Besides, I do not harbor feelings for her. It has always been one-sided. I am not a scoundrel, Shirakawa insisted. Then why do you linger in discomfort? Is it mere pretense on your part? Rayleigh retorted. I just feel unsettled, Shirakawa admitted. Rayleigh chuckled. Ultimately, you still harbor feelings for that young lady. I advise you to suppress such emotions. Do not allow them to take root. Do not forsake a forest for a single tree. It seems you are indeed a scoundrel. What would your wife say if she heard you? Rayleigh teased. I have no wife. Shirakawa protested. Am I mistaken? I recall a certain woman from Sabaody Archipelago who has been quite fixated on you. Or perhaps it is you who cannot forget her. Rayleigh queried. How do you know? Shirakawa exclaimed in surprise, looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Sure. It's a secret. I want to tell you, he said, walking away. Hey, you little rascal, do not let that slip. Shirakawa called after him in frustration. Fear not. I have yet to tire of life, Rayleigh assured him. Shirakawa knew that if the information were to spread, he would be subjected to endless torment from Rayleigh. Chapter 46, Barrett vs. Roger to honor the monumental contributions of the Roger pirates to the island. The residents organized an event to erect a statue of Roger in the capital of the Moor Kingdom. Roger's status among the islanders had risen even higher than that of King Catherine. After lingering for over 10 days and ensuring the islanders were settled, the Roger pirates requested to depart. Are you truly leaving now? King Catherine's feelings were conflicted. On one hand, he wished for Roger to remain and help stabilize the kingdom, yet on the other, he feared the threat Roger posed to his position. Indeed, after staying for more than 2 months, it is time to take our leave. Then I wish you safe travels. The Moor Kingdom will always welcome your return. Thank you. Catherine did not appear for the farewell, perhaps wishing to avoid the pang of separation from Shirakawa. Roger, let us settle this once and for all. Barrett spoke suddenly as Roger prepared to board the ship, plunging the scene into silence. King Catherine stood frozen, as if he had just heard something unimaginable. After a moment of contemplation, Roger replied, Very well. Your Majesty, I require one more favor. Are there any deserted islands nearby? There are, though they are not particularly close. Would you like me to send someone to guide you? No, just tell me which direction to head. Very well, the deserted island lies to the south, uninhabited. All right. Follow me, Barrett. With that, Roger utilized a skill akin to moonwalk, soaring toward the south. Although he was unaware of the island's precise location, his observation haki guided him. Barrett followed closely, and from a distance, Shirakawa sensed a palpable fervor emanating from Barrett. A good show is about to unfold. Let us follow suit, he remarked. With the captain absent, the first mate Rayleigh assumed leadership. They boarded the ship, their minds set on leaving without return. Rayleigh, do you not require our company for the journey? King Catherine inquired once more. No, your presence is sufficient here. The battle about to commence is far too perilous for you. As he spoke, several perceptive individuals sensed an ominous energy emanating from the south. Oh, has it already begun? Barrett is quite eager, they noted. What a terrifying sensation this is. The kingdom of Kether has long been in a position of power, and within him lies a faint trace of a leader's aura. However, at this moment, he is subjected to the overwhelming presence of Roger and Barrett, akin to an earthworm confronting a dragon. All right, you should return quickly. This place is no longer suitable for your presence, Rayleigh declared. His words laced with a hint of conqueror's haki, awakening King Kether from this dreadful stupor. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. King Kether expressed his gratitude, his eyes revealing profound respect. Astonished that the two individuals he had been in contact with were so formidable, he gazed southward at the island, filled with trepidation. Come on, first mate. Let us hurry over. If we delay, the battle may be over, Bai Chuan said with palpable excitement, as such confrontations were rare. Do not worry. Those two will not finish so quickly. The ship gradually made its way toward Roger and Barrett, with Bai Chuan's heart racing with anticipation. Another person sharing Baichuan's fervor was Shanks, who was equally eager to witness the spectacle of the battle, adjusting his straw hat, unable to suppress a smile. You too? Rayleigh remarked with a hint of exasperation, sensing their eagerness. He felt that these two would undoubtedly be restless souls in the future. If their powers were sufficient, they would certainly leave a trail of legends across the seas. After sailing for over an hour, they finally beheld the island where Roger and Barrett clashed. The air filled with the cacophony of explosions and thunderous strikes. Baichuan was ready to take flight, only to be restrained by Rayleigh. What now, Rayleigh? Baichuan queried. A tinge of displeasure in his voice, his curiosity seemingly unfulfilled. You cannot yet observe this battle up close. It is still too early for you, Rayleigh explained. Shaking his head. Damn it, Baichuan grumbled, striking the ship's deck in frustration, realizing that he lacked the strength even to witness the conflict. He was not afraid of the clash of conquerors hockey, a fact that Rayleigh recognized. Thus, Rayleigh's words carried an underlying meaning. Their battle could inadvertently end him in an instant. Rayleigh patted his shoulder in consolation. I believe you will grow stronger soon. Of course. Baichuan replied confidently, possessing an inexhaustible recovery capability. He felt that as long as he had enough food and stamina, he could go a lifetime without sleep and was determined to strive diligently. Although he could not discern the specifics of the battle, his gaze remained fixed on the island. A sentiment shared by many. Those proficient in observation hockey simply closed their eyes to sense the clash. As night fell, the battle showed no signs of abating. Mr. Rayleigh, how is the battle progressing? Shanks asked anxiously, for he was not the only one regretting the inability to witness the confrontation firsthand. Let us wait a moment. There are still no indications of an end, Rayleigh replied. After an entire night, the sounds of battle slowly subsided. Mr. Rayleigh, has the battle concluded? Who emerged victorious? It has ended, and of course, Roger has triumphed. Despite Barrett's strength, he still falls short of Roger. When the crowd finally saw Roger's figure emerge, the protracted battle of a day and night came to a close. Set sail, Roger instructed the crew once aboard. Captain, Barrett has yet to board. One crew member inquired cautiously, aware of the recent confrontation and Roger's disheveled appearance. He has severed ties with the Roger pirates. What? Exclaimed a majority of Roger's crew in astonishment. Exhausted, Barrett lay in the center of the island, filled with resentment, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Roger, one day I will surpass you. Do not die too soon, Barrett thought to himself. The island bore deep craters and sword marks, with some scars emanating violent sword energy, rendering ordinary individuals unworthy even to tread upon its soil, as they might be torn apart by the rampant energy. Chapter 47. Buggy, who consumed the devil fruit. Although Barrett's relations with the crew were not particularly strong, he had spent 2 to 3 years aboard the ship, and his departure left a palpable gloom, especially for Shanks and Buggy, both of whom Barrett had saved on separate occasions. Captain, is it all right to leave Barrett on that island? Shanks inquired with concern, fearing the loss of such a formidable ally to the sea. Do not fret. You are well aware of Barrett's prowess. Besides, he can seek a ship from the Kingdom of Moor. Given our rapport with the kingdom, King Kether would not refuse him. Roger reassured. I trust everyone is aware of our current voyage. Indeed, we are returning to the Grand Line to fulfill those unaccomplished regrets, such as the fabled island. Sky Island. Roger pointed skyward, appearing ragged yet in remarkably good spirits. Captain, does Sky Island truly exist? A crew member questioned skeptically. I do not know. But I believe no legend is without foundation. Each tale has its basis. Whether it exists or not, we shall find out, Roger passionately declared, igniting the crew's enthusiasm. They say the inhabitants of Sky Island have wings. Is that true? The crew buzzed with excitement, sharing various tales of the mythical island. Otherwise, reaching the new world so swiftly would be rather uninteresting, wouldn't it? Indeed, the crew concurred, realizing they were the closest pirate crew to Raftel, the focal point of the new world. Then let us set sail once more, Roger exclaimed, and the crew echoed his fervor. I never expected the captain to be so adept at rallying spirits, Baichuan remarked to Rayleigh, leaning against the railing as he observed the animated crew. Indeed. Yet Roger is not entirely wrong. Leaving regrets in the final voyage would be a true pity. The final voyage? Baichuan murmured. Increasingly aware that more crew members were learning of Roger's illness, and it would not be long before everyone knew. Is there truly no remedy for the captain's ailment? Rayleigh's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Are you unaware of Dr. Kuroka's skills? Even he is at a loss, only able to suppress it, Rayleigh lamented. Sigh. Shirakawa sighed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Over the course of the next month, the Roger pirates encountered several skirmishes, each proving to be a formidable challenge. Although Roger was heralded as one of the sovereigns of the New World, those who reached this domain were far from weak. Few could arrive here merely by chance. Occasionally, they faced adversaries wielding extraordinary devil fruit powers, leaving even Roger vulnerable. Having just emerged from a grueling battle, the crew of the Roger pirates was indulging in a feast. Releasing their pent-up emotions and sorrow, after all, in the realm of combat, loss was inevitable. Hey, what happened to you two? Why are you drenched? Did you fall into the sea? Shirakawa turned to see Shanks and Buggy, both dripping with water. I don't know how it happened. Buggy almost drowned. And I jumped in to save him, which is why I'm like this, Shanks explained. It's all your fault, Shanks. Buggy, recovering from the shock, seized Shanks by the collar, his voice laced with indignation. What do you mean it's my fault, Buggy? Clarify yourself. You, Shanks. You caused me to lose 100 million berries and turn me into a landlubber. Buggy, you haven't eaten a devil fruit, have you? Shirakawa inquired, astonished. He had not noticed any sign of Buggy consuming such a fruit. He assumed his presence had triggered some unforeseen effect, but it appeared the timing was simply not right. Indeed, I have. Then how does your consumption of a devil fruit concern me? Shanks remarked, somewhat innocently. If you hadn't startled me from behind, I wouldn't have eaten it. Buggy retorted. I merely asked you to observe the feast. Who knew you were up to something sneaky? Their quarrel drew the attention of the other crew members, for the consumption of a devil fruit was a rare occurrence among the Roger pirates. Buggy, what abilities does your fruit possess? Someone inquired. Who knows? Buggy replied, still fuming, his mind elsewhere. Fortunately, we have a devil fruit encyclopedia on board. You can look it up, came the suggestion. At that, Buggy calmed down, realizing that understanding his powers could be beneficial. He hurriedly retrieved the encyclopedia and began cross-referencing it with his memory of the devil fruit he had consumed. What is this? A paramecia type, split fruit? Buggy exclaimed, incredulous and disappointed. Oh, the split fruit is quite a powerful fruit, Rayleigh remarked, adjusting his glasses contemplatively. Really? Buggy's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, eager for Rayleigh's affirmation. Indeed, the split fruit is a swordsman's nemesis. No matter how much you slash, you cannot kill it. Is that true? We can find out. Shirakawa stood, unsheathing his sword and advancing toward Buggy. What are you doing, Shirakawa? Stay right there. If you come any closer, I'll be furious. Buggy blustered, though internally he was terrified. Heh, I merely wish to test your fruit's capabilities, Shirakawa said with a self-satisfied smile, which appeared devilish in Buggy's eyes. Please, no? I don't want to die. Buggy cried, shutting his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of Shirakawa's blade descending. Is it true? Is it really painless? At that moment, Shanks's exclamation, accompanied by gasps from the other crew members, broke through the tension. Buggy, feeling no pain, slowly opened his eyes to find a hand lying on the ground. Whose hand is this? It looks familiar. Wait, isn't that my hand? He exclaimed, recognizing it and fainting from shock. Hey, Buggy, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Shanks shook Buggy vigorously, his eyes brimming with concern, revealing the depth of their friendship. Step aside, let me see. Kurokas approached, addressing Shanks. Oh, Shanks complied, stepping back. Kurokas crouched beside Buggy, examining him closely. There's nothing wrong. He merely fainted from shock. Is that so? Shanks sighed in relief. What about this hand? Shanks pointed to the severed hand on the ground. Who knows? Perhaps we will have to wait until he awakens to reattach it, Kurokas mused, picking up the hand for further inspection, an intriguing study for a doctor. Yet, as he placed the hand beside Buggy, it astonishingly began to reattach itself. How remarkable! Kurokas's eyes gleamed with excitement, contemplating Buggy's entire form with a keen interest. In the following days, Buggy diligently endeavored to master the abilities of his devil fruit, as it had now become an integral part of him, his newfound means of survival. Shirakawa, too, was relentless in his training, pushing himself to the limit. Aside from training, his only other activity was eating, and the crew rarely witnessed him sleeping. You must be cautious. If you continue to train like this, your body will eventually give out, and your goals will remain unachieved, a crew member warned. Rest assured. I am well aware of my own body, Shirakawa replied. The crew member shook his head in resignation, having come to view Shirakawa as someone obstinately fixated on his path. He anticipated that when Shirakawa finally faced the consequences of his exhaustion, regret would follow. However, to their astonishment, Shirakawa maintained his vigor despite such rigorous training, showing no signs of impending collapse. What sort of devil fruit has he consumed to possess such extraordinary resilience? The crew members envied, wishing for a similar power. What has gotten into him? Is he mad? Roger mused, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping on beer while observing Shirakawa's fervent training. Perhaps the recent battles have spurred him on. He has had the chance to clash with other pirate captains, merely dealing with minor foes, which is neither challenging nor fulfilling. Is he striving for a breakthrough, then? Indeed, I heard he has been training with Jabba to learn observation hockey. I wonder how that is progressing. Why not find out? Roger finished his drink and tossed the empty bottle towards Shirakawa, who effortlessly dodged it. Impressive. It seems your observation hockey is indeed paying off, Roger commended. Captain, that throw was exceedingly obvious. Even if I hadn't mastered observation hockey, I could have evaded it. Shirakawa retorted, taking a moment to rest. Is that so? Roger chuckled, having thrown it casually without any added force. By the way, Rayleigh, I wish to learn armament hockey. During a moment of respite, Shirakawa cast his gaze upon Rayleigh, who appeared indifferent. Why not learn from Jabba? He also masters the hockey of armament, he suggested. Yet, I sense that your armament hockey seems to surpass his, he added. Is that so? If you believe so, I am left with no further recourse, Rayleigh chuckled, acknowledging the competitive spirit that existed even among the Roger pirates. Though he served as the second in command, Jabba's status was hardly inferior to his own. Then why seek Jabba's guidance on the observation hockey? Do you presume my ability in that regard pales in comparison? Shirakawa replied, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in surrender. You cheeky rascal, Rayleigh laughed, chiding him lightly. Captain, trouble. At that moment, a crew member rushed over, panic evident on his face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. What is it? Roger's expression turned grave. Few could induce such concern in his crew. Captain, ahead. We have spotted the Whitebeard pirates, the crew member exclaimed. Newgate? Roger's face broke into a long-missed smile as he moved toward the ship's bow. Indeed. The Moby Dick floated ahead as if awaiting their arrival. Shirakawa, eager to witness the man hailed as the strongest in the world, followed Roger to the front of the ship. There stood the youthful and formidable Whitebeard, wielding his signature weapon, the supreme great blade, known as Kangan Kiri. Behind him stood the captains of his various divisions, largely matching Shirakawa's recollections, save for the 2nd Division captain, who was a samurai. Long time no see, Whitebeard. Roger called out in greeting. I've been waiting for you, Roger, Whitebeard replied, equally assertive. Is this truly the legendary Newgate, the strongest man in the world? Shirakawa marveled, feeling the overwhelming presence of Whitebeard, whose voice had stirred considerable waves upon the sea. Indeed, I, too, wish to witness this. He mused as the atmosphere between the two pirate crews thickened, tension palpable, as battle loomed on the horizon. Shall we begin? Shirakawa silently contemplated, when Rayleigh suddenly patted his shoulder. No need to be anxious. We are old friends with Whitebeard. However, when the time for battle comes, we must show no mercy. He advised earnestly. I understand. Shirakawa nodded solemnly, taking Rayleigh's words to heart. The Roger pirates continued their advance, halting just before colliding with the Whitebeard ship, both crews disembarking onto the nearby island. A battle between the two factions was not to occur aboard their vessels, lest they risk destruction. Long time no see, Yasu. Roger greeted another pirate by Whitebeard's side. The man, known as Kazuki Oden, was the head of the Kazuki clan from Wano and the current 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger harbored a particular fondness for him, often wishing to recruit him onto his own ship. Hey, Roger, I'm still right here, Whitebeard interjected, his expression darkening at Roger's audacious attempt to entice his crew. Newgate. Surely you wouldn't be waiting here without reason. Speak. What is it you desire? Do you truly think I would be unaware of your intentions? Whitebeard retorted, suddenly raising his naginata to strike at Roger, who swiftly drew his sword to parry the blow. At the point of their weapons clash, an intense burst of conqueror's hockey erupted, darkening the previously clear sky ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Thus, the battle between Whitebeard and the Roger pirates commenced, each choosing their familiar adversaries, Rayleigh against Kazuki Oden, Jabba against Marco, and others matched accordingly. Meanwhile, the Navy received word of the clash, dispatched by those monitoring Whitebeard's movements. Roger and Whitebeard cross paths again? Sengoku, you and Garp go. Bring those 3 little monsters along as well. The fleet admiral, Akiji, commanded Sengoku. Garp had already set off upon hearing of Roger's involvement. Those 3 little monsters referred to the future admirals of the Navy, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. In Chapter 49, The Undying Bird Marco, Shirakawa found himself facing off against some lesser foes, nameless within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates. With no need for mercy against such insignificant adversaries, he displayed no restraint. Perhaps sensing his ferocity, one captain appeared before him to block his assault. "You seem unfamiliar. Are you a new recruit of the Roger pirates?" he inquired amidst the skirmish. "Indeed, I am Shirakawa." "And you are?" "I am Blenheim, captain of the 9th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Remember my name." With that, a surge of power emanated from his blade, forcing Shirakawa back a step. The 9th Division captain? A fitting opponent, Shirakawa mused. While he would not stand a chance against the captains of the 1st through 5th Divisions, he was confident he would not fall easily to those from the 6th Division onward. With his gaze sharpened, a formidable aura emanated from Shirakawa, and the fabled sword of Damocles manifested above him. "What is that?" The Whitebeard pirates, witnessing the sword for the first time, were taken aback, fearing the devastation it could unleash should it fall. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Shirakawa, even Whitebeard himself. "Roger, I didn't expect your crew to harbor such an intriguing young lad," Whitebeard remarked, halting his own engagement with Roger. "Haha, he is one of my most promising recruits," Roger replied, laughter in his voice. "Though at present, he remains merely a fledgling." Upon hearing Roger's words, Whitebeard's regard for Shirakawa intensified. For few could elicit such praise from Roger. "Is that so? I eagerly await to see how he will grow," Whitebeard mused. "Rest assured, he shall not fall short of our expectations," Roger replied, and with that, the two resumed their battle. As the Whitebeard pirates recognized their captain had engaged, they too resumed their onslaught without hesitation. However, they still diverted their attention to the sword suspended high in the air. "A user of a devil fruit ability?" Brenheim remarked gravely, as it was his first encounter with such a devil fruit, necessitating utmost caution. "Perhaps, but you need not concern yourself. It is of little significance." "Is that so?" Brenheim retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. After all, a sword of that magnitude could hardly be deemed inconsequential. The clash between Roger and Whitebeard resonated with tremendous force, leaving a void around them. For Whitebeard's tremor fruit unleashed chaos indiscriminately upon allies and foes alike. Each strike rendered the ground fissured, and the island itself had been cleaved in two, one half serving as the exclusive battlefield for Whitebeard and Roger, while the other was occupied by the remaining combatants. "Father is truly reckless," Marco observed amidst the fray, clearly not taking the battle seriously. Even Jabba, his adversary, merely pretended to engage, firing a few shots without conviction. Similarly, the confrontation between Rayleigh and Kazuki Oden was marked by tentative exchanges, leading one to conclude that the only individual earnestly battling against Captain Whitebeard was Shirakawa. "TSK, quite impressive, young one," Brenheim mused, regretting his choice of such a formidable opponent. Had he selected someone else, he might have merely coasted through the encounter. Now, he found himself in a position where neglect could result in a nasty cut from the spirited lad opposite him, who appeared unscathed or possessed a regenerative ability akin to Marco's. After a prolonged stalemate, Brenheim could no longer tolerate the seemingly invincible youth before him. If he could not overpower him, then the adversary would merely outlast him. "What? You do not wish to continue?" Shirakawa inquired, perplexed by Brenheim's retreat. Engrossed in the thrill of battle without regard for his opponent's sentiments. "Marco, let us switch. I believe you would be quite intrigued by this young man," Brenheim suggested to the leisurely Marco. Although he could not match Jabba, he would find this exchange considerably less arduous than contending with Shirakawa. "Very well," Marco replied. Casting a glance at Shirakawa, his interest piqued. "You intend to spar with Shirakawa? Perfect. I can take a breather. That lad's abilities resemble your own," Jabba remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. "Is that so?" Marco felt even more intrigued upon hearing Jabba's words. "Are you not concerned for him?" Brenheim asked, standing before Jabba. Though neither had yet engaged in combat, aware of his own limitations against Jabba, Brenheim preferred to avoid provocation, and Jabba's non-aggression was a welcome reprieve, allowing him to occupy a key member of Roger's crew. "His abilities surpass your expectations. If this drags on, you will truly find yourself outmatched," Jabba stated, taking a swig from his flask, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Is that so?" Brenheim retorted defiantly. The battle was far from concluded, and the outcome remained uncertain. "You shall see," Jabba replied. "I hear your abilities are quite similar to mine?" Marco inquired, approaching Shirakawa, his demeanor devoid of enthusiasm. "The Phoenix Marco. Our powers indeed bear resemblance. However, I sense mine is slightly superior." "Is that so?" With that, Marco swiftly closed the distance to Shirakawa, delivering a kick that propelled him several meters backward. Are you not worried about this? Brenheim mused, observing Shirakawa being swiftly overpowered and glancing enviously at the leisurely Jabba, regretting not having brought a barrel of liquor from the ship. Not at all, for he shall be fine. As the smoke dissipated, Shirakawa reappeared unscathed before the onlookers. Well, it truly resembles Captain Marco's abilities, a crew member of Whitebeard marveled, recognizing that any ordinary individual would have been injured from Marco's kick. Indeed, it bore striking similarities to the Phoenix's abilities, though when Marco healed, unique flames characteristic of the Phoenix would emerge from his wounds. Shirakawa lacked such a phenomenon. Suddenly, Marco felt an unexpected heaviness, as if the ground beneath him was lower than the surrounding terrain. Gravity? Marco exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Shirakawa's capacity to manipulate gravity, which impeded his speed. This is bad, Marco thought to himself as Shirakawa swiftly approached him, now aware of Marco's regenerative capacity, prompting him to abandon any restraint. However, just as Shirakawa was about to strike Marco, he suddenly transformed into his Phoenix form, breaking free from the grip of gravity and soaring into the air, causing Shirakawa's attack to miss. In Chapter 50, during the ceasefire, Captain Marco astonishingly assumed the form of a phoenix. The members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their surprise, having never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous young man before them possessed such formidable power. It seems I may have overestimated you, Shirakawa remarked, his words laced with condescension, implying that Marco was not as powerful as he had imagined. That's quite literal, Marco retorted, returning to his human form. I initially believed that your position as the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates indicated considerable strength, but it appears that your abilities are solely due to your devil fruit power. Indeed, before the battle commenced, Shirakawa had thought Marco would exhibit considerable prowess, as his impression of Marco was shaped by the events of the Marineford War 2 decades prior. Yet, the current Marco was merely a young man in his early 20s, not significantly older than Shirakawa. He believed that with a few more months of training, his own strength would rival that of Marco. Is that so? Underestimating me will come at a cost. Marco's eyes sparkled with the first hint of emotion, anger. Then let me see what that cost entails. Shirakawa's aura suddenly erupted with tremendous force, causing the ground around him to shatter like a spider's web. Oh, are you going all out? Rayleigh, who had paused his battle with Kazuki Oden, also took an interest in the unfolding clash, knowing that Jabba was undoubtedly the most familiar with Shirakawa's capabilities. Due to Shirakawa's recent training in observation hockey alongside Jabba as his sparring partner, his strength had surged compared to their last encounter with Roger. It had been less than half a year since Shirakawa boarded the ship. He recalled arriving as an equal to Buggy, but now he felt he could hardly keep pace. A pirate from the Roger Pirates remarked, "We've watched Shirakawa grow to this level step by step. It's akin to witnessing a child mature, albeit one who has accelerated his growth far too quickly." The crew sighed in lament. Shanks, on the other hand, has grown at a more acceptable pace. While he is undoubtedly talented, he does not possess the prodigious nature of Shirakawa, allowing most of the crew to best him in a fight. Why not mention Buggy? He has a constant, unchanging presence, another crew member chimed in, eliciting laughter among them, not mockery, but a warm, heartfelt amusement. Relieved that Buggy was not among the ranks of geniuses, merely a fellow who had consumed a devil fruit. Buggy had become the jester of the Roger Pirates, often entertaining the crew, especially after acquiring the Chop Chop fruit, which added a plethora of new talents to his repertoire. As Marco transformed once again into his Phoenix form, he prepared to unleash his full power. For most Zoan-type devil fruit users, assuming their fruit's form was essential to unlocking greater strength, and Marco was no exception. Do you truly believe you can strike me now? Marco ascended into the sky, gazing down at Shirakawa. You underestimate me, Shirakawa replied, also soaring into the air, drawing his blade and executing a slashing attack. The sharp sword energy sliced through Marco's wings, yet it proved ineffective. As the energy dissipated, Marco's wings returned to their former state. Indeed, without armament hockey, my attack seemed insufficient against such foes, Shirakawa lamented, though Marco remained unfazed. They exchanged several blows, neither sustaining injuries. I find myself beginning to dislike you, Marco's voice took on a somber tone as they hovered in the air. Likewise, Shirakawa admitted, feeling a growing disdain for Marco, possibly due to his inability to overcome him. Had he been capable of defeating Marco, he likely would not feel such animosity. The two then descended to the ground, where it appeared a ceasefire had been established. The crews of both pirate factions had already begun to relax, sharing food and drink, despite the distant sounds of commotion and the occasional tremor of earth beneath them. This is how our pirate crews have always operated, Shirakawa remarked, observing the lively scene with confusion. Yes, you'll grow accustomed to it in time. Cherish this moment of respite. It may not last long, Marco advised. What's the matter? Shirakawa inquired, puzzled. Are we to fight again? Everyone seems to be celebrating despite the noise from the neighboring island. If I am not mistaken, the Marines have likely received word and are on their way. A fierce battle with them is inevitable, Marco predicted. Is that so? I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it, Shirakawa exclaimed with excitement. You truly are a warmonger. Marco shot him a sidelong glance just as the trees behind them began to topple. The power of Pop's fruit is indeed perilous, Marco noted as blue flames enveloped him, while a shield materialized before Shirakawa to absorb the shockwave. This is the spectacle of battle between Whitebeard and the captain. It is utterly exhilarating, Shirakawa mused. Indeed. We are not of the same ilk. Although Marco was a pirate, he harbored a reluctance for conflict, likely due to the healing nature of his devil fruit abilities. Marco's phoenix fruit not only allowed him to heal his own wounds but also granted him the capacity to mend the injuries of others, occasionally taking on the role of the ship's doctor for Whitebeard's crew. The scene between the Roger and Whitebeard pirates was one of camaraderie. Moments ago, they had been at each other's throats, yet now they sat together, sharing drinks and laughter, some even dancing merrily. Even Buggy, who had been hiding during the skirmish, emerged, playfully separating his upper half and soaring above the two pirate crews. Hey, isn't that Rednose? Looks like he has gained some devil fruit powers. A member of the Whitebeard pirates called out. You scoundrel! Who are you calling Rednose? Buggy retorted, immediately grabbing the collar of the pirate who had spoken. Admit it. You still can't accept your nickname, can you? The pirate laughed heartily, unaffected by Buggy's insults. The crew was all too familiar with Buggy, often engaging in such banter. And it was not only Buggy who bore the brunt of the jokes. They too found themselves the subject of laughter at the hands of the Roger pirates. Chapter 51. The Marines Approach. First mate, the Marines are here. When the Roger pirates received the news, the Whitebeard pirates, naturally, were also aware. All the pirates, previously resting, stood up, brimming with anticipation. Prepared for battle, they sensed that a grand confrontation was imminent. Rayleigh stretched his limbs. Having not engaged in such a clash for quite some time, the warrior within him could scarcely contain itself. The crew made their way to the edge of the island, where three colossal warships came into view. Old acquaintances indeed. Garp and Sengoku stood prominently on the vessels, and it was evident from Garp's removed coat that he could hardly restrain his eagerness. Whitebeard observed the future admirals of the Navy, Akiji alongside Garp on one ship, Kizaru with Sengoku on another, and Akainu commanding a ship of his own. All malevolence must be eradicated, Akainu declared, crossing his arms, his demeanor grave, emanating a palpable heat that enveloped his surroundings. The atmosphere was intense, causing the Navy personnel aboard his ship to wipe the sweat from their brows. Indeed, sensing Akainu's fervor, Sengoku nodded in approval. Although he was not yet the fleet admiral, his promotion was all but assured, with Akainu being the one he held in the highest regard among the trio of formidable youths. Truly fearsome, Akainu, remarked Kizaru, his tone imbued with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. If only you exhibited half of his diligence, I would be satisfied, Sengoku retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Kazara. Kazara shrugged helplessly, resigned to this character of his. Long time no see, Rayleigh. Where is Roger? Although Garp sensed that Roger was engaged in combat with Whitebeard, he still inquired. Garp, I won't allow you to disturb Roger, Rayleigh replied resolutely. Whether you may go or not is not for you to decide. With that, Garp leapt from the warship and charged toward Rayleigh. Garp, Sengoku shouted, clearly disapproving of Garp's impulsive action. All forces, advance. With Garp already in motion, the Navy could not remain idle. Sengoku issued the order to attack. Kazan, understood. Kazan leaped onto the sea, extending his hand toward the water, proclaiming, Ice Age. Instantly, a thick layer of impenetrable ice enveloped the surface of the ocean. Charge. As the battlefield unfolded, the pirates surged forward, undeterred by the Navy. For they were no ordinary brigands. Sengoku also engaged, only to be confronted by Kazuki Oden. Sengoku, transformed into a great Buddha, became a resplendent focal point of the battlefield. Marco faced Kizaru, while Kazan contended with Whitebeard's 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu. Akaino's opponent was the Roger pirates Jabba. Thus, the formidable might of the Navy was evenly distributed, with remaining vice admirals and rear admirals tasked with confronting other officers from the pirate crews. Garp and Sengoku have arrived as well. Both Roger and Whitebeard sensed the presence of the Navy. However, The two paused only briefly before resuming their fierce engagement. For both held unwavering faith in their respective crew. Shirakawa's adversary was a rear admiral, a choice he had made himself. As such, high-ranking officers would typically not engage him unless they sought a worthy opponent. "I must admit, your prowess is quite commendable," the rear admiral remarked after exchanging several blows with Shirakawa. "Why do you perceive me as weak?" Shirakawa thought he recognized this rear admiral, if he was not mistaken. This individual would eventually become the future General Squirrel, clad in a light purple striped suit, sporting a punk hairstyle and a beard. Both his hair and beard were a deep shade of purple, marking him as one of the principal forces in the future Navy. "Indeed, as a token of my apology, I shall unleash my full strength to vanquish you." "I welcome the challenge," Shirakawa replied, an aura of combat radiating from him. He had felt a sense of frustration during his previous encounter with Marco, an unshakable feeling of dissatisfaction lingering within him. Suddenly, an intense and chilling aura emanated from the squirrel, a presence only a true swordsman could exude. "A swordsman, you say? How fortuitous, for I am one as well." For reasons unknown, Shirakawa possesses an extraordinary talent in kendo, having ascended to the level of a sword master in a mere few months. This may be linked to his Damocles sword, or perhaps it is simply a reflection of his inherent gifts. As Shirakawa immersed himself in his training, the Damocles sword reappeared above him, inevitably capturing the attention of all present. "What is that?" many of the Navy murmured, their voices tinged with trepidation. Even Sengoku regarded the sword with a grave expression, for the unknown is the most daunting of all. "Is it the creation of that young man?" Sengoku's gaze shifted to Shirakawa, sensing an aura akin to that of the sword emanating from him. The light glinted off Sengoku's glasses as he categorized Shirakawa as a potential threat. At that moment, a colossal fireball of molten lava hurtled toward the greatsword. Unmistakably an assault from a kainu. "This is bad," Jabba thought to himself, uncertain whether Shirakawa's sword could withstand Akainu's attack. However, it was too late to intervene. He had not anticipated Akainu's actions resembling a sneak attack. However, when the fireball was more than 2 meters away from the sword, it was thwarted by a transparent protective shield that enveloped the blade entirely, rendering Sakazuki's assault ineffective against its defenses. Observing the fireball being intercepted, Jabba let out a sigh of relief, subsequently redirecting his full attention towards Sakazuki. The audacity of this naval officer to engage with others while in combat with him was a blatant disregard for his presence, despite Jabba not being one to seek out conflict. Nonetheless, such an act of dismissal would inevitably invite mockery from Rayleigh in the days to come, especially since Rayleigh was currently devotedly occupied with thwarting Garp. Although Garp was taken aback by the sight of the enormous sword, he quickly regained his composure, considering it to be a manifestation of some rare devil fruit. However, this particular battle has proven to be quite disastrous for Akainu. Despite possessing the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, he is yet to fully mature in his abilities, rendering him insufficient in the face of Jabba. Initially, Akainu was capable of holding his ground, but it can now be said that he is being subjected to a one-sided thrashing. After several exchanges, numerous wounds have marred his body, with the cherry blossoms adorning his chest now stained crimson with blood. Although his devil fruit grants him formidable offensive capabilities, if he cannot land a hit on his adversary, he is left to endure blows. In contrast, Jabba is a master marksman who does not require close-quarter combat to prevail. Chapter 52. Defeating the Navy. At this moment, the clash between the Navy and the pirates can be described as evenly matched. Sengoku and Kazuki Oden are locked in a stalemate, with neither able to secure a decisive victory. While Sengoku's shockwaves pose a significant threat, Oden's slashes have also inflicted considerable damage upon him. Similarly, the confrontation between Garp and Rayleigh reflects this balance. Garp's iron fists are taxing for Rayleigh, yet Garp finds it challenging to solely rely on his punches against Rayleigh's swordsmanship. The battle between Marco and Borsellino is equally balanced, with neither party able to gain the upper hand, transforming the sky into their battlefield. Meanwhile, Kazan and Joza's fight reveals a subtle trend of Joza being pressured. Although their strengths are closely matched, the disparity in their devil fruit abilities places Jozu at a disadvantage, suggesting that their encounter will evolve into a protracted engagement. As for Sakazuki and Jabba, they are likely to conclude their battle the quickest among the group. Although Sakazuki possesses considerable strength, he is still young and has chosen an ill-fated opponent. In a serious state, Jabba forces Sakazuki to remain vigilant, striving to anticipate Jabba's next assault and preemptively elementalize. However, his intentions are commendable, yet reality delivers a crushing blow. He can evade the first and second bullets, but ultimately succumbs to the third and fourth. The battlegrounds of these formidable warriors have been cleared by others, for if caught in the crossfire, the consequences would be dire. Should one side suffer a defeat among their high-caliber fighters, the scales of victory will inevitably tilt towards the other. The confrontation between Shirakawa and the Weasel is equally intense. With Shirakawa's swordsmanship, a ferocious legacy of Rayleigh, standing in stark contrast to the Weasel's composed style, which emphasizes defense over aggression. As one attacks with wild ferocity and the other defends flawlessly, both combatants seek to exploit one another's weaknesses for a decisive strike. However, Shirakawa's flaws are more pronounced, likely due to his relative inexperience and lack of refined technique. Nonetheless, Shirakawa's remarkable regenerative abilities undoubtedly vex the Weasel, as even when employing haki, the damage inflicted can be swiftly undone, allowing the battle to continue unabated. Are you some sort of immortal phoenix? The Weasel muses, glancing at Marco, who has endured multiple heavy blows from Borsellino, yet remains unscathed. Immortal phoenix? I do not relish such a title, Marco retorts. The Weasel feels increasingly frustrated, as he perceives himself to be merely a sparring partner, expending all his effort yet failing to inflict any substantial harm on his opponent. However, Shirakawa was indeed thoroughly enjoying himself. He had long anticipated a counterpart like this, an opponent who could compel him to exert his full strength. Someone whose prowess was either on par with his own or only slightly inferior. The current mongoose embodied the latter, and Shirakawa had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities, which could be likened to that of an elite rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. He felt confident that he could defeat ordinary rear admirals or those stationed at various naval outposts. At the age of 20, possessing the strength of a rear admiral seemed quite reasonable, especially when considering that 18-year-old Barrett could contend with a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and even hold his own against Roger. 17-year-old Luffy had already bested several vice admirals during the Paramount War, and 2 years later, he had become formidable enough to face admirals. Similarly, Sabo, at ages 17, 18, or 19, had risen to the position of second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, showcasing immense power by clashing with Admiral Fujitora and effortlessly overpowering the officers of the Blackbeard pirates. In light of this comparison, Shirakawa felt somewhat inadequate at the age of 20. However, his rapid progress was noteworthy. His current strength was achieved within just a few months of training. As for Shirakawa's innate talent, Mongoose was likely the most aware of it at this moment, for he could perceive Shirakawa's evident enhancement during their duel. This was astonishing to him, as his own strength had been cultivated through years of dedicated training, while Shirakawa's growth stemmed directly from their combat, truly highlighting the disparities between individuals. What is your name? Mongoose inquired of Shirakawa, recognizing the significance of this mission, which the Navy could not afford to overlook and thus must include him on their wanted list. I am Adolf K. Shirakawa. Remember my name. This will be our final encounter. Why is that? If they still have a mission to pursue the Roger pirates, there will be ample opportunities for us to clash again, because the next time we meet, you shall no longer be my equal. Humph, how arrogant. Perhaps you will find yourself and impel down for a good reflection. While Shirakawa's talent was undeniable, his words were rather dismissive of the esteem due to a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. That will not happen. The outcome of this battle has already been determined. Shirakawa gestured towards the rear. Mongoose turned his gaze, trusting that Shirakawa would not ambush him. What he saw was the gravely injured Vice Admiral Sakazuki, with Admiral Kazan rushing to his aid. However, Kazan alone could not possibly contend with Jabba and Jas. Mongoose intended to provide support but was intercepted by Shirakawa. Have you forgotten about me? Get out of my way, Mongoose shouted, unleashing a fierce blade of sword energy towards Shirakawa. This was the first time Shirakawa witnessed Mongoose's serious attack, but he was not one to back down, returning the strike. The two slashes collided and gradually neutralized each other, ultimately dissipating into the air. The situation on the battlefield involving Sakazuki and Kazan had naturally caught the attention of others. Warring states, it seems your navy is on the verge of defeat, Kazuki Odin remarked to the gleaming figure of the Buddha. Warring states, though he appeared disheveled. Warring states was also in a dire state, his radiance diminished from its initial brilliance. Damn it. Warring states gritted his teeth, contemplating a retreat. Continuing the fight might cost the Navy 2 future admirals. He first used a shockwave to push Kazuki Odin away, and then shouted loudly towards the rear of the battlefield. All forces retreat. Garp and Paulusalino stay back to cover our exit. Upon hearing the command to retreat, not only did the pirates breathe a sigh of relief, but the Navy did as well, both sides synchronizing their cessation of hostilities. Although Garp wished to continue fighting, he was astute enough to recognize the circumstances. Persisting would lead to the annihilation of their forces. Garp, are you planning to leave so soon? Rayleigh, having been thoroughly bested by Garp, could not suppress his retort. Tell Roger to wait. I will personally deliver him to impel down the next time we meet. Very well, I shall convey your message to the captain. Garp replied with a laugh. Damn it. Sakazuki slammed his fist onto the icy surface, instantly creating a large hole in the several-meter-thick ice. He understood that the failure of this battle lay squarely on his shoulders. Had Kazan defeated Jaws first, the outcome might have been reversed. After the Navy retreated, Rayleigh finally felt a sense of relief as he half-knelt, having found it quite challenging to fend off Garp alone, bearing several of Garp's fist marks on his body. This fellow's punches are becoming increasingly powerful. Kazuki Odin shared a similar plight, as he bore the marks of shockwaves upon his body. However, the Navy had not emerged unscathed either. Garp had sustained minor injuries, warring states had taken moderate damage, and Sakazuki was gravely wounded, while Pausalino appeared completely unscathed, raising suspicions about his involvement in the battle. Chapter 53. The serious duo with the Navy's withdrawal, the pirates rejoiced. It was now the turn of each ship's doctor to spring into action, weaving between the injured pirates to tend to their wounds, while the bodies of the fallen were buried by their comrades as a final gesture of respect. By the time all these duties were fulfilled, night had nearly fallen. The two pirate crews gathered around a bonfire, singing, dancing, drinking, and feasting. Even the usually reserved Shirakawa found himself caught up in the joyous atmosphere, joining his crewmates in song and dance. He even sang a song from his past life, though they could not comprehend the lyrics. Yet, music transcends worlds, and they could discern beauty from discord. Shirakawa, while I have never heard the song you sing, I am certain that the melody is far from your actual vocal capabilities. Your singing is utterly off-key, Shanks quipped, unable to contain his amusement at Shirakawa's attempt to continue singing. Upon hearing Shanks' remark, Shirakawa's face flushed, unsure if it was embarrassment or merely the firelight's glow, but soon his expression returned to normal. Very well, I shall cease my singing. You take over. Shirakawa possessed enough self-awareness to recognize his lack of musical talent, a trait one is born with. As long as one's soul remains unchanged, so too does their innate ability. Acknowledging his shortcomings rather than making excuses allowed his crewmates to see that Shirakawa was not without flaws. Perhaps he excelled in talent for cultivation, but when it came to singing, he could not compete with them. Even 10 Shirakawas would only serve to further distort the song. With the singing out of the question, Shirakawa returned to drinking, watching as others performed while the two pirate crews engaged in friendly banter. I never imagined someone like you would lack talent in singing, Marco remarked as he approached Shirakawa, raising a cup in salute. Why must I necessarily possess talent in singing? Shirakawa retorted. Although the two individuals currently held a mutual disdain for one another, since Marco had taken the initiative to greet him, Shirakawa decided to rise above petty grievances and engage in conversation. After all, Shirakawa aspired to align himself with Whitebeard in the future and could not afford to be stingy. His inquiry, however, left Marco momentarily dumbfounded. What led him to believe that Shirakawa possessed a talent for singing? Was it not customary for aristocrats to cultivate such skills from a young age? Had he not witnessed the celestial dragons engage in similar pursuits? Marco's mouth fell agape, astonished. What's the matter? Do I not resemble one? Shirakawa teased, taking pleasure in Marco's bewilderment. Not at all. You are nothing like the celestial dragons I've encountered, who are all arrogant and aloof, encased in their bubbles, viewing all others as mere slaves. Should they choose to confront us, we would have no choice but to send them to the depths of the sea. Are you truly a celestial dragon? Marco questioned again, his tone laced with skepticism. How could that be? I would be deceiving you. Shirakawa replied. Even if your captain were to accept such a notion, I assure you that your crew would not. No pirate crew wishes to have a celestial dragon among their ranks. Enough about this, lad. You speak with little certainty. Haha, do not call me lad so often. Do not presume that your age grants you the advantage over me. I am aware you are only a year or two my senior, perhaps even my age. I look old? How old are you? I am 20. Marco paused, calculating, and realized that they were indeed of a similar age. 20? I thought you were merely 16 or 17. Ah, I merely possess a youthful appearance, unlike you, who resembles a pineapple. A pineapple? Me? You must be asking for trouble. Come then, who is afraid? With that, both prepared to roll up their sleeves and engage in a brawl. Hey look, Shirakawa is about to fight Marco, exclaimed a member of the Roger Pirates. Quick, "Look, Captain Marco is about to clash with that fellow," shouted a member of the Whitebeard pirates, unfamiliar with Shirakawa's name. They nonetheless found him unforgettable. "You Whitebeard pirates truly lack shame," remarked a crew member from the Roger pirates. "What is it? How dare you send your captain to confront our trainee?" "Trainee? Him?" a Whitebeard crew member inquired, astonished. "Indeed." The Roger pirates crew member puffed with pride. "Then you are indeed worthless. I suspect you are weaker than your own trainee." "What did you say?" "I said you were worthless." "Say that again if you dare." "Worthless?" The Whitebeard crew member raised an eyebrow, having never encountered such audacity before. "How infuriating. I shall end you." With that, the two crew members clashed, igniting a skirmish instigated by Shirakawa and Marco, pitting the Roger pirates against the Whitebeard pirates. Having just concluded a gathering, the two crews refrained from drawing swords, opting instead for fistfights and grappling, rolling on the ground. Some even fought fiercely, their mouths stained with blood. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the neighboring island, followed by an overwhelming surge of conquerors' haki. Those with weaker wills among the crews promptly fainted, while even the remaining fighters came to a halt. "Look at the sky. It is splitting," exclaimed Jozu, feeling an oppressive weight in the atmosphere. Amidst the tumult, lightning crackled through the rift in the sky, which had remained overcast since the confrontation between Whitebeard and Roger began. "Are they finally going to get serious?" Rayleigh murmured, sipping his drink while observing the fractured heavens. "Father is about to engage with earnestness. Tonight will not be easy," Marco noted, ceasing his actions to gaze skyward. "Our captain has unleashed his full power." Shirakawa clenched his fists, eager to partake in such a confrontation. Chapter 54. The choice of Kazuki Oden. "You did not faint?" Marco exclaimed, astonished. First impressions are paramount. Shirakawa had initially struck Marco as a frail, sickly figure, despite their several exchanges of blows. Shirakawa smiled mysteriously before unleashing a powerful wave of conqueror's haki that enveloped Marco entirely, only to vanish as swiftly as it had come, as if it had never occurred. "You possess conqueror's haki?" Marco exclaimed, his astonishment akin to an earthquake within him. "What is so surprising about that? Why should I not possess it?" "Nothing, merely taken aback." Marco's inner turmoil grew. He had yet to awaken his own conqueror's haki, uncertain if he ever would. He now felt overshadowed by Shirakawa. "Your young crew member is truly remarkable," remarked Kazuki Oden, who was drinking with Rayleigh and Jabba. Although Shirakawa's haki had only been a fleeting release, those still conscious were unusually perceptive. "If he continues to grow, your crew shall surely gain an extraordinary asset," Oden mused, reflecting on the current top-tier strength within the Whitebeard pirates, which consisted solely of Captain Whitebeard Newgate and 2nd Division Commander Kazuki Oden, while the likes of Marco and Jozu had yet to fully mature. However, in just 2 days, the formidable strength of the Whitebeard pirates may be reduced to Whitebeard alone. Currently, Roger's objective is to persuade Kazuki Oden to join his crew, a task entrusted to Rayleigh and Jabba. Otherwise, the three would not be so inseparably entwined. After 2 days and nights, the sounds from another island finally ceased, marking the end of a fierce battle that had endured for 3 days and nights. "Bring me some wine." At that moment, a robust voice resonated across the island, belonging to Whitebeard. "Oden, you should join us," Roger called out. Unaware of how Rayleigh and Jabba had fared in persuading Oden, thus, he sought to test the waters himself, attempting to entice Oden before Whitebeard. Kazuki Oden smiled helplessly, as Roger's intentions were evident to all. He then grasped 2 large wine jugs and leaped towards the island. As he approached, Oden beheld 2 figures seated cross-legged, their garments tattered, and the blood that flowed from their bodies had begun to congeal, presenting a rather disheveled sight. "Old man, are you all right?" Although Oden's strength was not significantly inferior to Whitebeard's, he held deep respect for him, as Whitebeard had been a guiding figure in his life. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about," Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh, his spirits evidently high. Could it be that the old man triumphed in this battle? Oden pondered silently. "Oden, what do you think? Would you care to come aboard my ship for a while?" Roger extended an invitation to Kazuki Oden. However, it was not Yutian who spoke first, but rather Whitebeard, sitting opposite Roger. "Roger, what do you mean?" Whitebeard's gaze hardened, exuding an air of impending battle. "It is quite literal. I hope Yutian will join my crew," Roger replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Whitebeard's intensity. "That is impossible. Yutian is my family. The entire Whitebeard pirates are my family, and I will not let them leave me." "That is not for you to decide, Whitebeard. You should inquire about Yutian's own opinion." "What say you, Yutian?" Both Roger and Whitebeard turned their attention to Kazuki Yutian, who could only manage a wry smile. After a prolonged silence, seeing that Yutian still remained silent, Whitebeard pressed, "Do you wish to join his crew as well?" It was evident from Whitebeard's tone that he was extremely angry, though he was making a concerted effort to contain himself. Suddenly, Kazuki Yutian knelt before Whitebeard, performing a deep bow, his forehead touching the ground, hands clasped before his head. Upon witnessing this gesture, Whitebeard instantly understood Yutian's decision. Abruptly, the previously clear sky became overcast, with waves crashing violently against one another, growing ever larger. The darkening heavens seemed to loom ominously. What on earth had transpired? Why was Father so furious? Marco gazed gravely toward another island, eager to discover what had occurred there. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that in such a situation, Father would prefer not to be disturbed. It appeared that Whitebeard's fury stemmed from matters concerning Yutian. Rayleigh, holding a die, idly spun it between his fingers before it clattered to the ground, revealing a 6. It seems fortune smiles upon us. In stark contrast to Rayleigh's calm demeanor, Buggy was in a state of utter panic, frantically running about with his hands on his head. Having sailed for many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene, and the pressure of the situation left him gasping for breath. "Fear not, Buggy, the captain is here," Shanks said, grabbing hold of Buggy's clothing. Unexpectedly, Buggy's head and legs darted away, leaving only his upper body in Shanks' grasp. After a prolonged period of chaotic movement, Buggy finally realized that his body was missing. "Hey, Shanks, what are you doing with my body?" After a moment, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Buggy discerned the peculiar situation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Shanks was indeed holding his body. "Oh, you must have gotten stuck to me while you were running. I was merely keeping an eye on it. Is that so?" "Thank you, Shanks." Buggy reattached his body, playfully smacking Shanks on the head with a fair amount of force. "You trickster." The scene returned to the trio of Whitebeard, Roger, and Yutian, who remained immobile in his kneeling position. "Father, I will only stay on Roger's ship for 1 year. After that, regardless of whether Roger has conquered the New World, I will return." "Very well." Whitebeard finally responded after a considerable pause. "Father, you agree?" Yutian inquired, surprised, as was Roger, who had prepared himself for a confrontation with Whitebeard. The child has found his own dream. I should support him." As a father figure, Whitebeard was undoubtedly commendable. "Roger, I entrust Yutian to you. If anything goes awry during that year, I will not hesitate to confront you." Whitebeard warned Roger, knowing that if anything happened to Yutian aboard Roger's ship, he would be compelled to go after him. "Fear not, I shall take good care of him." "Thank you, Father." Yutian, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed once more. In the end, the trio departed from the other island. Though Whitebeard wore a displeased expression while Roger beamed with joy, they parted ways without a word. "Hey, Yutian, you're on the wrong ship," Marco called out as he noticed Yutian boarding the wrong vessel. "Set sail," came Whitebeard's commanding voice. "But, Father," Yutian. "Set sail." Whitebeard insisted again, his tone heavy with restraint. "All right, set sail." Though Marco felt puzzled, he complied with Whitebeard's directive. Aboard Roger's ship, Yutian gazed tearfully at the receding Moby Dick. "All right, allow me to introduce a new member, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kazuki Yutian. Let us give him a warm welcome." With that, all the crew members erupted into applause. "I can hardly believe it. It seems my instincts were quite accurate," Rayleigh mused, recalling the 6 he had just rolled. Chapter 55, The Battle of Atwal begins. Regarding Yutian's arrival, some greeted him with smiles, while others bore expressions of discontent. Although the relationship between the two pirate crews was amicable, even the best of relations inevitably harbored some tensions. However, Shirakawa found himself exceedingly intrigued by him, especially upon learning that he hailed from the land of Wano. It is well known that Wano is a nation of samurai, where nearly every individual is a warrior. Thus their swordsmanship must be exceptionally refined, particularly in the case of someone as formidable as Kazuki Oden. Consequently, Shirakawa promptly abandoned his pursuit of Rayleigh, beseeching Kazuki Oden to impart his knowledge of swordsmanship and haki. Oden, naturally, was delighted to acquiesce to Shirakawa's request, as having someone to facilitate his integration into this pirate crew was a welcome prospect. Rayleigh, too, was pleased to rid himself of a burden. Albeit with a tinge of perplexity, did this mean he was deemed inferior to Oden? Such is the nature of humanity. Seldom do we appreciate what we possess until it slips through our fingers, often leaving us with a sense of regret. However, Shanks felt a sense of joy, for this meant that Mr. Rayleigh could dedicate his teaching solely to him. However, Kazuki Oden's training regimen surpasses that of Rayleigh's. particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. Much of Rayleigh's mastery was self-taught through personal exploration, while Odin's sword techniques have been meticulously handed down through generations, refined over time to retain their essence. Each day, Shirakawa has experienced a noticeable enhancement in his understanding of the sword path. As 2 months have elapsed, Kazuki Odin has become well acquainted with the crew aboard Roger's pirate ship, and the other members have embraced him warmly. Odin possesses an exceptionally amiable disposition, characterized by his vivacity and playful nature, often displaying a childlike innocence. Accompanying him on the ship are 2 fur tribesmen, one a cat named Cat Viper, and the other a dog known as Dogstorm. These peculiar beings initially astonished Shirakawa. He had not anticipated encountering such anthropomorphic species in the world of the Pirate King. Yet, considering the existence of fishmen and merfolk, it no longer seemed so strange. Both of these companions possess commendable strength, ranking above average within the Roger pirate crew. Among them, Shirakawa has undergone the most significant transformation over the past 2 months, exuding an aura of brilliance. Odin has remarked that once Shirakawa can fully conceal this presence within himself, he will have attained the status of a grand swordsman. Consequently, Shirakawa has recently devoted his time to meditation, focusing on harnessing and refining his inherent energy rather than practicing swordsmanship. The disparity between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Some swordsmen may spend their entire lives only achieving the rank of a skilled swordsman, while Shirakawa is confident in his ability to reach the level of a grand swordsman. It requires ample time for preparation. In terms of armed color hockey, Shirakawa has made remarkable progress, already able to imbue his sword with hockey, albeit somewhat fragile. Nonetheless, it has proven somewhat effective against devil fruit users. The days have grown monotonous. At this point, they have reached the first half of the New World, nearing Fishman Island, where they encounter few pirates capable of matching their strength. Indeed, there have been none who could last even a few rounds against them. Yet, there are still some naive newcomers who challenge them, typically falling into one of 3 categories. The first meets a watery grave, the second, a pirate crew admired by Roger, might be granted a reprieve, and the third could potentially become an affiliate of Roger's crew. As for adding new members, that is no longer feasible. Roger's crew is already at capacity, and apart from the Marine headquarters, there are hardly any forces that can contend with them. Haha. Who could blame them for being part of Roger's crew? Now, they all take pride in their membership. Rest assured, warfare is a constant on the seas. Roger has certainly heard the complaints of his crew members, but he is at a loss. He cannot simply instigate conflict, as that would not align with his character. Just then, dozens of pirate ships descended from the heavens, crashing into the waters with a cacophony of splashes, among which was none other than his formidable rival, the Golden Lion, Shiki, who had made his grand entrance. Only someone like Shiki could achieve such a feat. Long time no see, Roger, Shiki boasted with a raucous laugh. Fully prepared for this encounter, believing this battle to be akin to catching turtles in a jar. Even though their crew possesses considerable high-end combat strength, they are still vulnerable to the tactics of sheer numbers. With dozens of pirate ships, each launching cannonballs, they would be overwhelmed. You've certainly come prepared this time, Shiki. Although Roger appeared relaxed on the surface, he felt a great deal of tension within. In this situation, escape was not an option, especially given the troublesome abilities of the Golden Lion, which could easily track them down. Shirakawa, encountering Shiki for the first time, felt no anxiety, if he was not mistaken. This battle was likely to be referred to as the Battle of Ightwall, where Roger's crew would emerge victorious without a fight. Impressive, Shirakawa thought instinctively, recognizing Shiki as one of the foremost swordsmen in the realm. Join me, Roger. That won't do, Shiki. We have quite the history of grievances. Well, Buggy cried out in terror, fully aware that the situation spelled no chance of victory for them. Let us yield to the Golden Lion for now. You've become so cowardly, how could you still be so frightened? Shanks remarked to Buggy. But there are still many weaknesses, you fool. Buggy retorted in frustration. By the way, Mr. Kuroka's, how's the captain's condition? Is he still unfit for battle? As a doctor, you must stop him. Unfortunately, he is in excellent condition. Kuroka's hoisted his fishing hook, eager for action. Buggy sought to appeal to Rayleigh for help, but was thwarted by Jabba. Give it up. After all this time with Roger, we never managed to persuade him. How could that be? Buggy exclaimed helplessly. You must trust in Tom's ship, the Oro Jackson. Roger doesn't have much time left. Rayleigh stated calmly. At that moment, the Golden Lion spoke again. How many times must I say this, Roger? While we've had our share of grievances in our youth, let us set them aside. As long as you possess knowledge of the destructive weapons that could annihilate the world, Combined with my forces and the perfect plan I've spent years constructing, we could swiftly dominate this world. Become my right arm, Roger. The Golden Lion extended his hand in invitation. I have no interest in ruling, Shiki. What worth is being a pirate if one does not pursue their desires? No matter the pressure you exert, I shall refuse your proposal. So, you wish for me to kill you here? Shiki's tone suddenly shifted, brimming with murderous intent. When two pirate crews collide, the sea is anything but tranquil. Waves surge as ships intertwine. I intend to crush you all, Roger retorted defiantly. The Roger pirates initiated the cannon fire, striking a rival ship adjacent to the Golden Lion's main vessel. Chapter 56, a successful escape with the resounding cannon fire from the Oro Jackson. The battle between the two pirate crews commenced. At Shiki's command, the multitude of pirate ships surrounding the Oro Jackson launched their attack, unleashing a torrential downpour of cannonballs. Crew, prepare to counterattack, Roger declared, drawing his sword with fervor. Even if they were to perish in these waters, they would do so without regret. In the face of the overwhelming barrage, the Roger pirates held firm, with Jabba expertly shooting several bullets that detonated upon contact with the incoming cannonballs. A swordsman like Rayleigh unleashed a powerful slash, severing multiple cannonballs and causing them to explode prematurely, ensuring that none struck the Oro Jackson. Shiki, unperturbed by this, understood the capabilities of his adversary. He refrained from engaging personally, allowing Roger time to reconsider his decision, believing that joining him would be a sagacious choice. Still unwilling to join me, Roger? The relentless barrage of cannon fire continued, yet the Roger pirates fought valiantly, even sinking an enemy ship in their spare moments. However, the sheer number of enemy vessels rendered their victories somewhat inconsequential. As time passed, Shiki resolved to take matters into his own hands. If he could not recruit them, he would annihilate them. Utilizing his devil fruit powers, he soared into the air, drawing his sword to unleash a devastating slash upon the Roger pirates. A strike capable of cleaving the Oro Jackson in twain. In that instant, Rayleigh surged forward, delivering a slash that rivaled Shiki's, the two attacks colliding midair, consuming each other before dissipating into the atmosphere. Rayleigh, I admire your skill. Would you consider joining my pirate crew? The Golden Lion extended an invitation to Rayleigh. Despite the numerous members of the Golden Lion pirates, only he possesses true combat prowess. Among the elite pirate crews, he ranks as the weakest, a reality that has long been a source of frustration for him. He has sought various means to enhance his formidable strength, yet to no avail. Those with genuine power have been poached by rival crews, and he has been unable to locate the lesser-known yet capable individuals. He once issued a recruitment call, but was met only with a motley crew of inept fighters and undercover Navy agents, ultimately eliminating every last one of them. Consequently, the Navy clashed fiercely with the Golden Lion, yet his cunning, coupled with the abilities bestowed by his float fruit, rendered him virtually invulnerable in any battle. Roger, do you still refuse to surrender? After enduring several rounds of cannon fire, the ordinary members of the Roger pirates were utterly fatigued, leaving only the mid-tier and elite fighters to stubbornly resist. Golden Lion, I previously stated that if one cannot sail according to their own will, what meaning does piracy hold? Since you are so obstinate, may you and your crew find your graves beneath the waves. Lion, 1,000 cuts. The Golden Lion unleashed a flurry of slashes within mere seconds. Each strike as potent as the previous wave of attacks. Have you truly given it your all, Golden Lion? The 1,000 cuts technique is the Golden Lion's signature move, a skill so formidable that few can withstand it. At this moment, Kazuki Odin surged forward, employing his self-created two-sword style, Dance of the Cross, which mirrors the 1,000 cuts by unleashing dozens of sword chi in an instant. The two attacks collided and neutralized one another. I recall you as Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. Kazuki Odin, the Golden Lion realized, recognizing the man who had interrupted his assault. How did you end up on Roger's ship? Have you betrayed Whitebeard? I remember he despises traitors. What say you? Would you care to join my crew? I assure you, Whitebeard will not lay a finger on you. Your concern is unwarranted. I have already received my father's approval. Is that so? What a pity. Whitebeard perhaps would never guess that his most esteemed son would perish at my hands. Should Whitebeard find himself encircled by the Golden Lion, he would effortlessly manage the situation. For the power of his trimmer fruit is akin to a natural disaster. No fleet of even dozens or hundreds can withstand a full-force assault from him. However, Roger lacks such overwhelming firepower aboard his ship. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and rain began to pour heavily, with the silhouettes of naval vessels faintly visible in the distance. The Navy had arrived rather swiftly. Roger, relinquish your resistance. The Golden Lion felt the storm was tailor-made for him, allowing him to assert his dominion amidst the tempest. The golden lion landed upon his ship's bow. Yet, Roger responded with a mysterious smile, his eyes and expression betraying no hint of panic. "Roger, what are you laughing at?" The golden lion, sensing unease, pondered whether Roger had some hidden strategy. He had prepared thoroughly for this encounter, intending to catch his opponent off guard. "I laugh because you're on the brink of total annihilation." "What do you mean?" The golden lion's expression turned grave, aware that Roger never speaks without foundation. "Just wait and see." At that moment, the winds intensified, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous, the sea resembling a staircase of rising and falling levels. "What is happening?" The golden lion sensed something was amiss with the weather, but it was too late. Several pirate crews had already been swept into the depths by the surging waters. "Everyone, prepare to flee," Roger shouted to his crew. Unbeknownst to him, as the Roger pirates charted their course, the tumultuous waves seemed to relent, and the winds favored their sails, hastening their escape. "Damn it, pursue them," roared the infamous gold lion, unable to bear witness to Roger's flight. He commanded his fleet to close the distance. Yet it was already a futile endeavor. The waves appeared to have encircled Gold Lion's armada, crashing one after another, and in an instant, dozens of pirate ships were obliterated. A ship's helm, hurled from an unknown vessel, struck Gold Lion on the head. Yet, he remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the ever-diminishing silhouette of Roger's ship. "Curse be it," he bellowed in frustration. Once the storm subsided, the Roger pirates had vanished without a trace. Even if Gold Lion attempted to pursue them using the powers of the float fruit, they were no longer his match. "Captain, we have spotted naval warships behind us," one of his crew reported. "We must depart." Gold Lion cast one last glance towards the direction Roger had fled and, with the remaining pirate vessels under his command, took to the skies, drifting further away. Once again, Gold Lion had escaped, but this time, the losses were catastrophic. The Navy had witnessed the entire debacle unfold. Chapter 57. Bounty Notice. Once the Roger pirates successfully evaded capture, the skies cleared, the rain ceased, and the sun emerged, basking in its glory. It had been a perilous ordeal. Buggy lay exhausted on the deck. Although he had not directly engaged in battle, he felt weary to the core. Many others shared his sentiment, as the deck was now strewn with weary figures resting together. Hikawa sighed in relief, sensing that the narrative had not shifted with his arrival. Had he confronted Gold Lion, escape would have been an impossibility. Though he possessed the ability to fly, so too did Gold Lion. Suddenly, Roger erupted into hearty laughter, and his mirth was infectious, causing his crew to join in the jubilant cacophony. Their escape had been a stroke of fortune, had fate been unkind. They might have encountered an even greater catastrophe, potentially leading to their annihilation in the tempest. The Roger pirates had grown somber, seated or reclining as they regained their vigor. Day turned to night, and a full day passed. The crew had resumed their usual demeanor, as though yesterday's events had never transpired. They were approaching the waters surrounding Fishman Island, where the weather had turned fair, and the previous day's tempest had inadvertently saved them considerable time and distance. The sky was increasingly populated with seabirds of various species, gliding gracefully above the pirate ship, occasionally perching to rest. At that moment, a newsbird landed on their vessel. Hikawa promptly retrieved some coins to pay for a newspaper, having gained a rudimentary understanding of the written language in the world of the Pirate King over time. The newspaper was thick with reports of significant events, including the duel between Roger and Whitebeard 2 months prior on an island in the New World, as well as the skirmish between Roger and Gold Lion just the previous day in the waters of Ite volume. The news seemed quite outdated, as the events of 2 months prior were only now being published. The article on the conflict between Whitebeard and Roger was rather scant, as few were privy to the details, and it was hastily penned due to their status as formidable rivals. The two had battled for 3 days and nights on an island in the New World, with the outcome remaining uncertain. The Navy had dispatched Sengoku the Buddha, the heroic Garp, and several elite vice-admirals to apprehend them, but their efforts had ended in failure. In contrast, the account of the battle with Gold Lion was far more detailed, even featuring a photograph of Gold Lion with the helm protruding from his head, resembling a furious rooster. Upon seeing the image, Hikawa couldn't help but chuckle. "What's amusing you?" Rayleigh inquired, noticing Hikawa's grin. "Our clash with Gold Lion has made the newspaper. Take a look at his appearance after we departed," Hikawa replied, handing the paper to Rayleigh. The sight that met Rayleigh's eyes was that of Gold Lion Shiki, with wide, furious eyes resembling an iron chicken. "Huh, he truly deserves it." Rayleigh laughed heartily, his boisterous mirth drawing the attention of those nearby, who clamored to know what was so amusing. Is that skirmish now dubbed the Battle of Itval? Quite an apt title considering the geographical context, remarked one crew member. The newspaper circulated among the Roger pirates, each member bursting into laughter at the sight of Shiki, their spirits lifted. Even in such a state, he still lives. Truly, he possesses a remarkable fortitude, lamented one pirate, wishing for Gold Lion's demise to eliminate any threats to the Roger pirates. At least Whitebeard would never stoop to such despicable acts. The helm embedded in Shiki's head may well remain with him for life. Removing it could spell disaster. The ship's doctor, Kurokas, offered sagely. Indeed, he may well earn the title of Rooster in the future, another crew member chimed in. After the newspaper had been passed around, Hikawa held another stack of papers, which he suspected to be bounty notices. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. The first face he recognized all too well, his own. The wanted poster featured a snapshot from 2 months prior, capturing a moment as he watched the Navy retreat. Strikingly handsome, the image encapsulated his essence perfectly. Great sword, Adolph K. Hikawa, bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. Such was the essence of the bounty notice. Only 50 million berries? Not too shabby, Hikawa mused, somewhat pleased. After all, Luffy's first bounty had been merely 30 million berries. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his own bounty was rather low. Was he truly only worth 50 million in the eyes of the Navy, despite being on par with a vice admiral? Perhaps they wished to avoid setting an exorbitant bounty for a first-time offender. He speculated that any minor incident in the future could see his bounty double. Moreover, his strength had seen exponential growth. He was no longer the same as he had been 2 months prior. His swordsmanship had improved significantly, and he had mastered the use of armament hockey. Now, he was a practitioner of all 3 forms of hockey, rendering the bounty of 50 million berries rather inadequate. However, what was this greatsword moniker? Hikawa frowned, pondering whether it was derived from the sword of Damocles that constantly loomed above him during battle. Such a title seemed rather unappealing. The names of others, like Red-Haired and Beast, sounded far more illustrious. What troubles you? You appear rather engrossed. Rayleigh remarked as he leaned in to glimpse the wanted notice in Hikawa's hand. Isn't that you? Impressive. You've made it onto the government's wanted list, Rayleigh exclaimed, amused. Rayleigh expressed his surprise. What? Let me see. Shanks and Buggy immediately crowded around, eagerly gazing at the bounty notice in Baichuan's hand. Incredible. A bounty of 50 million berries. Buggy's distinctive high-pitched voice exclaimed. What? There's actually a bounty of 50 million? Other crew members also displayed their astonishment. While their own bounties were substantial, they were mostly isolated instances, as many ordinary pirates aboard had no bounty at all. How infuriating. It's so unfair. Why does Baichuan have a bounty while I do not? Buggy's jealousy was palpable, for having a bounty was a testament to one's strength. Shanks, too, felt envious. Despite being fellow trainee crew members, the disparity between them was stark. Baichuan had undeniably become a thorn in the side of the ordinary crew. As envy and resentment permeated the ship. Chapter 58, The Vice Captain's Secret. This time, Baichuan had gained a modicum of fame in the world. Those aware of him were not particularly surprised by the news, as such a bounty seemed warranted. However, those unfamiliar with him would undoubtedly be taken aback upon seeing the bounty notice for the first time, their initial reaction likely being, wow, who is this strikingly handsome individual? Their second response would probably be astonishment at the high bounty, thinking he must be a newcomer. Old man, look, that kid has a bounty now. On Whitebeard's ship. Marco signaled to Whitebeard while holding a newspaper. That kid? It was evident that Whitebeard's memory of him was not particularly vivid to him. Baichuan was just a talented lad with a long journey ahead. Even the one wielding the large sword had been dubbed Big Sword by the Navy. Oh, you mean him, that flashy kid? Upon mentioning the sword, Whitebeard recalled his initial shock upon seeing it. However, he ultimately concluded that Baichuan's sword served little practical purpose and thus categorized it as mere decoration. Flashy, you're right, old man. Hearing Whitebeard's assessment of Baichuan brought Marco great joy, as he felt his own standing in Whitebeard's eyes was considerably higher. The newcomer from the Roger Pirates? Naturally. The Golden Lion had also seen this bounty notice, yet he had no recollection of Baichuan. His attention was solely captured by a small line on the bounty notice, stating that this individual was a member of the Roger Pirates and extremely dangerous. Many at sea shared this same focus, as most were concerned with the identity of the Roger Pirates members. After all, Roger was undoubtedly the individual closest to his goal, and after his recent encounter with Roger, the Golden Lion had suffered substantial losses in manpower. It would take time for him to regain his former glory, during which Roger might accomplish the seemingly impossible feat, however. By Chuan, that title of Big Sword truly suits you, Shanks remarked with a raised eyebrow, clearly finding the title rather pedestrian. Humph. One day I will compel the Navy to change my title, Bai Chuan replied defiantly, though he had yet to decide what he would like it changed to. Desiring something as imposing as Vice Captain or Dark King Rayleigh. I wish you luck with that. It seems there is also news about Barrett in this newspaper. A pirate holding a newspaper exclaimed loudly. What? Where? Let me see. Those former companions of the individual who had emerged from the Roger pirates were quite interested. The article detailed how the newcomer Barrett had encountered fellow newcomer Crocodile, resulting in an intense battle where the outcome remained undecided. Crocodile, I seem to recall him. He must be the user of the sand fruit, a pirate commented. Are the newcomers really this formidable? To fight Barrett to a standstill? Most pirates from the Roger pirates were unable to contend with Barrett, making the chances of victory against Crocodile slim. Barrett must not have unleashed his full power. Or perhaps the battle took place in a desert, which favored Crocodile's abilities, one pirate rationally analyzed, noting that Barrett had mastered powerful hockey, which should effectively counter natural abilities. Bai Chuan is aware of this pirate as well, having notably been the first warlord defeated by Luffy. Back then, Luffy, lacking hockey, discovered the sand fruit's vulnerabilities and countered with water. However, Shirakawa believed that 2 years ago, Luffy's ability to defeat Crocodile was primarily due to the protagonist's halo, which rendered Crocodile as nothing more than a waste who relied solely on his devil fruit abilities. It is noteworthy that Crocodile had launched attacks against Whitebeard several times. If he were so easily defeated, he would have long since met his demise in the depths of the ocean. Nevertheless, as long as Barrett is unharmed, that is what truly matters. To be honest, if Roger were aware of Barrett's predicament, he would likely rally the entire crew to rescue him, even though Barrett was no longer a member of the Roger Pirates. Roger was such a person, deeply loyal and principled. Let us hold a feast, someone proposed, to celebrate our successful escape from the clutches of the Golden Lion, as well as to commemorate Shirakawa's bounty of 50 million. Indeed, everyone echoed enthusiastically. The Roger Pirates cherished feasts, as they provided an opportunity to indulge in food and drink, allowing them to forget their troubles. He has grown up, Rayleigh remarked with a hint of nostalgia, observing Shirakawa surrounded by the crew. Indeed, but your contribution to his growth cannot be overstated. You must be the one who knows him best, Roger interjected, having overheard Rayleigh's words. I only know him superficially. He harbors many secrets. I always feel that his abilities are not derived from the devil fruit, but are innate. Is that so? Yet, isn't it normal for everyone to possess secrets? Don't you have any? Roger's inquiry elicited a bittersweet smile from Rayleigh, whose seriousness momentarily faltered. Are my secrets still considered secrets? I feel as though most of you are already privy to them. Haha, of course they are. After all, many others are still in the dark, Roger chuckled, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder. Then do you have any secrets that I don't know? Rayleigh questioned Roger. Since a secret is only a secret if known solely by oneself, how could I divulge it to you? Thus, my matters are no longer secrets, are they? Rayleigh retorted, raising his voice at Roger, who had been attempting to manipulate him. Say, is it not you who has spread my affairs? Rayleigh glared at Roger with discontent. Originally, only Roger knew of Rayleigh's secrets, but now the number of those aware aboard the ship had increased substantially. He could confide in no one except for Roger. I haven tea. Don't make wild accusations. Roger, seized by Rayleigh, displayed no signs of panic, instead glancing sideways and dismissively averting his gaze. Hey, could you be any more obvious? This act is hardly convincing. Even a child could discern the deception. Even Shirakawa has caught wind of it. Indeed. Rayleigh's secret was the woman who ran a bar on Sabaody Archipelago. Stop talking nonsense. I never told Shirakawa. So that means you informed the others, Rayleigh said, revealing a devilish grin. What has the captain done to provoke the first mate to such ire? Who knows? Perhaps the captain has shared the first mate's secrets with others. What secrets? Nearby pirates inquired eagerly of Shanks. I'll let you in on it, Shanks whispered conspiratorially to the pirate. Oh, I see, the pirate exclaimed, nodding in realization and regarding Rayleigh with newfound scrutiny. I never imagined the first mate was such a character. Keeping a mistress, TSK, what a rogue. Chapter 59, Shirakawa's departure soon. 6 months had elapsed, and Shirakawa had spent over a year in this world, as well as over a year aboard the Roger Pirates. During the past half year, they first arrived at Fishman Island, where they encountered the newly crowned king, Neptune. The welcome they received on Fishman Island was warm. indicating a cordial relationship between Roger and Neptune. While en route to Fishman Island, Shirakawa experienced a sense of trepidation, as the depths of the ocean often evoke a primal fear in humanity, and he was no exception, constantly worrying about the reliability of the coating. Consequently, Shanks and Buggy took the opportunity to tease him, finally uncovering a flaw in Shirakawa. After reminiscing on Fishman Island, they recoated and departed, arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as Paradise. Upon reaching Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh mysteriously disappeared. Those who knew his secret understood his whereabouts, while others speculated that he had succumbed to his gambling addiction. At Sabaody archipelago, Shirakawa undoubtedly encountered the celestial dragons, yet they did not seek trouble, opting instead to avoid confrontation, as they were not there to instigate issues. Although they were immediately targeted by the Navy upon surfacing, the Navy made no aggressive moves. The members of the Roger pirates remained cautious. However, other pirate crews were less composed. The sudden appearance of a prominent force in Paradise, coupled with the increasing presence of the Navy on Sabaody archipelago, led some unfortunate pirate crews to be apprehended and sent to the underwater prison. Having spent only a short duration at Sabaody archipelago, they prepared to leave. For the presence of the world's most influential aristocrats in proximity to Navy headquarters posed a significant danger. As they departed, Rayleigh felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. Mature men could discern his actions, which starkly contrasted with Rayleigh's demeanor 2 decades later. In 20 years, Rayleigh would become entirely unanchored, frequently found in casinos, bars, or auction houses, with only rare chances of being at the coating factory. Shirakawa could hardly fathom that the once formidable Rayleigh would, 2 decades hence, be reduced to coating for others, perhaps harboring some secret agenda to pilfer from other pirate crews. After all, the Rayleigh of 20 years later would be quite impoverished. At home, Rayleigh likely mirrored modern men, neglecting domestic affairs. Otherwise, why would he resort to deceit when Shaki, possessing considerable wealth, operated a highly profitable bar? After departing Sabaody archipelago, 3 naval ships trailed them, ostensibly surveilling their movements. Without a doubt, all were subsequently sunk by the Roger pirates. Despite their intention to avoid conflict, they were reluctant to exist under the scrutiny of others. In an unexpected turn of events, Shirakawa's bounty inexplicably increased to 150 million berries, leading outsiders to assume he had committed some heinous act. Shirakawa himself was perplexed by the sudden rise. Perhaps someone had exploited his identity for a grand scheme. This development undoubtedly sparked envy among the crew, though the animosity of some had dissipated, as they acknowledged that they could no longer contend with Shirakawa. After several months of sailing, the Roger pirates reached Gaia Island, where Shirakawa intended to part ways, having learned all he could. Without declaring an ambition to become the strongest in the world, Shirakawa believes he can evade all but the likes of Kazuru and the Lion of the Sea. He does not consider himself unfortunate enough to encounter these 2 formidable figures. Moreover, even if he were to cross paths with them, fleeing is not an absolute necessity. He has shed his fear and now feels capable of exchanging blows with anyone. Are you truly set on departing? Roger inquired, his tone grave. Indeed, I have firmly resolved to venture forth on my own, Shirakawa replied with unwavering determination. Very well, but remember this. You are a member of my Roger pirates. Do not bring shame upon us. Rest assured, Captain, I will not disgrace you. Remember, the Roger pirates will always stand as your steadfast support. I will bear that in mind. After imparting his words, Roger departed, needing to allocate time to others. Are you not going to bid him farewell? Roger approached Rayleigh and asked. There's no need. It's not as if we will never meet again. Opportunities will arise. True, though whether I shall see him again remains uncertain. Roger chuckled, seemingly attempting to dispel the somber mood. Shirakawa, I will miss you dearly. As soon as the captain exited, Buggy rushed forward, crying out and embracing Shirakawa. Shirakawa had become one of Buggy's closest friends in the Roger pirates, second only to Shanks. Do not worry, as long as you refrain from reckless wandering. We shall meet again. The ocean may appear vast, yet it is surprisingly small. One might spend a lifetime searching for a person, only to find that the very individual they seek is right before their eyes. Shirakawa held a deep trust in Buggy, who had stirred up trouble in the East Blue, establishing himself as a dominant force until he encountered Luffy. Even after reaching the Grand Line and becoming a warlord, Buggy's greatest suffering likely stemmed from his time in the undersea prison. Thankfully, he ultimately escaped alongside Luffy. Shirakawa, we will surely meet again, won't we? Shanks spoke up. Of course, as long as you avoid unnecessary escapades. Shirakawa echoed his sentiments to Shanks, who, much like Luffy, had an insatiable curiosity. It was nearly impossible to keep him from wandering, yet Shirakawa felt compelled to issue a reminder. Do not worry. Shanks flashed a reassuring smile. Yet Shirakawa found it hard to feel at ease, knowing that he might lose an arm in future escapades. I shall take my leave now. Shirakawa waved goodbye to the two, departing without a backward glance. Farewell, Shirakawa, Shanks and Buggy called out in unison, their voices echoing behind him. Shirakawa raised his hand in acknowledgement without turning around. Wishing you all the best, Roger Pirates, he silently prayed for them. Goodbye, Shanks, Buggy, Rayleigh. I look forward to the day we reunite. Chapter 60. Visalia Island. Shortly after Shirakawa's departure, the Roger Pirates successfully navigated the treacherous waters known for their perilous currents. Arriving at the White Sea, however, their spirits were not as high as one might expect. For their dearest companion was absent from this journey and would not share in their future adventures. Unlike Barrett, who felt somewhat out of place aboard the ship, Shirakawa had fostered amicable relationships with every crew member. Thus, when he left, most of the Roger Pirates would find themselves in a melancholic state for several days. What a pity that Shirakawa could not witness such breathtaking and unique sights. Fear not, with Shirakawa's abilities, reaching this point would be a mere trifle. If you wish to see him, you could always leave with him. Best not to. While they longed for Shirakawa's presence, it did not mean they would forsake their identities as members of the Roger Pirates for the sake of one individual. Shirakawa's departure imbued him with a peculiar emotion, akin to a child maturing and breaking free from parental constraints. After leaving, he felt a sudden sense of liberation, though he could not quite comprehend why. With the Roger Pirates having set sail, Shirakawa too intended to depart, for Gaia Island was merely a small island, serving as a transit point to the Sky Island. Lacking in grandeur, he spent a bit of money to acquire a small fishing boat, reminiscent of the vessel Luffy had used upon his initial journey at sea. Suitable for only 2 individuals. Given Shirakawa's physique, he did not prepare an abundance of provisions. This modest fishing boat was just right for him. However, it seems that Shirakawa's fortune was rather unfortunate. Just as he set sail, he was met with an extraordinarily fierce storm. The weather, which had been remarkably clear just moments before, suddenly transformed into a sky heavy with ominous clouds. The howling winds churned the darkened sky, and torrential rain cascaded down. Shirakawa's small fishing vessel bobbed upon the tumultuous sea like a mere leaf, facing imminent peril. Could it be? Was his luck truly this abysmal? Such a diminutive craft was utterly inadequate against the ferocity of the storm, especially considering he was not a seasoned navigator. Even the most skilled mariner would find themselves powerless in the face of such tempestuous conditions. As he gazed upon the towering waves, which loomed like 6-story buildings, Shirakawa made a swift decision to abandon ship and flee into the skies. In midair, he witnessed the vessel, engulfed by the monstrous waves. And a pang of sorrow struck him. That had been a significant investment, a considerable sum spent on the boat, now vanished without a trace. While soaring through the tempest, Shirakawa kept his protective shield activated, for a strike from lightning would spell disaster. He had been flying for quite some time, yet the storm's grasp remained unyielding. It appeared he had stumbled upon a once-in-a-century tempest. Was it truly this formidable? At that moment, Shirakawa found himself admiring Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, who could traverse the Grand Line fearlessly upon a mere coffin. Could it be that Mihawk had simply been fortunate enough to avoid such treacherous weather? If that were the case, Shirakawa felt a twinge of injustice. Why should his luck be so dire, while others sailed forth unscathed through storms and tsunamis? What was that? After a prolonged flight, Shirakawa finally spotted an island, a floating isle amidst the clouds. Could this be Sky Island? Surely, he mused. He wouldn't encounter Roger and his crew there, would he? However, the floating island before Shirakawa appeared rather diminutive. It was likely not the same island that the Roger Pirates had once visited. What place is this? After flying around the island, Shirakawa discovered numerous houses, indicating that it was indeed inhabited. The weather on this island was quite severe, yet as Shirakawa landed and intended to knock on a door, the sky unexpectedly cleared. What could this mean? Shirakawa was perplexed. The sudden shift in weather felt almost like a capricious act of nature. At that moment, the door in front of him swung open, accompanied by a shrill scream. A small old man clad in a blue wizard's robe stared at him in astonishment, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Shirakawa turned to look behind him, but saw nothing amiss. What troubles you? Shirakawa offered a friendly smile, not believing he had frightened the old man to such an extent. Who are you? After a considerable pause, the old man regained his composure, retreated into his house, and closed the door, leaving a small crack through which Shirakawa could see the old man's fearful eyes still fixed on him. I am Adolf K. Shirakawa, a resident of Qinghai. How did you arrive here? Naturally, I flew here. By the way, what is this place? It appears to be a floating island. This island is called Visalia, a small floating island. Is that so? Shirakawa curiously surveyed the surroundings, noting the windmills, hot air balloons, and a large cloud in the distance, adorned with a rainbow. Suddenly, he recognized this place. It was indeed where Nami had trained for 2 years, a mobile island, whose speed and direction were entirely dictated by the wind. When the wind blew in a certain direction, the island followed suit, moving faster with stronger winds and slower with lighter breezes. What is your name? Shirakawa inquired again of the diminutive figure before him. Harita. Oh. Without hesitation, Shirakawa pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Harita's strength utterly negligible. What are you doing? Harita immediately questioned as Shirakawa entered, but upon meeting Shirakawa's gaze, his tone softened. Such a coward, Shirakawa murmured under his breath. What do you wish to accomplish? Nothing much, just taking a look around. Shirakawa walked straight to the bed and sat down, finding it surprisingly soft, truly made of clouds. How remarkable. Will you leave once you've seen enough? Not at all. I rather enjoy the ambience here. I wish to settle down, perhaps right next to you. Absolutely not. Do not fret. I will construct my own dwelling. Shirakawa envisioned building a cozy nest for himself on this floating island. How wonderfully secluded, and what an exhilarating thought. That is not within my authority to decide, Harita replied. Not to worry. Summon the decision-makers, and I shall persuade them to acquiesce. Are you suggesting you plan to stay here permanently? Certainly not. I must return to Qinghai. Upon hearing this, Harita sighed in relief. As long as Shirakawa returned to Qinghai, the likelihood of crossing paths with this floating island again was practically nil. For it roamed the world. Observing Harita's expression, Shirakawa understood his thoughts all too well. However, he was unaware of an entity known as a life card. As long as Shirakawa had one crafted for Harita, he could locate this place whenever he wished. Chapter 61. It requires money before long. Harita summoned several fellow inhabitants of the island. Though their appearances varied, they donned identical garments, differing only in color, and all were notably diminutive in stature. In a world where the average height of pirates hovers around 1.90 meters, referring to them as little dwarfs would not be an exaggeration. Even Baichuan fell short of this world's average height. Did this individual truly wish to settle here? A few relatively young old men gathered around Baichuan, scrutinizing him with keen interest, some even producing magnifying glasses to examine his face closely. Hey, have you all finished your inspection? Baichuan's lips twitched as he endured their gaze, akin to that of a rare specimen. No, we haven't tea, one voice declared with unusual firmness. Why not? Because all the inhabitants here are meteorological scientists. And you are not, hence you cannot reside here. Is that so? But I possess wealth, Baichuan remarked nonchalantly, placing particular emphasis on the word wealth. Wealth? The eyes of the scientist sparkled with intrigue. If you have money, perhaps we can negotiate, one of them conceded, recognizing the necessity of funding for their research. However, settling here will not come cheaply, and you will be required to pay annually. That is acceptable. How much is required? Please hold on. We shall confer momentarily. With that, the group of scientists distanced themselves from Baichuan to discuss quietly. Although Baichuan was keen to overhear their conversation, he chose not to eavesdrop. Before long, the group of scientists returned, and the tallest among them addressed Shirakawa. We require an annual payment of 100,000 berries. 100,000 berries? That isn't exorbitant. Shirakawa had anticipated a far more extravagant sum. It seemed he had underestimated their intentions, letting his imagination run wild with wicked thoughts. Subsequently, Shirakawa withdrew a substantial bundle of cash from his pocket, each note valued at 10,000 berries, amounting to approximately 100 million berries in total. The 10,000 berries note is the highest denomination in the world of pirates, and this money was a parting gift from Buggy before Shirakawa's departure. To this day, he vividly recalls Buggy's pained expression as he parted with such wealth. The scientists watched in astonishment as Shirakawa methodically counted out 10 notes. This won't do. We need to renegotiate, the tallest scientist interjected once more. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, realizing the monetary value could aid many in their endeavors. Shirakawa was well aware of their intentions. There's no need for such complications. I can provide you with all this money, but I have one request. What is that request? The scientists, their noses flaring with anticipation, were eager for the cash. As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall certainly comply. What is dignity when weighed against wealth? It's quite simple. I initially intended to build a house for myself, but upon reflection, I would prefer to leave it to you, especially since I plan to depart shortly. No problem, the scientist quickly agreed. After all, constructing a house was not a significant issue. Just ensure it is built beside Halita's residence. Absolutely, we will see to it. Why beside my house? Halita queried, directing his question at Shirakawa. If it is to be beside your house, then so be it. Why question it? The tall scientist interjected again, with others chiming in to rebuke Halita. They were reluctant to lose such a lucrative opportunity because of one man's objections. Very well. Ultimately, the majority would prevail. Halita's solitary voice could not sway the collective. Shirakawa wore a sly smile, having successfully executed his scheme. If all goes as anticipated, Nami will eventually arrive here. Though Shirakawa held no particular interest in Luffy's crew. His curiosity regarding the original characters might draw him to this location to see her. Moreover, this island of Visalia is indeed a splendid place, perpetually shifting with the winds, rendering its whereabouts elusive. As the Silver King, a watcher of the skies, how could he not possess a home amidst the clouds? Now, may we have the money? The scientists rubbed their hands together, displaying sycophantic smiles, their gazes fixated on the cash in Shirakawa's hands. Certainly, Shirakawa casually tossed the money, and immediately. The scientists descended into a frenzy, scrambling to seize the notes, with even Halita joining in. Having made such considerable sacrifices, Halita felt there was no justification for not claiming his share of the bounty. Soon after, a stack of money was swiftly divided among them. Upon seeing the few shattered notes on the ground, their faces inevitably contorted into expressions of regret. Had they known better, they would not have acted so impulsively. Among them, Halita had received the least, and his stature rendered him particularly sullen. Don't be disheartened. I still have some money, Baichuan consoled him, placing a reassuring arm around his shoulder and whispering into his ear. Really? Halita's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed. Why would I deceive you? That's splendid. So, are you? Halita rubbed his hands together, his intentions unmistakable. Of course. Upon hearing Baichuan's affirmation, the wrinkles on Halita's face deepened with joy. All right. The two then linked arms and departed, their silhouettes comical, especially given Halita's diminutive height. When Baichuan stood upright, Halita's feet were lifted off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. Once they were alone, Baichuan produced another bundle of money for Halita, though this sum was considerably less, around 10 million belly. Money held little value for Baichuan. He could easily seize a pirate ship and accumulate a fortune or, if necessary, eliminate a few bountied criminals and disguise himself to collect the rewards at a naval base. Thus, it was more prudent to invest in maintaining good relations with his neighbors, even if he seldom needed their assistance. Subsequently, Baichuan plucked a strand of hair from Halita's head, prompting a sharp gasp of pain from him. What are you doing? Consider that 10 million belly as payment for a single hair. How does that sound? Sure, I have plenty more. Would you like me to pull out a few more? Halita retorted with a cheeky grin. Just one will suffice. This will serve as my compass for future visits to this island. Baichuan needed to craft a life card using elements from Halita, as it was said that such cards were made from nails. Yet hair should suffice since it too contains genetic material. Chapter 62. The leap. I'm leaving now. We'll meet again someday. Baichuan had no intentions of spending the night on this island. Despite its beauty, it was not the right place for him at this moment. How can you leave? Halita asked, puzzled. I shall depart as I arrived, Baichuan replied, walking to the edge of the island and peering down into the abyss. Unable to discern anything, perhaps due to the island's great height. You're not contemplating jumping, are you? Halita's instincts kicked in as he sensed Baichuan's intentions. Indeed, that's not possible. If you wish to descend, we have specialized flying equipment. Halita fretted, concerned that if something were to happen to Baichuan, their future research funding would be jeopardized. Rest assured. With that, Baichuan faced Halita, leaned back, and plummeted straight down. Alarmed, Halita rushed to the edge to ascertain the situation, but by then, Baichuan had vanished from sight. Where did that rascal go? At that moment, other meteorologists arrived, noticing only Halita and questioning him. He fell, Halita said despondently, believing Baichuan to be gravely injured. If not dead, fell. I wanted to ask him what kind of house he wanted to build. What? He fell? One of the newcomers suddenly grasped the situation, wondering aloud if Halita had pushed him due to envy over the money. How absurd. You fool. Halita snapped back, asserting that Baichuan had flown in. That doesn't eliminate the possibility of him falling to his death. So what now? Should we still construct his house? Absolutely. After all, he provided us with a substantial amount of research funding. Even if he is no longer with us, we must fulfill his wishes. Indeed, in his memory. We should make it quite grand. Thus, several meteorologists began to discuss arrangements for Baichuan's posthumous tribute as if they were planning his entire legacy. However, Shirakawa encountered no issues and continued to experience the sensation of flight as usual. It is unclear when he began to relish the sensation of free fall. It is noteworthy that he was once an exceedingly timid individual, one who scarcely dared to engage with the various amusement rides in the entertainment venues. However, at this moment, as he soared through the skies, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped him. Yet, every flight must eventually descend to the earth, and beneath him lay an island. Not insignificant in size. From his aerial vantage point, he discerned numerous towns of varying scales dotted across the landscape, alongside a naval station. It was this very island that ignited a resolution within him. If he were to venture into the seas, acquiring a formidable vessel was imperative. Surely, this island harbored decent ships, and if necessary, he could commandeer one from the naval base. Such naval divisions typically lacked formidable combat prowess, and he believed that with his current capabilities, he could easily breach this station, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. Upon landing on the shore at dusk, he found the coastline nearly deserted, as most townsfolk were likely gathered at home for supper. His arrival went unnoticed. Sensing the nearest town, he made his way there. Relieved that he had retained some funds, having not squandered all his money on meteorologists. Otherwise, he would have faced a dire predicament for dinner and lodging that night. Entering the town, although not as bustling as the grand capital cities he had visited, it was still aglow with lights and bustling with individuals presumably out for a post-dinner stroll, complemented by the regular patrols of the Navy. It appeared that the town enjoyed a commendable level of security. Perhaps due to his obscurity, the naval officers paid him no heed. A fact that struck him as somewhat disheartening. It was likely that these sailors subconsciously believed that no pirate would brazenly roam the streets, oblivious to the reality that he was precisely that. Spotting a tavern that seemed lively, he stepped inside. Once, he had held a disdain for alcohol, but extended companionship with Shanks had led him astray. This phenomenon is well known. A virtuous individual struggles to reform a rogue, whereas a rogue can easily corrupt a virtuous one. Thus, he had succumbed to Shanks' influence. Greetings. Welcome, young sir. What would you like to order? The tavern's proprietor, a bald man, exuded an amiable demeanor, his smile radiating warmth rather than menace. I'll have a portion of fried rice, a piece of grilled meat, and a bottle of beer, he replied, perusing the menu, which displayed reasonable prices. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly. Nodding in acknowledgement, he settled at the bar, deeming it unnecessary to occupy an entire table for himself. In a mere 10 minutes, his meal arrived, while the proprietor diligently polished a gleaming glass. Perhaps this was a customary practice among tavern owners. Some prefer to polish glasses, others plates, yet both are invariably spotless. You're not from this island, are you? The tavern owner inquired, observing his visage as he dined. Indeed, I have just arrived on this island, he responded. I thought so. A face like yours is hard to forget, yet I feel as though we've crossed paths before. The proprietor fell into contemplation. Perhaps you are mistaken, or you may have encountered someone strikingly similar to me. No, I have definitely seen you somewhere, the tavern owner insisted, seemingly trapped in a mental loop, pondering where he might have recognized him. Even as patrons came to settle their bills, he barely acknowledged them, lost in thought. After finishing his meal, he settled his bill and departed, but the proprietor remained engrossed in his thoughts about where he might have seen him. What could it be? As he watched the young man's retreating figure, the proprietor tilted his head, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a moment of clarity washed over him, and he hurriedly rifled through a stack of wanted posters on the corner of the bar, quickly searching until he found the face that matched his memory. Indeed, it was him. Gazing at the poster's image, the tavern owner grew increasingly convinced that the man who had just dined was the same individual. A staggering bounty of 150 million berries was placed upon his head. Upon seeing this amount, the proprietor felt a mix of relief and dread. For those with bounties exceeding 100 million are typically the most nefarious of pirates, while the young man presented himself as cultured and refined. Who could fathom the true nature of his inner self? This was the dilemma that occupied the tavern owner's mind. However, he did not directly approach the Navy, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, what if that pirate discovered he was the one who reported him and sought to eliminate him? However, he still etched the image of Baichuan deep within his heart, for that pirate still lingered in this town. What would happen if he were to visit their shop again? Chapter 63. The Provocateur. After securing a modest inn for the night, He was roused the following morning by the incessant chatter of the crowd outside. Ever since his arrival in this realm, it seemed he had never once awakened naturally. It was as if such a phenomenon was a lamentable rarity in this world. The commotion outside escalated in intensity, and Bai Chuan had no desire to return to slumber. Peering through the window, he beheld streets teeming with throngs of people, a veritable sea of humanity. What could be the cause of this? Bai Chuan pondered, bewildered. Ordinarily, a small town ought not to host such a multitude, and he sensed several formidable individuals amidst the crowd. What on earth was transpiring? Descending to the ground floor, he inquired about his curiosity, met with the innkeeper's infatuated gaze. Are you not aware? I assumed you had come for the finals, the innkeeper's wife responded. Recognizing Bai Chuan as an outsider, after all, who else would seek lodging at an inn? I too arrived here by chance and am unaware of the happenings, he replied. Ah, what fortuitous timing. Today, there are several duels among swordsmen. If you are interested, you might consider attending, especially since I see you carry a blade yourself. Swordsman? Bai Chuan's expression brightened with intrigue. Thus far, his encounters with swordsmen had been of two extremes, individuals like Rayleigh, Odin, and the Golden Lion, who were the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and others, mere pirates and lowly navy soldiers, who wielded their swords with reckless abandon. Now, Bai Chuan stood at the precipice of greatness, tirelessly striving towards the lofty goal of becoming a master swordsman over the past 6 months. Yet, even for someone of Bai Chuan's caliber, encountering true talent made transcending this threshold a formidable challenge. However, Shirakawa sensed that he was not far from that realm. Perhaps what he needed was a battle, a confrontation that would allow him to fight with fervor, a contest that could unleash his full potential. And his opponent should be a swordsman. Although such competitive battles may not necessarily feature great sword masters, one could always hope for a fortuitous encounter. While Shirakawa was unaware of the precise location of the competition, he knew that following the crowd was invariably a sound choice. After all, in every world, there exists a collective inclination towards revelry, and this was no exception. Gradually, he made his way to the outskirts of the arena, observing several individuals, much like himself, who bore swords at their waists, though most of them were far from impressive. Hey, kid, stop right there. A brazen voice erupted from behind him. Yet, Shirakawa did not perceive the summons as directed at him. Since his arrival on the island, he had maintained a low profile, never provoking anyone, and thus doubted it was trouble seeking him. Ignoring the voice, he continued his forward stride. Hey, I'm talking to you. The voice rang out once more. However, Shirakawa chose to disregard him. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on Shirakawa's shoulder, accompanied by an irate tone. Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you just now? I did hear you. Then why did you not stop? Why should I stop? We are not acquainted. So I had no way of knowing you were addressing me. Do you know now? I do. Now, what is it that you want? Kid, I have my eyes set on your sword. Among this throng of mediocre swordsmen, your blade stands out as somewhat exceptional. Oh, and then what? Shirakawa noticed that the crowd around him had dispersed, leaving him quite alone. Then, you shall hand over your sword to me, and we shall consider our debt settled. Otherwise, you know what fate awaits you. Fate? What fate? I genuinely do not know. Kid, do not provoke me further. Do you have any idea who I am? The adversary growled menacingly. Who are you? I am the son of the colonel in charge of this naval base. On this island, my word holds sway. Oh, that explains your arrogance. You are merely a local tyrant. Nevertheless, I am afraid I will not be relinquishing my sword. With that, Shirakawa brushed aside the hand and continued on his way. The spectators cast sympathetic glances at Shirakawa, while others watched with morbid curiosity. Only one person directed a look of pity, tinged with amusement, towards the colonel's son. This individual appeared to be around Shirakawa's age, a youth of 17 or 18. Yet those around him instinctively distanced themselves, perhaps due to the sharp aura he exuded. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Attack. The colonel's son issued a command, and several swordsmen emerged from the crowd. Though he was the son of a colonel, he lacked the authority to command the navy directly, relying instead on his status to gather a band of idle ruffians. Kid, I will give you one last chance. Will you hand over your sword? No, Shirakawa replied resolutely. Very well, then. Attack him, but do not kill him. Just break his limbs. Understood, boss, the ruffians replied. You see, it would have been much better if you had just handed your sword to our boss, thus avoiding this ordeal. After this, you might find yourself reduced to a life of begging. One of the ruffians kindly cautioned. Rest assured, I will not be the one begging. Still quite confident, are we? Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. The group drew their knives, their stances revealing a lack of formal training. It seemed these individuals were only familiar with slashing and stabbing, likely unable to perform even basic techniques. Shirakawa glanced at them, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to keep a low profile, but it appeared that would no longer be possible. There would always be those seeking trouble. As they lunged at him, a commanding aura radiated from Shirakawa, causing all the assailants, including the colonel's son, to collapse in an instant. At that moment, a woman's scream pierced the air, likely believing that all those men had perished. However, Shirakawa demonstrated a commendable restraint in his actions. Those who regained consciousness would likely become imbeciles, and merely causing them to faint once seemed far too lenient. Individuals of their ilk have undoubtedly brought misfortune upon countless others. Observing this scene, a solemn expression crossed the countenance of a youth, barely 17 or 18, especially when his gaze fell upon Shirakawa. This bears a resemblance to my master's abilities. The young man mused inwardly, unaware of the concept of conqueror's haki at that moment. It appeared that his master must also be a formidable force. Chapter 64. The dual-wielding prodigy. The incident involving Shirakawa was merely a prelude to the competition, known only to those who had witnessed it firsthand. Within the vast throng of thousands, such individuals were few. Yet, every one of them who had observed the event felt an undeniable fear towards Shirakawa, as they remained oblivious to the manner in which those individuals had collapsed. Although a handful of powerful figures existed within the crowd, they were confined to the first half of the Grand Line. A person of Shirakawa's caliber, capable of self-preservation even in the New World, was clearly on a different echelon. As Shirakawa joined the throng entering the arena, the excitement was palpable, for it was the final day of the swordsman's contest, and everyone was eager to witness who would ultimately claim the champion's throne. He glanced briefly at the rules. 10 contenders had advanced to the finals, divided into 5 pairs competing simultaneously. Among the victorious 5, one would receive a bye, while the remaining 4 would face off in pairs, continuing until 3 competitors remained. Following the same format, in the initial round of 5 matches, Shirakawa swiftly eliminated all relatively weaker opponents. After a brief respite, the second round commenced, featuring a rather fortunate middle-aged man who received a bye. However, the most striking impression was left by a young lad wielding dual swords. Neither of his adversaries could endure even 5 exchanges against him. Mastering the dual-wielding technique is considerably more challenging than the single blade, requiring not only time but also innate talent. Without the latter, no amount of effort would suffice. Yet, this youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, was undoubtedly the youngest among the competitors, and remarkably, he also seemed to be the strongest. At this juncture, Shirakawa could already discern who the eventual champion would be. Despite the middle-aged man receiving yet another bye, it must be acknowledged that his fortune was exceptional, allowing him to reach the final round, though he would ultimately settle for second place. The first place, naturally, belonged to the young man whose name Shirakawa did not know. During the climactic battle, the youth did not take a moment to rest, immediately requesting the final match to commence, indicating that he had yet to unleash his true potential. For the swordsman's competition, outsiders reveled in the spectacle, while insiders scrutinized the prowess on display. For someone like Shirakawa, it was merely a farce. To the youth, this contest was undoubtedly akin to child's play. Once the competition concluded, the organizers presented the champion with a trophy and prize money. Only when the winnings fell into the young man's hands did his expression shift, suggesting that he had indeed come for the monetary reward. The tournament lasted approximately an hour, after which the attendees dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Although Shirakawa held a keen interest in the young lad, he refrained from initiating a conversation. For interest does not necessarily equate to affection. Perhaps in the future, Shirakawa would extend an invitation for him to join his ship. However, Shirakawa did not actively seek him out. The young man quietly followed him instead. Shirakawa naturally sensed he was being tracked. He led the individual toward the coast, a locale where fewer people congregated, a suitable place for anyone with ill intentions. "Come out. I am aware someone is following me." Shirakawa turned his head, only to be surprised that the person was following him openly. "It's you. What do you want?" Shirakawa recognized the individual trailing him as the champion of the kendo tournament, a young man of exceptional swordsmanship. "Let us engage in a duel." The young man drew a blade from his person, pointing it at Shirakawa. "You are no match for me," Shirakawa replied with unshakable calmness. "How can one know without trying?" The young man frowned, perhaps irritated by Shirakawa's dismissive tone. "Very well. Before we spar, we should introduce ourselves," he stated. "Uro Kora, dual-wielding swordsman." Adolf K. Shirakawa, single-blade swordsman. After Shirakawa spoke, Kora drew his second sword, assuming a dual-wielding stance. Fixating on Shirakawa yet hesitating to make a move. What, are you not planning to strike? Such hesitation will not allow you to defeat me. Despite Shirakawa presenting himself as a novice, there were no apparent flaws in his stance from Kora's perspective. Every potential move Kora contemplated seemed easily countered. He envisioned several attack patterns, yet none appeared viable. If you do not strike soon, I shall charge at you. Though Kora possessed formidable talent in swordsmanship, it depended on the opponent. With that, Shirakawa lunged forward, executing the simplest yet most elusive technique of the single-blade style, the draw cut, tailwind flash. The draw cut is a technique known to all swordsmen, yet few can master its essence. Shirakawa was among that rare few. Different swordsmen employ the draw cut in varied manners. Some retract their blade instantly after the cut, while others do not. Shirakawa belonged to the latter category. A draw cut must be executed without sheathing the sword. How swift! Kora could only perceive a fleeting shadow, unable to intercept the attack. The speed Shirakawa displayed transcended Kora's limits. Nevertheless, he did not concede. Instead, he exerted all his strength to defend, using armament hockey to shield his abdomen. Armament hockey? To possess such a skill at such a young age is quite impressive. At that moment, Shirakawa found himself behind Kora, feeling his attack thwarted by a familiar force, armament hockey. Though it is rare for someone aged 17 or 18 to master armament hockey, it is not impossible. After all, Sabo had mastered it at 17. Yet your hockey is still too weak. Despite Shirakawa's attack lacking hockey, it pierced Kora's defenses, causing a shallow wound that bled and stained his clothing. I am no match for you. Kora felt disheartened, as Shirakawa appeared to be of similar age, shattering his long-held pride. He could not even withstand a single strike from his opponent. At that moment, both men were startled by the sound of approaching footsteps, if Shirakawa's intuition served him correctly. They belonged to the Navy. After all, the son of that Navy colonel should have awakened by now, and the colonel would be aware of his son's condition, likely seeking retribution. Chapter 65. The inept Navy colonel indeed. As Shirakawa and Kora turned, they saw a group of Navy personnel approaching. A considerable number that seemed to encompass the entirety of the local Navy. The leading officer exuded an intimidating aura, and judging by the insignia on his cloak, he held a high rank, possibly the base commander or the colonel himself. You are the one who injured my son? The commanding officer inquired, confirming Shirakawa's suspicions regarding the colonel's abuse of authority in summoning so many men. If you're referring to that fool, then yes, it was I, Shirakawa. Embodying the spirit of a true man, stood resolutely. Well, since you found the right person, do you not know he is my son? I am aware. Thus, I suspect you are not a good person yourself, or else you would not raise such a disobedient child. Very well. The Navy colonel, enraged, forced a laugh, as though mocking Shirakawa for not grasping the gravity of the situation. And is that person beside you also your companion? He asked, shifting his gaze to Kora. Indeed. Shirakawa admitted candidly. Without the use of Conqueror's hockey, these Navy personnel posed some trouble for him. Having an ally would be advantageous. Kora was precisely that ally, possessing sufficient strength to handle a few Navy officers. Hearing Shirakawa's words, Kora cast a bewildered glance at him, seemingly questioning when he had become his ally. Do not mind it. You've wasted enough of my time. You owe me a favor, and these Navy personnel will provide you with some practice. Upon hearing Shirakawa's words, Kora shot him a sideways glance, still hesitant about opposing the Navy. Very well, neither of you will leave here. Just as the colonel was about to issue orders to his men, his aide leaned in to whisper something in his ear. The colonel then scrutinized Shirakawa with renewed interest. I didn't expect you to be a pirate. That gives me grounds to imprison you. You are a pirate? Kora asked, astonished, as Shirakawa did not strike him as a typical pirate, lacking the menacing aura often associated with one. Indeed. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. After this commotion, my bounty may very well increase. Shirakawa's tone turned somewhat melancholic, as if he wished to avoid such notoriety. Hearing this, Kora stepped back, for he was averse to trouble and wished not to become embroiled in the conflict between pirates and the Navy. It is evidently an impossible situation, as the Navy has already deemed Jola as an accomplice of Shirakawa. Capture them alive, commanded the naval colonel to his soldiers. Instantly, several sailors who were prepared to fire withdrew their weapons. Naturally, lethal arms were unsuitable for the task of apprehension. Dozens of Navy personnel surged towards Shirakawa, and as Jola observed the advancing forces, he retreated a few steps. However, the Navy was relentless in their pursuit, with a dozen soldiers charging at him. In that moment, he regretted his decision to seek out Shirakawa. Not only was he injured, but he was also besieged by the Navy. Aside from achieving first place, his day had truly been fraught with misfortune. Ordinary naval soldiers were no match for the two of them, and even though Jola was wounded, it made little difference. His injury was merely superficial, insignificant for an accomplished swordsman. After all, no matter how numerous the ants, they could never defend the stature of an elephant. As the Navy closed in, Shirakawa deftly maneuvered, dodging left and right, his blade flashing as he struck. All those who ventured too close to him found themselves on the ground, though none suffered fatal wounds. After all, Shirakawa bore no deep-seated enmity towards them, despite their opposing allegiances. Moreover, even if Shirakawa were captured, he would not face execution, at worst. He would endure some torment before being imprisoned and impelled down, a transaction of sorts. As he contemplated this outcome, even Shirakawa sensed that his thoughts were somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, he refrained from inflicting serious harm upon the Navy, recognizing that they were merely following orders, and he was not a villain of unspeakable cruelty. However, the naval forces besieging Jora were far less fortunate. Jora was oblivious to the notion of mercy. In fact, to show mercy could very well result in his own injury. After all, these sailors were accustomed to rigorous training, their prowess surpassing that of the average individual. When one attempts to show mercy, there often arises a hesitancy in their actions, leading to less decisive attacks. Moreover, the adversary would not exhibit any mercy in return, thus, for the average person, showing mercy inevitably leads to injury. Yet, for Bai Chuan, such concerns were utterly unfounded. None present could match his capabilities, and should Bai Chuan desire it, he could effortlessly dispatch them in an instant. However, Shirakawa is now endeavoring to minimize the frequency of his use of the Conqueror's Haki. Even if he does not deliberately train, the Conqueror's Haki will inevitably grow stronger. It would be more beneficial to engage in some practice, as every little bit contributes to his experience. Soon after, all the naval personnel lay on the ground, groaning in agony, having lost the ability to fight, while the naval colonel was left utterly petrified. Observing this scene, Shirakawa discerned that the colonel must have secured his position through connections. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such utter incompetence. "You cannot approach me. I must warn you, my brother is a rear admiral in the naval headquarters. If you lay a hand on me, he will not let you go." As Shirakawa advanced towards him, the colonel, in sheer terror, collapsed to the ground. Tears streaming from his eyes, snot running from his nose, a pitiful sight indeed. Despite this, he clung to his connections, attempting to intimidate Shirakawa. "A rear admiral, you say? I wonder how someone like you could attain the rank of colonel here. It must be due to your brother's influence. Yet, your brother must have paid a hefty price for your position." He knew well that a colonel's rank is just a step below that of a rear admiral. And for someone so inept to reach such a status, considerable sacrifices must have been made to secure a stable position for his sibling. However, it seems you are not living up to your brother's sacrifice. If he were to discover your tyrannical behavior here, he would surely be disappointed. Or perhaps he is just as despicable as you. Shirakawa imparted a moral lesson to the colonel. "I'm sorry, I will never do it again," he cried, pleading for mercy. "Sorry. The ones you should apologize to are not me, but those you have tormented in the past. Yes, I am sorry to them." In his eyes, whatever Shirakawa said was justified. "Very well, then go to hell and apologize to them. I trust they have been waiting for you." "No, please, spare me." The naval colonel begged for mercy, but it was destined to be in vain. Shirakawa would certainly not spare such scum, indeed. He possessed a character inclined towards punishing evil and upholding virtue, a truly commendable traditional value. Chapter 66. Do you have a partner? Did you kill him? Upon witnessing Shirakawa slay the naval colonel, Jora was momentarily taken aback. Although he had acted with considerable force, he had never killed anyone before. Yet, the Navy had not only taken a life but had extinguished that of the highest officer at the naval base, the colonel. "Damn it, the colonel has been killed. We cannot let them escape. All units, prepare to fire," commanded the remaining officer to the still capable soldiers. This is bad, Jora thought. If it were merely a dozen or so bullets, he could handle it, but the number of operational Navy personnel far exceeded that. This predicament was primarily Shirakawa's fault, for he had struck too lightly earlier. Although many of the Navy had lost their ability to fight, they could still manage to move their arms and fire their weapons. "Are you seeking revenge for your commander? How commendable of you, but I fear you shall be disappointed. You cannot detain us." "How brazen! Fire!" Jora had readied himself for defense, but in that instant, he felt an overwhelming aura sweep over him, and one by one, the surrounding Navy personnel fell unconscious. What is this power? Jorah inquired of Shirakawa. Do you not know? This is the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Surely you jest. How could you be unaware of it? How then did you cultivate your armament Haki? Of course, my master taught me. Did your master not enlighten you about Conqueror's Haki? No. I only know about the observation Haki. Jorah also possessed some understanding of observation Haki, but it was still rudimentary, merely a nascent skill. Well, let me elucidate. Haki is divided into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and observation Haki. You are already familiar with the latter 2, so allow me to explain Conqueror's Haki. Jorah nodded earnestly. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift, appearing in only one among millions. It is innate, not something that can be acquired through training or inherited. It is determined solely by one's destiny, understand? Jorah nodded, then shook his head, yet Haven T explained what the power of Conqueror's Haki entails. Oh, just look around you, and you shall see its effect. Jorah appeared to grasp something, a look of realization dawning upon him. He then turned and walked away towards the sea. Where are you going? Home, Jorah replied, taking a seat in a small fishing boat by the shore. Identical to the vessel Shirakawa had abandoned in the storm. Shortly thereafter, Shirakawa joined him in the boat, enveloped by familiar sensations and scents. Hey, why did you come aboard? To return home with you. Jorah remained silent, not questioning why, but Shirakawa spoke first. Where is your home? On a small island not far ahead, where a village lies. And within that village is my home. And where did this boat come from? I found it drifting at sea. I thought so. It looks just like the one I discarded. So this is my boat. How do you know it's yours? Countless boats are lost at sea daily. I just feel it is mine. A feeling? How amusing, Jorah scoffed. Shirakawa, uninterested in further debate, reclined in the boat, propping his legs up, basking in the sun. Listening to the cries of seagulls, feeling the gentle rocking of the boat like a cradle, and before he knew it, he had drifted into a peaceful slumber. After all, Jorah was at the helm. Observing Shirakawa asleep, Jorah's eyes twitched slightly. Was he truly so trusting? However, upon gazing at the serene visage of Shirakawa in slumber, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, perhaps a manifestation of the unique charm that Shirakawa possessed. Whenever Shirakawa experienced trepidation, those around him would inevitably succumb to a shared anxiety. Conversely, in moments of profound calmness, his companions would similarly be enveloped in that soothing aura. As if it were contagious. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Bai Chuan was roused from his slumber. Wake up, we have arrived home. Oh. Sitting up. Bai Chuan shook his head to clear his mind and glanced at the sun's position in the sky, realizing that not much time had passed. Jola had returned. As Bai Chuan and Jola disembarked, the villagers greeted Jola warmly. So, did you secure first place? A cheerful matron inquired. Of course, Jola replied confidently. Indeed. You 2 brothers are equally formidable, the matron praised with a smile. And who is this? At that moment, Bai Chuan, who had been overlooked, was finally acknowledged. To be honest, he felt a twinge of discomfort, having been in this world for quite some time. It was the first instance he had ever been disregarded by an ordinary person. Oh, he is my friend, Bai Chuan, Jola introduced. A friend? The matron exclaimed, circling around Bai Chuan with keen scrutiny. What is it? Is there something amiss? Bai Chuan asked, feeling uneasy under her penetrating gaze. I never imagined little Jola would have a friend. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuan realized that Jola had evidently been without friends until now. We met during the competition and hit it off, so we naturally became friends, Bai Chuan explained. I see. So you practice kendo as well. No wonder you and little Jola became friends, the matron remarked with a smile. Young man, your smile is quite charming. Do you have a significant other? If not, I could introduce you to someone. No, thank you, Bai Chuan replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could hardly believe someone would offer to set him up. Subtly tugging at Jola's sleeve, Bai Chuan hoped for an escape. Jola, understanding the cue, interjected, Andy. I must return to share the good news with my master, so I won't take up more of your time. Oh, go on then. And young man, if you ever need a partner, do let me know. I will surely find someone suitable for you. Bai Chuan managed a forced smile. Phew. After distancing himself, Bai Chuan exhaled in relief. That woman was quite formidable. It seems you have a good rapport with the villagers, he remarked. Indeed, we assist them whenever they encounter difficulties. By the way, I overheard you mention you have a senior disciple. Is he an elder brother or younger brother? An elder brother. What is his name? Jola Mihawk. Chapter 67, Jola's Master. Mihawk. Bai Chuan exclaimed, his voice rising. What? Do you know my elder brother? Jola asked in confusion, puzzled by Bai Chuan's tone. Not personally. I just feel the name rings a bell. How could it not? Mihawk is one of the most memorable characters from One Piece, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman and an aspiration for all sword fighters. However, Bai Chuan wondered if the Mihawk Jola referred to was indeed the same individual he knew. Is your elder brother still here? Jola shook his head, saying, he left over a month ago, claiming he sought to strengthen his swordsmanship and challenge all capable swordsmen in the world. Really? As Jola spoke, Bai Chuan became increasingly convinced that Jola's elder brother Mihawk was destined to become the famed Dracula Mihawk. Contemplating this, Bai Chuan regarded Jola with a peculiar gaze. While his elder brother ascended to greatness, Jola remained relatively obscure on the seas. Perhaps he had not yet made his debut, or perhaps he had faltered along the way. Either outcome paled in comparison to his elder brother's achievements. Why are you looking at me like that? Jola asked, feeling uncomfortable under Bai Chuan's scrutiny. Oh, it's nothing. How strange, Jola muttered, dismissing the matter and continuing on his path homeward. It must be said that Jorah's home is a rather secluded place within this village. Perched on the mountainside, Jorah mentioned that it was the chosen location of his master. Is your master formidable? Certainly, all my swordsmanship has been imparted by him. I have never encountered anyone stronger than my master. Is that so? Bai Chuan felt an eagerness bubbling within him, relishing the prospect of battling a powerful swordsman. Master. I have returned. With that, Jorah pushed open the door, revealing an elderly man basking in the sun, fanning himself with a handheld fan. Judging by his stature, the old man stood about 1.23 meters, petite in frame, devoid of any semblance of a formidable presence, reminiscent of Rayleigh, who might retreat to the Sabaody archipelago 2 decades hence. Shaola, you've returned. How is it? Jorah's master did not even open his eyes, his legs shaking playfully as he inquired. As expected, I have returned with first place. Excellent. You have not brought me shame. At this, his master opened one eye and glanced in Jorah's direction. What happened to the injuries on your body? Was there someone capable of harming you in the swordsmanship competition? Normally, a truly powerful swordsman would disdain participating in such events. Given Jorah's prowess, he should have easily overwhelmed his opponents. No, master. The injuries on me were inflicted by this individual beside me. Oh. Jorah's master opened both eyes, his gaze towards Bai Chuan now tinged with curiosity. However, Shirakawa felt somewhat awkward admitting in front of his master that it was I who had injured his disciple. Before Bai Chuan could ponder further, the figure of Master Jola vanished from the rocking chair. Sensing something amiss, Bai Chuan swiftly drew his blade, positioning it defensively before him. As anticipated, Master Jola appeared before Bai Chuan, wielding a fan that had turned pitch black, evidently imbued with the power of haki. Bai Chuan, undeterred, enveloped his sword in haki as well, and their weapons clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Realizing he could not best Bai Chuan, Master Jola took a step back and remarked, Well done, lad. With his hands clasped behind his back, he praised Bai Chuan. Show some mercy, esteemed senior, Bai Chuan replied with a slight bow. Despite the seemingly ordinary exchange, Bai Chuan had exerted over 50% of his strength, while his opponent appeared to have barely summoned a third of his own. However, the debt for injuring my disciple will not be settled so easily, Master Jola declared. No need for that, Master, Jola interjected hastily. Unwilling for his mentor to seek vengeance on his behalf, he preferred to exact his own retribution. Stay out of this. Your words are unwelcome here, Master Jola reprimanded. To which Jola exhibited a look of grievance. He began to grasp that his mentor's primary intention was not to avenge him. Then, esteemed senior, what do you propose we do? Jola inquired. Engage me in combat, Master Jola suggested, a grin on his face that bore the semblance of a cunning scheme fulfilled. Very well, Bai Chuan replied, prompting an even broader smile from Master Jola. Master Jola, known as OL, was once a formidable swordsman who had retreated into seclusion. However, over time, he had grown increasingly eager for a challenge. Having waited long without a worthy opponent, he redirected his focus to teaching his disciples. Thus, he selected 2 gifted apprentices, Jola Mihawk and Ural Jola. Yet, both disciples required time to develop their skills. However, upon noticing the figure behind Shirakawa, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. Shirakawa appeared to be a remarkably skilled swordsman, one who might indeed prove to be a worthy adversary. AOL stepped into the room and emerged wielding a blade that measured over 1 meter in length, yet in his grasp, it felt perfectly balanced. Despite the fact that he stood a mere 30 centimeters shorter than the weapon itself. "Master is serious now," murmured Jorah, witnessing his mentor brandish a sword for combat for the first time. It seemed he had underestimated Shirakawa's prowess. This blade, known as Zonghai, was a formidable Dekwai Dao of the 21st grade, a companion that had fought alongside him for many years. It was astonishing to think that he would once again wield it in battle. A Dekwai Dao? Shirakawa pondered internally, recognizing that the weapon's rank surpassed his own by a level, though he felt confident nonetheless. Aol gazed at the sword, a reminiscent glimmer in his eyes. As memories of past battles at sea flooded back to him, scenes of cleaving mountains and parting oceans, Shirakawa remained patient, adjusting his own stance. There was no doubt that Aol was a master swordsman, and this marked Shirakawa's first formal engagement with one of such caliber. He felt a blend of nervousness and exhilaration. "Are you trembling in fear, boy? Your hands are shaking quite violently," Aol remarked. Indeed, Shirakawa's hands trembled, but he retorted, "How could I possibly be afraid? This is merely excitement. I have encountered foes far more formidable than you." "That's splendid. Are you prepared?" Aol inquired. "Of course." Chapter 68, Shirakawa versus Aol. When battling an opponent stronger than oneself, the only viable strategy is to strike first. Otherwise, the chance to counterattack becomes exceedingly slim when the adversary makes their move. With a swift draw, Shirakawa unleashed his technique. One sword style, blade draw slash, tailwind flash. His speed was remarkable, yet Aol proved to be even more adept. Shirakawa's tailwind flash was intercepted mid-execution by Aol's blade. "Impressive, lad. Your strength and speed have reached the level of a true warrior, but that alone is insufficient," Aol stated, his tone irritatingly reminiscent of Kizaru. "Humph." As they remained locked in combat, Shirakawa suddenly intensified his resolve, shifting to a new technique, one sword style, mountain cleave. Though its name was deceptively simple, the technique demanded an exceptionally profound sword intent, catching opponents off guard and delivering a sensation akin to confronting a colossal mountain. This swordsmanship was a signature move taught to him by Rayleigh, a technique that had vanquished countless self-proclaimed sword masters. A weighty sword aura surged forth as Shirakawa brought his blade down, causing Aol to stagger back several meters in defense against the force, leaving deep cracks in the ground. "Young one, this place is unsuitable for our duel. Let us ascend the mountain." Agreed. Aol acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Shirakawa, surprised by the latter's unexpectedly formidable strength. The two swiftly made their way to the mountain's summit, with Jorah trailing behind, knowing that witnessing such a confrontation would undoubtedly enrich his own understanding. However, Jorah could not keep pace with the two. By the time he reached the summit, they had already engaged in several rounds of combat. The ground around them was marred by fissures created by sword energy, each crack possessing an exceptionally smooth surface. From an initial exertion of 50% of his strength, Bai Chuan had gradually escalated to 70%, inching closer to his full potential. Yet, Aur remained unfazed, exhibiting an effortless demeanor. Truly, he was a master swordsman. Bai Chuan sighed, acknowledging that Aur's prowess ranked above average among the elite swordsmen. It is not mere bravado from Shirakawa, even against a slightly weaker swordsman. He can stand on equal footing. If he were to unleash his full strength, even formidable swordsmen would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. However, in the case of someone like Ol, the situation is different. Ol is a powerful contender among great swordsmen, although he does not dominate Shirakawa. The latter has yet to gain the upper hand. Regardless of how many layers of strength Shirakawa employs, Ol matches him effortlessly, as if they were merely playing a game. "Young man, I know you have not yet tapped into your full potential. Give it your all, or you may miss your chance," Ol admonishes. With that, a silvery light radiates from Shirakawa, and the sword of Damocles appears in the sky. His aura intensifies dramatically, exuding an entirely different presence than before. Were it not for his unchanged visage, one might mistake him for another individual entirely. "Interesting," Ol chuckles, feeling invigorated by this display. His previous boredom from the fight dissipates. Shirakawa, uninterested in further idle chatter, vanishes from Ol's sight. When he reappears, he is at Ol's flank, his sword, enveloped in armament haki, striking down fiercely. Quite the ferocity. "Young one," Ol remarks, also channeling armament haki into his blade as he spins to meet the attack. A wave of invisible force radiates outward from the point of their clash, accompanied by flashes of purplish-black lightning. What is happening? The villagers below perceive the tumultuous energy. Seeing the sword of Damocles overhead, they feel a profound sense of dread and confusion. Fear not. With Mr. Ol here, we shall be safe. Reassures a woman who had earlier sought to introduce Shirakawa to a potential match. Indeed, Mr. Ol is our savior. As long as he remains, we are secure. Echoes a man among the crowd. For the villagers, Ol is their guardian. He arrived at their village during a dire moment when they faced a pirate siege. It was Ol who saved them, driving the pirates away, and ever since, the villagers have revered him as their protector. Since taking refuge in the mountains nearby, Ol has repeatedly come to the villagers' aid. They have wished to provide him with a home, yet Ol's reclusive nature has led him to decline their generous offers, preferring the solitude of the mountains. This is also one of the reasons why Jola is well liked in the village, as it reflects favorably on his master. The duel between Shirakawa and Ol rages on, or perhaps it has only just begun. With the sword of Damocles looming above, Shirakawa unleashes his full power. The speed of their exchanges increases, rendering Jola unable to track their movements, only catching fleeting glimpses of their blades. I didn't expect you possessed Conqueror's Haki. Ol's ghostly form materializes behind Shirakawa. Likewise, who would have thought a gnarled old man could wield such power? Shirakawa retorts, sensing the imminent danger. A protective shield manifests around him, successfully deflecting a potentially injurious strike. This alone signifies Shirakawa's defeat in the swordsmanship contest. Yet, the battle presses on. Ol exudes immense pressure. And under this strain, Shirakawa feels the barriers of his potential begin to thin. Is it the power of the devil fruit? Ol retreats slightly, recognizing Shirakawa's awareness. Ol may not possess overwhelming strength, but his speed is a source of frustration for Shirakawa. With his elusive movements and unexpected strikes, Shirakawa finds it challenging to defend against Ol's relentless onslaught. As the battle intensifies, Shirakawa's breaths grow labored, yet an exhilarating thrill courses through him. A smile breaking on his lips. Only under pressure does one discover true motivation, resonates within him. It is often in adversity that one uncovers their latent potential. Ol recognizes Shirakawa's precarious position, caught between inadequacy and excess. Should Shirakawa manage to break through, Ol would gladly assist, for a newly empowered Shirakawa would offer him greater enjoyment. At present, Shirakawa is merely an appetizer, a precursor to the main course yet to come. Chapter 69. Defeat in moments of excitement. One's movements can become erratic. Shirakawa finds himself in such a state, perceiving Ol as prey, despite the latter being significantly stronger. With a vigorous swing, he unleashes a swift blue sword aura towards Ol. In response, Ol deftly counters with a dark green sword aura. The two energies collide, sparking friction until ultimately, Ol's green aura prevails, dissipating the blue and hurtling towards Shirakawa. Although the attack may seem slow, Shirakawa does not evade. Instead, he positions his sword defensively. The sword aura crashes against Shirakawa's blade, and the force propels him backward several meters, barely mitigating the impact. However, small wounds appear across his body from the splintered energy. Though the surface of his skin may heal, the exertion drains him significantly. Each blow from a great swordsman requires more energy to recover than a typical blade's wound. Perhaps the nature of the sword's intent complicates healing. This is the kind of battle befitting a swordsman, Shirakawa exclaims, exhilarated despite his fatigue. Feeling a surge of vitality indicative of impending breakthroughs. His body and consciousness exist in stark contrast. Not enough, still not enough, he whispers to himself. Before charging once more at Ol. To become a great swordsman, mere enlightenment is insufficient. One must engage in battle. Shirakawa must seize this opportunity. For who knows when another such chance will arise. Facing Shirakawa's reckless assault, Ol shifts from offense to defense. To him, Shirakawa's tactics seem desperate, and he struggles to withstand this frenzied onslaught. Yet, the more erratic Shirakawa's attacks become, the more openings he reveals. Ol remains calm and collected, deftly avoiding each strike or blocking with his own sword. Should he detect a flaw in Shirakawa's approach, Ol would not hesitate to deliver a punishing blow. Fully aware of Shirakawa's remarkable healing capabilities, rendering mercy unnecessary. Throughout this conflict, Shirakawa has sustained numerous injuries, slashes across his arms, stabs to his abdomen, and grazes on his thighs. In stark contrast, Ol remains unscathed, save for a few superficial cuts on his clothing, with no substantive injuries to speak of. Not enough, still not enough. Bai Chuan spoke. His words seemingly directed at both himself and Ao Air, hoping that Ao Air would apply more pressure on him. He was aware that Ao Air had yet to unleash his full potential, at most employing 7/10 of his strength, yet still managing to corner Bai Chuan into a desperate situation. Truly, a remarkable talent in the art of the sword. Ao Air praised Bai Chuan. Though he understood that Bai Chuan already had a master, and likely too. This was evident in Bai Chuan's swordsmanship, which exhibited two distinctly different styles. One was aggressive and lethal, characterized by a direct and fierce approach, while the other emphasized technique, showcasing flexibility and adaptability. The fusion of these two styles within Bai Chuan seemed to give birth to a new form of swordsmanship, one that transcended the limitations of both. Possessing neither the overwhelming bloodlust nor the predictability that could be easily discerned by an opponent, it appeared that Bai Chuan had meticulously honed these two styles over a considerable period. Had Bai Chuan been without a master, Ao would have earnestly considered taking him as his disciple. However, recalling his own two students, he felt a sense of contentment with this realization. Both of his disciples exhibited exceptional talent in the sword arts, unmatched by anyone else. This had been Ao's belief prior to encountering Bai Chuan, but now, his perspective had shifted. He recognized Bai Chuan as a swordsman whose potential could rival that of his own students, perhaps even surpassing them. However, Ao chose not to make Shirakawa vanish directly. Perhaps he believed he could not retain Shirakawa, or perhaps he thought that having an equally matched opponent would propel both disciples further along the path of swordsmanship. Regardless of his reasoning, Ao now recognizes that Shirakawa is not at a disadvantage. It is possible that in the future, when his two disciples encounter difficulties, Shirakawa may yet lend a hand. Uncertain of the reason, he perceived within Bai Chuan an infinite potential, a sensation he had never experienced with anyone else. Since you desire more, I shall grant your wish. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Ao. This presence was not that of Conqueror's Haki, yet for certain individuals, its intimidation surpassed even that of Conqueror's Haki. The master was becoming serious. Sensing this formidable aura, Jola instinctively retreated a distance as he seemed to detect a dark green essence emanating from Ao. And his eyes appeared to shift to a similar hue, though he could not ascertain if it was merely an illusion. It was the first time he had witnessed such a state in his master. He hoped for Bai Chuan's good fortune. Jola offered a silent prayer for him. While Bai Chuan was unafraid of the pressure exerted by Conqueror's Haki, this was a different kind of aura, one specifically targeting swordsmen. In Bai Chuan's eyes, Ao transformed into a sharp blade, the aura radiating from him stinging his skin. Facing Ao felt akin to confronting the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. However, the more this unfolded, the more exhilarated Shirakawa became, leading him to realize that this world was far from the simplicity he had previously imagined. Discovering a secluded island and encountering an elderly hermit possessing such formidable power was genuinely astonishing. Perhaps this old man was once a figure of great renown, a personage whose notoriety the Navy still remembered. Old man, this will be my final strike. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat, Shirakawa declared to Ol. Concede defeat? He had no choice but to surrender, for he intended to exhaust his remaining strength in a final, desperate blow. After that, he anticipated succumbing to unconsciousness. Very well, Ol responded in agreement. Shirakawa closed his eyes, standing resolute as he slowly raised his sword above his head, summoning every ounce of energy within him to reach his utmost pinnacle. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and forcefully brought the blade down. What appeared to be a rather commonplace attack unleashed an extraordinarily potent surge of sword energy, a massive blue wave trailing behind it as it cleaved toward Ol. Now, this is intriguing, Ol remarked, meeting the strike head-on. The two forces of sword energy clashed, holding their ground against one another until they ultimately dissipated into the air. As the remnants of the sword energy gradually faded, Shirakawa began to descend. Master? Upon witnessing the cessation of combat, Jola approached. Carry him back. Both understood he referred to the fallen Shirakawa. And what of you? Do not concern yourself with me. I shall return on my own shortly. Very well. Jola refrained from pressing further, hoisting Shirakawa onto his back and departing. Observing Shirakawa's retreating figure, Ol's hands trembled slightly behind his back, blood seeping from his fingertips onto the ground. He had indeed sustained injuries, or rather, he had chosen to show mercy. Otherwise, the two forces of sword energy would not have canceled each other out. How many years has it been? Ol silently mused, pondering the weight of his reflections. Chapter 70. Ol's disheartenment. Once Ol's wounds ceased to bleed, he gradually made his way homeward. In that final moment of their clash, he sensed that Shirakawa had transcended the realm all swordsmen yearn to attain. It must be said that Bai Chuan's progress in swordsmanship is nothing short of miraculous. Merely a few days after departing from the Roger Pirates, he has already ascended to the rank of a great swordsman. Initially, Bai Chuan believed that it would take him at least 3 more months to achieve such a feat. However, it appears that it has only taken him around 3 days. Indeed, to grow stronger, one cannot rely solely on relentless training. Opportunity plays a crucial role as well. While there were many individuals aboard the Roger pirates who could exert considerable pressure on Baichuan, very few were capable of aiding his breakthrough. The crew lacked the ability to teach effectively. They were only familiar with imparting their experiences. In contrast, Oro stands apart, as he not only shares his insights but has also trained two exceptional swordsmen. He understands the importance of moderation. However, just a moment ago, he still believed that Baichuan would fail to break through this time. Unexpectedly, in the end, both parties were given a pleasant surprise. The distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is as vast as the heavens and the earth, especially when it concerns the elite among swordsmen. By the time Baichuan awakens, his strength will have undergone a monumental transformation. Upon returning home, Oro wrapped his hand with a bandage, which he had originally purchased for his disciples. Little did he expect that he would also have a use for it one day. "Master, what happened to your hand?" Jorah emerged from the room after settling Baichuan and noticed Oro's bandaged hand. "It's nothing, just a minor scrape on the way back," Oro replied nonchalantly. "Really?" Jorah responded skeptically. It seemed rather unbelievable that Oro could sustain an injury. "Enough chatter. Hurry and get to work. Have you prepared the meal? If not, get it done quickly. We're starving," Oro said with a hint of irritation, attempting to divert Jorah's attention from his injury. "Yes, master. By the way, how is Baichuan?" "Don't worry, master. He merely fell asleep. It's quite strange, though. He doesn't have a single wound on him." "I see. You may go about your business," Oro instructed. "Yes, master." Oro reclined in his rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. His weary old bones had rare moments of activity, so he deserved to rest. One couldn't deny that the battle with Baichuan had been quite exhausting for him, especially as he had to control his strength to avoid incapacitating Baichuan entirely. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. As the sun rose and set thrice, 3 days had passed, yet Baichuan showed no signs of awakening. "Master, is something wrong with him? Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Jorah asked, seeing Oro by Baichuan's side, checking his pulse with a serious demeanor. "There's nothing to worry about. His pulse is stable. He will awaken shortly," Oro reassured him. Could Oro truly possess medical skills? It seemed improbable. He was merely putting on a show, as his disciple appeared exceedingly concerned for Baichuan. Oro felt a premonition that this disciple would soon depart from him. Just as Oro's thoughts were in turmoil, Baichuan's eyes slowly fluttered open. He gazed at the two figures beside him, blinking several times with a somewhat dazed expression. "You're finally awake," Jorah exclaimed with joy, feeling a surge of admiration for his master, astonished by Oro's apparent medical prowess. Oro felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truly, heaven was aiding him. "Kid, you sure can sleep. It's been 3 whole days," Oro remarked. 3 days? Baichuan murmured to himself, realizing that his final, all-out effort had ultimately failed, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. "Kid, how do you feel now? I want to eat something." "All right, I'll prepare it for you right away." Hearing Baichuan's request, Jorah promptly exited the room to head to the kitchen. Baichuan was not truly hungry. Rather, he believed that eating would expedite his recovery and restore his normal vigor. He never anticipated failing in the end. After Jorah left, Baichuan sat up, speaking as if addressing himself, yet also as if speaking to Oro. "Is that so? You should carefully assess your own condition. What? Consider whether you have truly failed." Upon hearing Oro's words, Baichuan felt as if he was regaining control over his body. An inexplicable sensation surged from within, as if his entire network of meridians had suddenly cleared. "What is happening?" Baichuan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Oro. "Indeed, you have reached the realm that all swordsmen yearn for." "Wonderful, wonderful. After a year of training in swordsmanship, I've finally attained this level." Oro nodded with a smile, pleased to have contributed to Baichuan's breakthrough. "Indeed, achieving this level after just a year of practice is no small feat." Oro echoed Baichuan's words, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "What did you say? A year? You have only practiced swordsmanship for a year?" Oro grasped Baichuan's shoulders, eyes wide with astonishment. Breathless as he exclaimed, "Yes, I've been training for barely a year." Upon hearing this, Oro felt utterly disheartened, his gaze toward Baichuan filled with envy. In the past, it had taken him nearly 30 years to reach the Grand Swordsman level, hailed as a genius at that time. Yet compared to Baichuan, he felt utterly insignificant. Baichuan was a prodigy, a marvel. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Oro asked once more. "Why would I lie? A year ago, I could hardly defeat an ordinary person." Baichuan did not seek to boast. He merely wished to see Oro's astonished expression. As anticipated, The short-statured old man with his comical expression was particularly amusing. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Our still found it hard to believe. Yet the reality lay before him. Food is ready. At that moment, Our entered with a tray of dishes, glancing at his mumbling master in the corner. He turned to Baichuan and inquired, "What's wrong with my master? Perhaps he has experienced some form of setback." "What setback?" "Don't tell him." Just as Baichuan was about to speak, Our, sitting in the corner, suddenly snapped back to attention, loudly interjecting to stop Baichuan. It is enough for him to bear the burden of disappointment alone. Do not involve his disciple in this. However, despite knowing that his master meant well, he still felt a tingling sensation in his heart. Upon seeing the predatory glare from Our, Baichuan conceded, "Fine, I won't say anything. I'll eat." He obediently picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and as he began to eat, Our nodded in satisfaction at Baichuan's behavior. "Master, what is it?" "Get lost." "All right then." Aware of Our's displeasure, he chose to back down. Chapter 71. The Bounty for Two. After indulging in a hearty meal and feeling invigorated, Baichuan's expression was one of eagerness as he glanced at Our. Having broken through to the level of a great swordsman, he was impatient to test his newfound strength. "Don't look at me. I don't wish to fight you." Our read the longing in Baichuan's face and promptly declined, not wanting to be struck again after just having been challenged by this monster, especially since he felt his life was already too fleeting. "Is that so?" Baichuan felt a twinge of regret at not being able to directly perceive his current prowess. Grasping the sword beside him, he sensed an uncanny familiarity, as if it had become an extension of his being, allowing for a more fluid wielding. Prior to his breakthrough, he had never experienced such a sensation or discomfort while holding a sword. Yet now, it felt as though they were perfectly in sync. Drawing the sword, he casually swung it, unleashing an invisible sword aura that swiftly carved a smooth cut into the wall, with sunlight streaming through the incision and illuminating Baichuan. "What are you doing? Are you trying to demolish my house?" "I apologize." Baichuan offered an embarrassed smile, surprised by the power of his casual strike. "Humph. You better fix that wall, or we'll have unfinished business." Yes. Baichuan hurriedly agreed, recognizing that he was at fault for damaging someone else's property. Jorah, too, was taken aback, his mouth agape as the sword aura barely missed him. Had he shifted even slightly, he might have been severed. "Are you attempting to murder me?" After a moment, Jorah swallowed hard, his voice strained. "Humph, who told you to sit in that position?" For someone weaker than him to demand an apology was an absurdity he couldn't entertain. "You." Jorah pointed at Baichuan, speechless with anger. "You what?" "Hurry up and fix the wall," Baichuan commanded Jorah. "Humph." Jorah huffed, rising to leave, feeling that Baichuan was ungrateful. I sent Jorah to repair the wall." "You should go too," Our barked at Baichuan. "You broke the wall, and you expect my disciple to fix it?" Yes, I'll go as well." Noticing Our's rising ire, Baichuan quickly stood up to assist Jorah. After an entire morning of labor, the wall was finally mended, appearing as good as new. At that moment, a newsbird circled overhead. Baichuan waved, offering a coin, and the bird retrieved a stack of newspapers from its pouch. "What news do we have today?" In this world, where entertainment facilities were scarce, people relied on news from afar to pass the time. Baichuan quickly scanned the headlines and then shared a mysterious smile with Jorah, saying, "There's news about you." "What?" Jorah snatched the newspaper and rapidly read the contents, soon finding the section detailing his exploits. Champion of the swordsmanship tournament, Ural Jorah assisted the notorious pirate Adolf K. Baichuan in attacking the navy, now regarded as an accomplice of Baichuan, and is currently wanted with a bounty of 55 million berries. "I've been put on a bounty?" "No way." He immediately flipped through the attached wanted posters and confirmed his name, two-sword-style swordsman, Ural Jorah, bounty of 55 million berries. "Dead or alive?" "And you?" Jorah inquired, turning to Baichuan. "My bounty must have increased." Jorah quickly located the section about Baichuan, former member of the Roger Pirates. Notorious pirate Adolf K. Baichuan attacked a local Navy base on Polia Island, resulting in the death of a Navy colonel, an extremely serious offense. His bounty has increased by 80 million berries, totaling 230 million berries. "Why is yours so much higher than mine?" Jorah asked, somewhat disgruntled that Baichuan's bounty exceeded his own. "Simply because my strength surpasses yours. 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against me. No need to be so discouraging. But I speak the truth." Spending time with Jorah had revealed his transformation. He was once a stoic, aloof figure who rarely spoke, yet now he openly complained to Baichuan. "Master, it's terrible. I've been put on a bounty." Jorah hurriedly reported this news to his master. What are you panicking for? Meanwhile, far from the village, the crew of Roger just disembarked from the Sky Island, also caught wind of the report. The first to see it was Rayleigh. I can't believe this kid stirred up such a big fuss so soon. Rayleigh sat on a barrel, holding the newspaper. What's going on? Roger leaned closer. You'll find out if you read it. Rayleigh reluctantly handed the newspaper to him. Roger was ever the inquisitive one, always drawn to a commotion. Isn't this Baichuan? He actually took down a Navy base. Roger exclaimed dramatically after reading the paper, his voice booming as if he wanted the entire world to hear. What? Baichuan took down a Navy base? Shanks and Buggy, hearing the news, hurried over to Roger and peered at the contents of the newspaper. I can't believe Baichuan accomplished something so monumental in such a short time. Damn, my strength is falling further behind Baichuan's, Shanks remarked, followed by Buggy's lamentation. Indeed. Baichuan was a free spirit, thriving in the world and seizing opportunities while forging his own path alongside comrades. Roger also noted the report about Jorah, having already considered him a member of Baichuan's crew. Meanwhile, in another part of the sea, a man seated on a coffin lid observed the news. His hawk-like eyes revealed his identity as Mihawk, Jorah's mentor. Are you also setting sail? Very well, pursue your own path, Mihawk mused, his focus solely on Jorah, barely glancing at Baichuan's report and wanted poster. He then turned his serious gaze to the approaching waves, contemplating whether embarking on this journey was indeed too reckless. At this moment, Hawkeye was not yet the world's foremost swordsman, merely a fledgling with limited prowess compared to his later self. Confronted by such colossal waves, he needed to exercise utmost caution, otherwise, the prospect of failure loomed large. Chapter 72. The Navy's maneuver. This young man was exceedingly audacious. At this juncture, a meeting regarding Shirakawa was underway at the Navy headquarters. The current Fleet Admiral, Akiji, occupied the central position. Behind him hung a wanted poster for Shirakawa. It had been many years since anyone dared to assault a naval base. Yet this young man displayed an audacity that was fitting for someone descended from Roger's infamous crew. A rear admiral slammed his hand on the table, conveying his intense indignation. This fellow, I have some recollection. We have crossed paths before. At the far end of the conference table, Rear Admiral Squirrel remarked, recalling Shirakawa with vivid clarity. I also have a faint memory. It pertains to his ability to summon swords from the sky. As the naval officers who had previously engaged with Roger's pirate crew shared their impressions, exclamations of recognition filled the air. It's him. Suddenly, Captain Garp, seated at the forefront of the table, clapped his hands in realization. It seems Rayleigh holds this young man in high regard. I never anticipated that Roger would let him go. Are you just now figuring this out, Garp? Sengoku, seated opposite him, scolded, his frustration palpable. Who is this individual with such a poor memory? We cannot afford to allow such a dangerous person to roam free. Who is willing to apprehend him and bring him to impel down? As soon as Fleet Admiral Akiji's words fell, the officers below fell into silence. The Rear Admiral dismissed Shirakawa as a trivial pirate, a waste of time. Even someone as zealous as Akainu would not wish to squander his efforts on Shirakawa. He preferred to pursue formidable pirates, particularly those of the caliber of Whitebeard or Roger himself. The Navy's fastest, Borsellino, shrugged his shoulders, exhibiting a disinterest in involving himself in this matter. As for Kazan, he was even less inclined. He would only consider participating if it involved someone he was particularly concerned about. Clearly, Shirakawa did not fall into that category. His standing among pirates was mediocre, not commanding respect from the high-ranking naval forces while instilling fear in the lower ranks. Perhaps I should take the lead, Squirrel suggested after a lengthy pause. Rising to address Akiji. That is acceptable, but it is not sufficient. We must capture him decisively to deliver a heavy blow to Roger's crew. Even if he is a former member. Originally, the Navy's target had been Barrett, but Barrett's current strength was formidable, necessitating significant sacrifices for his capture. Yet, at this moment, Shirakawa entered their line of sight, emerging as a substitute for Barrett. Since no one is stepping up, I will send someone myself. Akiji scanned the assembled officers for volunteers. In that case, I will appoint someone. His gaze settled on Kazan. What are you looking at me for? You can't be suggesting I go, Kazan responded. And all eyes in the conference room turned toward him. Indeed, it is you. Why? Why not just send another Rear Admiral? Besides, Rear Admiral Squirrel is quite capable. I believe he can handle the task himself. Unacceptable. To ensure the mission's success, you must go. To strike a painful blow to Roger's crew, you must go. Kazan attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted. You should go, Kazan, Garp urged. Very well, Kazan acquiesced reluctantly. Garp had been a benefactor to him and was someone he deeply admired. Thus, Kazan typically heeded Garp's counsel. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With that command, the officers began to disperse, leaving only Garp, Sengoku, and Akiji seated together. Are we indeed preparing to take action against Roger's crew? After everyone had exited, Garp inquired of Akiji. No, this is my personal decision. I see. Garp then departed. This fellow Garp. Observing Garp's retreating figure, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. All present were astute individuals, well aware of the implications behind Garp's earlier question. Well then, you should prepare yourself. I expect to retire soon. Understood. Sengoku was already anointed as the successor to the next fleet admiral, with few contenders remaining within the Navy. Rear Admiral Kazan, I must trouble you this time. At the port of Navy headquarters, Rear Admiral Kazan and Rear Admiral Squirrel boarded the same warship. Typically, any officer of their rank could command a vessel independently. But given the adversary was merely a small group of two, there was no need to squander military resources. The warship carried dozens of soldiers. Even in the event of an unforeseen incident, their numbers would suffice. At this moment, Shirakawa remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the Navy. Even if he were aware, he would scarcely care, for he had recently transcended to the status of a grand swordsman and was brimming with a sense of inflated confidence. He was eager to find a way to test the limits of his newfound strength. Meanwhile, Jola and OL sat in a room, deep in conversation. Since Jola's bounty notice had surfaced, OL had grown somewhat taciturn. As for Shirakawa, he was diligently honing his abilities in the courtyard. The villagers below had also seen Jola's bounty notice, yet they harbored no animosity. Rather, they welcomed him with the same warmth as always. Observing the villagers, Shirakawa was reminded of Luffy's village, Windmill Village, where the inhabitants rejoiced upon learning of Luffy's bounty, celebrating with drinks in a display of pride. Have you made your decision? OL inquired solemnly, kneeling face to face with Jola. Yes, I aspire to set sail in search of my own swordsmanship. Much like my senior brother, Jola replied. Jola had entered the realm of swordsmanship many years later than Mihawk, who began his training at the tender age of 5 or 6, while Jola started at 10. Although Jola was only a few years younger than Mihawk, he was determined not to remain in his shadow. He yearned to surpass him. However, remaining at his master's side, while allowing for steady growth and strength, would ultimately deny him certain opportunities. Very well, I shall not hinder you. I only hope you will not disappoint me and that you will not let our school fade into obscurity. Rest assured, master. I will strive to elevate our swordsmanship to new heights. Have you considered how you will depart? I wish to leave with Shirakawa. He imparts an extraordinary feeling within me. I believe my strength will flourish more rapidly alongside him. That is acceptable. Traveling with him will ensure your safety. However, before you leave, allow me to teach you one final secret technique. What technique? Jola asked, excitement evident in his voice. The shadow step. The shadow step? Is that the elusive footwork you employed during your battle with Shirakawa? Jola exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration. That technique was a formidable asset, whether for fleeing or for combat. Indeed, although the technique may have minimal effect against grand swordsmen, it should suffice for you in the short term. Once you achieve the status of a grand swordsman, it will no longer be of use to you. How long will it take me to master it? That depends on your innate talent. Those with exceptional aptitude may grasp it in about half a month. Others may take a year or 2. Is that so? I believe I can master it in 10 days. Jola was not boasting. His talent was indeed remarkable. Humph. OL seemed displeased with Jola's proud demeanor. Leave now. How you approach Shirakawa is your own affair. Whether he accepts you is his decision. I understand, master. With that, Jola exited the room and sat in the courtyard, observing Shirakawa as he practiced his strength. Have you finished speaking with your master? Shirakawa, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, halted his training upon noticing Jola. Yes, I wish to sail with you, Jola stated, his tone resolute. What did you say? Shirakawa spluttered, spraying water as he was taken aback by such a direct request. I said I wished to sail with you, Jola reiterated, his demeanor serious and unwavering. All right. Shirakawa acquiesced without hesitation. You agreed? This time it was Jola who was stunned, not expecting Shirakawa to respond so readily. Why not? A solitary voyage can be rather lonely. Having company makes it feel less isolating. However, 2 of us sailing together will be perceived as a pirate crew by the Navy. We will need a name for our crew and a flag. What shall we call ourselves? Shirakawa pondered thoughtfully. How about the Grand Sword Pirates? Your title is the Grand Sword, Jola suggested. Upon hearing the words grand sword, Shirakawa's expression darkened. Do not utter that term in my presence again. The title was a blemish he wished to erase, as it struck him as too simplistic and lacking in refinement. Then what about the swordsman pirates? After all, we are both swordsmen, Jola proposed. That won't do. We are bound to gather more companions, and they certainly will not all be swordsmen. What do you suggest? You dismiss every idea I present, Jola replied, growing impatient as Shirakawa refuted all his suggestions. I dismiss them because the name of a pirate crew pertains to its reputation for eternity. It cannot be chosen lightly. Why not simply call ourselves the Shirakawa Pirates? Akin to the Roger Pirates, named after the captain? That's a decent proposal, but still not suitable. Perhaps we could name ourselves the Silver Pirates? Silver Pirates? What is the reason behind that name? A secret. Fine, if you like it. However, typically pirate crews are named by the Navy. That matters not. As long as we declare ourselves as members of the Silver Pirates before engaging the Navy, they will naturally understand our title. All right. Jola felt somewhat resigned, finding the entire notion rather juvenile and foolish. Just one shout will suffice. Shirakawa seemed to sense Jola's discomfort and imagine the scene, recognizing its absurdity. Well, that is acceptable. Unbeknownst to Jola, however, this declaration would ultimately only be voiced by him, leaving Shirakawa silent. What about the pirate flag? Rest assured, I have already designed it. The pirate flag, a symbol of a crew, served as its outward visage. Shirakawa drew his sword and sketched a design in the dirt, a classic pirate skull. Yet above the skull was a sword, reminiscent of the sword of Damocles that loomed over Shirakawa. What do you think? Is it not quite imposing? Shirakawa smiled, satisfied with his creation. Why does this flag seem somewhat ominous? Jola observed the design closely and remarked, a skull is the emblem of pirates. And you have inserted a sword above it. Are you inviting doom upon yourself? Now that you mention it, it does evoke such a sentiment. Shirakawa began to find the design less appealing. Perhaps you could replace the 2 bone sticks below with 2 swords instead. Shirakawa's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea. I never anticipated your artistic prowess extended to drawing as well. Humph, this is not merely about artistic talent. It is a testament to my quick thinking. Now we have a flag. Once we have time, we can have a few made at the village workshop, but we currently lack a ship. That small fishing boat cannot possibly serve as the first pirate vessel for Baichuan. It should at least resemble a small sailing ship akin to the Going Merry. This indeed poses a dilemma, as the village lacks such sizable sailing vessels. If all else fails, one might resort to seizing a ship from another pirate. This approach is feasible, direct, unrefined, yet efficient. However, it appears that this task may fall upon your shoulders, Jorah remarked to Baichuan. What are you planning to do? I intend to learn the shadow steps from my master during this period. Shadow steps? Is that the technique your master employed against me? Precisely. Well, that technique is undeniably formidable. Baichuan reflected on his battle with, or, realizing that while the technique might not seem particularly impressive now, it rendered opponents of swordsmanship caliber utterly helpless. How long will it take you to master it? If it takes too long, I may not be able to wait. Approximately 10 days. 10 days? Baichuan pondered deeply. 10 days seemed just right, as finding a pirate ship that truly satisfied him would likely require some time. Defeating pirates is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in locating a ship that resonates with one's desires. However, discovering a pirate ship was merely a temporary measure. He must journey to Water 7 to construct a vessel that truly belongs to him, one capable of navigating the myriad weather conditions of the New World. Then you should proceed to train with your master. I will first go to the village to create the pirate flag. The following day, Hikawa departed. And scarcely had he left when Kazan and the Weasel arrived at the small town where Hikawa and Korra had caused a disturbance. They promoted a commendable naval officer to the position of base commander at this naval station. Following the leads provided by the Navy, they made their way to the village where Korra resided. Excuse me, has this person ever visited your village? A naval officer brandished Hikawa's wanted poster, inquiring of the villagers. No, we have not seen him, the villagers lied, eyes wide open, despite the fact that Hikawa had commissioned them to create a pirate flag just the day before. Very well, thank you. We will search elsewhere. As the naval officers departed, the villagers collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, that was terrifying. It was my first time lying. Especially to the Navy, one villager lamented to a companion, experiencing a pang of anxiety. Come now, I'm well aware of your penchant for deceit throughout your life. His companion scoffed derisively. Kazan, they were clearly lying. Why are we leaving? A little pressure would surely compel them to speak the truth. A lieutenant beside Kazan complained. Hearing this, Kazan shot him a stern glance. I do not wish to hear the term coerce used in reference to civilians. Remember, we are the Navy, not pirates. Yes, Kazan. The lieutenant shuddered, feeling as though he had been frozen in that moment. The fear of Kazan loomed large in his mind. What shall we do now, Kazan? Let us head up the mountain. We have already determined that there are no suspicious individuals in the village, given the size of the island. If they are not in the village, they must be in the mountains. Understood, Admiral. Subsequently, the Navy divided into several small teams, gradually ascending the mountain. Oh no! The Navy has gone up the mountain. A villager, who had been observing the naval officers, suddenly rushed back to his companions, exclaiming, What should we do? Mr. Orr and Cora are up there. Cora is a wanted criminal. Will the Navy capture him? One concerned villager fretted. Perhaps I should deliver the warning. I run quite fast, and can surely inform them before the Navy finds them. Very well, it's entrusted to you, Peter. The village chief stepped forward, patting Peter on the shoulder with an expression of grave responsibility. Rest assured, Chief, I will complete the task. Peter stood tall and saluted. Enough with the formalities, hurry along. Someone nudged him playfully. Yes. With that, Peter set off towards the mountains, his speed noticeably surpassing that of the average person, perhaps a testament to his innate talent. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted attention upon ascending the mountain. Follow him, Kazan instructed the naval officers behind him, observing Peter's silhouette. Indeed, Vice Admiral. Your method is quite effective, responded a nearby figure known as the Mole. In truth, only a small contingent of Navy personnel was tasked with searching the mountains. Their primary role was to mislead the villagers. If they found their target, it would be fortuitous. If not, they would have to rely on the villagers for guidance. Mr. Or, Jorah, something terrible has happened, Peter exclaimed breathlessly before reaching the gate. What is it, Peter? Jorah, who had been training in the courtyard, hurried to open the gate upon hearing Peter's voice. You must run quickly. The Navy is here to capture you. Peter's fragmented speech revealed his exhaustion. The Navy? Indeed. A large contingent has arrived, seemingly targeting the young man who accompanied you. It may already be too late. At that moment, Orr turned his gaze towards the woods beyond the gate, where the figures of the Navy gradually emerged. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Peter realized that these naval officers had been trailing him. If only I had been more vigilant, they wouldn't have followed me. His tone bore the weight of self-reproach, guilt, and remorse towards Orr and Jorah. It is futile. No matter how cautious you are, you cannot escape their watchful eyes. This time, they have come with a formidable individual. Orr's expression grew grave as he regarded a man clad in a black trench coat, wearing a headscarf and sunglasses. Kazan similarly felt a sense of foreboding emanating from Orr, relieved that his target was not this man. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril. What brings the Navy to this humble locale? Orr, as the host, was the first to speak. We are here to find a person. Have you seen him? A naval officer presented a wanted poster of by Chuan to Orr. I have seen him. Where is he? The officer inquired anxiously. Unfortunately, if you had arrived yesterday, you might have found him. However, he has already departed, Orr replied with a hint of regret, as if lamenting his inability to assist the Navy. Departed? Where has he gone? I do not know. He mentioned seeking a suitable ship and then flew away. Old man, do not provoke me further. Tell me where he is, or you shall face our wrath. Oh, you are indeed mistaken. I truly do not know where he is, or lamented. It must be said that Orr's performance was remarkably lifelike, his words resonating with an unsettling authenticity. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in his genuine ignorance of Bai Chuan's whereabouts. How is it that when he speaks the truth, no one believes him? Very well. The naval officer attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Kazan. My apologies, Elder. We shall take our leave now, Kazan addressed, or, indeed, let us depart swiftly. Having so many Navy personnel blocking my doorstep is quite intimidating. However, Kazan, the Vice Admiral, interjected, but Bai Chuan has yet to be found. He spoke truthfully. Bai Chuan was not present here. Subsequently, Kazan took his leave. Yet, what of Bai Chuan's companion, Jola? If we capture him, I cannot fathom why Bai Chuan would not reveal himself. Our target is not him, and that old man is exceptionally skilled. Even I cannot guarantee a victory against him. Kazan remarked gravely, astonished that such a figure could be concealed within such a humble village. What? That elder is so formidable? The nearby naval officers were taken aback, including the Weasel, who sensed the elder's immense strength but had not anticipated that even Kazan would be at a disadvantage. It is worth noting that Kazan is a user of a natural-type devil fruit, one of considerable potency. At last, they have departed. Seeing the Navy leave, or let out a sigh of relief. At his advanced age, he wished to avoid conflict with so many individuals, especially since he needed to look after his apprentice. Had it been only Kazan, he might have already taken action. This elderly figure was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 75. The Tyrannosaurus pirate crew deploy a team to monitor them here. The communications officer reported to Admiral Kong. The rest shall board the warships and patrol the nearby waters. Understood, Vice Admiral. As the highest-ranking officer present, Kazan was responsible solely for issuing commands, while the execution of those orders fell to his subordinates. Vice Admiral, we have received intelligence that the villagers seem to be crafting a pirate flag. Crafting a pirate flag? He must be planning to return here soon. Arrange for a team to observe those villagers closely, ensuring they exhibit no unusual behavior. Remember, do not resort to violence. Yes, Vice Admiral. Meanwhile, Bai Chuan was scanning the horizon for pirate ships. Despite the abundance of pirates, the vastness of the sea made it a daunting task to find a ship that met his criteria. Flying through the air, although swifter, drew the attention of many, particularly the Navy. The higher echelons of the Navy were well aware that their target was Bai Chuan, and thus reports were relayed to the naval headquarters. Just as they received word of Bai Chuan's disappearance, news of his reappearance swiftly followed. However, by the time the Navy arrived, Shirakawa had vanished once again. Infuriating. Much like the Golden Lion, such a troublesome ability. Admiral Sora slammed his fist on the table. Had I known, I would have sent Porcellino instead. Shirakawa's speed is certainly no match for him. Rest assured, we have received word that he will return to that village again. Kazan is already prepared to ambush him. Said Sengoku, the Admiral. I hope Kazan brings me good news. Sora sighed, never expecting that dealing with such a minor character would prove to be so troublesome. While flying through the air, he occasionally encountered some foolish pirates attempting to bring him down, but Shirakawa never showed mercy to such pirate crews. Thus, it was not uncommon for some to stumble upon pirate ships cleaved in two, devoid of any survivors. This pirate ship is quite decent. After searching for 3 days, he finally found a vessel of his liking, a modest-sized sailing ship, yet more than sufficient for the current silver pirate crew. At this moment, the pirates aboard had yet to notice Shirakawa's presence, reveling in a celebration, perhaps in honor of a noteworthy event. Shirakawa landed on the ship and greeted the crew. Hello there. Hello, one of the pirates responded, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the newcomer was a stranger. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Who are you? How did you get onto our ship? A pirate who had come to his senses questioned Shirakawa, prompting the others to awaken from their stupor. Who I am is not important, nor is how I arrived on your ship. I simply wish for you to provide me with something, Shirakawa replied. What is it? Shirakawa pointed his toe at the ship and stated, Could you kindly disembark? I have taken a liking to your vessel. Ha 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 ha. The once nervous pirates erupted into laughter upon hearing Shirakawa's words. You on our ship? Do you even know who we are? And who are you? We are the Tyrannosaurus pirate crew. Our captain, Riddle, has a bounty of 170 million. A bounty of 170 million? Quite impressive, Shirakawa remarked. In the first half of the Grand Line, a bounty exceeding 100 million is formidable, and within the New World, one could secure a commendable position under a powerful overlord. Yet, what a pity, merely 170 million. My bounty exceeds that of your captain. What? The crew clearly did not believe him, perceiving Shirakawa as a mere pretty face. Kid, don't think we were raised on salt. We consume more salt than you've had rice. At that moment, one of the pirates began to sift through the bounty notices in his hand, finally spotting a picture that matched the man before them. Indeed, there was his bounty notice. Oh, why don't you read the bounty aloud so we can see just how much higher it is than our captain's? Let me see. Haha. How much was it? Oh, it's only 23 million. 23 million? With such a meager amount, you dare claim it exceeds our captain's bounty? The crew began to mercilessly mock Shirakawa. Brother, are your eyes failing you? I would mind getting you a pair of glasses, or perhaps your math skills are lacking. Unable to count properly. What did you say? Why don't you read it again, slowly, and let us hear how many zeros it has? I feel embarrassed for you. He pointed at Shirakawa, then looked back at the bounty notice. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. He faltered, unable to continue. What's wrong? Keep going, his companions urged him anxiously. 23 billion. The pirate stuttered out this phrase. What? 23 billion? The crew gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa helplessly covered his forehead, appearing quite exasperated. "Brothers, it's 230 million. Shirakawa could no longer bear it and disclosed his bounty. "Oh, 230 million. The pirates collectively sighed in relief. 23 billion would have left them without the courage to resist. That's still higher than our captain's bounty." One of the pirates remarked. 230 million? The captain of the Tyrannosaurus pirate crew, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, snatching the bounty notice from his subordinate's hands. The earlier mention of 23 billion had startled him. He was almost prepared to abandon ship. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. "Does that mean if I kill you, my bounty could rise to over 200 million? His tone was assertive and arrogant, seemingly a statement rather than a question. "Of course, if you could kill me, it might even reach 300 million. But do you possess that capability? Bounty serves as a measure of a pirate's strength, and naturally, some desire a high bounty. Even those lacking in strength might become overly inflated should they inadvertently receive a lofty reward. Heh, kid, allow me to show you the might of your Tyrannosaurus grandfather." Riddle let out a boisterous laugh, as if he were already assured of victory over Shirakawa, his crew cheering him on. It was evident that this pirate crew relied solely on their captain's prowess. Chapter 76. Subduing Riddle Brothers. Charge. Dismember him. Show him the might of our Tyrannosaurus pirate crew. Captain Riddle commanded his subordinates. "Understood, Captain. This little brat thinks he can steal our ship. He is simply asking for death." His crew, filled with fervor, spoke with haughty arrogance. Even though Shirakawa's bounty surpassed their captain's, in their eyes, their captain was the strongest. And in Riddle's view, his crew were merely cannon fodder. He had as many as he desired, and he would never act recklessly without gauging the enemy's depth. The pirates drew their swords, laughing maniacally as they charged at Shirakawa, perceiving him as mere prey, an easy target for slaughter. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This was Shirakawa's assessment of them. They seemed unaware that their lifespans were nearing their end. In Shirakawa's eyes, their movements appeared exceedingly slow, indicative of his improving dynamic vision and increasing speed. Despite the onslaught of over a dozen attackers, none managed to land a blow on Shirakawa. "What is this?" One pirate, bewildered, asked Shirakawa, feeling as though he was on the verge of striking him, yet somehow, the attack passed through his body. This was solely due to Shirakawa's extraordinary speed. At the moment an attack was about to connect, he would swiftly evade, only to return to his original position, making it appear as though the attack had simply passed through him. "How about it? Do you wish to continue?" Infuriated, "I refuse to be swayed." A man drew his pistol and fired several shots at Baichuan. However, in an instant, that pirate was hurled out, landing in the sea. What transpired? The other pirates were utterly oblivious to the events that had unfolded, witnessing their comrade being flung away, while Shirakawa had materialized in the very spot the pirate had vacated. Yet, it was merely a simple, unadorned attack. "Fear not, your turn shall come soon enough." Shirakawa's tone was remarkably even, yet to the ears of these pirates, it resonated like the voice of a demon. They had employed every conceivable method, yet none had succeeded in striking Shirakawa. Is this the prowess of one with a bounty exceeding 200 million? One pirate swallowed hard, his voice choked. One cannot judge a book by its cover. At that moment, his thoughts mirrored those of every crew member aboard the ship. "Very well, I tire of this game. You all may disembark." What? In the next moment, the pirates found themselves bereft of Shirakawa's presence, one after another being cast into the sea. As this vessel was to serve briefly as his means of navigation, his attacks were measured, consciously restrained to avoid damaging the ship, for he had yet to acquire companions skilled in ship repairs. In a short span of time, all the pirates aboard the ship were vanquished by Shirakawa. But where was the captain? After dealing with these ordinary pirate crew members, Shirakawa discovered that their captain, Riddle, was nowhere to be found. The ship was adrift in the vast ocean, surrounded by no islands. It was impossible for Riddle to have disembarked. Yet, after searching thoroughly, Shirakawa found no trace of him. Was this fellow some sort of rodent, so adept at hiding? With no other options, Shirakawa resorted to using his observation haki, meticulously scanning every corner of the ship. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on a particular spot, a smile creeping onto his lips. Is this the so-called Tyrannosaurus? Hidden in a corner of the ship, Riddle suddenly felt a chill, as if something ominous was about to befall him. Impossible. I am so well concealed that he cannot possibly find me. While observing Shirakawa battling his crew, Riddle began to feel a sense of retreat. His crew could not land a blow on Shirakawa, and he himself lacked the strength to comprehend how Shirakawa evaded their attacks. "Hey, come on out, stop hiding," a voice suddenly echoed above Riddle. It must be a coincidence. He must be jesting. There is no way he could have discovered my hiding place, Riedel thought nervously. Look up. I am right above you. Slowly, Riedel raised his head and was met with the fearsome visage of Shirakawa. How did you find me? Riedel exclaimed in terror, reasoning that he should not have been located so easily. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Now, you have two choices. The first, come up. The second, jump down. Up, up, Riedel hastily replied. As a devil fruit user, jumping into the sea would be tantamount to suicide. Ascending offered at least a glimmer of hope. TSK. TSK? TSK? The Tyrannosaurus is actually a lizard? How dare you take such a name? Indeed, Riedel possessed the power of the lizard fruit, which allowed him to blend into the ship's wall, as its color closely resembled that of a lizard. If one were not attentive, he could easily escape unnoticed. Hey, I ascend Tyrannosaurus supposed to sound more intimidating? Enough. Transform back into your human form. I can hardly resist the urge to devour you in your current state. I've never tasted lizard meat before. All right, I'm changing. Upon hearing Shirakawa's intention to eat him, Riedel promptly transformed back into human form. Although he had consumed the lizard fruit, he was fundamentally still a human. Before Shirakawa, he felt utterly intimidated, realizing he was no match for him. In order to survive, it was prudent to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Now, I present you with two choices. Shirakawa extended two fingers. First, join me. Second, leap off this ship. I choose the first option, Riedel exclaimed hastily. He had not yet lived enough. He did not wish to die. The reason Shirakawa wanted Riedel to join was that the ship lacked even a single crew member. Without Riedel, he and Joro would have to cook and navigate themselves. With Riedel's addition, at least some of the menial tasks could be delegated to him. Very well, the Silver Pirate crew welcomes you aboard, Shirakawa said, smiling as he extended his hand to Riedel. Riedel clasped it eagerly, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, several pirate ships suddenly appeared on the horizon, clearly targeting them. What is happening? Shirakawa inquired of Riedel. These are the pirate crews I have bullied in the past. They must be here seeking revenge. Is that so? Then they are our enemies. Since Riedel had now joined him, his foes were naturally Shirakawa's enemies as well. Indeed, there were quite a few pirate ships approaching, totaling 7 in number. It seems you were rather tyrannical in your previous escapades. Without a captain, you were the tyrant. Who dares to be like Shirakawa? Commandeering another's pirate crew upon arrival? Aha, you make a fair point. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my strength to you. Good. Riedel was eager to witness Shirakawa's prowess. Subsequently, Shirakawa leaped to the bow of the ship, drew his sword, and with a single hand, he swept it downward, unleashing a silvery sword aura that sliced across the ocean towards the approaching pirate vessels. As the silver sword aura reached one of the pirate ships, it instantaneously split into two, radiating outward to form a T-shape. The pirate vessels were cleaved in two, and the ocean's surface remained parted for a long while. Riedel gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, eyes nearly bulging. Any thoughts of escape vanished in an instant. Just how far would one need to flee to evade the reach of such sword energy? Chapter 77. Encountering the Navy. After witnessing Shirakawa's formidable strength, Riedel became considerably more compliant. Day by day, he was summoned by Shirakawa without daring to voice a single complaint, to return to Jora's village. They needed to sail for approximately 8 to 9 days. During this time, Riedel obediently attended to Shirakawa's needs, cooking, cleaning, and performing any arduous tasks that arose. Meanwhile, Shirakawa leisurely lounged on the deck, soaking up the sun, sipping juice, and indulging in meat, only occasionally intervening to deal with any pirate crews that dared to obstruct their path. The original flag of the Tyrannosaurus pirate crew had long been discarded by Shirakawa, and although Riedel felt a twinge of nostalgia, he could do nothing against Shirakawa's authority. Meanwhile, Kazan and his crew continued patrolling the nearby waters of the village, searching for any trace of Shirakawa. Admiral Kazan, we have been waiting here for over 10 days without sight of Shirakawa. Do you think he is aware of our ambush and has already fled? A young naval officer complained to Admiral Kazan, unable to endure the monotony aboard the ship. Among the 3 monstrous admirals, he felt most comfortable voicing his grievances to Kazan, who was the most easygoing of the trio. Indeed, remaining idle like this is not the solution. Let us report to headquarters. If we do not see Shirakawa within 5 days, we shall return. Yes, Admiral Kazan. The young officer's voice carried a hint of excitement. Having some prospect was better than none. Just as the young officer concluded his report to headquarters, another naval officer approached Kazan, stating, Admiral Kazan, we have spotted an unfamiliar ship. It is not flying a pirate flag. Yet it does not resemble a merchant vessel or fishing boat. Oh, take me to see it? Kazan felt a strong premonition that the individuals aboard this ship were precisely those they had been searching for all this time. Captain, we have spotted a warship ahead. Riedel also noticed the approaching naval vessel. A warship? Shirakawa paused momentarily before rising and walking towards the bow of the ship, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. I have finally found you, Kazan remarked, observing Shirakawa's distant figure. This could spell trouble, Shirakawa thought upon seeing Kazan. Full speed ahead. Adolf K. Shirakawa is aboard that ship. Kazan commanded the Navy personnel behind him. At last, had they found him? This is the dialogue of the Weasel General. Captain, that warship is drawing closer to us. What should we do? Riddle spoke in a slight panic, for they were but 2 men. And the size of the opposing vessel suggested that the Navy aboard would be numerous. We confront them. Confront them? Are we not escaping? Riddle exclaimed loudly. With that fellow there, escape is not an option. That fellow? Following Baichuan's gaze, Riddle noticed the man in the lead, clad in a black trench coat. Captain, do you know that man? Of course, he is a vice admiral from the naval headquarters, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become an admiral. An admiral! Upon hearing Baichuan's words, Riddle became even more unsettled. After all, an admiral represents the pinnacle of naval power. Do not worry. His ascent to admiral is a matter for the future. For now, he is merely a vice admiral. Merely a vice admiral? Captain, a vice admiral is still quite formidable. Indeed, he is powerful, yet I am not lacking either. Baichuan smiled confidently had he not achieved the rank of great swordsman. He would have had no choice but to flee upon encountering Kazan. But now, the situation had shifted. It was uncertain who would be doing the fleeing. Swordsmen differ from ordinary martial artists. Martial artists possess no distinct realms, their strength built over years of training. Yet for swordsmen, every breakthrough in rank brings about a qualitative leap in power. Baichuan, I have finally caught up with you. At this moment, the distance between the 2 ships had shrunk to less than 100 meters, and the Weasel spoke to Baichuan. Oh, is that you, Weasel? Long time no see. How have you been? Do not try to be familiar with me, Adolf K. Baichuan. This time, I am here to take you into custody. Is that so? It seems your mission is solely to capture me? As he spoke, Baichuan's tone shifted to one of chilling coldness. Indeed. Fortunately, you did not come alone. Otherwise, you would be staying here. What? Weasel said, somewhat irritated. Baichuan's words implied that had he come alone, he would have met his demise, signifying that he was no match for Baichuan. Without delay, Baichuan swung his sword, sending forth a massive silver blade of energy towards the warship. Impossible. In the face of this sword energy, Weasel felt a sense of threat. If he were to confront it head-on, he would surely be injured. At that moment, Kazan intervened. Catching the sword energy with his hands, layers of ice slowly enveloping it, until the ice shattered and the sword energy vanished. A great swordsman? Kazan's tone turned grave. The emergence of a great swordsman was indeed unexpected. Thankfully, he had arrived. Otherwise, Weasel might have perished here. Indeed, I did not expect you to reach this realm at such a young age. Weasel felt a mix of dejection and, more so, fear and apprehension. Initially, he had resisted sending Kazan along, believing he could handle Baichuan alone, but now it was clear he had overestimated his capabilities. Fire. Sink that pirate ship. Since direct confrontation was not an option, alternative methods had to be employed. Kazan tacitly agreed with Weasel's approach, although he did not believe the shells would inflict any real damage on Baichuan. Captain, what should we do? At this distance, we will surely be sunk. Have no fear. Suddenly, a surge of conqueror's haki erupted from Baichuan, causing the ordinary Navy soldiers preparing to attack to faint instantaneously. Moreover, this haki inflicted cracks upon the warship itself. What? Both Kazan and Weasel were taken aback. The reports had not indicated that Baichuan possessed conqueror's haki, especially of such potency. Today had been filled with surprises regarding Baichuan. What manner of power is this? Witnessing the Navy soldiers collapsing one by one, Riddle was astounded. If only he could wield such power, he could win battles without fighting. This is called haki. While you may not be able to master it, I will teach you other skills. Thank you, Captain. Riddle promptly expressed his gratitude to Baichuan. No need for thanks. The prerequisite is that you survive this battle. With the small fry dealt with, the real battle was about to commence. Baichuan's opponent was undoubtedly Kazan, while Riddle would face Weasel and the remaining elite Navy soldiers who had not fainted. Chapter 78. The battle against Kazan. Kazan leaped into the air. Unleashing his devil fruit ability, Ice spear, as two ice spears materialized mid-air and shot towards Baichuan. Baichuan swung his sword, and a blade of energy erupted forth, shattering the ice spears. Yet, the sword energy did not diminish. It swiftly cleaved Kazan in half. Vice Admiral Kazan. The remaining alert Navy soldiers exclaimed in panic. It was the first time they had witnessed Kazan sustain an injury during their many missions together. The cleaved Kazan transformed into a mass of ice and fell onto the sea, quickly reassembling. Extending his hand towards the ocean, he declared, "Ice Age." A chilling aura emanated from Kazan, causing the previously rippling surface of the water to freeze instantly, encasing both the warship and Baichuan's ship in ice, rendering them immobile. What is this? Riddle observed in disbelief as the entire sea around them froze. Even on the ship, he could feel the biting cold beneath his feet. That man is truly terrifying. Riddle firmly etched Kazan's image into his mind. In future encounters with this man, he would not hesitate to flee at the mere thought. Vice Admiral Kazan will hold Baichuan. We shall capture the other crew member. Weasel addressed the remaining conscious Navy soldiers. Understood. The battle had commenced. At that moment, lying in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. What battle? The battle between the Navy and Baichuan. What? Baichuan has returned? Jorah exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. I must assist him. Having become a member of the Silver Pirate crew, knowing his captain was in danger, he could not simply stand by. Without waiting for or to speak, he hurried towards the port. Upon reaching the port, he found it surrounded by a throng of villagers. What happened? Jorah inquired of one villager. It's you, Jorah. We don't know how it happened, but the sea suddenly froze, and we can't even go into the water. The sea froze? Jorah pushed through to the front to get a better look, and indeed, a thick layer of ice covered the ocean. A few strong villagers were shoveling the ice, while some children played and slid on its surface. What on earth is happening? Jorah pondered. The ocean would not freeze without reason. Something must have occurred. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind's eye. Kazan, from whom he had once felt an icy chill. Could it be him? Hey, where is that Navy warship now? Jorah inquired of the nearby villagers about the naval warships that had been patrolling their island daily, following a predetermined route. The vigilant villagers had meticulously noted the times and positions of the Navy's movements. One villager gestured towards the right front, indicating the direction. Thank you. Jorah expressed gratefully before dashing towards the direction indicated. Fortunately, the sea had frozen over. Otherwise, reaching the warship would have been uncertain. As Jorah hastened to the battlefield, the conflict had escalated significantly. Baichuan and Kazan engaged in a fierce exchange, with Baichuan now adept in the use of haki, causing Kazan to be exceedingly cautious. Each time Baichuan's strikes approached Kazan, he would preemptively utilize his elemental transformation. Thus, despite the intensity of the battle, neither bore any conspicuous wounds. As for Riddle, his situation was dire. He could barely withstand the onslaught from the lone marmoset, compounded by several other naval officers. Even with his devil fruit powers, he found himself outmatched, his lizard tail having been severed countless times. While he was not immediately incapacitated, the prolonged engagement would surely lead to his downfall. He desperately hoped Baichuan would swiftly conclude his fight and come to his aid. However, such hopes were likely in vain, for if Kazan were easily vanquished, he would not have ascended to the rank of admiral. Baichuan's sword energy was something Kazan could evade or counter with elemental transformation, while Baichuan could cleave through Kazan's attacks with a mere sword strike. However, remaining in a stalemate was not a viable solution. A strategy to swiftly resolve the conflict was imperative, as Baichuan had recognized Riddle's precarious predicament. Ice blade. Kazan exhaled a frigid gust from the air, gradually forming a blade in his hand. Given that long-range attacks posed little threat to Baichuan, Kazan resolved to engage in close combat to expedite the conclusion of the battle. However, Kazan is not particularly skilled in swordsmanship. During the close-quarters combat, he cannot maintain his elemental transformation indefinitely, thus finding himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. His arms and chest have already been struck by a blow from Shirakawa. Admiral Kazan. A lieutenant engaged with Riddle noticed the situation and anxiously called out, "Stay back. Just keep pursuing that lizard." Observing the inclination of several officers to approach, Kazan interjected to deter them, knowing their involvement would only lead to futility. Instead of alleviating his burden, that would merely add to it. "I can handle this." "Yes, Admiral." "You can handle me?" "Kazan, have you perhaps learned to boast as well?" The two are currently evenly matched, yet if one were to assess the situation, it is clear that Shirakawa holds the upper hand. "I shall get serious now." Kazan exhaled a breath of frigid air and instantly vanished from Shirakawa's sight. only for Shirakawa to suddenly feel a hand rest upon his shoulder, accompanied by an intense chill. However, Shirakawa's speed was not to be underestimated. He had long since employed his armament haki for defense and swiftly broke free from Kazan's grasp. Turning around, Shirakawa struck back with a knife, while Kazan also utilized his armament haki to defend himself. Observing his shoulder, which had been enveloped in a chill, gradually returning to normal, Shirakawa shook it slightly and redirected his gaze towards Kazan. Indeed, was this the true strength of a future Marine Admiral? Shirakawa silently pondered. As the sword of Damocles materialized in the sky, are we to begin in earnest? Although Kazan had encountered that sword before, each sighting was nothing short of breathtaking. What is that? Riddle, seeing the sword for the first time, was evidently unaware of its significance. This is your captain's ability. Are you truly oblivious to what your captain can do? I just boarded the ship, so I genuinely do not know. Do you know? The Navy officer, taken aback by Riddle's retort, found himself at a loss for words, for he too was unaware of Shirakawa's powers, as there was no description of such a devil fruit in the Navy's compendium. Chapter 79, the battle concludes. I truly cannot write the scenes of combat. I implore everyone to bear with it. If Shirakawa's assumptions were correct, Kazan had utilized the Soru, one of the Marine's 6 powers, which appeared as instantaneous movement to the untrained eye at a moderate distance. Shirakawa could also achieve such rapid movement in close quarters, though he lacked the finesse of the Saru, relying solely on his physical resilience and explosive muscle power. Kazan glanced at Shirakawa's shoulder, now fully healed, and involuntarily twitched his eyelid. Indeed, as the intelligence suggested, he possessed a regenerative devil fruit. Shirakawa did not respond to Kazan's inquiry, as he was fully focused, and Kazan was equally so. With armament haki enveloping his blade, it gleamed a deep, lustrous black, and a silver sword energy erupted from Shirakawa's weapon. Not only swift in speed, but also formidable in sharpness. The oncoming sword energy caught Kazan somewhat off guard. He had not anticipated its velocity. The distance between them was minimal, allowing the sword energy to reach Kazan almost instantaneously. There was no evading it. That was Kazan's first thought, and he fortified his entire body with armament haki, yet he underestimated the sharpness of Shirakawa's sword energy. Although he had activated his defense, Shirakawa was equally employing his armament haki in attack. Even if Kazan wished to evade using his elemental transformation, he could not. Activating it would nullify his armament haki, resulting in grievous injury. The sword energy sliced past Kazan, who at a critical moment shifted his body slightly, causing the energy to graze his shoulder and continue onward, carving a significant distance behind him. The great swordsman was indeed terrifying. This was Kazan's first encounter with a swordsman unleashing their full potential, and he felt the pressure of the great swordsman for the first time. Blood flowed profusely from Kazan's right arm, incapacitating him. With a fierce determination, Kazan extended his left hand, releasing a massive ice bird from his arm. Shirakawa instinctively unleashed a sword energy, yet this did not cleave the ice bird in two. Instead, a stalemate ensued. Suddenly, 2 ice spikes shot forth from the ice surface, aiming directly at Shirakawa. He attempted to evade, only to discover that his legs had been frozen to the icy sea. The 2 ice spikes pierced through Shirakawa's chest, causing the sword energy that had countered the ice bird to dissipate as the ice bird surged towards Shirakawa. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and soon he found himself encased in ice. Splendid. Kazan has triumphed. An officer who had been closely monitoring the battlefield between Kazan and Shirakawa suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Although Riddle's prowess was lacking, his tenacity was commendable. What? The captain actually lost? Riddle turned towards Shirakawa's direction, horrified to see him trapped in ice. 2 ice spikes protruding from his chest. It's over, we're doomed. Riddle's heart raced with panic. Shirakawa had fallen, and he was no match for that monster. However, Kazan's expression remained utterly serious, showing no signs of relief. He did not believe that Shirakawa could be so easily dealt with. Indeed, under Kazan's watchful gaze, the ice that had encased Shirakawa began to crack slowly, ultimately shattering into crystalline fragments that dissipated into the air. Shirakawa gradually extracted the 2 ice spikes embedded in his chest, freeing his feet from the icy confinement. To his astonishment, the gaping wounds on his chest began to mend. Kazan felt a renewed sense of surprise. Could such injuries truly heal? How insidious, Kazan thought, to resort to ambush. Shirakawa flexed his arms, rose on his toes, and moved to shake off the stiffness of his recently restored body, casting a malevolent glance at Kazan. He had indeed fallen for Kazan's trick. Initially, he had assumed that Kazan's primary offensive was the ice bird, given the abundant cold energy Kazan had directed into it to counter Shirakawa's sword aura. Yet, Kazan had engaged in covert tactics, first freezing Shirakawa's feet and then launching 2 ice spikes from the surface. This was strategy. Kazan did not acknowledge his ambush, but attributed Shirakawa's predicament to his inexperience in combat. Relief washed over Riddle as he observed Shirakawa unscathed. At least the battle would not conclude so swiftly. However, as he glanced at the officers eyeing him menacingly, his countenance darkened. He could hardly maintain his composure any longer. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. "Shirakawa, I am here to assist you." A figure dashed onto the battlefield. Coming to a halt beside Shirakawa, it was Jorah. "You arrived just in time. Go assist that lizard." Jorah's arrival alleviated some of Shirakawa's burdens, allowing him to focus less on Riddle. "Lizard?" Shirakawa retorted. "That lizard is our new ally. Go help him. As for this fellow before you, you are not yet his match." "Fine," Jorah conceded reluctantly, yet he recognized the reality of the situation and understood the gap between himself and Kazan. "Thanks, brother." With Jorah's aid, Riddle felt significantly more at ease, though they remained at a disadvantage. Ice sphere. Several ice pillars erupted from Kazan's palm, hurtling towards Shirakawa. Utilizing his observation haki, Shirakawa evaded Kazan's assaults while gradually closing the distance between them. In ranged combat, he was indeed no match for Kazan. Yet Kazan was relentless, launching a second and then a third attack whenever Shirakawa dodged. He offered no opportunity for Shirakawa to close in, repelling him each time with a blast of cold energy. What an arduous ability, Shirakawa mused. Kazan's cold energy functioned like a controlling skill, proving troublesome for him. "Not as troublesome as your abilities," Shirakawa retorted. "One sword style? Dance of chaos." In a swift motion, Shirakawa unleashed a flurry of strikes, each accompanied by a wave of sword aura. Kazan was compelled to envelop himself in elemental defense. This was precisely the outcome Shirakawa desired. While Kazan was elementalized, he could neither attack nor maintain that state indefinitely. Following the completion of his sword aura assault, Shirakawa used his swift movement to appear behind Kazan's elemental form, launching a powerful strike imbued with haki towards Kazan's back. Kazan attempted to evade by rolling forward but failed to escape this attack. Seizing the opportunity, Shirakawa pressed the assault, determined not to afford Kazan any chance to retaliate. Kazan knelt, facing Shirakawa's descending blade. He raised his left hand to block, while his right hand prepared to unleash cold energy against Shirakawa. But then Shirakawa abruptly vanished from his sight. Immediately thereafter, Kazan felt an overwhelming force of gravity pressing down upon him. What was happening? As Shirakawa's strength escalated, so too did his control over gravity. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through Kazan as a blade pierced through his back. Severely injured, Kazan was not the only one suffering. Shirakawa, too, was feeling the strain of exhaustion. "You have been defeated, Kazan," Shirakawa's voice echoed from behind him. Kazan did not respond. Instead, he gripped Shirakawa's blade tightly. A fierce cold energy erupted from Kazan, and Shirakawa struggled to extract the weapon, but to no avail. Ice began to creep from Shirakawa's hands, gradually enveloping his body, this time with far greater intensity than before. "Futile, Kazan," Shirakawa asserted, as he coated his hands with a significant amount of armament haki, breaking free from Kazan's ice and forcefully withdrawing his blade. Recovering from the frostbite on his hands consumed a considerable amount of his stamina. Kazan's previous strike had aimed to incapacitate Shirakawa's hands. Jorah and Riddle ceased their skirmish with the Navy, having recognized that the duel between their leaders was approaching its climax. Shirakawa and Kazan created some distance between them. Jorah, Riddle, and the Navy personnel gathered, standing behind their respective leaders. "Kazan, what should we do now?" an officer inquired. Kazan rose, clutching his wounded abdomen, and cast a grim look at Shirakawa, whose condition seemed far better than his own. Although Kazan had staunched his bleeding with cold energy, this was merely a temporary fix. Prolonged neglect would exacerbate his injuries. In contrast, Shirakawa appeared unaffected externally. "We shall retreat," Kazan declared. Though it was a gamble, he was wagering that Shirakawa would refrain from attacking them. "I will hold them off," a member of the team stated. "No need. They should not pursue us," Kazan reassured. The Navy personnel absorbed Kazan's words without protest, albeit remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from Shirakawa's group. "Captain, should we not pursue? That vice admiral is injured. We could capture them all," Riddle urged Shirakawa. Support me, he added. What? Shirakawa's voice was barely audible, and Riddle did not catch it. I said support me. Oh. Feeling Riddle's assistance, Shirakawa's body promptly slumped. Let us board the ship. Agreed. They understood. Shirakawa was out of resources. Had they pursued? It was uncertain who would have been ensnared. Chapter 8. Departure preparations. As Kazan boarded the warship, the ice that had frozen the sea began to melt slowly. Watching the vessel recede into the distance, Shirakawa's tense demeanor gradually eased. Although Kazan had sustained severe injuries, it was evident he still possessed the strength to act. Should Kazan return with renewed vigor and encase him in ice once more, Shirakawa feared he would lack the strength to break free, potentially facing eternal entrapment. On board the warship, the Navy personnel summoned a doctor to tend to Kazan's wounds. Vice Admiral Kazan, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Kazan removed his upper garment, revealing a ghastly wound. The other injuries were comparatively minor, all being superficial. The most severe was a penetrating wound to his abdomen, a sight the ship's doctor had never before witnessed on Kazan. Previously, he had only tended to ordinary naval personnel aboard Kazan's warship. Enough with the chatter, quickly attend to Admiral Kazan's injuries, barked a temperamental officer at the doctor. Understood. The physician approached the wounds with utmost caution. It must be noted that a doctor serving on an admiral's ship possessed commendable medical skills. Before long, Kazan's torso was entirely wrapped in bandages. Although the bleeding had temporarily ceased, the admiral's injuries required treatment at headquarters, as the ship lacked the necessary facilities for his care. You may leave now, Kazan stated, realizing that if he delayed any longer, the irritable officer would surely reprimand the medic again. Yes, Admiral. The doctor exited, leaving the space for the officers. A heavy silence enveloped the room. They had never anticipated that this mission would end in failure. No one had foreseen that Shirakawa would wield Conqueror's haki, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness, nor could anyone have imagined that Shirakawa was a grand swordsman, matching Kazan blow for blow. The consequences of this mission's failure will rest upon my shoulders. You need not blame yourselves, Kazan finally spoke. Every mission's failure incurs punishment. A rule of the Navy. No. If it weren't for Admiral Kazan, we might not have returned alive. We shall bear the burden together, one officer countered. Indeed, echoed the others in agreement. Touched by their words, Kazan replied, then let us report this mission to headquarters. I shall do it myself. If anyone else reports to Marshal Kong, it will surely invite another round of reprimands. Yes, Admiral. An officer approached Kazan with a din-din mushi in hand. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. The din-din mushi connected. This is Kong, who is speaking. Came the voice. This is Kazan. Ah, Kazan. How did the mission go? The mission has failed. What? How could your mission fail? Did you not encounter Shirakawa, or did he manage to escape? Kong's tone was incredulous, unable to believe his ears. No, we encountered him. But Shirakawa's strength exceeded all our expectations. What transpired? Tell me in detail. He mastered 3 forms of haki and possesses the prowess of a grand swordsman. Conqueror's haki and a grand swordsman? Kong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and I was gravely injured during the battle, necessitating the order to retreat. Well, as long as you are unhurt, return to headquarters to recuperate. We shall discuss Shirakawa's matter upon your return. Understood. The din-din mushi was promptly hung up, and the officers surrounding Kazan collectively exhaled, having genuinely feared a reprimand from Marshal Kong. Meanwhile, aboard Shirakawa's ship, he slumped into a chair. Fortunate not to have lost consciousness, but utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. Fortunately, I can still have a meal. Captain, are you all right? Riddle inquired with concern. Observing the captain slumped helplessly by the side. I'm fine. Just go prepare me some food. Once I've eaten, I'll be better. Oh, very well. Just wait a moment. I'll get right on it. What is wrong with him? Jorah glanced at Riddle's retreating figure and asked Bayakawa. This ship belongs to him. So in order to legitimately acquire it, I had no choice but to subdue the captain. But you are a pirate. Do you really need a reason to seize someone else's belongings? Haha, I merely wish to find someone capable to assist me. After all, wouldn't it be rather lonely with just the 2 of us aboard? That is a fair point. Yet do not be deceived by his appearance. His bounty is actually higher than yours. Him? Humph. He merely debuted earlier. Riddle's power after consuming the devil fruit is likely on par with his. But while Jorah can progress swiftly, Riddle seems unable to do so. Perhaps it will take several years for Riddle's strength to show a significant improvement. Before long, Riddle entered with a large platter of food. Although the taste left much to be desired, it was more than sufficient for Shirakawa at that moment. As he felt his strength gradually returning, Shirakawa's spirits began to lift. While it appeared that he had merely drawn with Kazan, deep down he understood that he had, in fact, been defeated, albeit by only a slight margin. However, he is already quite content, especially considering that this individual is destined to become an admiral in the Navy. Yet, his contentment is confined solely to his present self. If, 5 or 10 years hence, he finds himself evenly matched with Kazan, he will need to engage in some serious self-reflection. Before long, Baichuan arrived at the port of Jorla village. Your enigmatic shadow step must be perfected by now, right? Then bid farewell to your fellow villagers and your master. We shall prepare to depart. Are you not planning to linger here a while longer? Jorla has yet to be prepared for such an abrupt departure. No, the Navy could arrive at any moment. We have just repelled a vice-admiral. If 2 were to come next time, our fate would be sealed. Very well. Jorla pondered this. Staying here could indeed endanger them, possibly implicating the villagers who have sheltered them. I shall go say goodbye to my master then. All right, off you go. What should I do? Riddle inquired of Baichuan. You should head to the village to procure some water, food, and supplies, and also retrieve our pirate flag. Remember, pay for it. We must not steal. Our relationship with these villagers is quite amicable. Rest assured, I understand. As soon as Baichuan found himself alone on the ship, he lifted his gaze to the sky. His true pirate crew, his own journey, was finally about to commence. Chapter 81. The official departure. Before long, Jorla returned, bearing a small backpack, likely filled with a change of clothes, and 2 blades sheathed at his waist, the same ones he had always used, albeit of rather inferior quality. You returned quite swiftly. I see. Baichuan was taken aback by Jorla's quick return. He had anticipated a more poignant farewell with his master, perhaps involving a few drinks and heartfelt confessions. However, it appeared he had merely exchanged pleasantries before hurrying back. Yet you have remained lounging in that chair without a hint of movement. Perhaps it was due to the emotional farewell. Jorla's tone was particularly brusque, yet it was true that from the moment Jorla departed until his return, Baichuan had not stirred, maintaining his seated posture. How delightful it is to bask in the sun. I have no desire to move. Baichuan reveled in the sensation of sunlight warming his face, a comforting warmth that contrasted with the chill he felt after battling Kazan. He recognized Jorla's discontent and chose not to engage in a quarrel, for they would soon be companions on the same ship. To speak bluntly, they were now inextricably linked. Moreover, as captain, it was incumbent upon Baichuan to exhibit magnanimity. And Riddle? What is he up to? Is he not back yet? Oh, he has gone to procure supplies and retrieve the pirate flag. Riddle merely acknowledged this and offered no further comment. However, shortly after, they heard a cacophony of voices rising from beneath the ship. Upon peering down, they discovered a throng of villagers trailing behind Riddle, all advancing towards their vessel. What is happening? Baichuan inquired of Riddle, pondering whether he had committed some heinous act that had drawn the ire of the townsfolk. Captain, this is not my fault, Riddle lamented. Upon hearing that Jorah was departing, everyone came out to bid farewell, each bearing gifts. I couldn't possibly stop them. Despite his complaints, Riddle found a peculiar enjoyment in the attention, for it was he who was now surrounded, unlike the times he had left villages as a pirate, only to be met with the scornful gazes of the villagers. For the first time in his long career as a pirate, he savored this feeling, realizing it was far more pleasurable than being the object of their animosity. Hey, these people are here for you. You should deal with them, Baichuan urged. Although Jorah's mood was less than cheerful, he could not dismiss the villagers' enthusiasm. Jorah leaped from the ship, and the villagers who had encircled Riddle immediately abandoned him, flocking towards Jorah, leaving Riddle momentarily bewildered. Enough dawdling. Go aboard and attend to your duties, Baichuan called to Riddle, who stood transfixed at the ship's edge. Oh, right. As Riddle boarded, he cast a glance at Jorah, filled with envy. What? Are you envious? Baichuan queried, having detected Riddle's emotions. Well, when I set sail, I did not receive such a warm send-off. The villagers were eager for my departure. I still vividly recall the raucous laughter that accompanied my leaving, Riddle replied, his tone laced with melancholy. Baichuan patted his shoulder in a comforting manner, aware that the comparison to Jorah's experience inflicted a deep wound on Riddle's spirit. Enough of this sorrowful musing. You must get to work, Baichuan encouraged. He believed that engaging in tasks could bring joy, induce fatigue, and help one forget their woes. Yes, Captain. Riddle's task was straightforward, to hoist the pirate flag upon the ship. This chore was not only simple, but also easily accomplished. Baichuan observed as Riddle climbed the mast, unfurling the flag with care. Throughout the process, Baichuan did not lend a hand, instead bestowing Riddle with approving glances. As the pirate flag billowed in the wind, Baichuan nodded in satisfaction, his smile radiating pride. His pirate crew was finally beginning to take shape. From this day forth, the silver pirate crew was officially launched into the seas. Not long after, Jorah ascended with a plethora of bags, his countenance transformed from its previous gloominess, revealing a newfound lightness of spirit. Has his mood improved? Indeed. What does he hold in his hands? Baichuan feigned ignorance. Gifts from the villagers. It seems the villagers are quite reluctant to part with you. Indeed. Why not stay behind and refrain from setting sail? Upon hearing this, Jorah cast a sidelong glance at Baichuan, silently organizing the assortment of presents bestowed upon him by the villagers, a delightful variety of items. Although Jorah had boarded the ship, the villagers remained at the harbor, watching the pirate vessel recede into the distance, bidding it farewell. Ol stood at the precipice, gazing at the vanishing ship, his heart heavy with reluctance. From this moment forth, he would be alone, uncertain if he would live to see the day when his 2 apprentices would return. Go forth and venture, young one. The vast ocean belongs to you. Ol silently offered his blessings for Jorah, unsure if those sentiments would reach him. Should I also consider residing in the village? Ol pondered as he descended from the cliff, contemplating pleasant possibilities. After all, several women in the village had thoughts of him. Perhaps it was time to give them a chance. Finally, they set sail. Baichuan sat cross-legged at the bow, gazing upon the boundless ocean, igniting a flame of ambition within his heart. From this day forth, a legend of my own will surely unfold upon the seas, Baichuan declared with youthful exuberance. I shall surpass my senior brother, outshine my master, and become the mightiest swordsman in the world. These were Jorah's fervent words, filled with vigor. I shall forever follow in the captain's wake, becoming his loyal subordinate. Upon hearing Riddle's dream, the momentum that Baichuan and Jorah had built together crumbled instantly. Hey, could you perhaps aspire to something greater? Do you wish to linger perpetually in my shadow? Baichuan admonished Riddle. Although Riddle had only recently joined the ship, his rebellious thoughts had dissipated, for strength dictated otherwise. He had witnessed Baichuan's prowess and did not believe he would ever eclipse him. Despite Baichuan's commendable behavior during this time, Riddle could sense his ruthless nature. Betrayal would undoubtedly lead to death. Hee, isn't this a testament to the captain's valiant strength? I have completely succumbed to the captain's charm. Well said. Chapter 82, The Notorious Baichuan. 5 days had passed since their voyage began, navigating without a defined course. Unlike Roger, they lacked a specific goal. Their desire was to sail freely across the ocean. However, to avoid losing their way, they had procured a recording compass. Throughout these 5 days, news of the battle between Baichuan and Kazan had spread across the globe. Captain Adolf K. Baichuan of the Silver Pirate crew engaged in a fierce clash with Marine Vice Admiral Kazan, a user of the ice fruit, in a segment of the Grand Line. The battle was intense, with neither side achieving a decisive victory, ultimately concluding with the retreat of the Marines. Following this, Baichuan's bounty skyrocketed to 400 million berries, and even his crew members saw an increase in their bounties. Dual-wielding swordsman, Ural Jorah, with a bounty of 170 million berries. Zoan-type lizard fruit user, Riddle, with a bounty of 180 million berries. Why is your bounty higher than mine? Upon seeing the bounty notice, Jorah was incredulous. Why should his bounty be lower than Riddle's? Perhaps it is because his strength surpasses yours. Riddle replied with smug satisfaction, while he respected Baichuan. It was merely out of admiration for the captain. As for Jorah, Riddle perceived them as equals. In Baichuan's presence, Riddle dared not reveal his true nature, approaching everything with caution, but with Jorah, it was a different story. They often engaged in playful banter. Jorah found in Riddle an opportunity to refine his skills. Observing the lively banter between the two, a paternal smile graced Baichuan's face. Had the ship been occupied solely by Baichuan and Jorah, the atmosphere would have been unimaginable. Both were not particularly loquacious, and perhaps if it were just the two of them aboard, they might not exchange more than 10 words throughout the day. Jorah's current life revolved around training, striving to become stronger, yet he understood that such transformation required time. While Baichuan acknowledged Jorah's exceptional talent, he estimated that it would take at least 5 years for him to attain the status of a great swordsman, for not everyone possessed Baichuan's innate abilities. Baichuan's recent bounty, like the previous one, had caught the eyes of those who knew him. This child has truly grown, Roger remarked upon first seeing Baichuan's 400 million bounty. Initially astonished by the rapidity of his development, the notice indicated that he had become a great swordsman, a title of renown even within Roger's crew. However, It was unexpected that he could hold his own against Kazan. This was Rayleigh's observation. Naturally, pirate crews frequently clashed with the Marines and were well acquainted with Kazan, often seeing the young man who trailed behind Garp. Their crew had also crossed paths with Kazan on several occasions. Shanks was elated upon seeing Baichuan's bounty, having been worried due to the lack of news about him. Upon learning of the 400 million bounty, Shanks felt an overwhelming joy, as if that bounty were his own. "What's wrong, Buggy? Aren't you happy?" Shanks inquired of the sullen Buggy. "Humph. I merely find myself reminiscing about when Baichuan first boarded the ship." Buggy's thoughts drifted back to their initial duel, where they were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. But now, even with his devil fruit powers, facing Baichuan would likely result in swift defeat. "Indeed, I could defeat him when he first joined. But now I can only look up to him in awe," Shanks sighed, marveling at Baichuan's astonishing rate of growth. However, Shanks soon regained his composure, for he harbored the conviction that he could not only reach the level of Shirakawa, but perhaps even surpass him. He believed in his own talent and in the fruits of his labor. The scientists on the small sky island of Visaria naturally took note of the sensationalized reports circulating in the newspapers. To their astonishment, Shirakawa was alive, having survived his fall from the island. The tallest among them held up the newspaper and remarked that they had all presumed Shirakawa was dead, except for Harita, who, despite being unaware of how Shirakawa had survived, did not comprehend how he had ascended to the island in the first place. If Shirakawa had found a way to reach the island, it was only logical that he possessed a means to descend as well. Thus, the construction of a residence for him had to be prioritized. Initially, they had believed Shirakawa to be deceased, which slowed their efforts in building him a house. Now, however, the urgency had changed. If he were to return unexpectedly, what would they do? After all, Shirakawa was now a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million. One scientist suggested, when he comes back, why not hand him over to the Navy? That way, we could secure 400 million in research funding. Yet, his proposal was rather foolish. Harita retorted, "If you wish to tempt fate, feel free, but count me out. I haven't lived enough yet." Although Shirakawa had been kind during his previous visit, providing them with funds, their limited interaction left them uncertain of his true nature. If he turned out to be malevolent, they would find themselves in dire straits. While they could utilize certain climatic tools to confront Shirakawa, there was no guarantee of their effectiveness. After all, his bounty was not something easily attainable. "I was merely speaking hypothetically," the scientist conceded, realizing the gravity of his earlier words. A careless remark could jeopardize the entire island, making him the pariah of Visaria. "What shall we do about his house then?" Another scientist inquired. "We must construct the finest abode to ensure his satisfaction, otherwise, who knows what he might do," came the resolute reply. The others nodded in agreement. "Had we known better than to accept his money, we would not be entangled in such complications," one scientist lamented. "Alas, the deed is done. We have no recourse now. Let us hope he is not the villain we dread," they mused. Their imaginations had painted Shirakawa as a nefarious figure, which explained the exorbitant bounty on his head. These scientists, having lived in the isolation of the Sky Island for so long, possessed a rather naive perspective, believing that such a high bounty must stem from heinous deeds. Even Harita, who had once trusted in Shirakawa, began to harbor doubts. He glanced at his own house, shivering involuntarily, for he knew that Shirakawa's future residence would be adjacent to his own. Should calamity strike, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. However, Baichuan, situated in Qinghai, remained oblivious to the fanciful musings of the scientists on the floating islands. Even if he were aware, he would not care, for his bounty had become a reality, destined only to rise further. Chapter 83. Assassination Attempt. A magnificent sailing ship glided across the vast ocean, where one individual was immersed in training, another engaged in labor, and yet another succumbed to slumber. This encapsulated the current state of the Silver Pirate crew, with Jola tirelessly honing his skills due to his inadequacy, while Riddle, a non-combatant aboard, felt no need for formidable prowess. As for Baichuan, the captain, his strength would not see rapid enhancement, prompting him to begin savoring the pleasures of life. "Ah, how delightful!" Baichuan reclined in his chair, stretching languidly, emitting a soft, lazy murmur. He cast a sidelong glance at Jola, who was training, and Riddle, busy in the kitchen, a hint of boredom flickering across his countenance. "Tsk, how tedious." In the beginning, Baichuan could still appreciate the ocean's beauty, yet prolonged exposure dulled his senses to its uniform vistas. Even the marine life appeared monotonously similar, failing to pique his interest. Is there anything to uplift my spirits? Baichuan suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted towards the sea. Then, a loud bang resonated, and his shield materialized instinctively, with a bullet lodged within it. What is happening? Alarmed by the noise, Riddle and Jola rushed towards Baichuan, particularly Riddle, whose expression betrayed his concern. I've been ambushed. Baichuan removed the bullet, his gaze fixed ahead, yet he could not discern the assailant's location. This sniper is remarkably skilled, Riddle remarked, recalling a previous sharpshooter aboard his ship, whose abilities paled in comparison to this one. They had not even glimpsed the figure of the sniper. Moreover, the fact that Baichuan's observation hockey had failed to detect the individual indicated a considerable distance separating them. At that moment, Riddle produced a telescope and peered into the distance. Captain, I see someone. There's an individual aiming at us. As soon as he uttered these words, another bang echoed, and the same scene unfolded. Baichuan extracted yet another bullet. Although the opponent's aim was precise, their firepower seemed lacking, perhaps devoid of mastery over armament hockey. Yet evidently proficient in observation hockey, as even Baichuan's senses had not registered their presence, and the distance was not one that could be discerned by mere sight. Taking the telescope from Riddle, Baichuan gazed through it. TSK, this fellow is quite the pretender. What do you mean? Jola inquired of Riddle. He perched on a small fishing vessel, sniping at us. If a wave were to strike, wouldn't he be tossed into the sea? The sniper, seemingly unwilling to relent, fired another shot at Baichuan, but the outcome remained unchanged. Hey, do you think he holds a grudge against me? He's aiming solely for my head, and I don't even know him. Baichuan mused, perplexed. Perhaps, Captain, you've stolen his beloved, and thus he harbors resentment towards you, Riddle confidently proposed, considering Baichuan's striking appearance in the pirate world. Nonsense. Baichuan recalled only one woman he had intrigued, Catherine, who resided in the New World and had never ventured to the first half. Thus, it couldn't he possibly relate to him. Could it be that you killed his family, and thus he seeks vengeance? Jola's suggestion bore a semblance of plausibility. Baichuan had indeed taken many lives. It was not impossible that he had unwittingly slain a relative of this assailant, prompting this pursuit. There exists such a possibility. Yet the specifics must be unraveled by capturing him. Increase the ship's speed. Captain, we're too far apart. We may not catch him. No matter, simply pursue. Whether we catch him is up to fate. Understood, Captain. The ship surged ahead noticeably, yet the other vessel seemed to sense their intentions and swiftly altered course to flee. Captain, he is attempting to escape. Riddle, who had been observing intently, shouted to Baichuan. No worries. Continue the pursuit. Should we encounter a substantial wave, his small craft will undoubtedly capsize. As soon as those words left Baichuan's lips, the weather darkened, and a light rain began to fall. The sky grew increasingly ominous, and the wind intensified, rendering the ocean tumultuous. Captain, your words hold great power, as if blessed by fate. Riddle complimented Baichuan. I am no ordinary captain. Baichuan had not anticipated his words would ring so true. Yet, with fortune smiling upon him, how could he refrain from embellishing the moment? Under Riddle's admiring gaze, Jola muttered two words, fool. Though Jola too was puzzled by the sudden change in weather, they were in the Grand Line, where anything could transpire, leaving only coincidence as a plausible explanation for such phenomena. Baichuan did not seek Jola's admiration. After all, one such individual aboard was sufficient. More would be a burden. Riddle, focused on the adversary's movements, could not afford to falter. Should the enemy vanish, the primary responsibility would fall upon him. He could not disgrace or disappoint his captain. Captain, I believe the enemy's vessel is on the brink of capsizing. Through Riddle's keen observation, the opposing boat appeared perilously unstable. While it had navigated the initial small waves with ease, the increasing swells began to overwhelm it. Increase the ship's speed further. We must rescue him before he sinks. Baichuan was now intensely intrigued, for few dared to attempt his assassination. Jola was tasked with hastening the vessel, though his navigation skills left much to be desired. Baichuan pondered whether it would be wise to allow him some time to refine his sailing abilities. The last acceleration had nearly capsized their own ship. Swiftly, Baichuan instructed Riddle to take over from Jola. As time passed, even without the telescope, Baichuan could see the struggling fishing boat upon the tumultuous sea. Alas, it is doomed. A massive wave was brewing directly ahead, poised to engulf the fishing vessel without hesitation. Surely, it cannot end this way. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he witnessed the figure clinging to the splintered wood, adrift upon the waves. Remarkably fortunate indeed. The distance between the two parties had narrowed significantly, and soon, Baichuan and his companions had brought the adversaries aboard. The weather had once again returned to clear skies. Chapter 84. The gunfighter Yulistin. After rescuing the opponent, he broke free from Riddle's grasp and swung his sniper rifle at Baichuan with a fierce strike, akin to a slashing motion. Indeed, he no longer regarded his firearm merely as a weapon. Faced with this imminent assault, Baichuan did not flinch, he simply watched. Confident that someone would address the situation, after all, what purpose would his recruited crew serve otherwise? In the instant the adversary launched his attack, Jorah reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Baichuan, drawing his blade to intercept the blow. "Hey, what are you doing? If it weren't for us bringing you aboard, you'd have long since met your demise in the depths of the ocean. How dare you raise your hand against our captain, you ungrateful wretch," Riddle shouted, having just disembarked beside him. The opponent offered no retort, instead engaging Jorah in a fierce exchange, their battle proving to be evenly matched. "Oh, quite impressive," Baichuan remarked, not withholding his praise. Undoubtedly, the adversary was an exceptionally skilled marksman, yet his hand-to-hand combat prowess was equally formidable. Managing to hold his ground against Jorah for an extended period, was this the legendary gunfighter, adept in both ranged and close combat? During the skirmish, the opponent occasionally fired shots at Jorah. Had Jorah not possessed the ability to wield haki, he would likely have sustained multiple gunshot wounds by now. Riddle, join in and subdue this fellow. Although Jorah gradually gained the upper hand as time passed, Baichuan was particularly eager to discern the opponent's intentions, prompting him to call upon Riddle for assistance. After all, two could act more swiftly than one. A nuisance. Jorah did not express gratitude for Riddle's aid, but instead offered a sardonic remark. Typically, swordsmen were solitary beings, preferring to rely solely on their own abilities, even in the throes of battle. However, under Baichuan's orders, Jorah refrained from further comment. "A nuisance? Do you think I desire to assist you? If it weren't for the captain, I would stand by and watch you perish at his hands," Riddle retorted, feeling as though his goodwill was being misconstrued. Despite having spent considerable time aboard the ship together, they regarded each other with a mutual disdain. Jorah scoffed, saying nothing further. Although the two individuals were at odds, they had cultivated a tacit understanding, making their collaboration far more complex than a simple arithmetic sum. Faced with the duo's coordinated assault, the opponent's resistance dwindled, ultimately proving that two fists could not contend with four hands. Soon, the adversary was subdued, and to ensure there were no unforeseen circumstances, Riddle produced a chain to bind him. It was evident that everything aboard this vessel was familiar terrain for Riddle. Baichuan had yet to even set foot in the ship's treasure chamber and had no inkling of the wealth Riddle had plundered in the past. "Speak quickly, who are you? And why did you attempt to assassinate our captain?" At that moment, Riddle fully embraced the role of a sycophant, addressing the captive with an air of arrogance. "Since I have already failed, if you wish to kill me, do so without unnecessary banter," the captive retorted defiantly. "Hey, you insolent brat. Refusing to drink good wine only invites punishment. Just wait, I shall show you what I can do." Riddle rolled up his sleeves, prepared to deliver a severe lesson, but was halted by Baichuan. "Enough, step aside. I shall handle this," Baichuan commanded. "Understood, Captain." Baichuan approached the captive, locking eyes with him. "Now tell me, why did you attempt to kill me? I see no hatred in your gaze, which suggests that there is no personal vendetta between us. However, since you have come to assassinate me, you must provide a reason. Even in death, I deserve clarity." Despite realizing he had fallen into a tiger's den, the captive remained unyielding, meeting Baichuan's gaze with unwavering resolve, displaying none of the trepidation typical of a prisoner. "Very well, if you choose not to answer. We shall proceed with questions one by one. First, what is your name?" "Yulistin." "Yulistin," Riddle murmured, the name resonating with familiarity. "What is your occupation? Someone with such prowess must surely not be an ordinary individual." "I am a bounty hunter." "Ah, I see who you are now." Upon hearing the term bounty hunter, Riddle instantly recognized the individual. "You know?" Baichuan inquired, surprised by Riddle's unexpected utility. "Indeed, he is a renowned bounty hunter in the Grand Line. Once he sets his sights on a target, there is no escape. He is known as the Phantom Sniper, meaning once you are dead, you will have no idea where your demise originated. How fitting that your title aligns so well with your abilities. If it were an ordinary person, such as Riddle, he would have likely perished under those few shots, and even Korra could easily have met the same fate had he been careless. The range of his firepower is simply too great. So, you targeted me because of my high bounty?" "Exactly." Now that his identity had been unveiled, there was no longer anything for him to conceal. I never imagined the captain would manage to capture him. That is truly impressive, Riedel admired Baichuan. Humph. Had it not been for the sudden inclement weather, would you have captured me? Yuristan retorted, clearly unyielding, having underestimated the abrupt change in weather conditions. Indeed. If not for the storm, we would not have apprehended you. Yet, the outcome often diverges from our expectations. You are now my prisoner. And your life and death lie within my grasp. Do as you please, whether to kill or to maim. I shall neither kill nor maim you. Then what do you intend to do? Yuristan asked, perplexed by the captain's reluctance to end his life despite his assassination attempt. I wish for you to join us. I have recognized your talents. Humph. Dream on. I would never join a pirate crew. I am a pirate hunter, dedicated to slaying your kind and collecting bounties from the Navy. Who says a pirate hunter cannot join pirates? Joining us would be advantageous. You could still hunt other pirates, and I would not impede your pursuits. Of course, if you choose to collect bounties from the Navy, I won't stop you. Do you think me foolish? If I became a pirate, I would be walking into a trap. Ha! You are not easily deceived. It seems you possess quite the intellect. The more clever you are, the more I wish to keep you aboard my ship. I cannot afford to lose someone with your talents. Chapter 85. Yuristan joins the crew. Humph. No matter what you say, I will not yield. Even if you possess my body, you cannot claim my heart, Yuristan declared with a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a protagonist from a romantic drama. You are a wise individual. You must understand what choices would be beneficial for you. Your life has only just begun to find its path. Surely you do not wish to extinguish it prematurely. Yuristan appeared youthful in his 20s. Older than Baichuan, but younger than Riedel, yet his strength surpassed that of Riedel. Baichuan sensed that Yuristan had likely only recently set sail, as achieving such power required time. He could not have possessed such prowess from a young age. After a moment of silence, Yuristan gazed earnestly at Baichuan and asked, "Is there a salary?" Upon hearing this, both Baichuan and Riedel were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed someone who valued wealth above all else. It reminded Baichuan of Buggy, as he inadvertently found a kindred spirit in him. Yes, whatever amount you desire shall be yours. Is that true? How wonderful. If that is the case, I shall join you. Yuristan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Had he not been bound, he might have leaped into Baichuan's arms. So you pursue the life of a bounty hunter solely for the sake of money? Baichuan inquired, unfastening the chains that bound him. Why else? What other reason would compel someone to become a bounty hunter? Yuristan responded with an air of certainty. Very well. I had assumed you harbored some animosity towards pirates, which prompted your choice of profession. Not at all. That was merely your imagination. Being a bounty hunter is far more lucrative. Each head is worth tens of millions. It is swifter than mere theft. That is indeed true. The Navy had also sought to recruit me, but I turned them down. Why? Being in the Navy is quite admirable, exuding authority and prestige. Prestige is one thing, but their pay is far too low. It simply does not suit me. Yuristan stated matter-of-factly. Baichuan found himself impressed by this perspective. This individual was truly a slave to wealth. Baichuan was eager to bring Buggy here, hoping they could introduce themselves and discover that they were not alone in their pursuits. Why do you desire wealth so fervently? Is your family impoverished? Riedel inquired. Is that not obvious? If I weren't poor, who would seek wealth? Yuristan retorted to Riedel, remarking on the fact that the man had bound himself with iron chains. In my childhood, I was a beggar, constantly preoccupied with the struggle for basic sustenance, often facing a meal-less day. Whenever I gazed longingly at the exquisite delicacies displayed in shop windows, I was filled with envy, yet I could not afford them. Thus, I vowed from a young age to amass great wealth. Oh, I see. So, from whom did you acquire your skills? Surely you cannot claim to be self-taught. Despite the tragic experiences of Yuristan's youth, countless children around the world share similar fates, with thousands in nearly every nation. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the dragon would have resolved to overthrow the world government. Of course, I am not self-taught. I learned from my master. Your master? Did he teach you everything you know? Baichuan inquired. Indeed, but my master passed away before he could finish my training. Where did he go? He died. Ah, I understand. Given your formidable abilities, your master must have been quite exceptional. Indeed, Yuristan replied, pride illuminating his countenance. I once witnessed my master obliterate a warship. The magnificent explosion remains vivid in my memory. You destroyed a warship? It seems your master harbored animosity toward the Navy. I cannot say. He never spoke of his past. From Yuristan's scattered recollections, Baichuan discerned that his master was no ordinary figure. Destroying a warship with a single bullet is not a trivial feat. While a top sniper could penetrate a ship, causing an explosion is another matter entirely. It is also possible that his master's shot was mere coincidence, striking the ship's ammunition room and igniting an explosion. Did your master not teach you the armament hockey? He had not yet had the chance before he departed. I see. Nonetheless, achieving such proficiency in observation hockey is impressive indeed. Certainly, my master claimed I possessed a natural talent for observation hockey, suggesting that mastering the ability to foresee the future would not pose a challenge. Should you truly attain such a level, you would become a significant figure aboard our ship. Your arrival has conveniently solved a dilemma for me. What dilemma? I was worried about finding someone to teach Jorah observation hockey. Your presence is fortuitous, as you can also learn from Jorah about armament hockey. That suggestion sounds promising. Jorah and Euriston exchanged glances and nodded in mutual acknowledgement of each other's presence. As for you, Riddle, you may remain alongside them, striving to master these two forms of hockey. No problem. Riddle had already witnessed the potency of observation and armament hockey, especially the former, which could predict an opponent's movements and positions, a remarkably advantageous ability. However, this is precisely why Riddle has never encountered a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Had he experienced the power of such a fruit, he would comprehend the immense significance of hockey. Otherwise, no matter how fiercely one fights, their attacks would fail to even brush against a single hair of their opponent. However, when Riddle beheld the unfriendly gaze of Euliston, he felt a twinge of regret. In recent days, he had not only provoked Shirakawa, but had also managed to incite the recently uploaded Euliston. Reflecting on this, he realized that he had been the one causing trouble all along. He was not foolish. He understood his position aboard the vessel. He was destined to take the blame. In order to not disappoint the captain's expectations, Riddle resolved to persevere through any adversity he might encounter. His gaze returned to Jorah and Euriston, whose images had become distorted in Riddle's eyes. Now, he perceived them as figures akin to those marching towards death. Do not fret. We will treat you well, they assured him. Though they bore no smiles, Riddle perceived an unspoken mirth in their expressions, as if his eyes could discern their true essence. Chapter 86. The Devil Fruit. From that moment on, Riddle found himself ensnared in a life of relentless toil. Yet, to the astonishment of the trio, he managed to keep pace with the grueling training imposed upon him by the two. It appears my crew member is not without merit, mused Shirakawa, feeling a swell of pride for Riddle's endurance, which demonstrated his extraordinary willpower. A formidable willpower signified a greater potential for strength enhancement. Shirakawa believed that if Riddle continued to persist, he would eventually be capable of confronting a standard vice admiral of the Navy, especially considering he possessed a devil fruit that could amplify his strength and speed. Consequently, Jorah and Euriston's training of Riddle transformed from mere torment into earnest mentorship. Recognizing his intrinsic motivation, one that arose entirely from within rather than external compulsion, 10 days had elapsed since Euriston boarded the ship, and finally, they glimpsed the next island. This land, known as Lagal Island, lay along the second route of the Grand Line, indicating that they had meandered into this new path. On board, Euriston, who possessed some maritime knowledge, turned to Shirakawa, remarking, although ordinary pirates cannot alter their chosen route once they enter the Grand Line due to the log pose's constraints, we are not in haste to reach the Sabaody Archipelago or the New World. Our primary objective is to gather more companions and enhance the crew's capabilities. Otherwise, upon reaching the New World, I would be the sole powerhouse aboard, which would be quite perilous. While Jorah and Euriston were formidable in their own right, such strength was commonplace in the New World, where one could easily encounter adversaries of equal caliber. Let us prepare to disembark. I have been cooped up on this vessel for far too long, Jorah declared. His sentiment was not one of discomfort, but rather a longing for adventure after an extended period at sea. I need to procure a quality sword. My current weapon, forged by a mere blacksmith, is hardly worthy of my prowess. Shirakawa shared a similar sentiment, having reached the level of a grand swordsman. He too found his current blade insufficient and sought a superior weapon, though he doubted such a blade could be found on this island. Once I acquire a fine sword, I shall bestow my current one upon you, he offered. There are only about 50 quality blades in existence, and they are indeed rare. Should Jorah acquire my sword, it would be a remarkable fortune. Perhaps I shall discover a blade even more suited to me before you do, Jorah retorted playfully. In that case, I shall regard my sword as a reward for a future worthy crew member. By the way, you both speak of purchasing swords, but do you possess the funds for such? Euriston inquired, noting that they had not plundered any pirate ships or merchant vessels during their journey, raising questions about the source of their wealth. Are you unaware? I believe I mentioned that Riddle was once a notorious pirate, Shirakawa explained. This ship was his, and it harbors a dedicated treasure room filled with gold and jewels. Why did you not inform me sooner? Euriston exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. He had been oblivious to the ship's vast riches, a grave oversight indeed. Without further ado, he activated his observation hockey and dashed toward a specific point on the ship. I wish to see as well. I have yet to witness the treasures Riddle possesses, Yura added. Very well, I shall accompany you, Shirakawa concurred. Are you not going to check on your treasure? Shirakawa asked Riddle. Let us go, Riddle replied. Already familiar with the contents of the treasure room but willing to guide others, even if it seemed they had located it. When confronted with the securely locked door, Euriston opted for brute force, having caught a whiff of wealth. Wow, I had no idea you had amassed such a bounty through your plundering. You must be the wealthiest person aboard, he remarked. All this wealth belongs to the captain, Riddle chuckled. As they opened the door, they were greeted by a dazzling sight. Piles of golden coins glimmered before them. Among the treasures were 2 swords, but Yura disdainfully cast one aside after a brief examination, deeming it a mere decorative piece. Perhaps I should have had lower expectations, Yura mused, casting a disappointed glance at Riddle. Hey, what kind of look is that? You are too picky. Can you blame me for the quality of my possessions? Riddle retorted. Unlike Yura, Euriston was exhilarated, practically reclining on the mound of gold. It seems your hoard consists solely of wealth and jewels, Shirakawa remarked, slightly disheartened. Who says I have nothing of value? Captain, I possess an item worth 100 million berries, Riddle insisted. Oh, what is it? Show me, Shirakawa urged. Certainly. Riddle approached the storage room, revealing a hidden door within the wall. He opened it and retrieved a small box, presenting it to Shirakawa with a flourish. Captain, this is the item valued at 100 million berries. Shirakawa's expression suggested he had anticipated this revelation. Indeed, it was a devil fruit. He was somewhat astonished that Riddle had not only consumed one but also retained another. Euriston's eyes gleamed at the sight of the fruit, not out of desire to consume it but rather to assess its market value. Conversely, Yura lost interest. As a true swordsman, he had no need for fruit-enhanced abilities, and the risk of obtaining an inferior one was not worth the gamble. Captain, did you know? This devil fruit has been meticulously preserved by him. Even his former crew members were unaware of its existence. One might wonder what else could hold such value, aside from a devil fruit, particularly one worth a staggering 100 million berries. The captain's wisdom is truly remarkable. In Chapter 87, The One Who Lurks in the Shadows, Baichuan expresses his disinterest in this devil fruit, noting that its appearance does not suggest it is particularly formidable, likely either a Zoan or Paramecia type. How then should this devil fruit be dealt with? There are only 4 individuals aboard the ship. 3 have no desire to consume it, while 1 has already partaken. This devil fruit seems somewhat superfluous on the vessel. Perhaps we should keep it for when new crew members join, allowing them the opportunity to consume it if they wish. Riddle proposed. Since he had painstakingly acquired the fruit, he felt he should have the most say in its fate. I believe we should sell it, after all. In this world, everything can be bought with money, said Euliston. His assertion was not unfounded. Such is the essence of this world. If you possess wealth, you may indulge in your desires. If one seeks strength, one can simply purchase a powerful devil fruit. If one desires companionship, there are few women beyond reach of gold. And if one craves power, a noble title can be procured with relative ease. Sell it? I find that notion rather unappealing. They are pirates. Money holds little value for them, or rather, they have swift means of acquiring it. Baichuan interjected. Let us keep it. After all, a devil fruit is a rare treasure, not easily encountered. Ultimately, Baichuan concurred with Riddle, considering that this devil fruit might serve a surprising purpose in the future. Very well, he said. Although Euliston felt a twinge of reluctance, he firmly committed the location of the devil fruit to memory, displaying a glint of mischief in his eyes. I must warn you, do not entertain any ill thoughts, Baichuan cautioned him. Rest assured, while I am indeed greedy, I have not reached the point of indiscriminate avarice. I know well what should be taken and what should not. Upon spotting a pirate ship, the residents of Regal Island noted the vessel's arrival without any sign of alarm. As a crucial stop along the Grand Line's second route, the island regularly sees its share of pirates. This pirate ship appears to be rather deserted. One resident observed through binoculars, noting the absence of movement aboard. Perhaps they recently suffered a devastating battle, leaving their crew decimated, remarked another, harboring no affection for pirates. I have no recollection of this pirate flag. They must either be new to the seas or lacking in strength, he concluded, relieved by this assessment. They felt secure in their ability to resist should trouble arise. Well, we shall see what manner of individuals they are once they set foot on our island. If they stir up trouble, we shall ensure they leave without return. With a glimmer of menace in his eyes, he prepared his firearm as the ship drew closer. The islanders concealed themselves, watching the 4 individuals disembark from the ship, which lacked a lookout. Can it be? Only 4 pirates aboard? What a tragic fate they must have endured, one resident lamented, feeling pity for the meager crew. After a prolonged wait, these 4 were the only ones to emerge from the ship. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the ears of one villager, accompanied by a chill as a bullet whizzed past his head. Who goes there? Step out from your hiding place. Yulistan shouted towards the direction of the resident. And no, don't shoot. I'm just a local, I mean no harm. The villager stammered, raising his hands in surrender as he emerged from the brush. Lower your weapon. Baichuan instructed Yulistan, assessing the unarmed man before them. There is no need for caution. This person poses no threat. Come forth, others. You need not remain hidden. We are already aware of your presence, Baichuan called out, raising his voice to encourage the concealed villagers to reveal themselves. After a moment of silence, the villager who had been pressured by Yulistan spoke up. There's no one else here, just me. Is that so? Baichuan bent down to pick up a few pebbles, launching them towards various nearby spots, which were met with cries of pain. One by one, the hidden residents emerged, nursing their wounds, some holding their backsides, having been struck while crouched, others clasping their arms or faces, relieved that Baichuan had not struck too harshly. As his companions emerged one by one, the first villager felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having just claimed he was alone. These individuals did not come with me, he mumbled, uncertain if anyone had heard him. Now then, what is your purpose in surveilling us? Baichuan inquired, addressing the group that gradually drew closer. Exchanging glances among themselves, the armed individual stepped forward to explain, this is merely a protocol of our island. Any pirate disembarking here will be monitored for a time. If we determine you mean no harm, we will leave you be, but should you intend to disrupt our peace, we will retaliate. I see. It's quite miraculous that you have survived to this day. Few pirates are known for their patience when it comes to being watched by strangers. Very well, proceed with your surveillance. We have no secrets to hide. Baichuan said amicably, understanding their duty. Thank you for your understanding, the armed resident replied gratefully, acknowledging that encounters with reasonable pirates were indeed rare. Oh, and if you have the time, could you also keep an eye on our ship? With only 4 of us, we feel remiss in leaving anyone behind for watch duty. I would be willing to offer you a reward. That, of course, is no problem at all. If Shirakawa were to engage in nefarious deeds on this island, they could easily set his ship ablaze. It seems I have come to a realization regarding this individual. After Shirakawa's departure, one of the residents gazed at his silver hair and suddenly spoke up. Who is it? The answer came as a revelation. The notorious pirate, Adolphe K. Shirakawa, with a bounty reaching 400 million. What? At the utterance of that name, a collective gasp filled the air. Chapter 88, The Bustling Tavern. Quickly take the shortcut back and warn the villagers, they must not provoke this band of pirates. The resident wielding a firearm urgently directed his words towards a diminutive, slender figure among them, the swiftest runner of the group. No problem. With that, he dashed off in a direction distinct from that of Shirakawa and his companions. Why would such a person come here? Yet, no one answered his query. Ever since they learned of Shirakawa's true identity, the atmosphere among them had grown decidedly somber. They could not fathom why someone of his caliber would return to their small island, opting not for the new world, but lingering in the earlier territories. It seemed that piracy was indeed a profession shunned by many. Yulistan, experiencing this sentiment for the first time, expressed his discomfort. Previously, as a bounty hunter, his name had been well known among pirates, yet among ordinary folk, he was merely one among the masses, an inconspicuous figure. You will grow accustomed to it, Shirakawa consoled him, acknowledging that he too had faced such situations infrequently. Captain, look, ahead lies the town. Riddle pointed excitedly towards the front, his eyes alight with anticipation as he addressed Shirakawa. At last, we have reached the town. For reasons unknown, upon hearing these words, Shirakawa's mood inexplicably brightened, and he even felt a sense of lightness in his body. Though he was well aware that this was merely an illusion, he also sensed a notable shift in the spirits of Hoya and Yulistan. Once we enter the town, let us have some free time to ourselves, Shirakawa suggested to them. Agreed. Shirakawa's thoughts resonated with those of the other 3, having spent ample time together on the ship. It was only natural that they should separate on the island, lest they grow weary of one another's company. It must be said that this town is indeed quite lively, perhaps due to the presence of the self-defense forces. The moment Bai Chuan and his companions entered the town, they were immediately scrutinized by these self-defense personnel. Look, that fellow must be the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 400 million, one member of the self-defense team remarked to his companion. Indeed, among the 3 individuals accompanying him, 2 were also figures with bounties surpassing 100 million. The other appeared to be a newly joined companion without much renown yet. It was unexpected that 3 pirates with bounties over 100 million would simultaneously grace this place. Enough chatter. Stay close to them and ensure they remain within our sight, he instructed. Following Bai Chuan and the others, the self-defense team members felt a flutter of anxiety. This self-defense force was a spontaneous organization formed by the island's residents, with little to no formal training. Their primary objective was to deter incoming pirates, conveying the message that they were not to be trifled with, as they too possessed strength. However, they were unaware of the efficacy of their intimidation tactics against pirates with bounties over 100 million. As such formidable individuals were a rarity on this island, often going years without encountering one. After parting ways, Bai Chuan sensed that 2 individuals were trailing him. Such attention was typically reserved for leaders. On this island, he also spotted other pirates not by their own declaration, but by their attire adorned with the insignia of their respective pirate crews or tattoos that proclaimed their allegiance. Shouldn't we have a symbol as well? He pondered, observing their outfits, but quickly dismissed the thought. He could not bear the idea of getting a tattoo that might wash away in the rain during a battle, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament that would surely diminish his imposing presence. At that moment, a particularly boisterous commotion erupted from a building to Bai Chuan's left, likely emanating from a lively tavern. After spending so much time aboard the ship in tranquility, he could not help but yearn for a taste of the revelry. He had ventured into such a place. The 2 self-defense members trailing Bai Chuan exchanged glances of concern, for the tavern he entered was a den of iniquity, predominantly frequented by local ruffians who were known to oppose the self-defense forces. Additionally, some external pirates, aware that the self-defense team would not intervene in such establishments, had taken root there. Upon entering the tavern, a vibrant scene unfolded before him, with dazzling lights, captivating music, and scantily clad waitresses amidst a throng of gamblers and drinkers. "Welcome, sir. What would you like to order?" A waitress approached Bai Chuan, her voice laced with allure. "A bottle of beer, please." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." Bai Chuan settled into a booth, surveying the crowd, noting the tattoos that adorned nearly every patron, indicative of a societal blight. The air was thick with smoke, lacking even a hint of ventilation. "Your drink, sir," the waitress soon returned, presenting a frosty beer with a charming smile. "Thank you." "My pleasure, sir." Just as Bai Chuan took a sip, the 2 self-defense members who had been monitoring him entered, instantly drawing the attention of the entire tavern. They hesitated outside for a long while, debating whether to enter. But upon realizing that they were dealing with an exceedingly dangerous individual, one who could potentially affect the fate of their island, they steeled themselves and stepped inside. Yet, upon entering, they immediately regretted their decision. Although they occasionally frequented such establishments for relaxation, they never donned their self-defense attire. Now, they had unwittingly become the center of attention, akin to lambs entering a den of wolves. The atmosphere grew tense, and then a blond man rose, 2 drinks in hand, sauntering over to the self-defense members. "Well, if it isn't the self-defense team, come now, enjoy a drink or 2. It must be exhausting protecting our island every day." "Apologies, but we cannot drink while on duty," one of the self-defense members replied. "Oh, are we being formal now?" "You must drink this. There is no need for so much chatter," the blonde retorted, his demeanor darkening. "Apologies, but we cannot drink while on duty," the self-defense member repeated, steadfast. "Are you truly refusing me again?" The blonde's expression soured, his temper flaring as he felt humiliated in front of his companions. His underlings stood up, seemingly ready to teach the self-defense members a lesson. The pirates in the tavern watched with eager anticipation, as they had been under the self-defense team's strict control since arriving on the island. Had it not been for the overwhelming numbers on the other side, they would have long since acted. "Apologies, but we cannot drink while on duty." "Well, there is a first and a second, but not a third. Since you have declined me thrice, do not blame me for being impolite. Get them. Dispose of these 2. If this blonde fellow were outside, he might have exercised some restraint, but within the confines of the tavern, he felt emboldened, for this was his domain. He could not remain silent in the corner while others came to confront him. Although the 2 self-defense team members wielded weapons, they were outnumbered, and bottles were scattered everywhere, each capable of becoming a makeshift armament. In such circumstances, the two self-defense team members were bound to suffer. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Shirakawa spoke up. After all, these two had come to his aid, and if they were to encounter trouble here, it would reflect poorly on him. Shirakawa stepped between the two factions. Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs? The brash youth with yellow hair, seeing Shirakawa as a stranger, attempted to assert his authority as a local. The two self-defense team members were taken aback and moved by the unexpected support from the very person they had been shadowing. I am no one of consequence. Merely an ordinary pirate, Shirakawa replied with a smile, striving to make his demeanor appear as gentle as possible. Oh, a pirate, is it? Do you think I fear pirates? I've seen more than 800 pirates fall beneath my hand, the yellow-haired youth boasted, though the veracity of his claim was uncertain. While he failed to recognize Shirakawa, the other pirates within the bar did, particularly one towering figure who, upon seeing Shirakawa's face, began to tremble. How could such a person be here? The captain's bewilderment mirrored that of others who were aware of Shirakawa's reputation, questioning whether he sought to flaunt his prowess against lesser foes. Captain, what's wrong? A crew member seated beside the captain inquired, noticing his shaking legs. The captain gestured towards the bar, where a stack of wanted posters was affixed to the wall, with Shirakawa's poster prominently displayed at the top. Upon entering the establishment, Shirakawa had also noticed the wanted poster. Yet he was astonished that no one had cast fearful glances in his direction. He had assumed they were unafraid of him. However, the captain's reaction made it clear that he had misjudged. They were not unafraid, merely caught off guard by the unexpected presence of such a notorious individual. The crew member followed the captain's gaze to the wanted poster, then back to Shirakawa, repeating this motion in disbelief. Captain, he looks exactly like the person on the wanted poster, he exclaimed, causing an immediate hush to fall over the bar. The captain, now wishing to silence his subordinate, felt the weight of the room's attention shift towards them. The previously arrogant yellow-haired youth's confidence waned. You are the one on the wanted poster? He stammered, pointing at the poster with trembling fingers. Shirakawa glanced at the wanted poster and mirrored the expression depicted therein. What's wrong? Does it not resemble me? It does, the youth replied stiffly, as if mechanically responding. Do you still believe I lack the authority to intervene in your affairs? Why, yes. But then the youth remembered his territory. The majority of those present were his men, and he was but one individual. What was there to fear? Not a chance, boy. I suggest you leave quietly and refrain from meddling in our business. Don't think that just because you resemble that person, I fear you. Even if you were him, I could take you down with ease. Shirakawa could hardly contain his amusement at the yellow-haired youth's ignorance, a classic case of a frog in a well. Meanwhile, the captain of the bar silently commended the youth's bravado as a fellow pirate. He understood that bounties were typically assigned for two reasons: immense strength or a history of heinous deeds. However, he couldn't ascertain which category Shirakawa fell into, for his appearance was misleading. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? The yellow-haired youth, incensed by Shirakawa's smile, lost all trace of his earlier fear. What do you think? Shirakawa returned the question, tossing it back to him. Brothers, charge. Draw your weapons and take this brat down. We'll present his head to the Navy for a reward. His men, brimming with blind confidence, rallied behind him. The two self-defense team members behind Shirakawa were now in a state of panic, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their expectations, leaving them unsure of how to intervene. Wait. As the mob surged forward, Shirakawa shouted, halting them in their tracks. What is it, boy? Are you having second thoughts? I assure you, even if you regret it, it's too late. I will take your head today. Not at all. I merely wish to pose a question to the other pirates over there. Are you with them? The pirate captain, startled by Shirakawa's inquiry directed at him, quickly shook his head in denial. I am not associated with them. We do not know each other at all. That is good to know. The yellow-haired youth scoffed at the cowardice displayed by the other pirates, thinking he would have recruited them had he known they were so timid. Have you finished your questions? Yes, I have. You may proceed. This time, the yellow-haired youth did not need to issue commands. His men charged forward on their own. The pirate captain watched intently, eager to witness the prowess of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million, especially considering his own bounty was only in the tens of millions. However, he noticed that Shirakawa had not made a move, and all those individuals had succumbed to unconsciousness. He felt an overwhelming aura sweep through him. Was it that his actions were too swift? Did I fail to observe? Soon, the captain dismissed this notion, for he saw that Shirakawa's stance remained unchanged, identical to that of moments prior, utterly motionless. What on earth is happening, Captain? One of his subordinates inquired, eager to comprehend the events that had just transpired. I do not know, the captain replied, shaking his head, his gaze towards Shirakawa filled with trepidation. Indeed, those who bear bounties are not to be trifled with. However, the matter is far from concluded. Shirakawa harbored no intention of allowing the blonde-haired man to survive. The details of the process are best left unsaid, but the brutality was sufficient to leave a lasting mark. This blonde individual was evidently a nefarious character in this town, and Shirakawa's actions could be seen as a service to the community. As for others, he decided to spare them. Chapter 90. Misfortunes never come alone. Thank you for saving us. The two self-defense team members expressed their gratitude to Shirakawa as they departed the bar together. No need for thanks. Had it not been for me, you would not have returned to that place. Assisting you is only right. Upon hearing Shirakawa's words, warmth blossomed in the hearts of the two self-defense members. This was their first encounter with a pirate who offered them help. You seem quite different from the other pirates we know, one remarked. Oh, in what way do you find me different? Shirakawa inquired. Most of the pirates we've encountered are ruthless, regardless of their strength, and they behave with utter arrogance here. However, you, despite being a notorious pirate, give off a sense of being a good person. A good person? Shirakawa chuckled wryly at the term. From the moment he took a life, he had ceased to be a good person, regardless of whether his victim was wicked or virtuous. The perception of him as a good person likely stemmed from his adept disguise, which allowed adversaries to lower their hostility, much like these two self-defense members, who initially hesitated to converse with him but now spoke with ease. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting our island? One of the self-defense members could not restrain his curiosity and asked the question that had lingered in their minds. There is nothing to worry about. I merely stumbled upon your island and wished to rest here for a time. Upon hearing this, the two self-defense members exhaled in relief, convinced that Shirakawa was speaking the truth. Observing their reaction, Shirakawa smiled. Their response was entirely human. By the way, although my warning may seem trivial, I must advise you to exercise caution. What do you mean? One asked. There are others behind that blonde man. It is they who have been restraining our self-defense team. Otherwise, we would not have been so lenient with him. Who is the person behind him? His brother, named Garp, is the most prominent crime lord in our area. Oh, I see. Thank you. Although Shirakawa did not believe Garp posed any real threat to him, he appreciated the goodwill of the self-defense members. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, within an opulent mansion, a figure hurriedly rushed inside, collapsing breathlessly to the floor. Boss, it's bad. Something has happened. What is it? Why the panic? A man lounged on the sofa, his leg crossed, holding a glass of red wine. Boss, your brother is dead. What? At this revelation, the man crushed the wine glass in his hand, the liquid streaming onto the floor. Repeat that. His voice was laden with rage and disbelief. He could not fathom the loss of his brother. Boss, your brother is truly dead. Speak. Who did this? Did they not realize they were killing my brother? It was an outsider. An outsider? How dare they encroach upon my territory? Do they think Garp is easy to deal with? Tell me who he is and where he is now. He is a pirate. After his subordinate uttered these words, he produced a wanted poster and presented it to Garp. It's him. Garp exclaimed, astonished. He recognized Shirakawa, though Shirakawa was oblivious to his existence. However, there was no fear in Garp's heart. Like his brother, he was imbued with unwavering confidence in his own strength. At that moment, another subordinate rushed in, flustered, and knelt before him, saying, Boss, it's bad news. One of our weapon shops has been vandalized. Who dared to do such a thing? To attack my weapon shop is truly audacious. Garp thought to himself that today was indeed fraught with misfortune. First, he lost his blood-related brother, and now, his weapon shop had been destroyed. It was a pirate. The subordinate replied, handing over a wanted poster. Pirates again? What is it with today? Upon glancing at the wanted poster, Garp tore it to shreds in fury. I will not let this slide. The culprit responsible for the destruction was none other than Ural Kora, a member of the Baichuan pirate crew. The reason for his actions? He felt cheated. A single knife had cost him an exorbitant sum, nearly depleting his entire fortune. Where is he now? Garp inquired. He is surrounded by our men in the weapon shop. Well done. Since he is unaware of Baichuan's whereabouts, I shall make an example of my subordinate, as both of them have provoked my ire. Lead the way. Yes, boss. As they saw their leader preparing to take action, their hearts calmed, for in their minds, their boss was invincible, unmatched by anyone. Yet, such blind confidence often leads to less than favorable outcomes. Are you the one who vandalized my shop? Grar soon arrived at the wrecked store, where he found a group of his subordinates groaning on the ground, with Ural Cora standing amidst them. If this store belongs to you, then you are correct. I did vandalize it, Cora replied in a calm tone, as if the act held no significance to him. Why did you destroy my shop? I believe I have done nothing to offend you. Because your shop is a den of iniquity, and you have wronged me. Grar was neither surprised nor did he refute this accusation, for his shop indeed had a reputation for its unscrupulous dealings. Many who passed through the island had been swindled by him. So you chose to destroy my shop? Indeed. Shouldn't your shop be vandalized? Grar couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It was the first time he had met someone who could justify their vandalism so boldly. Since I need to deal with your captain later, I might as well deal with you first as a greeting gift for him. Deal with me? And our captain? Who gave you such confidence? Cora found this notion particularly amusing. It was perhaps the greatest joke he had heard all year. Let me tell you, boy. Our captain is invincible. At that moment, one of Grar's subordinates shouted in support. Invincible? Then let me be the one to shatter that myth today. Cora had never believed in the notion of invincibility. He simply had not encountered anyone stronger than himself until today. Chapter 91. The Charming Self-Defense Force. Adhering to the principle of swift resolution, Cora drew his knife and rapidly advanced towards Grar, delivering a powerful downward slash. However, to Cora's astonishment, the blood-splattering scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Grar's body, split in two, transformed into flour, piled on the ground, and then reassembled into human form. Lo and behold, the invincible power of our boss! Grar's subordinates cheered upon witnessing this spectacle. A natural-type devil fruit? Cora murmured softly, so quietly that none in attendance could discern his words. What do you think, boy? I am indeed invincible. Ah ha ha ha, Grar proclaimed, bursting into triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, two self-defense members were briefing Baichuan about Grar's situation. Originally, he was just an inconspicuous thug in our town, but at some point, he gained this invincible ability and subsequently became the most powerful gangster in the area. Even our captain cannot contend with him, one self-defense member lamented. Invincible ability? What does that entail? Baichuan inquired, intrigued. It means that no attack can harm him, whether it be a knife, gun, or cannon, even if it strikes him. It inflicts no damage. Then why doesn't he eliminate you all, if he possesses such invincibility? That is because our captain seems to have discovered a method to counter him, which prevents Grar from acting recklessly. I see. Despite their explanations, Baichuan remained unconcerned, unaware that his subordinates had already engaged with Grar. No matter how you strike me, I will not sustain any injuries, Grar boasted arrogantly to Cora. Is that so? Would you dare to let me strike you again? Of course. You may strike as many times as you wish, as long as you can inflict any harm upon me, Grar replied confidently. However, upon hearing this, Cora couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Perhaps this would be the easiest battle he had faced since setting sail. Enveloping his blade with the color of armament hockey, its surface instantly turned a reflective black. What is happening? Why has his blade turned black? I have no idea. The onlookers were filled with questions. At the moment Cora swung his blade, Grar suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, every hair on his body standing on end. However, Cora's speed was too swift. He could not evade in time. Cora's blade cleaved from Grar's shoulder to his abdomen, and a spray of hot blood erupted forth. Ah, it hurts. Grar collapsed to the ground, clutching the injured area, rolling in agony. This was the first time he had sustained such grave injuries since consuming the devil fruit. How is this possible? The boss is injured? Grar's subordinates were left in shock. It had been so long since they had witnessed their leader bleed, let alone in a state of severe injury. How did he manage that? I have no idea. Their minds were filled with confusion. Damn it, this hurts so much. In the world of pirates, while such wounds may not be fatal, they still result in considerable blood loss. After some time, Grar gradually acclimated to the pain. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze dark and fixed upon Cora. What on earth have you done? After consuming the devil fruit, he conducted numerous experiments. He discovered that only when doused with water would he sustain damage from attacks. Upon contact with water, his body would congeal, rendering his abilities utterly ineffective. However, he had just witnessed Jorah attacking him despite not having drenched his weapon. This phenomenon was known as armament hockey, a concept that would likely elude his understanding, in essence. It could inflict harm upon those with natural-type devil fruit powers. Infuriated, Growl silently chastised himself for his carelessness and short-sightedness in failing to comprehend such an ability. In this predicament, Growl had already lost a significant portion of his combat prowess, as his injuries severely hindered his performance leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. His immediate desire was to locate a doctor to tend to his wounds. Otherwise, their enmity would remain unresolved, and he would offer any weapon from his arsenal as a gesture of goodwill. Recognizing the futility of his current situation, he felt it was too late to concede. Yet, despite his intense hatred for Baichuan, he acknowledged that he was not in a position of strength and resolve to seek vengeance only once he had recuperated. At that time, he would simply need to be wary of the armament hockey to subdue him. I recall you mentioning before the battle that you intended to capture me as a gift for your captain. It seems there are some grievances between you and our captain as well. No, it's merely a misunderstanding, Grau lamented, regretting his choice to utter such irrelevant words during combat. Is that so? Indeed. Yet I do not intend to let you off the hook. How dare you toy with me? Upon hearing the last remark, Grau realized he had been played. How have I toyed with you? I never stated that I would let you go. What is this? Why are there so many people gathered here? Coincidentally, Baichuan and 2 self-defense team members arrived on the scene. As members of the self-defense team, they could not ignore such a situation. Make way. The 2 self-defense officers pushed through the crowd, with Baichuan following closely behind. The self-defense team is here, someone whispered. What is going on here? Why is Grau injured? And so severely? Once they squeezed through the throng, the 2 self-defense officers were taken aback by the sight before them. They had never imagined the invincible Grau would suffer such grave injuries. Is this really Grau? Doesn't he seem so formidable after all? Grau's wounds were dire, and if left unattended, he would undoubtedly bleed to death. Baichuan also spotted Jorah and quickly understood the situation upon witnessing his use of armament hockey. Grau, a devil fruit user, was either of the natural type or a special variation of the superhuman type. Self-defense team, you've arrived just in time. This man intends to harm me. Grau felt as if he had found salvation upon seeing the self-defense team, for the first time appreciating their presence. Captain, you've also come, Baichuan approached Jorah. Yes. Chapter 92, The Demise of Grau. The crowd, hearing Grau's words, internally scorned him. What kind of person is this? He is utterly shameless, opposing the self-defense team in normal times, yet seeking their assistance when he is in trouble. Grau, too, had abandoned his pride. What was dignity compared to life? Once lost, it could be reclaimed, but life lost was irrevocable. The 2 self-defense officers found themselves in a quandary. They were unsure whether to assist Grau, who had committed numerous misdeeds, yet he was also a resident of the island deserving of protection. Nevertheless, they were reluctant to extend a helping hand to such a person. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save me. Can't you see these 2 pirates are about to attack me? Grau shouted at the hesitating self-defense officers. However, it was not only Grau who sensed their hesitation. Baichuan did as well. Since you find it difficult to decide, allow me to make the choice for you. With that, Baichuan swiftly appeared behind the 2 officers and struck them at the nape of their necks, causing them to faint without fail. Mission accomplished, Baichuan clapped his hands. Now, it seems no one is left to save you. Jorah gazed at Grau with predatory intent. Captain, I was uncertain how to deal with this person. But now that you're here, you can decide. Kill him. After all, his brother has already perished at my hands. No wonder he offered me to you as a greeting gift. It turns out you instigated it. Jorah had completely forgotten about his earlier act of vandalizing Grau's weapon shop. Is that so? Lacking in strength yet boasting such bravado. Upon hearing Jorah and Baichuan's exchange, Grau was thoroughly alarmed. The 2 before him had already decided his fate. I cannot remain here any longer. I must escape. Resolving this in his mind, he began to act, his body transforming into a powder-like state as he fled into the distance. Coincidentally, an elderly woman, carrying a basin of dirty water, inadvertently dumped it out, splashing it all over Grau. This unexpected turn of events thwarted Jorah's sword intent before it could be released. Is it truly unnecessary for me to intervene? Jorah sighed, surprised that someone could act faster than him. My apologies, I was unaware you were fighting here. The elderly woman, noticing the sudden attention on her, panicked. She had merely spilled a basin of water and did not understand the commotion surrounding her. Startled, she hurried back indoors, locking the door and drawing the curtains, peering through the gaps to observe the unfolding situation. Drenched in filthy water, Grau was utterly bewildered, questioning his identity and purpose. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His mind was besieged by 3 giant question marks, as he could never have anticipated being halted by an ordinary person. How much hatred must you harbor for even a commoner to intervene? Baichuan realized that the basin of water was entirely accidental. However, he aimed to deliver a psychological blow to Grau before his demise. Curse it! Grau suddenly erupted, charging towards the elderly woman's house, only to be intercepted by Jorah, who had arrived first. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Having been drenched, Growl could no longer elementalize, and even without armament hockey, Jorah could inflict harm upon him. This is it. The boss is no longer invincible. We must flee. Upon witnessing their leader's torment, Glau's subordinates instantaneously succumbed to betrayal, leaving only Bai Chuan, Xiaola, and the unconscious member of the self-defense force on the ground. Xiaola seized the opportunity and struck Glau's arm with a swift blow, devoid of any finesse or artistry. Had he employed skill, the arm would surely have been severed. I beg you, spare my life, Glau implored, recognizing his inevitable defeat as he knelt before Xiaola. Your pleas are futile, Xiaola conveyed with a glance towards Bai Chuan, indicating that the true authority resided with him. I beseech you, I implore you, grant me mercy. Glau understood Xiao La's intent and crawled towards Bai Chuan, pleading earnestly. Though you appear pitiable at this moment, Bai Chuan remarked as he crouched down to address him. Dream on if you think I will show you mercy. With that, Bai Chuan pressed his hand firmly against Glau's head, embedding it into the ground. Bai Chuan had just engaged in a moment of perspective-taking. Had he been the one begging for mercy, Glau would undoubtedly have shown him none. Captain, when did you become so violent and bloodthirsty? Xiaola queried, noting that with that one strike, Glau was rendered unconscious, his head surely suffering significant trauma, compounded by the incessant bleeding from his wounds. Is that so? I've always been this way. You simply failed to notice, Bai Chuan replied, indicating that Xiaola would become accustomed to witnessing such brutality in due time. One could say that the Logia-type devil fruit he had consumed was indeed wasted on him. Indeed, while the Logia-type may lack overwhelming power, Glau's failure to develop it is unfortunate. He can only blame his narrow perspective, believing himself invincible and settling into complacency, leading to his inflated ego. Had he ventured forth as a pirate, the outcome might have been different. They did not lament Glau's fate, rather, they mourned the unfulfilled potential of the devil fruit that sought a new master, hoping that the next bearer would unlock its greater power. As the saying goes, there are no inherently weak devil fruits, only the feeble wielders. Not long after, the two self-defense force members regained consciousness, shaking their heads and surveying the scene around them. What on earth had happened? All they could see, apart from Shirakawa and Jorah, was an emptiness that seemed almost surreal. Rest assured, Glar has been dealt with. When you return, simply explain that you fainted. It will suffice, Shirakawa assured them. Upon hearing his words, the two expressed their gratitude towards him. A rather paradoxical gesture considering that he was the one who had knocked them out. However, Shirakawa was not inclined to continue being pursued by them. He bid them farewell, stating, until we meet again. With that, his figure vanished completely from their sight. The two were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, unsure of their next course of action. What do we do now? They pondered. We can only return and report. I trust the Captain won't hold it against us. And what about Glar? Let us carry him back. After all, he is destined for death anyway. We can't allow him to sully this place. Very well. Chapter 93. The choice of chef, by the way. Where have Riddle and Euriston gone? Shirakawa and Jorah strolled down the street, relishing the delightful sensation of being unmonitored, a state that felt remarkably liberating. I haven't seen them since we parted ways, but I suspect Euriston will be somewhat cautious. Riddle is probably off gallivanting elsewhere. Jorah mused. Haha, if that's the case, Riddle should be wary, especially since we've just eliminated their leader. Are you hungry? Shirakawa inquired, noticing a restaurant nearby. The time was nearing evening. Surely Jorah must be feeling peckish. I'm all right, but if the captain is hungry, we could certainly enjoy a meal inside. All right. Shirakawa himself was not particularly hungry, yet he understood that dining was one of the primary means to replenish energy. If he were to neglect food altogether, while it wouldn't lead to starvation, prolonged abstinence would inevitably plunge him into a deep slumber. He guided Jorah into the quaint eatery, which, though small, exuded a cozy ambience, evoking the feeling of dining at home. I really cherish places like this, he remarked upon entering, reminiscing about the long absence of such warmth in his dining experiences, as he had grown accustomed to the monotony of meals aboard the ship against an unchanging seascape. So do I, Jorah replied, taking in the surroundings. The restaurant, though modest in size, was bustling with patrons. Despite its fullness, it did not feel overcrowded. Most diners were families, with parents accompanied by a child. Hello, welcome. Please, take a seat. A gentle voice greeted them, radiating warmth and sunshine, suggesting that the speaker was an exceptionally cheerful individual. Shirakawa and Jorah turned to see the source of the voice, both momentarily taken aback. Shirakawa had not anticipated encountering such a striking person here, albeit slightly less handsome than himself. However, Jorah sensed that this individual was quite extraordinary. If one were to pinpoint what made him so, it would be the serene aura he shared with Shirakawa. However, he differed from Shirakawa in that while Shirakawa exuded a serene aura only when he chose to, he generally presented a rather aloof demeanor, whereas this individual seemed to radiate such an atmosphere continuously. Although he noticed the expressions of Shirakawa and Jorah, he paid them no heed, for every newcomer to his presence invariably reacted in the same manner. "Wow, this guy is incredibly handsome," Shirakawa whispered to Jorah after the man turned away. "Indeed, but you're still a tad short of his charm," Jorah replied. "No wonder he is my crew. He knows how to speak," Shirakawa said with a smile, patting Jorah on the shoulder in approval. The two followed him to a somewhat secluded spot to sit down. Fortunate that this was the only remaining table in the establishment. "Hello, here's the menu. What would you like to eat?" The perplexing voice rang in their ears once more, and Shirakawa noticed that nearly all the women dining there had their gazes fixed upon him. Even the children were no exception. The expressions of the men appeared remarkably at ease, though it was unclear whether their comfort stemmed from trust in their wives and daughters or in this man. Shirakawa glanced at the menu, which contained only a few simple dishes, suggesting that the chef was likely not a professional, but perhaps a family member. "I will have one of each dish from the menu," he said nonchalantly. As for him, finishing an entire menu was no longer a daunting task. "Are you certain?" the man inquired, though his tone bore no hint of surprise, as if nothing could ruffle his composure. "May I inquire your name?" "Of course, my name is Saral," he replied with a smile before turning to retreat into the kitchen. "Saral? A lovely name," Shirakawa remarked casually, not quite sure what made it appealing. "Are you interested in this fellow?" Jorah observed, noting Shirakawa's inquiry about the man's name. "Not particularly. I just think it's a pity for someone like him to be working as a mere server here." Shirakawa sensed that beneath the facade the man presented, there lay a complexity that was well concealed. While waiting for their food, Shirakawa and Jorah listened to the conversations of the surrounding patrons, which predominantly revolved around Saral. Remarks like "Saral is so handsome," and "he possesses such charisma" echoed around them. It appeared that Saral enjoyed considerable popularity, with perhaps more than half of the customers drawn here specifically for him. "Indeed," Jorah responded. Soon after, the dishes were gradually served by Salar. And when Baichuan took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What's wrong? You're not poisoned, are you?" Jola asked with concern upon seeing Baichuan's expression. "I think you should retract your previous statement. They are not just here for Salar, but for the exquisite taste of these dishes." "Really? Is it truly as remarkable as you say?" Jola skeptically took a taste and displayed an expression identical to Baichuan's. "Salar, did you prepare all these dishes?" Baichuan speculated, as Salar had been in the kitchen all along. "Indeed. All right, I understand. Captain, you must bring him onto our ship, even if it means tying him up." After Salar left, Jola declared without hesitation. After tasting Salar's cuisine, he recalled Riddle's cooking and felt that what he once enjoyed paled in comparison. "I share your sentiment. Ever since I savored these dishes, my admiration for Salar has only grown. Riddle should definitely come to experience the difference in culinary skill. By the way, your cooking is somewhat similar to his, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Jola's previously proud demeanor instantly waned. "Didn't that imply his cooking was equally subpar? Aren't we discussing Riddle? Why are you bringing me into this?" "Haha, my apologies, let us continue eating." Gazing at the tantalizing dishes, Jola inexplicably lost his appetite. Chapter 94. Salar's past. After finishing their meal, Baichuan and Jola remained, quietly observing Salar. "Captain, are you mistaken? How could someone like him possess a particularly dark heart?" Jola noted that Salar always wore a sunny smile, warming the hearts of every patron. "No, this may simply be his well-crafted fade." Although Baichuan was unaware of Salar's past, the existence of a shadowed soul was an undeniable truth. Yet, their lengthy observation revealed no apparent flaws in his demeanor. As the customers began to leave one by one, Baichuan and Jola also prepared to depart. Recruiting companions is not a matter of urgency. It requires patience to gradually win them over. "Wait." As Baichuan and Jola walked, a somewhat weary voice called out to them. "Old man, is there something you need?" Baichuan turned to find a bent-over, white-haired elder, not a hidden master of prowess. "I noticed you two have been fixated on Salar. Do you have some ulterior motive?" "You're overthinking it, old man. We simply find Salar's culinary skills exceptional, and wish to invite him onto our ship as our chef. Oh, is that so? The elder appeared relieved upon hearing Baichuan's words. However, your intentions may come to naught. He will not leave this place. Why not? Baichuan queried, puzzled. Was there something here that made Solar reluctant to depart? Let us find a place to sit and talk. Standing is not very friendly for someone of my age. All right. I should have considered that. The three settled onto a bench beside a flower bed, with Baichuan and Jola flanking the elder. Old man, could you enlighten me about Solar? Of course, Solar is a very unfortunate child. Upon finishing, the elder fell into a reverie. It turned out that Solar's mother was the most beautiful woman in their town, captivating countless young men. However, when a nobleman visited their town, they fell in love. The nobleman, however, was not truly enamored with Solar's mother. He merely craved her physical beauty, and romance between nobles and commoners was strictly forbidden, let alone marriage. Upon learning that Solar's mother was pregnant, he abandoned her without so much as a word, leaving her despondent. After giving birth to Solar, she fell into a deep illness. After hearing this story, Baichuan inquired of the elder, so Solar's mother has been bedridden in that restaurant? Indeed. He has to care for his ailing mother, so he cannot leave, and we would not want him to go. Otherwise, where would we find such delicious food? Truly. Solar's cuisine is exceptionally delightful. After sharing his tale, the elder took his leave, needing to rest. It seems Solar's childhood was indeed fraught with misfortune. Born without a father and burdened with caring for his sick mother, it would be remarkable if he could maintain a sunny disposition. What troubles me is that the elder mentioned he has a sick mother, yet we saw no sign of her earlier. Perhaps she is resting inside, after all. She is ill and cannot always be up and about. No, just now at the restaurant, aside from Solar and the customers, there was no other presence. That implies his mother isn't there, and the elder's information may be erroneous. There is also a second possibility. His mother may have already passed away. Your deduction holds some merit. Jola acknowledged Baichuan's reasoning. Shall we sneak in and investigate further? Jola suggested. Perhaps it's best to refrain. We have no immediate plans to leave, and there will be time in the future for that. For now, let us find an inn to rest. After spending so long on the ship, even sleep was a challenge. Agreed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Baichuan and Jola set out together and soon encountered Riddle. Riddle, Baichuan called out, as Riddle had not noticed them. Captain, what brings you here? Well, obviously we are resting. I was about to ask where you vanished to yesterday. We didn't see you all day. Haha, since it's my first time on the island, I had to indulge in food and fun. At least you're honest, though I suspect you focused more on the latter too. By the way, Captain, do you have any plans for today? Perfect timing. I'll take you somewhere to show you just how terrible your cooking truly is. Just as Riddle finished asking Baichuan a question, Jola seized him by the neck, leading him toward the restaurant they visited yesterday. Reluctantly, Baichuan followed, yearning for the delicious cuisine. He suspected Solar might have enchanted them. Hello, welcome. Please find a seat wherever you like. The familiar voice echoed once more in the ears of Baichuan and Jola, while Rydell, encountering Sala for the first time, displayed the same expression as the previous night shared by the two. Are you male or female? Rydell inquired the moment he laid eyes on Sala. Baichuan and Jola struggled to suppress their laughter. Despite Sala's striking handsomeness, it was evident that he was male. Of course. I am male, Sala replied, seemingly unfazed, maintaining a cordial demeanor. A male? Then why do you look more handsome than our captain? The moment Rydell uttered this thoughtless remark, he regretted it, having momentarily forgotten that the captain was right behind him. Rydell, what did you just say? Repeat that for me. Baichuan's voice was calm, yet it bore the undercurrents of an impending eruption. I said the captain is less handsome than you, Rydell stammered, only to be met with Baichuan's swift reprimand. Fortunately, Baichuan's strike was measured. Otherwise, Rydell's head might have damaged the restaurant's floor. And that's not called handsome. That's called striking, Baichuan huffed, defiantly raising his chin. Your camaraderie is truly commendable. Of course, we are companions on the same ship, Baichuan replied matter-of-factly, despite the tendency for the three crew members to bicker among themselves. If one were ever in danger, the other two would undoubtedly rush to their aid. In the ensuing days, Baichuan and his companions dined at this restaurant nearly every meal, not only due to the delectable cuisine, but also because of Sala himself. Notably, during this time, they encountered Yulistan, and the entire Silver Pirate crew gathered once more. After tasting Sala's culinary creations, Rydell felt as though he had squandered the preceding decades of his life, having spent such an extended period in this place. Baichuan felt it was time to depart, as their interest had waned. Thus, he resolved to recruit Sala. Considering they had shared meals for quite some time, and should be familiar with one another by now. Sala, could you come over for a moment? It was the afternoon. A lull between lunch and dinner, rendering Sala's establishment nearly empty. What is it? Sala asked, taking a seat beside Baichuan as he gestured for him to sit. By now, you must be aware of who we are, Baichuan said, gazing directly into Sala's eyes. Of course, the illustrious Silver Pirate crew. I recognized you the moment you arrived. Sala replied, maintaining his characteristic smile. I must say, your composure is commendable, given that Sala had discerned his identity from their first encounter without the slightest tremor of unease. It was evident that he possessed a resolute mind, or perhaps profound depth of character. Do you know why I sought you out? I am all ears. We are preparing to leave soon, and I hope you will join us. Our ship requires talents like yours. I would be delighted to, Sala responded without hesitation. Leaving Baichuan and his companions momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his reply. They had anticipated a lengthy process of persuasion, yet it had proven unnecessary. It felt as though they had struck a cotton ball, lacking any sense of achievement and rather frustrating. Joining you is agreeable, but I have one condition. Go on. Baichuan anticipated complications. I need your assistance in eliminating someone. As he uttered these words, Sala's eyes widened, radiating a chilling intensity. Who do you need to kill? Tell me, and we shall aid you. No, I will execute him myself. You need only ensure my safe escape. Do you think you can manage that? Rydell interjected, skeptical of Sala's capability in matters of assassination. Rather than respond verbally, Sala demonstrated his prowess through action. A kitchen knife suddenly slipped from the sleeve of Sala's chef's coat, landing in his hand, and in an instant, it was poised against Rydell's throat. If Sala wished, he could end Rydell's life with a single stroke. Although the act had been a surprise attack, it confirmed that Sala possessed lethal skills and considerable strength. Had Baichuan sensed any hostility earlier, he would have intervened. All right. I believe in your abilities. Please lower the knife. Rydell raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his gaze fixated on the blade at his throat, swallowing hard. As long as you agree to become our companion, we will assist you. That is agreeable. Now, you may reveal the identity of your target. His name is Ryle. A nobleman. A nobleman? Is he your father? Upon recalling the conversation he had overheard with Sala's father, Baichuan felt a pang of recognition. He is not my father. Sala's voice was suddenly filled with rage. It was the first time Baichuan had witnessed such a loss of control from him. Yet, it was this surge of emotion that confirmed Baichuan's earlier suspicion. He is a despicable wretch. Though Sala's mother had always advised him not to harbor resentment toward his father, it had been in vain. He knew that his mother's prolonged illness was the result of that man, Ryle. Yet, to spare his mother worry, he had feigned a gentle demeanor since childhood, a fade that had ultimately become his identity. When do you plan to act? We are ready at any time. The sooner, the better. If you are prepared, we can proceed now. Do you not wish to bid farewell to the townspeople? Sala paused, considering, indeed. A farewell was in order. He has embarked on a treacherous journey, and the next time he returns is uncertain. The townsfolk have always treated him with great kindness since his childhood. When they dined at his home, they often paid a little extra, ensuring he had enough funds to procure medicine for his mother. Additionally, the pharmacist occasionally offered him discounts, and he received various perks when purchasing other items. Sala has always held profound gratitude for the residents here. Let us host a banquet for the townspeople tonight, as a final supper in their honor. Sala proposed after a moment of contemplation. That sounds agreeable. Upon hearing Sula's decision, Baichuan and the others nodded in agreement. Although they cannot leave behind material gifts, they can at least create cherished memories, moments that may forever linger in Sula's mind. Soon after, the news of Saral's grand banquet spread throughout the town, igniting excitement among its inhabitants. Yet, a few elders, upon hearing the announcement, wore pensive expressions, seemingly contemplating Saral's motives. Surely, hosting such an extravagant event must be costly. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the self-defense forces, they had been keeping a close watch on Baichuan's activities. Were they still with Saral? The captain inquired. And it was reported that Saral planned to hold a banquet that evening, though the reasons remained undisclosed. Shall we attend tonight? Indeed, we must go. It may be our last opportunity to savor Saral's culinary creations. The captain of the self-defense forces was one of the few who truly understood Saral's inner nature, having promised to teach him martial arts since he was a child. Chapter 96, Captain Ryan. As the time for the banquet approached, bonfires had already been lit in the town square, with residents flocking in with their families. Saral looked particularly dashing that day. Several ladies approached him as he prepared the dishes, their gazes filled with unspoken admiration. "Thank you," Saral replied graciously, though he chose to ignore the deeper implications of their glances. Although somewhat disappointed, the ladies quickly regained composure, as they had grown accustomed to such indifference. To put it plainly, they were merely coveting him. As the crowd swelled, Saral presented an array of dishes, from poultry to pastries, all crafted by his own hands without any assistance. At that moment, a contingent of self-defense forces approached, appearing less like enforcers of order and more like seekers of food and drink. The leader, holding a cup of wine, made his way towards Bai Chuan. "Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryan, the captain of the town's self-defense forces." "Ryan? Like a lion?" Bai Chuan scrutinized him. The name seemed fitting, for his hair and beard intertwined, blurring the lines of distinction. "I am Bai Chuan. I am aware. I've been observing you for the past few days. Your tracking techniques leave much to be desired." Bai Chuan, confident in his abilities, could detect any pursuit due to his formidable strength. "Huh. Our team consists entirely of ordinary individuals, untrained in the arts of stealth. Is Saral preparing for action?" Ryan suddenly posed this question to Bai Chuan. "You know?" Bai Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Ryan to be so well informed. "Indeed, few possess a deeper understanding of Saral than I." Ryan's gaze drifted to Saral, his eyes reflecting a profound reminiscence of their shared past. "I taught him martial arts, yet he has surpassed me, reaching a level I can only admire from afar." "Is that so?" Bai Chuan exchanged glances between Ryan and Saral, finding it hard to believe that Saral could best Ryan, regardless of the latter's physique. Indeed, despite his appearance, Saral is exceedingly dangerous. Ryan's expression softened, a hint of pride in his voice, acknowledging that although Saral's prowess eclipsed his own, few were privy to this fact. Only Bai Chuan, an outsider. Knowing Saral's intentions, why continue to teach him martial arts? Are you not pushing him into peril? In this world, the fate of commoners opposing nobility was grim. Death awaited them. I understand, yet whenever I gaze into Saral's unwavering eyes, my resolve to dissuade him falters. Even if I refuse to teach, he would seek others. Better that I guide him myself. Your bond with Saral seems profound. Indeed, I regard him as my own child." Ryan had once harbored feelings for Saral's mother, yet after the tragic events, he had not looked down upon her, but instead embraced Saral as his own. Such a man exemplified magnanimity and greatness, nurturing a silent love for a woman throughout his life while caring for her child. Had he not been burdened by the welfare of his team and town, he might have confronted the noble directly. "Do you believe success is attainable? Can you assure Saral's safety?" Bai Chuan, brimming with confidence, smiled. "You underestimate me. He is but a noble. Even a celestial dragon does not instill fear in us. Moreover, Saral has become an integral member of our crew. I will ensure his safety." "That is reassuring." With Bai Chuan's assurance, Ryan felt at ease. He was unaware of the true danger posed by a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, but he understood that such a figure was perilous indeed. "I shall take my leave and check on Saral." Observing Saral busy with his culinary endeavors, Ryan realized this would be his last chance to witness him cook. "Very well. Go ahead. Captain, what did he share with you? You seemed quite engrossed in conversation." After Ryan departed, Riddle approached, dressed impeccably but unable to conceal his inherent awkwardness. "Nothing much. We merely discussed Saral." "Oh, did he recount any of Saral's embarrassing moments?" Riddle had long harbored resentment over the incident where Saral had held a knife to his throat. If he could learn of Saral's mishaps, he could tease him in due course. Nothing of the sort. Upon hearing this, Riddle walked away, disappointment evident on his face. It seemed he would have to seek out Saral's misadventures from the townsfolk attending the banquet. After the festivities concluded, both Saral and Ryan vanished without a trace. In a secluded area on a nearby hill, the two had come to stand before a grave. "When did this happen?" Ryan's voice trembled as tears streamed down his face. "Just a few days ago." Saral's eyes welled with moisture upon seeing the gravestone. Indeed, the person buried there was his mother. "Why did you not inform me?" "I did not wish to burden outsiders. But I am not an outsider." Hearing Ryan's words, Saral fell silent. Ryan had never regarded them as outsiders. Yet he was not Saral's father. "My mother urged me before her passing not to harbor resentment towards that scoundrel, yet I fear I shall only disappoint her. If she knew what I was about to do, she would surely be disillusioned. That will not be the case." Upon hearing Ryan's words, Sala was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why? Although your mother once held a fondness for that scoundrel, you are her son. She can only offer you guidance." But the ultimate decision lies with you. Regardless of the choice you make, your mother will not hold it against you, for you are a piece of her flesh." At these words, Sala, who had been striving to hold back his tears, could no longer contain them, as silent weeping often accompanies profound sorrow. After a considerable pause, Sala gradually regained his composure. His mother had also expressed that she always understood his feelings and hoped that after her departure, he would find a woman who cherished him to spend his life with. Ryan, uncharacteristically blushing, replied with a hint of resignation, "I will." However, one could sense from his tone that he was merely going through the motions. As the night passed, the sun gradually rose. Its rays illuminated Ryan's face, seated before the grave, and cast a glow upon the figure of Solar descending the mountain. Everything appeared imbued with a sense of hope. Chapter 97, Devouring the Devil Fruit. Before Solar made his descent, Shirakawa and the others had long awaited him aboard the pirate ship. The four did not express any grievances regarding Solar's tardiness, for they understood that he had many matters to attend to. Before long, they observed a figure gradually approaching them, carrying a box upon his back. This individual was none other than Solar. If Baichuan's intuition served him correctly, the contents of the box were likely his cooking utensils. "I recall that you have a mother, do you not? What will become of her after your departure?" Baichuan inquired, noting Solar's solitary presence on the vessel. Although he sensed that Solar's mother had already passed away, "Ryan will take good care of her," Solar replied, and instead of displaying sorrow at Baichuan's words, he turned to gaze at the distant mountain peaks, a smile gracing his features. For reasons unknown, though the smile remained unchanged, it evoked two distinctly different sensations in Shirakawa. "Now that you are prepared, let us embark. Are you aware of that person's residence?" "Of course." With the matter at hand, Cyril's expression turned exceedingly grave, his countenance sending an icy shiver down one's spine. He then retrieved a permanent compass from the chest behind him, its needle pointing towards the island where the noble resided. "With the direction established, we have a clearer path ahead. Although I am uncertain of how long it will take to reach the indicated island, it stands to reason that the noble could arrive here, suggesting it is not too far. Cyril, now that you are aboard, I must convey something of utmost seriousness. Proceed. Though you are my recruited chef, there may come moments when you must assume the role of a combatant. Should your strength falter, death could be imminent. You must understand that our adversaries are not merely simple nobles. I shall strive to strengthen myself." Cyril feared for his life. If he were not apprehensive, he would have already ventured alone to assassinate that scoundrel. However, such a course of action harbored significant risks, likely leading to his demise. Hence his request to board the vessel. "By the way, do we not possess a devil fruit on our ship? Perhaps using it could enhance our abilities." At this moment, Jorah spoke up, directing his gaze towards Riddle, for the devil fruit was safeguarded in Riddle's possession. "Devil fruit? What is that?" Cyril was still unfamiliar with the term. The devil fruit is a wondrous fruit, hailed as a remarkable treasure of the sea. Consuming it bestows extraordinary powers, categorized into three types: paramecia, logia, and zoan. Shirakawa elucidated. "We have a zoan-type user aboard. Riddle, would you kindly demonstrate?" "Certainly, Captain." Before Cyril's astonished eyes, Riddle transformed into a large lizard, capable of standing as a bipedal lizard man. This is the ability granted by the lizard fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit. Observing Riddle's transformation, Cyril unsheathed his chef's knife, meticulously contemplating how to prepare the lizard for a delectable dish, which startled Riddle into reverting to his human form. Though transformed into an animal, at heart, I am still a person. I could not bring myself to consume you. At that moment, Jorah, standing nearby, suddenly jested, "You scoundrel, you truly wish to feast upon me, don't you?" Hearing Jorah's remark, Riddle retorted with anger, "You fool." "Ha ha, merely jesting." Jorah waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Meanwhile, Cyril was profoundly astonished, having witnessed a person transitioning between human and animal forms. As for Logia, you should be more familiar with that. At Shirakawa's words, Cyril displayed a look of inquiry. "The notorious villain in your town, Glar, is a Logia-type devil fruit user, specifically the flower fruit." "Ah, I see. No attack can harm him." "Indeed. That exemplifies the nature of a Logia-type devil fruit. Ordinary attacks cannot inflict damage upon the user unless one finds a means to counteract their powers or employs Haki. For Glar, the counter to his abilities is water. Upon contact, he transforms into dough, and any assault can then harm him. Haki is another matter we shall teach you in due course. And what of paramecia? Its powers are diverse, encompassing a plethora of abilities. In essence, That is the nature of the devil fruits. However, they all share one significant flaw. What flaw? A profound fear of seawater, regardless of the type of user. Immersion in seawater renders them powerless. I see. So what ability does the devil fruit aboard our ship possess? I do not know. I suspect it to be a paramecia type. What say you? Are you willing to attempt consuming it? At this juncture, Cyril fell into deep contemplation, while Shirakawa refrained from interrupting him. For a select few, the decision of whether or not to consume a devil fruit, particularly one whose abilities remain unknown, indeed constitutes a significant choice. Soon after, Solar lifted his head, revealing a gaze imbued with determination, as he resolutely replied, "I will eat." Upon hearing these two words, Baichuan exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. "Very well, Riddle, please bring forth the devil fruit." "Understood, Captain." Although Riddle felt a twinge of reluctance, he realized that keeping it would only lead to waste. Baichuan, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. Having an unknown devil fruit aboard his ship had always felt peculiar, and since he had no desire to consume it himself, encountering someone eager to do so brought forth a delightful surprise of revelation. Not long after, Riddle casually produced the devil fruit, no longer treating it with the reverence of a treasure. He tossed it before Cyril, saying, "Eat it, but I advise you to swallow it whole without chewing." Riddle offered a well-meaning warning. However, Cyril paid no heed. Gazing at the oddly shaped fruit in his hand, he hesitated not at all before taking a small bite. As he chewed, his expression rapidly transformed to a shade of blue-purple. Ignoring the elder's advice had its consequences. Observing Cyril's altered countenance, Riddle felt a twinge of sympathy, but inwardly reveled in amusement. What is wrong with him? Jorah and Yliston, who had never tasted the devil fruit, inquired with concern. "It's nothing. It's just that the devil fruit is notoriously unpalatable. Anyone who has tasted it tends to make such a face. How bad could it really be?" White River chimed in. "It is said to taste like excrement, considered the most distasteful food on the planet, bar none." Despite his words, when he glanced at the other half of the fruit discarded by Cyril, he could not suppress a gulp. He too was curious to experience the world's most repugnant food. Chapter 98. The speed fruit, how does it feel? Do you sense anything peculiar within your body? White River inquired, but Cyril remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. How can such a revolting food exist in this world? For a chef like him, it was unfathomable, even with his culinary skills. He doubted he could prepare the devil fruit into something palatable. He then turned his gaze sharply toward Riddle, his eyes seemingly pleading. "Why didn't you give me a hint? Why didn't you warn me how horrid this would taste? I did tell you not to chew it. You simply didn't listen. You can't blame me." Riddle feigned innocence, maintaining his stance. The more he spoke, the angrier Cyril became. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Riddle, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. What incredible speed! The other three, aside from the beleaguered Riddle, were left in sheer astonishment. Surely, this isn't typical of Cyril? Jorah turned to White River, seeking clarification. Yes, this must be the ability granted by the devil fruit, enhancing his speed. Is it the speed fruit? I'm unsure, but it sounds likely close enough. It was only after Riddle was left bruised and battered that Cyril ceased his onslaught. He recognized he was in the wrong, yet his anger lingered. "All right, Cyril, do you understand your ability now?" White River asked. "I'm not entirely certain, but it seems to pertain to speed. Indeed, I sense you can accelerate your speed, but I wonder how many times faster you can go. Should we conduct an experiment?" "How do we experiment?" Cyril queried White River. "You could challenge Jorah to a duel to test your limits." "Very well," Cyril replied, shifting his gaze to Jorah, who nodded in agreement, eager to assess Cyril's prowess. "Let the duel commence." With that, White River stepped aside, keenly observing the contest. Cyril wielded a chef's knife, resembling a swordsman, albeit a dual-wielding one, akin to Jorah. Their battle was straightforward, an exchange of offense and defense, the clang of their blades echoing faster and faster. Gradually, Jorah found himself unable to keep pace with Cyril's speed. Although Jorah excelled in technique, he lagged significantly in swiftness. "Enough," White River interjected, positioning himself between the two as they prepared to unleash their full fury. Both men sheathed their weapons, but Jorah's gaze remained filled with combativeness. He had not yet satisfied his desire for battle. "I've discerned that Cyril's speed is likely 8 times his normal rate. But I feel this isn't the limit of either the speed fruit or Cyril's capabilities. I can not only accelerate but also decelerate," Cyril interjected. "Decelerate? What good is that?" Riddle, still nursing his wounds, retorted. "Who says it's useless? Cyril smacked Riddle lightly, but nothing occurred. See? It's ineffective, Riddle remarked, moving his arm, only for White River and the others to suddenly notice Riddle's movements had slowed. Riddle, jump again. Oh, all right. Although Riddle was bewildered, he sensed the gravity in White River's tone. He obediently leaped, realizing that while he could control his arm's speed, jumping was a different challenge. Yet, both his ascent and descent were markedly slower than before. What an extraordinary ability! White River acknowledged the significance of Cyril's power. However, he noted that the ability to alter another's speed required direct contact, with the acceleration factor proportional to physical exertion. That is more than sufficient. Your ability is truly remarkable. Now, Cyril can serve as both an ally and an assassin. In future confrontations with Kazan, he might effectively hinder the latter's speed. Originally, White River intended for Ulystan to handle Kazan during naval skirmishes, but now it seemed Cyril was more suitable. They could potentially collaborate, with Cyril restraining Kazan's speed while Ulystan attacked. Ulystan, pass a bullet to Cyril. All right, Cyril, see if you can imbue this bullet with acceleration. Okay, I'll give it a try. Cyril touched the bullet briefly before returning it to Ulystan. Ulystan, test this bullet and see if its speed has increased. Understood. Ulystan readied his firearm, aiming at a distant seagull, and fired. The bird was struck. To an untrained eye, the speed of the bullet might have appeared unchanged. But for Ulystan, a sniper, it felt as though an earthquake had occurred. The bullet's speed had increased at least fourfold compared to his previous experiences. What do you think, Ulystan? Did it work? Yes, absolutely. Ulystan beamed, placing all his bullets before Cyril, and uttered 3 words. I'm counting on you. This is a trivial matter. Consider it done. It appears that if the speed fruit of Solar is developed thoroughly, there remains substantial potential. As the bullets are accelerated one after another, Ulystan becomes invigorated. With the increased velocity of the bullets, he must recalibrate his marksmanship. Otherwise, he risks the possibility of premature firing. I have accelerated this process 4-fold. Should you require it in the future, I can further increase it to 8-fold. 4-fold is sufficient. The inherent speed of the bullets, compounded by the 4-fold acceleration, renders them even swifter. This prompts Bai Chuan to recall the double fruit that appeared in the original text. This fruit not only enhances speed, but also amplifies strength, size, and weight. The drawback, however, is that it cannot be applied to living beings. In contrast, although Solar's speed fruit can only augment or diminish speed, it is applicable to both living and non-living entities. Chapter 99. Are there not others? As time progresses, they had set sail in the morning, yet now, in the afternoon, there is still no sight of any islands along their course. Is your compass faulty? Logically, if that noble has arrived at Lagarl Island, he should not be far from it, Riddle inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. On this vessel, Riddle typically undertakes the tasks that offend others. Impossible. This compass was bequeathed to me by my mother. It cannot be mistaken, Solar proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Very well. Let us continue onward. After all, it matters not where we go at this juncture, Bai Chuan remarked. The nobleman named Ryle has become Solar's inner demon. Until he is vanquished, Solar's torment shall persist. Fortunately, Sala's perseverance bore fruit. After sailing for about an hour, they finally spotted an island. The very one indicated by the compass in Sala's hand. It seemed this was their destination. With a sigh of relief, Sala felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Here. He intended to conclude his past and embark on a new chapter of life. Let us approach the island, he suggested. Upon reaching the harbor, the island's inhabitants greeted them with neither fear nor distress, displaying none of the negative emotions one might expect. Was it possible that the residents harbored no fear of pirates? Riddle found himself perplexed. During his tenure as captain, even the locals would keep their distance, avoiding them entirely. Yet, these people were markedly different from those he had previously encountered. Perhaps they had some form of assurance. Although Shirakawa was also taken aback by the residents' reactions, he quickly deduced the reason. Just ahead lay the royal capital. It appeared their docking point was quite favorable, allowing them to enter the city before nightfall. Jola inquired about the location of the royal capital from a nearby resident. It was no surprise that the majority of nobles resided within the capital, and Count Rill was likely no exception. Should we find someone to watch the ship? Sala asked Shirakawa, concerned about what would happen if it were stolen. No need. Shirakawa replied confidently. If anyone dares to steal my ship, I will ensure they regret ever setting foot in this world. How about I stay behind to guard the ship? Captain, Riddle suggested suddenly. Losing the ship would not concern others, but it would pain him deeply, as it was his vessel. Very well, you may stay here, Shirakawa conceded. After further contemplation, he recognized the impracticality of leaving the ship unguarded. Should it be lost, they would be in dire straits. As they traveled along the road, they encountered a carriage bound for the royal capital. A rapport developed between several of them and the driver, who soon consented to take Shirakawa and his companions along, sharing tales along the way. The driver's name was John, a seemingly unassuming young man. By the way, John, do you know a noble by the name of Ril? After some casual conversation, Shirakawa broached the subject. Upon hearing the name Ril, Sala clenched his fists, prompting Shirakawa to grasp his arm, signaling him to remain composed. Count Ril? Of course, I know him. Who are you, and why do you seek information about him? John immediately grew wary. Oh, we are distant relatives of Count Ril. We heard he has prospered here and came to seek his favor. However, we are unaware of his character. So we hope to inquire with you about whether he would accept us. I see. Rest assured, the entire nation knows Count Ril's character. He will undoubtedly welcome you. John reassured them. Naively, he failed to perceive the treachery that lurked beneath the surface. Is Count Ril truly as benevolent as you say? Sala interjected, his voice laced with skepticism. Indeed, Count Ril is the only noble willing to aid the impoverished. He is known for providing food and clothing to the needy, and those who demonstrate good behavior may even find employment in his household, thereby escaping their plight. Enough. Do not speak further. Sala erupted, his reaction startling John. Apologies. My companion feels uneasy about relying on Count Ril, and he hoped to be turned away upon arrival. However, your words seem to dash his hopes. Your friend is indeed peculiar, wishing to forego a better life, John remarked with a chuckle. The carriage fell into a silence, with Uriston and Jola being naturally reticent. Following Sala's outburst, John lost the inclination to speak as well. Fortunately, they were nearing the royal capital, so this awkwardness would not endure for long. Shall I not escort you to Count Ril's doorstep? John inquired as they approached the city. No, we intend to have a meal first before seeking out Count Ril. Given his character, I believe locating his residence will be a simple task, Shirakawa replied. Very well. Shirakawa's primary concern was not to involve John in their predicament. Count Ril had already been marked for death by Sala, and thus, he would inevitably perish. Following Count Ril's demise, an investigation would surely ensue. If they were to trace Shirakawa and his companions back to John, he would likely meet a grim fate, possibly being deemed an accomplice. Could it be that the Count Ril John speaks of is not the same as the one Sala seeks? Jola ventured a hypothesis. There is a possibility. Let us inquire further. However, their efforts yielded disappointment. Despite their inquiries, there was only one noble named Ril on the island, and all spoke highly of his character, describing him as a rare and virtuous noble. Seeing Sala's expression darken further, Shirakawa suggested, let us first dine, and then investigate Count Ril's estate under the cover of night. If this Ril truly is Sala's father, they will undoubtedly share some resemblance, allowing us to act accordingly. Initially, Shirakawa intended to convey that regardless of whether this Ril was the same person they sought, killing him would be a straightforward solution. After all, they were pirates, and taking a life required no justification. However, if this Ril were not Sala's father, it would be an irresponsible act. Sala's current objective was to eliminate his father. Should he kill the wrong man, the shackles of guilt would remain, and he would forever bear the weight of remorse. As night fell, Shirakawa and his companions stealthily infiltrated Count Ril's estate. Despite the numerous guards, they posed no threat to the determined intruders. Within the heavily guarded chambers, a middle-aged man with golden hair reclined leisurely in a chair, a glass of red wine within arm's reach. Positioned by the window, he gazed out at the cityscape illuminated by night, making him an easy target for Shirakawa and his companions to observe. Indeed, this Ril was the very person Sala sought. Upon glimpsing Ril, Shirakawa recognized the striking resemblance. They shared similar features, including their eyes, noses, and that heartwarming smile. The moment he laid eyes on the man, Shirakawa sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Sala, who fixated on Ril, his knife poised and ready. Shall we strike now? Once the identity of the adversary was established, the timing of the assault rested solely with Solar. Whether he was a virtuous man or a villain mattered little, for he had already been marked as a target on the Silver Pirate Crew's assassination list. The enemy stood before him, and it would be peculiar if Solar were to restrain himself. In an instant, Solar vanished from their midst, reappearing before Ril in less than a second. Who are you? Ril gasped, a flicker of fear evident in his countenance at the sudden emergence of Solar. Well, it appears it is time for us to take action. White River and his companions were tasked with preventing anyone from aiding Ril. The bodyguards stationed outside Ril's door heard his cry for help and were about to rush in, only to be thwarted by White River and his crew. Inside the room, Solar glared menacingly at Ril, his fierce expression seeming incongruous, as if such a countenance should not adorn his features. "Are you Ril?" Although he had already confirmed the man's identity, Solar felt compelled to inquire further. "Indeed. But who are you? Why do you seek to kill me?" Ril noticed the kitchen knife clutched in Solar's hand. "I am Solar." "Solar? I do not recall having wronged you. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else?" Ril searched his memory, finding no trace of Solar. "As long as your name is Ril, I have not erred." With that, the glint of the blade flashed, and Ril felt a sudden, excruciating pain. He turned to see a finger severed and lying on the ground, blood oozing onto the floor. "Ah!" The Count's anguished scream echoed, his forehead slick with cold sweat. As a noble, he had never endured such suffering. "My lord!" The bodyguards, alarmed by Ril's cries, were frantic. Yet the three figures blocking the door stood like an immovable mountain, impervious to their pleas. "What manner of men are you? Why do you harm our lord?" One bodyguard shouted at White River and his companions. "We are pirates, and the reason for harming your noble lord is merely a personal vendetta. How dare you cause a disturbance within the noble estate? Are you not afraid of the Navy's retribution?" "Afraid? Why should we fear? As pirates, we are destined to oppose the Navy." Despicable! In the eyes of the bodyguards, White River and his crew seemed utterly impervious to reason. "Spare me. I can offer you anything you desire. Wealth, women, power. Just please do not kill me." Ril was oblivious to the fact that his desperate plea only exacerbated the situation. Upon hearing the word women, Solar's murderous intent intensified, veins bulging on his forehead. With another flash of the blade, yet another finger fell from Ril's hand. "I ask you, do you know a woman named Sarah?" "Yes, Sarah is indeed my mother." "Sarah? I do not know her. I have no recollection of such a name," Ril hastily denied, his mind racing. "Do not know her?" Solar's fury escalated. He had initially considered granting Ril a chance for redemption, but that seemed utterly impossible now. "I truly do not know her." Ril, now in tears, trembled uncontrollably. "Then did you visit Rhaegar Island 20 years ago?" "Rhaegar Island?" Ril pondered the events of 2 decades past, hoping this might be his lifeline. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as a memory surfaced. "Yes, I went there. 20 years ago. Our family engaged in trade with the inhabitants of Rhaegar Island. I was present for that occasion. Do you recall a woman from Rhaegar Island?" "I do." Ril could vividly picture the woman's face. "Her name was Sarah, and I am Solar. Now do you comprehend our connection? You are her son? That would make me your father?" Ril, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implications of Solar's words and noted the resemblance between them. "I reject your claim of fatherhood." Solar roared. "The moment you abandoned my pregnant mother, our ties were severed. If there is no connection, why do you come here?" "Why? For vengeance, of course." Solar's demeanor turned frenzied. "After you forsook my mother, she fell gravely ill. After my birth, she could barely rise from her bed. And you are the root of this suffering." Solar leveled his blade at Ril. Ril began to comprehend the reasons behind his dire predicament. "What do you want?" "I can give you anything." "Very well, what I desire is your life." "No. If you kill me, you will not escape." "Who says? Have you not noticed that your bodyguards have yet to intervene?" "Could it be?" Ril's eyes widened in realization. "Indeed. I have companions, powerful allies who will ensure my safety as I carry out your execution. Please, do not kill me." Ril was thoroughly panicked. Unwilling to meet his demise so soon, he felt he had yet to fully savor life. Chapter 101. The Death of Ril Outside the Room. White River could hear Ril's continuous, horrifying screams, echoing with a chilling resonance. "Solar is truly ruthless," he remarked. "The screams persist without respite," Jorah noted. "He is venting his fury. He does not wish for Ril to die easily." White River understood Solar's sentiments all too well. It is not that he has undergone a similar experience. Rather, he now possesses a deeper understanding of the human heart. As for the bodyguards of Ril, although they yearn to protect their master, they find themselves paralyzed by fear, confronted as they are by the grim sight of over 20 lifeless bodies before them. The individuals opposite them seem to regard human life with utter disregard. The alarm of this mansion has long since been triggered, linked as it is to the city's gendarmerie and the local naval division. If Shirakawa and his companions are not mistaken, the Navy should be en route. However, they did not urge Solaril either, as a naval division posed little threat to them. Soon after, Baichuan and his companions could hear the sound of orderly footsteps from outside, undoubtedly the Navy, for in this world, only the Navy possessed such a well-trained military force. At that moment, the screams within the room also ceased, and Solar stepped outside, wearing a calm expression. "Is it over?" "Yes, it is all over." Solar let out a deep sigh, feeling a great weight lift from his shoulders, as if all burdens had vanished. From this moment onward, he would face a new chapter in his life. Then let us prepare for an escape, Bai Chuan said, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. By now, the Navy had surged in completely. The leading officer was taken aback upon seeing Bai Chuan, but quickly regained his composure. The Navy dispatched to protect the nobles were no ordinary soldiers, though Bai Chuan's appearance astonished him. He remained acutely aware of his duties as a Navy officer and could not falter, regardless of the adversary's strength. What have you done with Count Lele? The commanding officer inquired sternly, his brow furrowed. Our purpose here is Count Lele. Do you think we would let him go unscathed? Bai Chuan retorted, questioning whether they would have come all this way for nothing. Damn it, all Navy personnel, prepare yourselves. We cannot allow these intruders to escape. The officer drew his sword, commanding the ordinary Navy soldiers. Yet the bodyguards had long since fled, and with Count Lele dead, they had little reason to remain. We'll leave them to you. I trust one won't need to intervene, Bai Chuan remarked to his three companions. Of course, Captain. If you had to step in, it would render our existence pointless. Jorah replied, drawing his twin blades, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he observed the Navy's leader, whose rank indicated he was a major general, a worthy opponent. The battle commenced. Jorah confronted the Navy Major General, while Yulistan dispatched the Navy soldiers effortlessly, preventing any from closing in on him. Solar, acting like a phantom on the battlefield, left no Navy soldier alive in his wake, showcasing the prowess of his speed-based abilities. As for Bai Chuan, he continued toward the Count's estate, moving as if through an uninhabited realm, with no one daring to approach within 2 meters of him. Bai Chuan was thoroughly pleased with his companions' performances. This was the essence of a pirate crew, where much could be accomplished without the captain's direct involvement. Although their strength may not be particularly formidable in the New World, each possessed immense potential, each a rare genius in their respective fields. They would undoubtedly rise to the level of great admirals in due time, perhaps within 2 or 3 years. Thus, Bai Chuan had no intention of entering the New World during this period. Aside from the Navy Major General, none could withstand the blows from the other two. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one ignited a fury within the Major General. He regarded his soldiers as family, and seeing them perish at the hands of demons weighed heavily on his heart. Major General, it is ill-advised to lose focus during battle, Jorah taunted, seizing an opportunity to land a strike. The combination of his fury and the pain from Jorah's attack only fueled his rage further, accelerating his strikes to the point where Jorah found it challenging to defend himself. At that moment, Solar noticed Jorah's predicament and swiftly joined the fray, turning it into a 2-on-1 engagement, alleviating some of Jorah's burden. So, you were the one who killed Count Lele? The Navy Major General confronted Solar upon his arrival. Indeed. Solar replied. Why did you kill him? The Major General's anger was palpable. Had it not been for Solar, they would not have come to assist. And he would not have lost so many men. He is my father. Consider it a familial dispute. What? The Major General was taken aback, unable to fathom that the one who had slain Count Lele was his own son. Major General, did I not warn you about losing focus in battle? The Major General cursed inwardly, but it was too late. Both Jorah and Solar, being agile fighters, exploited the opening to deliver a crushing blow. They struck with precision. Yet to their astonishment, their blades met the Major General's body as if striking iron. What is this? The two quickly withdrew a distance. Iron. The Major General uttered through gritted teeth. Is this the Navy's 6 styles? Naturally, a Major General would not be unfamiliar with them. Solar, go assist Yulistan. I've got this covered, Jorah declared excitedly, eager to engage further. Understood. Solar felt no concern for Jorah. After all, their captain had yet to reveal his true strength. Knowing I can utilize the Navy's 6 styles, you still dare to face me alone? Quite brave, boy. I merely wish to test the might of the Navy's 6 styles against my blade's sharpness. With that, Jorah's twin blades became enveloped in haki, ready for battle. Haki? Chapter 102, The Navy's Annihilation. As a Major General trained at Navy headquarters, he was well acquainted with haki, understanding its potential and perils. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. If even a crew member wielded haki, their captain, who had yet to make a move, must possess unfathomable power. However, he can no longer concern himself with such matters. As a sailor, engaging in battle with pirates to the point of death is not only their duty, but also their honor, and ultimately, their destiny. Nonetheless, despite Jorah's mastery of armament haki, facing this rear admiral posed certain challenges. After all, the adversary was well versed in all 6 forms of the Navy, albeit not to perfection. Each technique could be executed with proficiency. Particularly, the occasional thrust of the finger gun required Jorah's utmost vigilance. The penetrative force of the finger gun was formidable, rivaling that of bullets, and even with Jorah's preemptive use of armament hockey for defense, the impacts were still quite painful. Nevertheless, the damage Jorah inflicted upon the naval officer was undeniably significant. Despite the latter's robust physique, he could not withstand the might of armament hockey. Any strike landing upon him resulted in a grievous wound. As the battle raged on, Jorah sustained considerable injuries himself, caught off guard by the swift techniques such as shave, the brief suspension of moonwalk, and the rapid strikes of gale kick. This series of rapid maneuvers proved to be quite taxing for Jorah. Is this the essence of the Navy's six forms? Indeed, it was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Yueh Sting, engaged in combat with ordinary Navy personnel, could leisurely admire Jorah's struggle, largely due to his extraordinary observation hockey, which allowed him to anticipate enemy attacks with foresight. Similarly, Salah, relying not on observation hockey, could swiftly eliminate anyone he encountered, thus affording him the opportunity to appreciate the unfolding battle. However, Shirakawa held little interest in such battles. During his time with the Roger Pirates, he had witnessed even more adept practitioners of the six powers than himself while engaging in combat with the Navy. However, for the other three, it was a curious spectacle. Bai Chuan had faith in Jorah's prowess, confident that he would surely prevail against his opponent. This also provided an opportunity for the other two to glean experience in battling the Navy. If Bai Chuan intervened and swiftly defeated him, it would render the encounter rather dull. "Major, if you do not resolve this, your soldiers will soon meet their demise," Jorah suddenly declared to his adversary. Upon hearing Jorah's words, the Major snapped back to reality. He had been so engrossed in the fight that he had overlooked the fate of his own men. A closer inspection revealed that fewer than 10 soldiers remained in the battle, their faces reflecting terror as they gazed at Salar and his companions. A few even cast desperate glances toward him. Damn it, the Navy Major gritted through clenched teeth, harboring resentment towards his own weakness, unable to protect his subordinates. "You need not worry about us. Continue fighting," proclaimed a soldier with remarkable resolve. His words ignited a flicker of determination among the remaining Navy men, all adopting expressions of unwavering bravery. Were these individuals so easily swayed? Bai Chuan, having never served in the military, was oblivious to the sentiments and spirit of soldiers, only perceiving their naivety. The Navy Major, moved to tears by the valiant words of his men, had briefly entertained thoughts of surrender. Yet, their fervor extinguished any lingering inclination to capitulate. Bai Chuan felt an urge to extend an offer of allegiance to that soldier, for it was rare to find someone who could maintain such ardor in the face of adversity. Nevertheless, he recognized that persuading this valiant warrior to defect was an impossibility. "I admire your spirit. Were you not my foes, I would genuinely wish to share a drink with you," Bai Chuan finally spoke after a long silence. "Spare me the pleasantries. The Navy and pirates can never unite. Today, it is either your demise or mine." Such a pity. With renewed resolve, the Navy Major's strength surged, intensifying the pressure on Jorah, though he managed to hold his ground. The 10 remaining Navy soldiers were no match for Salar and Yueh Sting, quickly falling one by one, their faces etched with bitterness. The Navy Major, having resigned himself to death, fought with reckless abandon, trading life for life. Jorah sustained numerous injuries, yet the Major suffered more grievously. Soon, he was reduced to a bloodied figure, barely able to continue fighting, his vision blurring from excessive blood loss. Using his sword to prop himself up, he resisted the urge to collapse. "It is over." Jorah sighed in relief, retracting his blade. Though the battle had been chaotic, he found immense satisfaction in it. His gaze toward the Navy Major was filled with respect. He was truly a man of valor. Ultimately, the Navy Major closed his eyes, standing amidst the bodies of his men. Thus, the battle concluded. Count Riddle was slain, the arriving Navy forces were utterly annihilated, and the garrison surrounding the estate did not dare to intervene. "Let us depart," Bai Chuan instructed his crew, having committed an egregious act, likely elevating their bounty significantly. Previously, he had only eliminated a Navy colonel, but now he had slain a Navy Major and nearly eradicated the local naval division. Salar staunched Jorah's wounds, and it was noteworthy that Salar's fruit possessed the ability to accelerate healing, a remarkable talent. As Bai Chuan and his companions prepared to leave, those blocking the doorway instinctively parted, none daring to impede their passage. Even those who might have contemplated stepping forward were deterred by the aura radiating from Bai Chuan and his crew, especially when they passed ordinary civilians. The disdainful gazes directed at Bai Chuan and his companions were palpable. Were they blaming him for the death of the beloved Count Riddle? Bai Chuan was uncertain. Yet he understood that this was the gaze pirates were meant to endure, though he did not relish the feeling of being universally reviled. For the time being, we must exercise caution. We have stirred quite a commotion, and the Navy will not let us go unpunished. Bai Chuan remarked as they made their way back to the ship. Understood, they responded in unison, fully aware that their actions were momentous, potentially inciting the ire of the entire Navy and sending shockwaves throughout the world. After all, instances of pirates obliterating a naval division were rare, as most pirates who could best the Navy merely incapacitated them without inflicting substantial casualties. The wrath of the Navy was not something any pirate crew could withstand. Chapter 103, A Bounty on All Heads. Captain, where shall we head next? Bai Chuan's crew hastened their pace on the return journey, quickly reaching the ship. Riddle, where is your homeland? Bai Chuan inquired, having materialized in this world, while Solar, Jorah, and Yulistan hailed from the Grand Line. Only Riddle came from the Four Seas, which was also Bai Chuan's destination. Captain, my hometown lies in the West Sea. I entered the Grand Line from there, Riddle replied. Ah, so our objective is the West Sea. We shall escort you home, Bai Chuan jested. Captain, what have I done wrong? You wish to send me home? Upon hearing those words, Riddle's eyes filled with panic, tears welling up. Ha! I was merely joking. How could you not recognize a jest? Bai Chuan chuckled. Oh, I see. Riddle sighed in relief. Then, Captain, can we not go to the West Sea? Although Riddle expressed this, a hint of apprehension lingered. Very well. We shall head to the North Sea instead. Bai Chuan had long desired to explore the North Sea, recognized as the most formidable and chaotic of the Four Seas, undoubtedly possessing its own unique allure. There, some high-bounty criminals could rival even the pirates of the Grand Line. Captain, why are we heading to the North Sea? Isn't the Grand Line splendid? Riddle inquired, though he continued to steer toward the Four Seas. Because we have accomplished something significant, we must temporarily lay low, Bai Chuan explained. Another reason for choosing the North Sea was its relatively weaker Navy presence. As the most tumultuous and powerful of the seas, its factions were in constant flux, rendering the local Navy ineffective. What significant matter? Riddle asked, intrigued, feeling he had missed much during his brief absence. You will know in a few days. For now, we must ensure that our ship sails swiftly to reach the North Sea in the shortest time possible. Understood, Captain. Leave it to me. Riddle patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence as if to assure everyone that he had everything in hand. 3 days swiftly passed, and although Bai Chuan and his crew sailed with remarkable speed, it was impossible to traverse the vast expanse of the Grand Line to reach the Four Seas in such a short time. Nonetheless, the exploits of Bai Chuan and his companions reverberated throughout the world. Riddle, upon learning of their deeds, was astounded and somewhat lamented his absence, for had he joined them, his bounty would surely have increased. Both Bai Chuan and Jorah had their bounties raised. Even the unfamiliar face, who bore no bounty, had been assigned a substantial reward. Captain of the Silver Pirate Crew, Adolph K. Bai Chuan, now commanded a bounty of 500 million berries. The dual-wielding swordsman, Earl Jorah, had a bounty of 250 million berries. The gunfighter, Yulistan, received his first bounty of 70 million berries. The impostor, Sulla, was awarded a bounty of 80 million berries, likely due to his role in the death of the notorious Count, thus surpassing Yulistan's bounty by 10 million. However, both Sulla's and Yulistan's bounties seemed rather modest given their true capabilities, which could easily command much higher rewards. Consequently, the total bounty for the Silver Pirate Crew reached 1,080 million berries. Anyone capable of annihilating the Silver Pirate Crew would undoubtedly amass great wealth, perhaps even catching the attention of the world government with substantial rewards. As anticipated, the Navy was furious. An elite naval division was swiftly obliterated, marking a significant loss for them. Admiral Kong issued a direct order to apprehend every member of the Silver Pirate Crew. It seems Bai Chuan has crossed a line, Roger remarked upon seeing the information about Bai Chuan and his crew. Despite their dominion over the New World, they had never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps there is a reason behind their actions, Rayleigh suggested, having seen the reports as well. Rayleigh did not perceive Bai Chuan's actions as excessive. After all, he was known as the Dark King for good reason. Roger, possessing a kind heart, could overlook certain matters, but there were instances where he could endure only so much. Rayleigh, however, was more decisive. When the moment called for action, he did not hesitate. Many tasks that Roger preferred to avoid were entrusted to Rayleigh, allowing Roger to revel in the freedom that sailing offered, while Rayleigh dealt with anyone obstructing Roger's path. Yet, Bai Chuan's latest actions appeared to be perilously reckless, placing him in imminent danger. The Navy had likely issued a kill order against him. Roger sighed, uncertain if Bai Chuan would emerge unscathed from this predicament. Fear not. He descended from our ship, and he is not so fragile, Rayleigh reassured Roger, though his concern lingered, for Baichuan's provocations had undoubtedly struck a nerve with the Navy. The scale of his mischief shocked them. Within such a brief period, he had accomplished so much, and his bounty had surged to 500 million. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million had effectively stepped into the realm of the great pirates, becoming a figure to be feared by many across the seas. Ha ha ha, Baichuan, I never imagined you would take such actions. It truly aligns with my tastes, Barrett exclaimed upon reading about Baichuan. Having left the Roger pirates, Barrett had fully embraced his true nature, causing chaos in the New World. During this time, the New World had been turned upside down by Barrett's antics. He even dared to challenge Whitebeard. Though he ultimately failed, it solidified Barrett's fame, liberating him from the shadow of the Roger pirates and establishing him as an entirely independent pirate, the Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett. Sulla has become a pirate? The residents of Lagal Island expressed disbelief upon hearing of Sulla's transformation, unable to reconcile the warm-hearted individual they knew with the notorious figure responsible for the Count's demise. The captain of the self-defense forces, Ryan, stood before Sulla's mother's grave, holding Sulla's bounty notice. Sulla's new life has commenced, though it is fraught with challenges. May you watch over him from above, he murmured. Chapter 104. I don't want this either. After news of Baichuan's slaughter of the naval division spread across the world, every pirate crew traversing the Grand Line took to avoiding them, for in their minds, the silver pirate crew had become ruthless killers. What are your thoughts on being wanted for the first time? Baichuan inquired of Sulla, who gazed at his bounty notice. Perhaps a decade ago. He could never have imagined that he would one day become a pirate. It feels all right. I think it's quite exhilarating, Sulla replied. Since joining the silver pirate crew, he had been prepared for this day, though he had not anticipated such excitement right from the outset. Ulyston shared a unique perspective as well, once a bounty hunter. His primary duty had been to hunt pirates, yet now he found himself transformed into one, becoming what he once pursued, a curious turn of fate. Though Ulyston's bounty was lower than Sulla's, he firmly believed that his own strength surpassed Sulla's, perhaps even more so. The Navy had somehow uncovered Sulla's lineage, knowing him to be the son of Count Rill, thus painting Sulla as a parasite, which unjustly inflated his bounty beyond that of Ulyston. Currently, they were approximately a month's journey away from the upside-down mountain leading to the Four Seas. As long as they remained undetected by the Navy during this time, they would likely encounter no mishaps. Furthermore, the Navy was unaware of their exact navigation route or intended destination, making their discovery a formidable challenge, provided no one reported their whereabouts. During this month, they did not plan to linger on any particular island, opting instead for uninhabited shores for brief rest and repairs. With 5 crew members aboard, they could even set up a game of mahjong and have someone to serve tea. However, much to Baichuan's disappointment, apart from Riddle, no one else showed any interest in his mahjong game. They were all fervently engaged in their training. It was likely that Riddle was merely saying such things to spare Baichuan's feelings. Since his battle with the Rear Admiral, Jorah had come to a profound understanding of his own shortcomings and recognized where his weaknesses lay. Urasutin, on the other hand, had been diligently honing his gunfighting skills. While his marksmanship was commendable, he still fell short in close combat, and he did not wish to be a sniper who could be easily knocked out in hand-to-hand encounters. As for Saral, he devoted his time to mastering his fruit abilities or experimenting with new dishes using exotic sea ingredients. Riddle, needless to say, was preoccupied with logistical duties, for he was the weakest among them. Although there were times when Urasutin and Jorah would teach him the dual-color hockey, it must be said that Riddle's talent was rather lacking, yielding little to no results. It remained unclear whether it was due to Jorah and Urasutin's teaching methods or if Riddle simply lacked the aptitude. Soon, over 20 days passed without any hindrances. They encountered smooth sailing, and even merchant vessels that could not maneuver around them would voluntarily offer tributes, although Baichuan and his crew had no intention of accepting such offerings. They adhered to the adage that one should not refuse a gift freely given. However, the items presented were rather mundane: gold, silver, jewelry, and watches, trinkets that none but Urasutin had any fondness for aboard the ship. Occasionally, weapon-carrying merchant vessels would bestow upon them knives and firearms, yet these were hardly of quality, rendering them useless for Baichuan and his crew, who could only store them away for future ordinary sailors. Baichuan envisioned pursuing an elite route. Yet he understood that a ship could not be devoid of ordinary crew members. He intended to recruit several sailors for his vessel, apart from a few elite officers. Each would need to be equipped with their own subordinates. Furthermore, Baichuan contemplated recruiting several powerful or promising pirate crews to serve as their subordinate pirates. providing them with protection in exchange for their assistance when needed. However, these plans would have to be realized gradually in the future. Presently, counting the captain, there were only 5 of them aboard, which hardly granted them any standing against larger pirate crews. Initially, Baichuan had intended to expand his crew along the journey to enhance their reputation. However, it was not due to his reluctance to recruit. Rather, the pirates they encountered would flee upon spotting their Jolly Roger. Particularly when Baichuan waved at them, it seemed as though they had seen the Grim Reaper, causing them to flee with even greater urgency. Each time such an incident occurred, Baichuan would wear a look of melancholy and express his grievances to his companions, for he had not acted against them that day. Captain, you cannot say that. Although you did not strike first, you did not prevent us from acting either. By that logic, you indirectly caused their demise, did you not? Initially, they were rendered speechless by Baichuan's words, including Siral, but as time passed, they found reasons to counter his claims. Strangely, Baichuan could not refute their rebuttals. Had he intervened at that moment, the outcome might have been different, yet he did not. And he could not fathom why. Perhaps from the moment he boarded the Roger pirates, he had ceased to view himself as a champion of justice. As a pirate, he harbored no desire to play the saint. Perhaps he might spare an ordinary resident, but against their enemies, the Marines, Baichuan felt no need for mercy. There is a saying that one must be harsh towards oneself if one shows leniency towards their enemies. The fate of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr had long circulated among the Marines as a cautionary tale, warning them never to show mercy to pirates. Moreover, upon his first glance at the Naval Rear Admiral, Baichuan sensed he was a formidable individual, likely to adhere strictly to Marine regulations. Had they been the ones defeated that day, the Navy would undoubtedly have shown them no mercy. Of course, all of the above were merely Baichuan's conjectures. To put it plainly, he truly wished to embody the essence of a pirate. There was no particular reason behind it. It was simply a whim at that moment. Chapter 105. Mistaken encounters. At this juncture, approximately 10 more days had elapsed, marked by continued tranquility in the absence of any unforeseen events. Captain, ahead lies Reverse Mountain. Among the crew, Riddle was the only one who had traversed it, making him the most familiar with the terrain. Baichuan silently prayed that this final stretch would be devoid of incident. However, according to Murphy's Law, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Just as Riddle's excitement peaked, 3 naval ships appeared before them, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. It seemed they were destined for a fierce confrontation before departing. While Baichuan was surprised that the Marines were aware of their intentions, it could also be a mere coincidence. The 3 naval vessels awaited them not far from Reverse Mountain, and Baichuan showed no sign of reducing their speed. Captain, what shall we do? Urasuden inquired, polishing his gun and taking aim at the distant warships. Do not worry. Leave it to me. After all, you 2 new crew members have yet to witness my prowess. Baichuan reassured them. Just moments earlier, he had used his observation haki and sensed no threats among their foes, indicating that their encounter with the naval ships was purely coincidental. If the Marines were indeed targeting them, they would have dispatched at least a Marine headquarters vice admiral, rather than merely a division rear admiral commanding the 3 vessels before them. Vice Admiral, we have spotted a pirate ship, but it is not our target. As they discovered the naval ships, the observers aboard the vessels also took note of their presence. Which pirate crew is this? Returning to the 4 seas after failing in the Grand Line? The Vice Admiral thought to himself. For many pirate crews return to the 4 seas each year after experiencing significant setbacks in the Grand Line. If they do not obstruct our actions, we might as well apprehend them to prevent their continued misdeeds upon their return to the 4 seas. Vice Admiral, it is the Silver Pirates. The observer's tone revealed palpable tension and trepidation as he uttered those 5 words. What? It cannot be the Silver Pirates. The Vice Admiral's mind raced with memories of the Silver Pirates, who had caused a stir just a month prior, leaving a lasting impression on the Navy. Damn it. How could it be them? The headquarters plans have utterly failed. Indeed, the Navy headquarters had long since devised a plan to capture the Silver Pirates, anticipating they would retreat to the New World to avoid the heat. Thus, they had prepared a capture plan at Sabaody Archipelago. However, they never expected the Silver Pirates to forego the New World and instead return to the 4 seas, catching all the Marines by surprise. Vice Admiral, what shall we do? Clear the way and let them pass. The tone of the Rear Admiral was imbued with a profound reluctance. It was indeed a bitter irony that a dignified Rear Admiral of the Navy had to yield to pirates. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that he could not lead his crew to certain doom. During his studies at the naval headquarters, he had been on par with Kazan, and he understood the extent of Kazan's formidable power, decimating their ranks was well within his capabilities. Furthermore, he had recently heard that Kazan had undertaken the task of capturing the silver pirate crew but had ultimately failed, sustaining severe injuries in battle. Thus, their captain, Adolf K. Buggy, was likely equally formidable, and the Rear Admiral dared not risk the lives of his soldiers. Rear Admiral? The Navy officer tasked with relaying commands was taken aback. He never anticipated that the Rear Admiral would issue an order to allow pirates to pass. He is not a foe we can contend with. It is best to leave him to headquarters. Our responsibility is merely to ensure our target does not escape, the Rear Admiral explained to his subordinates. Understood, sir. The Navy's target was a notorious pirate who had previously slaughtered an entire village and sunk a naval vessel, causing significant casualties. Consequently, the Navy had issued orders for a rigorous crackdown and apprehension of this pirate crew. Forced into a corner, the pirates resolved to retreat to the four seas, unaware that the Navy had long since laid a trap for them. Captain, the Navy has cleared a path for us. As Baichuan prepared to showcase his prowess, he heard Riddle's exclamation. What? Baichuan replied in astonishment, only to witness the Navy opening the route to Reverse Mountain. The series of actions by the Navy left Baichuan feeling powerless, as if his strength was rendered futile. Captain, could this be a ruse? Yulistin, a naturally cautious individual, perhaps due to his past as a beggar where he meticulously planned each theft, raised the question. His previous attempt to assassinate Baichuan had failed unexpectedly. He had underestimated Baichuan's ability to deflect bullets. Rest assured, even if there are schemes afoot, in the face of absolute power, all else is rendered insignificant, Baichuan assured him. Shall we proceed? Riddle inquired of Baichuan. Of course, why would we not? The Navy has cleared the path. We have no reason to hesitate. Following Baichuan's command, Riddle navigated the ship through the midst of the Navy vessels. As they passed, Baichuan and his crew observed the anguish and resentment etched upon the faces of the Navy officers. These Navy personnel truly appeared to be impotent. Observing their furious yet restrained expressions, Riddle whispered to Baichuan, this group of Navy officers is indeed pitiable. That is because their commander possesses self-awareness and refrains from engaging in futile sacrifices. Baichuan held a deep admiration for such individuals. Although the previous Rear Admiral who had fought bravely to his death was commendable, he exuded a sense of valiance devoid of strategy. In contrast, this particular Rear Admiral understood the virtue of patience, which made him all the more formidable. Rear Admiral, are we to merely stand by and watch as they brazenly pass? One Navy soldier, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed to the Rear Admiral. And what would you propose? If you are unafraid of death, you may take action. Must we remain utterly helpless? Who says so? The soldier's expression brightened at the Rear Admiral's words, hinting at the possibility of hope. We can report to headquarters. They will handle this. The Navy soldier was momentarily taken aback by the Rear Admiral's suggestion that their course of action was merely to relay the information about the Silver Pirate crew to headquarters. Synopsis. Having traversed into the world of One Piece, he became a pirate not in pursuit of becoming the Pirate King, but rather to live freely upon the vast ocean, an aspiration so simple yet profound.